Section 1 of Ulysses. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce, Part 1, The Telemachus. Episode 1, Telemachus. Part 1. Stately, plump Buck Mulligan came from the stairhead, bearing a bowl of lather on which a mirror and a razor lay crossed. A yellow dressing gown, ungirdled, was sustained gently behind him on the mild morning air. He held the bowl aloft and intoned, "In Troibo ad altare Dei." Halted, he peered down the dark, winding stairs and called out coarsely, "Come up, Kitch, come up, you fearful Jesuit." Solemnly he came forward and mounted the round gun rest. He faced about and blessed gravely thrice the tower, the surrounding land, and the awaking mountains. Then, catching sight of Stephen Dedalus, he bent towards him and made rapid crosses in the air, gurgling in his throat and shaking his head. Stephen Dedalus, displeased and sleepy, leaned his arms on the top of the staircase and looked coldly at the shaking, gurgling face that blessed him, equine in its length, and at the light untonsured hair, grained and hued like a pale oak. Buck Mulligan peeped an instant under the mirror and then covered the bowl smartly. "Back to barracks," he said sternly. He added in a preacher's tone, "For this, O dearly beloved, is the genuine Christine, body and soul and blood and owns. Slow music, please. Shut your eyes, gents. One moment. A little trouble about those white corpuscles. Silence all." He peered sideways up and gave a long, slow whistle of call, and then paused a while in rapt attention, his even white teeth glistening here and there with gold points. Chrysostomos. Two strong, shrill whistles answered through the calm. "Thanks, old chap," he cried briskly. "That will do nicely. Switch off the current, will you?" He skipped off the gun rest and looked gravely at his watcher, gathering about his legs the loose folds of his gown. The plump, shadowed face and sullen oval jowl recalled a prelate, patron of arts in the Middle Ages. A pleasant smile broke quietly over his lips. "The mockery of it," he said gaily. "Your absurd name, an ancient Greek." He pointed his finger in friendly jest and went over the parapet, laughing to himself. Stephen Dedalus stepped up, followed him wearily halfway, and sat down on the edge of the gun rest, watching him still as he propped his mirror on the parapet, dipped the brush in the bowl, and lathered cheeks and neck. Buck Mulligan's gay voice went on. "My name is observed too, Malachi Mulligan, 2 dactyls. But it has a Hellenic ring, hasn't it? Tripping and sunny like the Buck himself. We must go to Athens. Will you come if I can get the aunt to fork out 20 quid? He laid the brush aside and, laughing with delight, cried, "Will he come, the jejune Jesuit?" Ceasing, he began to shave with care. "Tell me, Mulligan," Stephen said quietly. "Yes, my love?" "How long is Haines going to stay in this tower?" Buck Mulligan showed a shaven cheek over his right shoulder. "God, isn't he dreadful?" he said frankly. "A ponderous Saxon. He thinks you're not a gentleman. God, these bloody English, bursting with money and indigestion." "Because he comes from Oxford, you know, Dedalus. You have the real Oxford manner. He can't make you out. Oh, my name for you is the best. Kinch, the knife blade." He shaved warily over his chin. "He was raving all night about a black panther," Stephen said. "Where is his gun case?" "Ah, woeful lunatic," Mulligan said. "Were you in a funk?" "I was," Stephen said with energy and growing fear. "Out here in the dark with a man I don't know, raving and moaning to himself about shooting a black panther. You save men from drowning. I'm not a hero. If he stays on here, I'm off." Buck Mulligan frowned at the lather on his razor blade. He hopped down from his perch and began to search his trouser pockets hastily. "Scutter!" he cried thickly. He came over to the gun rest and, thrusting a hand into Stephen's upper pocket, said, "Lend us a loan of your nose rag to wipe my razor." Stephen suffered him to pull out and hold up on show by its corner a dirty, crumpled handkerchief. Buck Mulligan wiped the razor blade neatly. Then, gazing over his handkerchief, he said, "The bard's nose rag. A new art color for our Irish poets. Snot green. You can almost taste it, can't you?" He mounted to the parapet again and gazed out over Dublin Bay, his fair oak-pale hair stirring slightly. "God," he said quietly, "isn't the sea what Algy calls it? A great sweet mother? The snot-green sea, the scrotum-tightening sea. Epi oinopa ponton. Ah, Daedalus, the Greeks. I must teach you. You must read them in the original. Thalata, Thalata. She is our great sweet mother. Come and look." Stephen stood up and went over to the parapet. Leaning on it, he looked down on the water and on the mailboat clearing the harbor mouth of Kingstown. "Our mighty mother," Buck Mulligan said. He turned abruptly his gray searching eyes from the sea to Stephen's face. "The aunt thinks you killed your mother," he said. "That's why she won't let me have anything to do with you." "Someone killed her," Stephen said gloomily. "You could have knelt down, damn it, Kitch, when your dying mother asks you," Buck Mulligan said. "I'm Hyperborean as much as you, but to think of your mother begging you for her last breath to kneel down and pray for her, and you refused. There is something sinister in you." He broke off and lathered again lightly his farther cheek. A tolerant smile curled his lips. "But a lovely mummer," he murmured to himself. "Kitch, the loveliest mummer of them all." He shaved evenly and with care, and silent seriously. Stephen, an elbow rested on the jagged granite, leaned his palm against his brow and grazed at the frayed edge of his shiny black coat sleeve. Pain, that was not yet pain of love, fretted his heart. Silently, in a dream, she had come to him after her death, her wasted body with its loose brown grave clothes giving off an odor of wax and rosewood, her breath that had bent upon him, mute, reproachful, a faint odor of wetted ashes. Across the threadbare cuff edge he saw the sea hailed as a great sweet mother by the muffled voice beside him. The ring of bay and skyline held a dull green mass of liquid. A bowl of white china had stood beside her deathbed, holding the green sluggish bile which she had torn up from her rotting liver by fits of loud groaning and vomiting. Buck Mulligan wiped again his razor blade. "Ah, poor dog's body," he said in a kind voice. "I must give you a shirt and a few nose rags. How are the second-hand breeks?" "They fit well enough," Stephen answered. Buck Mulligan attacked the hollow beneath his underlip. "The mockery of it," he said contentedly. "Second leg they should be. God knows what poxy bosey left them off. I have a lovely pair with a hair striped gray. You look spiffing in them. I'm not joking, Kitch. You look damn well when you're dressed." "Thanks," Stephen said. "I can't wear them if they're gray." "He can't wear them," Buck Mulligan told his face to the mirror. "Etiquette is etiquette. He kills his mother, but he can't wear green trousers." He folded his razor neatly and then with stroking palps of fingers felt the smooth skin. Stephen turned his gaze from the sea to the plump face with its smoke-blue mobile eyes. "That fellow I was with in the ship last night," said Buck Mulligan, "says you have GPI. He's up in Dottyville with Connolly Norman. General paralysis of the insane." He swept the mirror a half circle in the air to flash the tidings abroad in sunlight now radiant on the sea. His curling shaven lips laughed, and the edges of his white glittering teeth. Laughter seized all his strong, well-knit trunk. "Look at yourself," he said, "you dreadful bard." Stephen bent forward and peered at the mirror held out for him, cleft by a crooked crack, hair on an end. And as he and others see me, who chose this face for me? This dog's body too rid of vermin. It asks me, too. "I pinched it out of the skivvy's room," Buck Mulligan said. "It does her all right. The aunt always keeps plain-looking servants for Malachi. Lead him not in temptation. And her name is Ursula." Laughing again, he brought the mirror away from Stephen's peering eyes. "The rage of Caliban at not seeing his face in a mirror," he said. "If Wilde were only alive to see you." Drawing back and pointing, Stephen said with bitterness, "It is a symbol of Irish art, the cracked-looking glass of a servant." Buck Mulligan suddenly linked his arm in Stephen's and walked with him around the tower, his razor and mirror clacking in the pocket where he had thrust them. "It's not fair to tease you like that, Kinch, is it?" he said kindly. God knows you have more spirit than any of them. Parried again. He fears the lancet of my art as I fear that of his. The cold steel pen. Crack the looking-glass of a servant. Tell that to the oxy chap downstairs, and touch him for a guinea. He's stinking with money, and thinks you're not a gentleman. His old fellow made his tin by selling jalap to Zulus or some bloody swindle or other. God, Kinch, if you and I could only work together, we might do something for the island. Hellenize it. Cranley's arm. His arm. And to think of your having to beg for these swine. I'm the only one that knows what you are. Why don't you trust me more? What have you up your nose against me? Is it Haines? If he makes any noise here, I'll bring down Seymour, and we'll give him a ragging worse than we gave Clive Kempthorpe. Young shouts of moneyed voices in Clive Kempthorpe's rooms. Pale faces. They hold their ribs with laughter, one clasping another. Oh, I shall expire. Break the news to her gently, Aubrey. I shall die. With slit ribbons of his shirt whipping the air, he hops and hobbles around the table with trousers at his heels, chased by aids of Magdalen with the tailor's shears. A scarf-cast face gilded with marmalade. I don't want to be debagged. Don't you play the giddy ox with me. Shouts from the open window startling even in the quadrangle. A deaf gardener, apron masked with Matthew Arnold's face, pushes his mower on the sombre lawn, watching narrowly the dancing motes of grass-halms. To ourselves, new paganism, Omphalos. Let him stay, Stephen said. There's nothing wrong with him except at night. Then what is it? Black Mulligan asked impatiently. Cough it up. I'm quite frank with you. What have you against me now? They halted, looking towards the blunt cape of Bray Head that lay on the water like the snout of a sleeping whale. Stephen freed his arm quietly. Do you wish me to tell you? He asked. Yes, what is it? Buck Mulligan answered. I don't remember anything. He looked in Stephen's face as he spoke. A light wind passed his brow, fanning softly his fair, uncombed hair and stirring silver points of anxiety in his eyes. Stephen, depressed by his own voice, said, Do you remember the first day I went to your house after my mother's death? Buck Mulligan frowned quietly and said, What? Where? I can't remember anything. I remember only ideas and sensations. Why? What happened in the name of God? You were making tea, Stephen said, and went across the landing to get more hot water. Your mother and some visitor came out of the drawing-room. She asked you who was in your room. Yes, Buck Mulligan said. What did I say? I forget. You said, Stephen answered, Oh, it's only Daedalus, whose mother is beastly dead. A flush which made him seem younger and more engaging rose to Buck Mulligan's cheek. Did I say that? He asked. Well, what harm is that? He shook his constraint from him nervously. And what is death? He asked. Your mother's, or yours, or my own? You saw only your mother die. I see them pop off every day in the Mater and Richmond, and cut up into tripes in the dissecting room. It's a beastly thing and nothing else. It simply doesn't matter. You wouldn't kneel down to pray for your mother on the deathbed when she asks you. Why? Because you have the cursed Jesuit strain in you. Only it's injected the wrong way. To me it's all a mockery and beastly. Her cerebral lobes are not functioning. She calls the doctor Sir Peter Teazle and picks buttercups off the quilt. Humor her till it's over. You crossed her last wish in death, and yet you won't sulk with me because I don't whinge like some hired mute from Lalouette's. Absurd. I suppose I didn't say it. I didn't mean to offend the memory of your mother. He had spoken himself into boldness. Stephen, shielding the gaping wounds which the words had left in his heart, said very coldly, I'm not thinking of the offense to my mother. Of what, then? Buck Mulligan had asked. Of the offense to me, Stephen answered. Buck Mulligan swung around on his heel. Oh, an impossible person, he exclaimed. He walked off quickly around the parapet. Stephen stood at his post, gazing over the calm sea towards the headland. Sea and headland now grew dim. Pulses were beating in his eyes, veiling their sight, and he felt the fever in his cheeks. A voice within the tower called loudly, Are you up there, Mulligan? I'm coming, Buck Mulligan answered. He turned towards Stephen and said, Look at the sea. What does it care about offences? Chuck Loyola, Kitch, and come on down. The Sassenach wants his morning rashers. His head halted again for a moment at the top of the staircase, level with the roof. Don't mope over it all day, he said. It's inconsequent. Give up the moody brooding." His head vanished, but the drone of his descending voice boomed out of the stairhead. "And no more turn aside and brood upon love's bitter mystery, for Fergus rules the brazen cars." Wood shadows floated silently through the morning peace from the stairhead seaward where he gazed. Inshore and further out, the mirror of water whitened, spurned by light-shod hurrying feet. White breast of the dim sea, the twinning stresses two by two, a hand plucking the harp strings, merging their twinning chords, wave-white wedded towards shimmering in the dim tide. A cloud began to cover the sun slowly, wholly shadowing the bay in deeper green. It lay beneath him, a bowl of bitter waters. Fergus's song. I sang it alone in the house, holding down the long dark chords. Her door was open. She wanted to hear my music. Silent with awe and pity, I went to her bedside. She was crying in her wretched bed. For those words, Stephen, love's bitter mystery. Where now? Her secrets, old feather fans, tasseled dance cards, powdered with musk, a gaud of amber beads in her locked drawer. A birdcage hung in the sunny windows of her house when she was a girl. She heard old Royce singing in the pantomime of Turco the Terrible, and laughed with others when he sang, "I am the boy that can enjoy invisibility, phantasmal mirth folded away, musk perfumed, and no more turn aside and brood." Folded away in the memory of nature and with her toys. Memories beset his brooding brain. Her glass of water from the kitchen tap where she had approached the sacrament, a cored apple filled with brown sugar, roasting for her at the hob on the dark autumn evening, her shapely fingernails reddened by the blood of squashed lice from the children's shirts. In a dream, silently, she had come to him, her wasted body with its loose grave clothes giving off an odor of wax and rosewood, her breath bent over him with mute secret words, a faint odor of wetted ashes. Her glazing eyes staring out of death to shake and bend my soul. On me alone, the ghost candle to light her agony. Ghostly light on a tortured face. Her hoarse loud breath rattling in horror while all prayed on their knees. Her eyes on me to strike me down. Liliata rutilantium te confessorum turma circumdet. Iubilantium te virginum chorus excipiat. Ghoul, chewer of corpses. No, mother. Let me be and let me live. "Kinch, ahoy!" Buck Mulligan's voice sang from within the tower. It came nearer up the staircase, calling again. Stephen, still trembling at his soul's cry, heard warm running sunlight in the air behind his friendly words. "Daedalus, come down, like a good mosey. Breakfast is ready. Haynes is apologizing for waking us last night. It's all right." "I'm coming," Stephen said, turning. "Do, for Jesus' sake," Buck Mulligan said, "for my sake, and for all of our sakes." His head disappeared and reappeared. "I told him your symbol of Irish art. He says it's very clever. Touch him for a quid, will you? A guinea, I mean." "I get paid this morning," Stephen said. "The school kip?" Buck Mulligan said. "How much? 4 quid? Lend us one." "If you want," Stephen said. 4 shining sovereigns," Buck Mulligan cried with delight. "We'll have a glorious drunk to astonish the druidy druids. 4 omnipotent sovereigns." He flung up his hands and tramped down the stone stairs, singing out the tune with a Cockney accent. "Oh, won't we 'ave a merry time, drinking whiskey, beer and wine, on Coronation Day. Oh, won't we 'ave a merry time on Coronation Day." Warm sunshine marrying over the sea, the nickel shaving bowl shone forgotten on the parapet. Why should I bring it down? Or leave it there all day? Forgotten friendship? He went over to it, held it in his hands a while, feeling its coolness, smelling the clammy slaver of the lather in which the brush was struck. "So I carried the boat of incense then at Clongowes. I am another now, and yet the same. A servant, too, a servant of a servant." In the gloomy domed living room of the tower, Buck Mulligan's gowned form moved briskly to and fro about the hearth, hiding and revealing its yellow glow. 2 shafts of daylight fell across the flagged floor from the high barbicans, and at the meeting of their rays a cloud of coal smoke and fumes of fried grease floated, turning. "Well, be choked," Buck Mulligan said. "Haynes, open that door, will you?" Stephen laid the shaving bowl in the locker. A tall figure rose from the hammock where it had been sitting, went to the doorway, and pulled open the inner doors. "Have you the key?" a voice asked. Dedalus has it, Buck Mulligan said. Janie Mac, I'm choked. He howled without looking up from the fire. Kinch! It's in the lock, Stephen said, coming forward. The key scraped round harshly twice, and when the heavy door had been set ajar, welcome light and bright air entered. Haines stood at the doorway looking out. Stephen hailed his upended valise to the table and sat down to wait. Buck Mulligan tossed the fry on the dish beside him. Then he carried the dish and a large teapot over the table, set them down heavily, and sighed with relief. I'm melting, he said, as the candle remarked, when... But hush! Not a word more on that subject. Kinch, wake me up. Bread, butter, honey. Haines, come in. The grub is ready. Oh, bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts. Where's the sugar? Oh, Jay, there's no milk. Stephen fetched the loaf and a pot of honey and the butter cooler from the locker. Buck Mulligan sat down in a sudden pet. What sort of kip is this? He said. I told her to come after 8. We can drink it black, Stephen said thirstily. Then there's a lemon in the locker. Oh, damn you and your Paris fads, Buck Mulligan said. I want Sandy Cove milk. Haines came in from the doorway and said quietly, The woman is coming up with the milk. The blessings of God on you, Buck Mulligan cried, jumping up from his chair. Sit down, pour out the tea there. The sugar is in the bag. Here, I can't go fumbling at the damned eggs. He hacked through the fry on the fish and slapped it out in 3 plates, saying, In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Haines sat down to pour out the tea. I'm giving you 2 lumps each, he said, but I say, Mulligan, you do make strong tea, don't you? Buck Mulligan, hewing thick slices from the loaf, said in an old woman's wheeling voice, When I makes tea, as old Mother Grogan said. And when I makes water, I makes water. By Jove, it's tea, Haines said. Buck Mulligan went on hewing and wielding. So I do, Mrs. Cahill, says he. Begob, ma'am, says Mrs. Cahill, God send you don't make them in one pot. He lunged towards his messmates and turned a thick slice of bread impaled on his knife. That's folk, he said very earnestly, for your book, Haines. 5 lines of text and 10 pages of notes about the folk of the fish gods of Dundrum, printed by the weird sisters in the year of the big wind. He turned to Stephen and asked in a fine puzzled voice, lifting his brows, Can you recall, brother, is Mother Grogan's tea and water pot spoken of in the Mabinogion, or is it in the Upanishads? I doubt it, said Stephen gravely. Do you now? Buck Mulligan said in the same tone. For reasons, pray? I fancy, Stephen said as he ate, it did not exist in or out of the Mabinogion. Mother Grogan was, one imagines, a kinswoman of Marianne. Buck Mulligan's face smiled with delight. Charming, he said with a finical, sweet voice, showing his white teeth and blinking his eyes pleasantly. Do you think she was? Quite charming. Then, suddenly overclouding all his features, he growled in a hoarsened, rasping voice as he hewed again vigorously at the loaf. For old Marianne, she doesn't care a damn, but hizing up her petticoats. He crammed his mouth with fry and munched and droned. End of section 1. Section 2 of Ulysses. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce, Part 1, The Telemachus, Episode 1, Telemachus, Part 2. The doorway was darkened by an entering form. The milk, sir. Come in, ma'am, Mulligan said. Kinch, get the jug. An old woman came forward and stood by Stephen's elbow. That's a lovely morning, sir, she said. Glory be to God. To whom? Mulligan said, glancing at her. Ah, to be sure. Stephen reached back and took the milk jug from the locker. The islanders, Mulligan said to Haines casually, speak frequently of the collector of prepuces. How much, sir? Asked the old woman. A quart, Stephen said. He watched her pour into the measure and thence into the jug rich white milk, not hers, old shrunken paps. She poured again a measureful and a tilly. Old and secret, she had entered from a morning world, maybe a messenger. She praised the goodness of the milk, pouring it out. Crouching by a patient cow at daybreak in a lush field, a witch on her toadstool, her wrinkled fingers quick at the squirting dugs. They lowed about her whom they knew, dew-silky cattle, silk of the kine and poor old woman, names given her in old times, a wandering crone, lowly form of an immortal serving her conqueror and her gay betrayer, their common Cuckwian, a messenger from her secret morning. To serve or to upbraid, whether he could not tell, but scorned to beg her favour. "It is indeed, ma'am," Buck Mulligan said, pouring milk into their cups. "Taste it, sir," she said. He drank at her bidding. "If we could live on good food like that," he said to her somewhat loudly, "we wouldn't have the country full of rotten teeth and rotten guts. Living in a bog swamp, eating cheap food, and the streets paved with dust, horse dung, and consumptive spits." "Are you a medical student, sir?" the old woman asked. "I am, ma'am," Buck Mulligan answered. "Look at that now," she said. Stephen listened in a scornful silence. "She bows her old head to a voice that speaks to her loudly, her bone setter, her medicine man. Me she slights. To the voice that will shrive and oil for the grave all there is of her but her woman's unclean loins of a man's flesh made not in God's kindness, the serpent's prey. And to the loud voice that now bids her be silent with wandering unsteady eyes. Do you understand what she says?" Stephen asked her. "Is it French you're talking, sir?" the old woman said to Haines. Haines spoke to her again in longer speech, confidently. "Irish," Buck Mulligan said. "Is there Gaelic on you?" "I thought it was Irish," she said, "by the sound of it." "Are you from the west, sir?" "I'm an Englishman," Haines answered. "He's English," Buck Mulligan said, "and he thinks we ought to speak Irish in Ireland." "Sure we ought to," the old woman said, "and I'm ashamed I don't speak the language myself. I'm told it's a grand language by them that knows." "Grand is no name for it," said Buck Mulligan. "Wonderful entirely. Fill us out some more tea, Kinch. Would you like a cup, ma'am?" "No, thank you, sir," the old woman said, slipping the ring of the milk can on her forearm and about to go. Haines said to her, "Have you your bill? We'd better pay her, Mulligan, hadn't we?" Stephen filled again the 3 cups. "Bill, sir," she said, halting. "Well, it's 7 mornings a pint at 2 pence is 7 twos is a shilling and 2 pence over, and these 3 mornings a quart at 4 pence is 3 quarts is a shilling. That's a shilling and 1 and 2 is 2 and 2, sir." Buck Mulligan sighed, and having filled his mouth with a crust thickly buttered on both sides, stretched forth his legs and began to search his trouser pockets. "Pay up and look pleasant," Haines said to him, smiling. Stephen filled a 3rd cup, a spoonful of tea coloring faintly the thick, rich milk. Buck Mulligan brought up a florin, twisted round his fingers, and cried, "A miracle!" He passed it along the table towards the old woman, saying, "Ask nothing more of me, sweet. All I can give you, I give." Stephen laid the coin in her uneager hand. "We'll owe you 2 pence," he said. "Time enough, sir," she said, taking the coin. "Time enough. Good morning, sir." She curtsied and went out, followed by Buck Mulligan's tender chant. "Heart of my heart, were it more, more would be laid at your feet." He turned to Stephen and said, "Seriously, Daedalus, I'm stony. Hurry out to your old school, Kip, and bring us back some money. Today the bards must drink and junket. Ireland expects that every man this day will do his duty." "That reminds me," Haines said, rising, "that I have to visit your National Library today." "Our swim first," Buck Mulligan said. He turned to Stephen and asked blandly, "Is this the day of your monthly wash, Kinch?" Then to Haines, "The unclean bard makes a point of washing once a month." "All Ireland is washed by the Gulf Stream," Stephen said, as he let honey trickle over the slice of loaf. Haines, from the corner where he was knotting easily a scarf about the loose collar of his tennis shirt, spoke, "I intend to make a collection of your sayings, if you will let me. Speaking to me, they wash and tub and scrub. Agenbite and inwit, conscience, yet here's a spot. That one about the cracked looking-glass of a servant being the symbol of Irish art is deuced good." Buck Mulligan kicked Stephen's foot under the table and said with warmth of tone, "Wait till you hear him on Hamlet, Haines." "Well, I mean it," Haines said, still speaking to Stephen. "I was just thinking of it when that poor old creature came in." "Would I make any money by it?" Stephen asked. Haines laughed, and, as he took his soft gray hat from the holdfast of the hammock, said, "I don't know, I'm sure." He strolled out of the doorway. Buck Mulligan bent across to Stephen and said with coarse vigor, "You put your hoof in it now. What did you say that for?" "Well," Stephen said, "the problem is to get money. From whom? From the milkwoman or from him? It's a toss-up, I think." "I blow him out about you," Buck Mulligan said, "and then you come along with your lousy leer and your gloomy Jesuit jibes." "I see little hope," Stephen said, "from her or from him." Buck Mulligan sighed tragically and laid his hand on Stephen's arm. "From me, Kinch," he said. In a suddenly changed tone, he added, "To tell you the God's truth, I think you're right. Damn all else they are good for. Why don't you play them as I do? To hell with them all. Let us get out of the kip." He stood up, gravely ungirdled, and disrobed himself of his gown, saying resignedly, "Mulligan is stripped of his garments." He emptied his pockets onto the table. "There's your snot rag," he said, and putting on his stiff collar and rebellious tie, he spoke to them, chiding them into his dangling watch-chain. His hands plunged and rummaged in his trunk while he called for a clean handkerchief. "God, we'll simply have to dress the character. I want puce gloves and green boots. Contradiction. Do I contradict myself? Very well, then, I contradict myself. Mercurial Malachi." A limp black missile flew out of his talking hands. "And there's your Latin Quarter hat," he said. Stephen picked it up and put it on. Haines called to them from the doorway, "Are you coming, you fellows?" "I'm ready," Buck Mulligan answered, going towards the door. "Come out, Kinch. You have eaten all we left, I suppose." Resigned, he passed out, with grave words and gait, saying well nigh with sorrow, "And going forth he met Butterfly." Stephen, taking his ash-plant from its leaning-place, followed them out, and as they went down the ladder, pulled to the slow iron door and locked it. He put the huge key in his inner pocket. At the front of the ladder, Buck Mulligan asked, "Did you bring the key?" "I have it," Stephen said, preceding them. He walked on. Behind him he heard Buck Mulligan club with his heavy bath-towel the leader shoots of ferns and grasses. "Down, sir! How dare you, sir?" Haines asked. "Do you pay rent for this tower?" "£12," Buck Mulligan said. "To the Secretary of State for War," Stephen added over his shoulders. They halted while Haines surveyed the tower and said at last, "Rather bleak in winter time, I would say. Martello, you call it?" "Billy Pitt had them built," Buck Mulligan said, "when the French were on the sea. But ours is the Omphalos." "What is your idea of Hamlet?" Haines asked Stephen. No, Buck Mulligan shouted in pain. "I'm not equal to Thomas Aquinas and my 55 reasons he has made out to prop it up. Wait till I have a few pints in me first." He turned to Stephen, saying, as he pulled down neatly the peaks of his primrose waistcoat, "You couldn't manage it under 3 pints, Kinch, could you?" "It has waited so long," Stephen said listlessly. "It can wait longer." "You pique my curiosity," Haines said amiably. "Is it some paradox?" "Pooh!" Buck Mulligan said. "We have grown out of Wilde paradoxes. It's quite simple. He proves by algebra that Hamlet's grandson is Shakespeare's grandfather, and that he himself is the ghost of his own father." "What?" Haines said, beginning to point at Stephen. "He himself?" Buck Mulligan slung his towel stolewise round his neck, and bending in loose laughter, he said in Stephen's ear, "Oh, shade of Kinch the elder, Japhet in search of a father." "We're always tired in the morning," Stephen said to Haines, "and it is rather long to tell." Buck Mulligan, walking forward again, raised his hands. "The sacred pint alone can unbind the tongue of Daedalus," he said. "I mean to say," Haines explained to Stephen as they followed, "this tower and these cliffs here remind me somehow of Elsinore. That beetles o'er his base into the sea, isn't it?" Buck Mulligan turned suddenly for an instant towards Stephen, but he did not speak. In the bright silent instant Stephen saw his own image in cheap dusty mourning between the gay attires. "It's a wonderful tale," Haines said, bringing them to a halt again. Eyes, pale as the sea, and the wind had freshened paler, firm and prudent. The sea's ruler, he gazed southward over the bay, empty save for the smoking plume of the mail-boat vague on the bright skyline and a sail tacking by the Muglins. "I read a theological interpretation of it somewhere," he said, bemused. "The father and the son idea, the son striving to be atoned with the father." Buck Mulligan at once put on a blithe, broadly smiling face. He looked at them, his well-shaped mouth opened happily, his eyes, from which he had suddenly withdrawn all shrewd sense, blinking with mad gaiety. He moved a doll's head to and fro, the brims of his Panama hat quivering, and began to chant in a quiet, happy, foolish voice. I'm the queerest young fellow that you've ever heard. My mother's a Jew, my father's a bird. With Joseph the joiner I cannot agree. So here's to disciples and cavalry." He held up a forefinger of warning. "If anyone thinks that I ain't divine, he'll get no free drinks when I'm making the wine, but have to drink water and wish it were plain that I make when the wine becomes water again." He tugged swiftly at Stephen's ash plant in farewell, and running forward to a brow of the cliff, fluttered his hands at his sides like fins or wings of one about to rise in the air, and chanted, "Goodbye now, goodbye. Write down all I said, and tell Tom, Dick, and Harry I rose from the dead. What's bred in the bone cannot fail me to fly, and Olivet's breezy. Goodbye now, goodbye." He capered before them down towards the 40-foot hole, fluttering his wing-like hands, leaping nimbly, Mercury's hat quivering in the fresh wind that bore back to them his brief bird-sweet cries. Haines, who had been laughing guardedly, walked on beside Stephen and said, "We oughtn't to laugh, I suppose. He's rather blasphemous. I'm not a believer myself, that is to say. Still, his gaiety takes the harm out of it somehow, doesn't it? What did he call it? Joseph the joiner?" "The Ballad of Joking Jesus," Stephen answered. "Oh," Haines said, "you have heard it before." "3 times a day, after meals," Stephen said dryly. "You're not a believer, are you?" Haines asked. "I mean, a believer in the narrow sense of the word. Creation from nothing and miracles and a personal God." "There's only one sense of the word, it seems to me," Stephen said. Haines stopped to take out a smooth silver case in which twinkled a green stone. He sprang it open with his thumb and offered it. "Thank you," Stephen said, taking a cigarette. Haines helped himself and snapped the case to. He put it back in his side pocket and took from his waist pocket a nickel tinder box, sprang it open too, and having lit his cigarette, held the flaming spunk towards Stephen in the shell of his hands. "Yes, of course," he said, as they went out again. "Either you believe or you don't, isn't it? Personally, I couldn't stomach the idea of a personal God. You don't stand for that, I suppose?" "You behold in me," Stephen said with grim displeasure, "a horrible example of free thought." He walked on, waiting to be spoken to, trailing his ash plant by his side. Its ferule followed lightly on the path, squealing at his heels. My familiar, after me, calling, "Stephen!" a wavering line along the path. "They will walk on it tonight, coming here in the dark. He wants that key. It's mine. I paid the rent. Now I ate his salt bread. Give him the key, too, all. He will ask for it." That was in his eyes. "After all," Haines began. Stephen turned and saw the cold gaze which had measured him was not all unkind. "After all, I should think you are able to free yourself. You are your own master, it seems to me." "I am a servant of 2 masters," Stephen said, "an English and an Italian." "Italian?" Haines said. "A crazy queen, old and jealous. Kneel down before me." "And a third," Stephen said, "there is, who wants me for odd jobs." "Italian?" Haines said again. "What do you mean?" "The Imperial British State," Stephen answered, his color rising in the Holy Roman Catholic and Apostolic Church. Haines detached from his underlip some fibers of tobacco before he spoke. "I can quite understand that," he said calmly. "An Irishman must think like that, I dare say. We feel in England that we have treated you rather unfairly. It seems history is to blame." The proud, potent titles clanged over Stephen's memory, the triumph of their brazen bells. Et unum sanctum Catholicum et apostolicarum ecclesiam. The slow growth and the change of rite and dogma like his own rare thoughts, a chemistry of stars. Symbols of the apostles in the Mass for Pope Marcellus. The voices blended, singing alone, loud in affirmation. And behind their chant, the vigilant angel of the Church, militant, disarmed, and menaced her heresiarchs. A horde of heresies fleeing with mitres awry, Photius and the brood of mockers of whom Mulligan was one, and Arius, warring his life long upon the consubstantiality of the Son and the Father, and Valentine spurning Christ's terrene body, and the subtle African heresiarch Sabellius, who held that the Father was himself his own Son. Words Mulligan had spoken a moment since in mockery to the stranger. Idle mockery. The void awaits, surely, all them that weave the wind, a menace, a disarming and a worsening from those embattled angels of the Church, Michael's host, who defend forever in the hour of conflict with their lances and their shields. Hear, hear! Prolonged applause. Zut, nom de Dieu! Of course I'm a Britisher, Haynes' voices said, and I feel as one. I don't want to see my country fall into the hands of the German Jews, either. That's our national problem, I'm afraid, just now. Two men stood at the verge of the cliff, watching. Businessmen, boatmen. She's making for Bullock Harbor. The boatman nodded towards the north of the bay with some disdain. There's 5 fathoms out there, he said. I'd be swept up that way when the tide comes in about 1. It's 9 days today. The men that was drowned. A sail veering about the blank bay, waiting for a stolen bundle to bob up, roll over to the sun, a puffy face, salt white. Here I am. They followed the winding path down the creek. Buck Mulligan stood on a stone, in shirt-sleeves, his unclipped tie rippling over his shoulder. A young man, clinging to a spur of a rock near him, moved slowly, frog-wise, his green legs in the deep jelly of the water. "Is your brother with you, Malachi?" "Down in Westmeath, with the Bannons." "Still there?" "I got a card from Bannon. Says he found a sweet young thing down there. Photo girl, he calls her." "Snapshot, eh?" Brief exposure. Buck Mulligan sat down to unlace his boots. An elderly man shot up near the spur of rock, a blowing red face. He scrambled up by the stones, water glistening on his pate and on his garland of his gray hair, water reeling over his chest and paunch and spilling jets out of his black sagging loincloth. Buck Mulligan made way for him to scramble past, and glancing at Haynes and Stephen, crossed himself piously with his thumbnail at brow and lips and breastbone. "Seymour's back in town," the young man said, grasping again his spur of rock. "Chucked medicine and going in for the army." "Ah, go to God," Buck Mulligan said. "Going over next week to stew. You know that Red Carlisle girl, Lily?" "Yes. Spooning with him last night on the pier. The father is wrought out with money." "Is she up the pole?" "Better ask Seymour that." "Seymour, a bleeding officer," Buck Mulligan said. He nodded to himself as he drew off his trousers and stood up, saying tritely, "Red-headed woman buck like goats." He broke off in alarm, feeling his side under the flapping shirt. "My 12th rib is gone," he cried. "I'm the Übermensch, Toothless Kinch, and I, the Superman." He struggled out of his shirt and flung it behind him to where his clothes lay. "Are you going in there, Malachi?" "Yes, make room in the bed." The young man shoved himself backwards through the water and reached the middle of the creek in 2 long, clean strokes. Haynes sat down on a stone, smoking. "Are you not coming in?" Buck Mulligan asked. "Later on," Haynes said. "Not on my breakfast." Stephen turned away. "I'm going, Mulligan," he said. "Give us that key, Kinch," Buck Mulligan said, "to keep my chemise flat." Stephen handed him the key. Buck Mulligan laid it across his heaped clothes. "And 2 pence," he said, "for a pint. Throw it here." Stephen threw 2 pennies on the soft heap. Dressing, undressing, Buck Mulligan erect, with joined hands before him, said solemnly, "He who stealeth from the poor lendeth to the Lord. Thus spake Zarathustra." His plump body plunged. "We'll see you again," Haynes said, turning as Stephen walked up the path and smiling at Wild Irish. "Horn of a bull, hoof of a horse, smile of a Saxon." "The ship," Buck Mulligan cried. "12:30. "Good," Stephen said. He walked along the upward curving path. "Liliata rutilantium turma circumdet, ubilantium te Virginium." The priest's gray nimbus in a niche where he dressed discreetly. "I will not sleep here tonight. Home also I cannot go." A voice, sweetened and sustained, called him from the sea. Turning the curve, he waved his hand. It called again. A sleek brown head, a seal's, far out on the water, round. Usurper. End of section 2. Section 3 of Ulysses. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce, Part 1, The Telemachus, Episode 2, Nestor. "You, Cochrane, what city sent for him?" Tarentum, sir. Very good. Well? There was a battle, sir. Very good. Where? The boy's blank face asked the blank window. Fabled by the daughters of memory. And yet it was in some way, if not as memory fabled it. A phrase, then, of impatience, thud of Blake's wings of excess. I hear the ruin of all space, shattered glass and toppled masonry, and time one livid final flame. What's left us, then? I forget the place, sir, 279 B.C. Asculum, Stevens said, glancing at the name and date in the Gorse-Guard book. Yes, sir. And he said, another victory like that, and we are done for. That phrase the world had remembered. A dull ease of the mind. From a hill above a corpse-strewn plain, a general speaking to his officers leaned upon his spear. Any general to any officers. They lend ear. You, Armstrong, Stevens said. What was the end of Pyrrhus? End of Pyrrhus, sir? I know, sir. Ask me, sir, Common said. Wait. You, Armstrong, do you know anything about Pyrrhus? A bag of fig rolls lay snugly in Armstrong's satchel. He curled them between his palms at whiles and swallowed them softly. Crumbs adhered to the tissue of his lips, a sweetened boy's breath. Well-off people, proud that their eldest son was in the Navy. Vico Road, Dalkey. Pyrrhus, sir? Pyrrhus. A peer? All laughed. Mirthless, high, malicious laughter. Armstrong looked round at his classmates, silly glee in profile. In a moment they will laugh more loudly, aware of my lack of rule and the fees their papas pay. Tell me now, Stevens said, poking the boy's shoulder with a book, what is a pier? A pier, sir, Armstrong said. A thing out of the water, a kind of a bridge. Kingston Pier, sir. Some laughed again, mirthless but with meaning. Two in the back bench whispered, yes, they knew. Had never learned nor even been innocent, all. With envy he watched their faces, Edith, Ethel, Gertie, Lily, their likes, their breaths too, sweetened with tea and jam, their bracelets tittering in the struggle. Kingston Pier? Stevens said, yes. A disappointed bridge. The words troubled their gaze. How, sir? Common asked. A bridge is across a river. For Haynes' chapbook. No one here to hear. Tonight, deftly amid wild drink and talk, to pierce the polished mail of his mind. What then? A jester at the court of his master, indulged and disesteemed, winning a clement master's praise. Why had they chosen all that part? Not wholly for the smooth caress. For them, too, history was a tale like any other too often heard, their land a pawnshop. Had Pyrrhus not fallen by Bedlam's hand in Argos, or Julius Caesar not been knifed to death? They are not to be thought away. Time has branded them and fettered. They are lodged in a room of the infinite possibilities they have ousted. But can those have been possible, seeing that they never were? Or was that only possible which came to pass? Weave, weaver of the wind. Tell us a story, sir. Oh, do, sir, a ghost story. Where do you begin in this? Stephen asked, opening another book. Weep no more, Common said. Go on, then, Talbot. And the story, sir? After, Stephen said. Go on, Talbot. A swarthy boy opened a book and propped it nimbly under the breastwork of his satchel. He recited jerks of verse with odd glances at the text. Weep no more, woeful shepherds, weep no more, for Lycidas your sorrow is not dead, sunk though he be beneath the watery floor. It must be a movement, then, an actuality of the possible as possible. Aristotle's phrase formed itself within the gabbled verses and floated out into the studio silence of the library of St. Genevieve, where they read, sheltered from the sin of Paris, night by night. By his elbow a delicate Siamese conned a handbook of strategy. Fed and feeding brains about me, under glow lamps impaled with faintly beating feelers. And in my mind's darkness a sloth of the underworld, reluctant, shy of brightness, shifting her dragon's scaly folds. Thought is the thought of thought, tranquil brightness. The soul is in a manner all that is. The soul is the form of forms. Tranquillity, sudden, vast, candescent, form of forms. Talbot repeated. Through the dear might of him that walked the waves. Through the dear might. Turn over, Stephen said quietly. I don't see anything. What, sir? Talbot asked simply, bending forward. His hand turned the page over. He leaned back and went on again, having just remembered, of him that walked the waves. Here also over those craven hearts his shadow lies, and on the scoffer's heart and lips, and on mine. It lies upon their eager faces who offered him a coin of the tribute. To Caesar what is Caesar's, to God what is God's. A long look from dark eyes, a riddling sentence to be woven and woven on the church's looms. Aye. Riddle me, Randy Rowe. My father gave me seeds to sow. Talbot slid his closed book into his satchel. Have I heard all? Stephen asked. Yes, sir. Hockey at 10, sir. Half day, sir. Thursday? Who can answer a riddle? Stephen asked. They bundled their books away, pencils clacking, pages rustling. Crowding together, they strapped and buckled their satchels, all gabbling gaily. A riddle, sir? Ask me, sir. Oh, ask me, sir. A hard one, sir. This is the riddle, Stephen said. The cock crew, the sky was blue, the bells in heaven were striking 11. 'Tis time for the poor soul to go to heaven. What is that? What, sir? Again, sir, we didn't hear. Their eyes grew bigger as the lines were repeated. After a silence, Cochrane said, What is it, sir? We give up. Stephen, his throat itching, answered, The fox bearing his grandmother under a holly bush. He stood up and gave a shout of nervous laughter, to which their cries echoed dismay. A stick struck the door, and a voice in the corridor called, Harkee! They broke asunder, sidling out of their benches, leaping them. Quickly they were gone, and from the lumber room came the rattle of sticks and clamor of their boots and tongues. Sargent, who alone had lingered, came forward slowly, showing an open copybook. His thick hair and scraggy neck gave witness of unreadiness, and through his misty glasses weak eyes looked up pleading. On his cheek, dull and bloodless, a soft stain of ink lay, date-shaped, recent and damp as a snail's bed. He held out his copybook. The word "Sums" was written on the headline. Beneath were sloping figures, at the foot a crooked signature with blind loops and a blot. Cyril Sargent, his name and seal. Mr. Deasy told me to write them out again, he said, and show them to you, sir. Stephen touched the edge of the book. Futility. Do you understand how to do them now? He asked. Numbers 11 to 15, Sargent answered. Mr. Deasy said I was to copy them off the board, sir. Can you do them yourself? Stephen asked. No, sir. Ugly and futile. Lean neck and thick hair and a stain of ink, a snail's bed. Yet someone had loved him, borne him in her arms and in her heart. But for her the race of the world would have trampled him underfoot, a squashed, boneless snail. She had loved his weak, watery blood drained from her own. Was that then real? The only true thing in life? His mother's prostrate body, the fiery Columbanus in holy zeal bestrode. She was no more. The trembling skeleton of a twig burnt in the fire, an odor of rosewood and wetted ashes. She had saved him from being trampled underfoot and had gone, scarcely having been. A poor soul gone to heaven, and on a heath beneath winking stars a fox, red reek of rapine in his fur, with merciless bright eyes, scraped in the earth, listened, scraped up the earth, listened, scraped, and scraped. Sitting at his side, Stephen solved out the problem. He proves by algebra that Shakespeare's ghost is Hamlet's grandfather. Sargent peered askance through his slanted glasses. Hockey sticks rattled in the lumber room. The hollow knock of a ball and calls from the field. Across the page the symbols moved in grave Morse, in the mummery of their letters, wearing quaint caps of squares and cubes. Give hands, traverse, bow to partner, so. Imps of fancy of the Moors. Gone too from the world, Averroes and Moses Maimonides, dark men in mien and movement, flashing in their mocking mirrors an obscure soul of the world, a darkness shining in brightness which brightness could not comprehend. Do you understand now? Can you work the second one for yourself? Yes, sir. In long, shaky strokes, Sargent copied the data. Waiting always for a word of help, his hand moved faithfully in unsteady symbols, a faint hue of shame flickering behind his dull skin. Amor matris, subjective and objective genitive. With her weak blood and way-sour milk, she had fed him and hid him from sight of others, his swaddling bands. Like him was I. These sloping shoulders, this gracelessness. My childhood bends beside me. Too far for me to lay a hand there once or lightly. Mine is far, and his secret as our eyes. Secrets, silent, stony, sit in the dark palaces of both our hearts. Secrets weary of their tyranny, tyrants willing to be dethroned. The sum was done. "It is very simple," Stephen said as he stood up. "Yes, sir. Thanks," Sargent answered. He dried the page with a sheet of thin blotting paper and carried his copybook back to his bench. "You had better get your stick and go out to the others," Stephen said as he followed towards the door of the boy's graceless form. "Yes, sir." In the corridor his name was heard, called from the playfield. "Sergeant!" "Run on," Stephen said. "Mr. Deasy is calling you." He stood in the porch and watched the laggard hurry towards the scrappy field where sharp voices were in strife. They were sorted in teams, and Mr. Deasy came away, stepping over wisps of grass with gaitered feet. When he had reached the schoolhouse, voices again contending called to him. He turned his angry white mustache. "What is it now?" he cried continually without listening. "Cochrane and Halliday are on the same side, sir," Stephen said. "Will you wait in my study for a moment," Mr. Deasy said, "till I restore order here?" And as he stepped fussily back across the field, his old man's voice cried sternly, "What is the matter? What is it now?" Their sharp voices cried about him on all sides. Their many forms closed round him, the garish sunshine bleaching the honey of his ill-dyed head. Stale smoky air hung in the study, with the smell of drab abraded leather of its chairs. "As on the first day he bargained with me here, as it was in the beginning, is now. On the sideboard the tray of Stuart coins, base treasure of a bog, and ever shall be, and snug in their spoon case of purple plush faded the 12 apostles having preached to all the Gentiles, world without end." A hasty step over the stone porch and in the corridor. Blowing out his rare mustache, Mr. Deasy halted at the table. "First, our little financial settlement," he said. He brought out of his coat a pocket-book bound by a leathery thong. It slapped open, and he took from it 2 notes, one of joined halves, and laid them carefully on the table. "2," he said, strapping and stowing his pocket-book away. "And now his strong room for the gold." Stephen's embarrassed hand moved over the shells heaped in the cold stone mortar, whelks and money cowries and leopard shells, and this, whorled as an emir's turban, and this, the scallop of St. James. An old pilgrim's hoard, dead treasure, hollow shells. A sovereign fell, bright and new, on the soft pile of the tablecloth. "3," Mr. Deasy said, turning his little savings box about in his hand. "These are handy things to have, see? This is for sovereigns, this is for shillings, sixpences, and half-crowns. And here crowns, see?" He shot from it 2 crowns and 2 shillings. 3.12, he said. "I think you'll find that's right." "Thank you, sir," Stephen said, gathering his money together with shy haste and putting it all in his pocket of his trousers. "No thanks at all," Mr. Deasy said. "You have earned it." Stephen's hand, free again, went back to the hollow shells. Symbols, too, of beauty and of power. A lump in my pocket. Symbols soiled by greed and misery. "Don't carry it like that," Mr. Deasy said. "You'll pull it out somewhere and lose it. You just buy one of these machines. You'll find them very handy. Answer something." "Mine would be often empty," Stephen said. "The same room, an hour, the same wisdom. And I the same. 3 times now. 3 nooses round me here. Well, I can break them in this instant if I will." "Because you don't save," Mr. Deasy said, pointing his finger. "You don't know yet what money is. Money is power. When you have lived as long as I have, I know. If youth but knew. But what does Shakespeare say? 'Put but money in thy purse.'" "Iago," Stephen murmured. He lifted his gaze from the idle shells to the old man's stare. "He knew what money was," Mr. Deasy said. "He made money. A poet, yes, but an Englishman, too. Do you know what is the pride of the English? Do you know what is the proudest word you will ever hear from an Englishman's mouth?" The sea's ruler, his sea-cold eyes looked on the empty bay. "It seems history is to blame. On me and on my words, unhating." "That on his empire," Stephen said, "the sun never sets." "Bah!" Mr. Deasy said. "That's not English. A French Celt said that." He tapped his saving box against his thumbnail. "I will tell you," he said solemnly, "what is his proudest boast. I paid my way, good man." Good man. I paid my way. I never borrowed a shilling in my life. Can you feel that? I owe nothing. Can you? Mulligan, £9, 3 pairs of socks, 1 pair of brogues, ties. Curran, 10 guineas. McCann, 1 guinea. Fred Ryan, 2 shillings. Temple, 2 lunches. Russell, 1 gillie. Cousins, 10 shillings. Bob Reynolds, half a guinea. Kohler, 3 guineas. Miss McKernan, 5 weeks' board. The lump I have is useless. For the moment, no, Stephen answered. Mr. Deasy laughed with rich delight, putting back his saving box. I knew you couldn't, he said joyously, but one day you must feel it. We are a generous people, but we must also be just. I fear those big words, Stephen said, which make us so unhappy. Mr. Deasy stared sternly for some moments over the mantelpiece at the shapely bulk of a man in tartan fillybigs. Albert Edward, Prince of Wales. You think me an old fogey and an old Tory, his thoughtful voice said. I saw 3 generations since O'Connell's time. I remember the famine of '46. Do you know what the Orange Lodges agitated for a repeal of the Union 20 years before O'Connell did, or before the prelates of your communion denounced him as a demagogue? You Fenians forget some things. Glorious, pious, and immortal memory, the Lodge of Diamond and Armagh, and the Splendid behung with corpses of papishes. Horse, masked and armed, with Planter's Covenant. The Black North and True Blue Bible. Croppies lie down. Stephen sketched a brief gesture. I have rebel blood in me too, Mr. Deasy said, on the spindle side, but I am descended from Sir John Blackwood, who voted for the Union. We are all Irish, all king's sons. Alas, Stephen said. Per vias rectus, Mr. Deasy said firmly, was his motto. He voted for it, and put on his top boots to ride to Dublin from Ards of Down to do so. La-la-la-la-la, the rocky road to Dublin. A gruff squire on horseback with shiny top boots. Soft day, Sir John, soft day, your honour. Day, day. 2 top boots jogged dangling on to Dublin. Lal-da-ra-dee-ra, lal-da-ra-dee-ra-dee. That reminds me, Mr. Deasy said. You can do me a favour, Mr. Dedalus, with some of your literary friends. I have a letter here for the press. Sit down a moment. I have just to copy the end. He went to the desk near the window, pulled on his chair twice, and read off some words from the sheet in the drum of the typewriter. Sit down. Excuse me, he said over his shoulder. The dictates of common sense. Just a moment. He peered from under the shaggy brows at the manuscript by his elbow, and, muttering, began to prod the stiff buttons of the keyboard slowly, sometimes blowing as he screwed up the drum to erase an error. Stephen seated himself noiselessly before the princely presence. Framed around the walls, images of vanished horses stood in homage, their meek heads poised in air. Lord Hastings repulsed, the Duke of Westminster shot over, the Duke of Beaufort Ceylon, Prix de Paris, 1866, elfin riders sat them, watchful of a sign. He saw their speeds backing king's colours, and shouted with the shouts of vanished crowds. Full stop, Mr. Deasy bade his keys, but prompt ventilation of this all-important question. Where Cranley led me to get rich quick, hunting his winners among the mud-splashed brakes, amid the balls of bookies on their pitches and reek of the canteen over the motley slush, fair rebel, fair rebel. Even money the favourite, 10-1 the field. Dicers and thimble-riggers, we hurried after the hoofs, the vine caps and jackets, and past the meat-faced women, a butcher's dame nuzzling thirstily her clove of orange. Shouts rang shrill from the boys' playfield in a whirring whistle. Again, a goal. I am among them, among their battling bodies in a medley, the joust of life. You mean that knock-kneed mother's darling who seems to be slightly craw-sick? Jousts. Time-shocked rebounds, shock by shock. Jousts, slush and uproar of battles, the frozen death-spew of the slain, a shout of spear-spikes baited with men's bloody guts. Now then, Mr. Deasy said, rising. He came to the table, pinning together his sheets. Stephen stood up. I have put the matter into a nutshell, Mr. Deasy said. It's about the foot and mouth disease. Just look through it. There can be no 2 opinions on this matter. May I trespass on your valuable space? That doctrine of laissez-faire which so often in our history, our cattle trade, the way of all our old industries, Liverpool ring with Jockey, the Galway harbour scheme, European conflagration, grain supplies through the narrow waters of the Channel, the pluter-perfect imperturbability of the Department of Agriculture. Pardon the classical allusion. Cassandra, by a woman who was no better than she should be. To come to the point at issue. I don't mince words, do I? Mr. Deasy asked as Stephen read on. Foot and mouth disease. Known as Koch's preparation. Serum and virus. Percentage of salted horses. Rinderpest. Emperor's horses at Merzeg, Lower Austria. Veterinary surgeons. Mr. Henry Blackwood Price. Courteous offer a fair trial. Dictates of common sense. All-important question. In every sense of the word, take the bull by the horns. Thanking you for the hospitality of your columns. I want that to be printed and read, Mr. Deasy said. You will see at the next outbreak that they will put an embargo on Irish cattle. And it can be cured. It is cured. My cousin Blackwood Price writes to me it is regularly treated and cured in Austria by cattle doctors there. They offer to come over here. I am trying to work up influence with the department. Now I am going to try publicity. I am surrounded by difficulties, by intrigues, by backstairs influence, by... He raised his forefinger and beat the air oddly before his voice spoke. Mark my words, Mr. Dedalus, he said. England is in the hands of the Jews. In all the highest places, her finance, her press, and they are the signs of a nation's decay. Wherever they gather, they eat up the nation's vital strength. I have seen it coming these years. I am sure as we are standing here, the Jew merchants are already at their work of destruction. Old England is dying. He stepped swiftly off, and his eyes coming to blue life as they passed a broad sunbeam. He faced about and back again. Dying, he said, if not dead by now. The harlot's cry from street to street shall weave old England's winding sheet. His eyes opened wide, and vision stared sternly across the sunbeam in which he halted. A merchant, Stephen said, is one who buys cheap and sells dear. Jew or Gentile, is he not? They sinned against the light, Mr. Deasy said gravely, and you can see the darkness in their eyes. And that is why they are wanderers on the earth to this day. On the steps of the Paris Stock Exchange, the gold-skinned men quoting prices on their gemmed fingers, gabble of geese, they swarmed loud, uncouth about the temple, their heads thick-plodding under the maladroit silk hats. Not theirs, these clothes, this speech, these gestures. Their full, slow eyes belied the words, the gestures eager and unoffending, but knew the rancours massed about them and knew their zeal was vain. Vain patience to heap and hoard. Time surely would scatter all, a hoard heaped by the roadside, plundered and passing on. Their eyes knew their years of wandering, and patient knew the dishonours of their flesh. Who has not? Stephen said. What do you mean? Mr. Deasy asked. He came forward a pace and stood by the table. His underjaw fell sideways, open uncertainly. Is this old wisdom? He waits to hear from me. History, Stephen said, is a nightmare from which I am trying to awake. From the playfield the boys raised a shout, a whirring whistle, goal! What if that nightmare gave you a back kick? The ways of the Creator are not our ways, Mr. Deasy said. All human history moves towards the one great goal, the manifestation of God. Stephen jerked his thumb towards the window, saying, That is God. Hooray, aye, wee! What? Mr. Deasy asked. A shout in the street, Stephen answered, shrugging his shoulders. Mr. Deasy looked down and held for a while the wings of his nose tweaked between his fingers. Looking up again, he set them free. I am happier than you are, he said. We have committed many errors and many sins. A woman brought sin into the world. For a woman who was no better than she should be, Helen, the runaway wife of Menelaus. 10 years the Greeks made war on Troy. A faithless wife first brought the strangers to our shore here. MacMorrough's wife and her leman, O'Rourke, Prince of Breffni. A woman, too, brought Parnell low. Many errors, many failures, but not the one sin. I am a struggler now at the end of my days, but I will fight for the right till the end. For Ulster will fight, and Ulster will be right. Stephen raised the sheets in his hand. Well, sir, he began, I foresee, Mr. Deasy said, that you will not remain here very long at this work. You are not born to be a teacher, I think. Perhaps I am wrong. A learner, rather, Stephen said. And here what will you learn more? Mr. Deasy shook his head. Who knows, he said. To learn one must be humble, but life is the great teacher. Stephen rustled his sheets again. As regards these, he began. Yes, Mr. Deasy said. You have 2 copies there. If you can have them published at once. Telegraph, Irish Homestead. I will try, Stephen said, and let you know tomorrow. I know 2 editors slightly. That will do, Mr. Deasy said briskly. I wrote last night to Mr. Field, M.P. There is a meeting of the Cattle Traders Association today at the City Arms Hotel. I asked him to lay my letter before the meeting. You see if it can get you into your 2 papers. What are they? The Evening Telegraph? That will do, Mr. Deasy said. There is no time to lose. Now I have to answer that letter from my cousin. Good morning, sir, Stephen said, putting the sheets in his pocket. Thank you. Not at all, Mr. Deasy said as he searched the papers on the desk. I like to break a lance with you, old as I am. Good morning, sir, Stephen said again, bowing to his bent back. He went out by the open porch and down the gravel path under the trees, hearing the cries of voices and cracks of sticks from the playfield. The lions couchant on their pillars as he passed through the gate. Toothless terrors. Still I will help him in his fight. Mulligan will dub me a new name, the bullock-befriending bard. Mr. Dedalus! Running after me. No more letters, I hope. Just one moment. Yes, sir, Stephen said, turning back to the gate. Mr. Deasy halted, breathing hard and swallowing his breath. I just wanted to say, he said, Ireland, they say, has the honor of being the only country which never persecuted the Jews. Do you know that? No. And do you know why? He frowned sternly on the bright air. Why, sir? Stephen asked, beginning to smile. Because she's never let them in, Mr. Deasy said solemnly. A cough ball of laughter leapt from his throat, dragging after it a rattling chain of phlegm. He turned back quickly, coughing, laughing, his lifted arms waving to the air. She never let them in, he cried again through his laughter as he stamped on gaitered feet over the gravel of the path. That's why. On his wise shoulders, through the checkerwork of leaves, the sun flung spangles, dancing coins. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Ulysses. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce. Part 1. The Telemachus. Episode 3. Proteus. Ineluctable modality of the visible. At least that, if no more, thought through my eyes. Signatures of all things I am here to read, sea spawn and sea wrack, the nearing tide, that rusty boot, snot green, blue silver, rust, coloured signs, limits of the diaphane, but he adds, in bodies. Then he was aware of them bodies before of them coloured. How? By knocking his sconce against them, sure. Go easy. Bald he was, and a millionaire. Maestro di color che sanno. Limit of the diaphane in... Why in? Diaphane. A diaphane. If you can put your 5 fingers through it, it is a gate, if not a door. Shut your eyes and see. Stephen closed his eyes to hear his boots crush crackling wrack and shells. You are walking through it howsomever. I am, astride at a time. A very short space of time, through very short times of space. 5, 6, the nacheinander. Exactly, and that is the ineluctable modality of the audible. Open your eyes. No, Jesus, if I fell over a cliff that beetles o'er his base, fell through the nebeneinander ineluctably. I am getting on nicely in the dark. My ash sword hangs at my side. Tap with it. They do. My 2 feet in his boots are at the ends of his legs. Nebeneinander. Sounds solid. Made by the mallet of Los Demiurgos. Am I walking into eternity along sandy Mount Strand? Crush, crack, crick, crick. Wild sea money. Domini Deasy kens them all. Won't you come to Sandymount, Madeline the mare? Rhythm begins, you see. I hear. A cataleptic tetrameter of iambs marching. No, a gallop. Decline the mare. Open your eyes now. I will. One moment. Has all vanished since? If I open, and am for ever in the black adiaphane, Buster! I will see if I can see. See now! There all the time without you, and ever shall be, world without end. They came down the steps from Lee's terrace prudently, Frauenzimmer, and down the shelving shore flabbily, their splayed feet sinking in the silted sand, like me, like Algy, coming down to our mighty mother. Number one swung lordily her midwife's bag, the other's gamp poked in the beach. From the Liberties, out for the day, Mrs. Florence McCabe, relict of the late Patrick McCabe, deeply lamented of Bride Street. One of her sisterhood lugged me squealing into life, creation from nothing. What has she in the bag? A misberth with a trailing navel cord, hushed in ruddy wool. The cords of all link back, strand and twining cable of all flesh. That is why mystic monks. Will you be as gods? Gaze in your omphalos. Hello, Kinch here. Put me on to Edenville. Aleph Alpha, 001. Spouse and helpmate of Adam Kadmon, Hever, naked Eve. She had no navel. Gaze. Belly without blemish, bulging big, a buckler of taut vellum. No, white-heaped corn, orient and immortal, standing from everlasting to everlasting. Womb of sin. Wombed in sin darkness I was too, made, not begotten. By them, the man with my voice and my eyes, and a ghost woman with ashes on her breath. They clasped and sundered, did the coupler's will. From before the ages he willed me, and now may not will me away, or ever. A lex eterna stays about him. Is that then the divine substance wherein father and son are consubstantial? Where is poor dear Arius to try conclusions, warring his life long upon the contrans magnificandubangtantiality? Ill-starred heresiarch. In a Greek water-closet he breathed his last, euthanasia. With a beaded mitre, and with crosier, stoled upon his throne, widower of a widowed sea, with upstiffed omophorion, with clotted hinder parts. Airs romped round him, nipping and eager airs. They are coming, waves. The white-maned sea-horses, champing, bright wind-bridled, the steeds of Mannanan. I mustn't forget his letter for the press. And after? The ship, 12:30. By the way, go easy with that money, like a good young imbecile. Yes, I must. His pace slackened. Here, am I going to Aunt Sarah's or not? My consubstantial father's voice. Did you see anything of your artist brother Stephen lately? No? Sure he's not down in Strasburg Terrace with his Aunt Sally? Couldn't he fly a bit higher than that, eh? And tell us, Stephen, how is Uncle Si? Oh, weeping God, the things I married into. The boys up into hayloft. The drunken little cost drawer, and his brother, the cornet player. Highly respectable gondoliers. And skew-eyed Walter, sirring his father no less. Sir, yes sir, no sir. Jesus wept, and no wonder, by Christ. I pull the wheezy bell of their shuttered cottage, and wait. They take me for a dun, peer out from a coign of vantage. It's Stephen, sir. Let him in, let Stephen in. A bolt drawn back, and Walter welcomes me. We thought you were someone else. In his broad bed, Nuncle Richie, pillowed and blanketed, extends over the hillock of his knees a sturdy forearm, clean-chested. He has washed the upper moiety. Morrow, nephew. He lays aside the lapboard whereon he drafts his bills of costs for the eyes of Master Goff and Master Shapland Tandy, filing consents and common searches, and a writ of duces tecum. A bog-oak frame over his bald head, Wilde's Requiescat. The drone of his misleading whistle brings Walter back. Yes, sir? Malt for Richie and Stephen. Tell mother. Where is she? Bathing Chrissy, sir. Papa's little bed-pal, lump of love. No, Uncle Richie. Call me Richie. Damn your lithia water. It lowers. Whusky. Uncle Richie, really. Sit down, or by the law, Harry, I'll knock you down. Walter squints vainly for a chair. He has nothing to sit down on, sir. He has nowhere to put it, you mug. Bring in our Chippendale chair. Would you like a bite of something? None of your damned Lordy-Dor airs here. The rich of a rasher fried with a herring. Sure? So much the better. We have nothing in the house but backache pills. Alerta! He drones bars of Ferrando's aria di sortita, the grandest number, Stephen, in the whole opera. Listen. His tuneful whistle sounds again, finely shaded with rushes of the air, his fists big drumming on his padded knees. The wind is sweeter. Houses of decay, mine, his, and all. You told the Clongowes gentry you had an uncle a judge, and an uncle a general in the army. Come out of them, Stephen. Beauty is not there, nor in the stagnant bay of Marsh's library, where you read the fading prophecies of Joachim Abbas. For whom? The 100-headed rabble of the cathedral close. A hater of his kind ran from them to the wood of madness, his mane foaming in the moon, his eyeballs stars. Who in him? Horse-nostrilled. The oval equine faces, Temple, Buck Mulligan, Foxy Campbell, Lantern Jaws. Abbas, father, furious dean, what offence laid fire to their brains? Paf! Descende calve, ut ne amplius de calveris. A garland of grey hair on his comminated head. See him, me, clambering down to the footpace. Descende, clutching a monstrance, basilisk-eyed. Get down, bald poll. A choir gives back menace and echo, assisting about the altar's horns, the snorted Latin of jack-priests, moving burly in their albs, tonsured and oiled and gelded, fat with the fat of kidneys of wheat. And at the same instant, perhaps, a priest round the corner is elevating it. Dring, dring! And 2 streets off another locking it into a pyx. Dring-a-dring! And in a lady chapel another taking housel all to his own cheek. Dring, dring! Down, up, forward, back. Dan Ockham thought of that, invincible doctor. A misty English morning, the imp hypostasis tickled his brain. Bringing his host down and kneeling, he heard twine with his second bell the first bell in the transept. He is lifting his, and rising heard, now I am lifting, there 2 bells. He is kneeling, twang in diphthong. Cousin Stephen, you will never be a saint. Isle of Saints. You were awfully holy, weren't you? You prayed to the Blessed Virgin that you might not have a red nose. You prayed to the devil in Serpentine Avenue that the fubsy widow in front might lift her clothes still more from the wet street. Oh, si, certo. Sell your soul for that, do. Dyed rags pinned round a squaw. More tell me, more still. Top of the Howth tram alone, crying to the rain, naked women, naked women. What about that, eh? What about what? What else were they invented for? Reading 2 pages apiece of 7 books every night, eh? I was young. You bowed to yourself in the mirror, stepping forward to applause earnestly, striking face. Hooray for the goddamned idiot! Hooray! No one saw. Tell no one. Books you were going to write with letters for titles. Have you read his F? Oh yes, but I prefer Q. Yes, but W is wonderful. Oh yes, W. Remember your epiphanies written on green oval leaves, deeply deep, copies to be sent if you died to all the great libraries of the world, including Alexandria. Someone was to read them there after a few thousand years, a Mahamanvantara, Pico della Mirandola like. Ay, very like a whale. When one reads these strange pages of one long gone, one feels that one is at one with one who once... The grainy sand had gone from under his feet. His boots trod again a damp, crackling mast, razor shells, squeaking pebbles, that on the unnumbered pebbles beats, wood sieved by the shipworm, lost armada, unwholesome sand flats waited to suck his treading soles, breathing upward sewage breath, a pocket of seaweed smouldered in sea fire under a midden of man's ashes. He coasted them, walking warily. A porter bottle stood up, stogged to its waist in the cakey sand dough, a sentinel, isle of dreadful thirst. Broken hoops on the shore, at the land a maze of dark, cunning nets, Farther away, chalk scrawled back doors, and on the higher beach a drying line with 2 crucified shirts. Ring's End, wigwams of brown steersmen and master mariners. Human shells. He halted. I have passed the way to Aunt Sarah's. Am I not going there? Seems not. No one about. He turned north-east and crossed the firmer sand towards the pigeon house. Qui vous a mis dans cette fichue position? C'est le pigeon, Joseph. Patrice, home on furlough, lapped warm milk with me in the bar McMahon. Son of the wild goose, Kevin Egan of Paris. My father's a bird, he lapped me the sweet lait chaud with pink young tongue, plump bunny's face. Lap, lapin. He hopes to win in the gros lot. About the nature of women he read in Michelet, but he must send me La Vie de Jesus by Monsieur Léo Taxil. Lent it to his friend. C'est tordant, vous savez. Moi, je suis socialiste. Je ne crois pas en l'existence de Dieu. Faut pas le dire à mon père. Il croit? Mon père, oui. Schluss. He laps. My Latin Quarter hat. God, we simply must dress the character. I want puce gloves. You were a student, weren't you? Of what in the other devil's name? Bézayenne, PCN, you know. Physique, chimique et naturelle. Aha, eating your groat's worth of mou en civet, flesh pots of Egypt, elbowed by belching cabmen. Just say in the most natural tone, when I was in Paris, Boule Miche, I used to catch punch tickets to prove an alibi if they arrested you for murder somewhere. Justice. On the night of the 17th of February, 1904, the prisoner was seen by 2 witnesses. Other fellow did it, other me. Hat, tie, overcoat, nose. Louis, c'est moi. You seem to have enjoyed yourself. Proudly walking. Whom were you trying to walk like? Forget. A dispossessed. With mother's money order, 8 shillings, the banging door of the post office slammed in your face by the usher. Hunger, toothache. Encore 2 minutes. Look, clock. Must get. Fermé. Hired dog. Shoot him to bloody bits with a bang shotgun. Bits, man, spattered walls, all brass buttons. Bits all clack in place, clack back. Not hurt? Oh, that's all right. Shake hands. See what I meant, see? Oh, that's all right. Shake a shake. Oh, that's all, only all right. You were going to do wonders, what? Missionary to Europe after fiery Columbanus, Fiacre and Scotus on their creepy stools in heaven, spilt from their pint pots, loud Latin laughing, Elge, Elge, pretending to speak broken English as you dragged your valise, porter threepence, across the slimy pier at Newhaven. Comment? Rich booty you brought back, le tutu, 5 tattered numbers of pantalon blanc et culotte rouge, a blue French telegram, curiosity to show. Mother dying. Come home, father. The aunt thinks you killed your mother. That's why she won't. Then here's a health to Mulligan's aunt, and I'll tell you the reason why. She always kept things decent in the Hannigan family. His feet marched in sudden proud rhythm over the sand furrows, along by the boulders of the south wall. He stared at them proudly, piled stone mammoth skulls, gold light on sea, on sand, on boulders. The sun is there, the slender trees, the lemon houses. Paris rawly waking, crude sunlight on her lemon streets, moist pith of files of bread, the frog-green wormwood, her matin incense, caught the air. Belormo rises from the bed of his wife's lover's wife. The kerchiefed housewife is astir, a saucer of acetic acid in her hand. In Rodos, Yvonne and Madeleine new make their tumbled beauties, shattering with gold teeth chaussons of pastry, their mouths yellowed with the pus of flan breton. Faces of Paris men go by, their well-pleased pleasers, curled conquistadores. Noon slumbers. Kevin Egan rolls gunpowder cigarettes through fingers smeared with printer's ink, sipping his green fairy as Patrice his white. About us gobblers fork spiced beans down their gullets. Un demi-setier, a jet of coffee, steam from the burnished cauldron. She serves me at his beck. Il est Irlandais. Hollandais? Non fromage. De Irlandais. Nous, Irlande. Vous savez. Ah oui. She thought you wanted a cheese Hollandais. Your postprandial. Do you know that word? Postprandial. There was a fellow I knew once in Barcelona, queer fellow, used to call it his postprandial. Well, schlanter. Around the slabbed tables, the tangle of whined breaths and grumbling gorges. His breath hangs over our sauce-stained plates, the green fairy's fang thrusting between his lips. Of Ireland, the Dalcassians, of hopes, conspiracies, of Arthur Griffith now, A.E., Pimander, good shepherd of men, to yoke me as his yoke-fellow, our crimes our common cause. You're your father's son. I know the voice. His fustian shirt, sanguine flowered, trembles its Spanish tassels at his secrets. Monsieur Drumont, famous journalist. Drumont, known what he called Queen Victoria, old hag with the yellow teeth, vieille ogresse with the dents jaunes, Maud Gonne, beautiful woman, La Patrie, Monsieur Millevoye, Félix Fauré, know how he died? Licentious men. The Fröken, bon à tout faire, who rubs male nakedness in the bath at Upsala. Moi faire, she said, tous les messieurs. Not this monsieur, I said. Most licentious custom. Bath a most private thing. I wouldn't let my brother, not even my own brother. Most lascivious thing. Green eyes, I see you. Fang, I feel. Lascivious people. The blue fuse burns deadly between hands and burns clear. Loose tobacco shreds catch fire. A flame and acrid smoke light our corner. Raw face bones under his peep of day-boy's hat. How the head centre got away. Authentic version. Got up as a young bride. Man, veil, orange blossoms. Drove out the road to Malahide. Did, faith. Of lost leaders, the betrayed, wild escapes. Disguises clutched at, gone, not here. Spurned lover. I was a strapping young gossoon at that time, I tell you. I'll show you my likeness one day. I was, faith. Lover, for her love he prowled with Colonel Richard Burke, a tannist of his sept, under the walls of Clerkenwell, and crouching, saw a flame of vengeance hurl them upward in the fog. Shattered glass and toppling masonry. In gay Paris he hides, Egan of Paris, unsought by any save by me. Making his day's stations, the dingy printing case, his 3 taverns, the Montmartre lair he sleeps short night in, Rue de la Goutte d'Or, damascened with fly-bone faces of the gone. Loveless, landless, wifeless. She is quite nicely comfy without her outcast man, Madame in rouge liqueur, canary and 2 buck lodgers, peachy cheeks, a zebra skirt, frisky as a young thing's. Spurned and undespairing. Tell Pat you saw me, won't you? I wanted to get poor Pat a job one time. Mon fils, soldier of France. I taught him to sing, the boys of Kilkenny are stout roaring blades. Know that old lay? I taught Patrice that. Old Kilkenny. St. Canice, Strombo's castle on the Nore. Goes like this. Oh, he takes me napper tandy by the hand. Oh, the boys of Kilkenny. Weak wasting hand on mine. They have forgotten Kevin Egan, not he them. Remembering thee, O Sion. He had come nearer the edge of the sea, and wet sand slapped his boots. The new air greeted him, harping in wild nerves, wind of wild air of seeds of brightness. Here I am not walking out to the Kish lightship, am I? He stood suddenly, his feet beginning to sink slowly in the quaking soil. Turn back. Turning, he scanned the shore south, his feet sinking again slowly in new sockets. The cold domed room of the tower waits. Through the barbicans the shafts of light are moving ever, slowly ever as my feet are sinking, creeping duskward over the dial floor. Blue dusk, nightfall, deep blue night. In the darkness of the dome they wait, their pushed back chairs, my obelisk valise, around a board of abandoned platters. Who to clear it? He has the key. I will not sleep there when this night comes. A shut door of a silent tower, entombing there blind bodies, the panther sab and his pointer. Call, no answer. He lifted his feet up from the suck and turned back by the mole of boulders. Take all, keep all. My soul walks with me, form of forms. So in the moon's mid-watches I pace the path above the rocks, in sable silvered, hearing Elsinore's tempting flood. The flood is following me. I can watch it flow past from here. Get back then by the Poolbeg road to the strand there. He climbed over the sedge and ely oar-weeds, and sat on a stool of rock, resting his ash-plant in a grike. A bloated carcass of a dog lay lolled on bladder-wrack. Before him the gunwale of a boat sunk in sand. Un coche ensablé, Louis Veuillot called Gautier's prose. These heavy sands a language, tide and wind have silted here. And these the stone heaps of dead builders, a warren of weasel rats. Hide gold there, try it, you have some, sands and stones, heavy of the past, Sir Lout's toys. Mind you don't get one bang on the ear. I'm the bloody well gigant, rolls all them bloody well boulders, bones for my stepping stones. Fee for fum, I smells the blood's odds and iridsman. A point, live dog, grew into sight, running across the sweep of sand. Lord, is he going to attack me? Respect his liberty. You will not be master of others, or their slave. I have my stick. Sit tight. From farther away, walking shoreward across the crested tide, figures, two, the two Maries. They have tucked it safe among the bulrushes. Peek-a-boo, I see you. No, the dog. He's running back to them. Who? Galleys of the Lochlans ran here to beach in quest of prey, their blood-beaked prows riding low on a molten pewter surf. Dane Vikings, talks of tomahawks a-glitter on their breasts, when Malachi wore the collar of gold. A school of turl-hide whales stranded in hot noon, spouting, hobbling in the shallows. Then from the starving cage-work city, a horde of jerkined dwarfs, my people, with flayers' knives, running, scaling, hacking in green, blubbery whale meat. Famine, plague, and slaughters. Their blood is in me, their lusts my waves. I moved among them on the frozen Liffey, that I, a changeling, among the spluttering resin fires. I spoke to no one, none to me. The dog's bark ran towards him, stopped, ran back, dog of my enemy. I just simply stood pale, silent, bayed about, terribilia meditans. A primrose doublet, fortune's knave, smiled on my fear. For that are you pining, the bark of their applause? Pretenders, live their lives. The Bruce's brother, Thomas Fitzgerald, silken knight, Perkin Warbeck, York's false scion, in breeches of silk of white rose ivory, wonder of a day, and Lambert Simnel, with a tale of nans and sutlers, a scullion crowned. All kings' sons, paradise of pretenders, then and now. He saved men from drowning, and you shake at a cur's yelping. But the courtiers who mocked Guido in Or San Michele were in their own house of... We don't want any of your medieval abstrusiosities. Would you do what he did? A boat would be near, a lifebuoy, natürlich, put there for you. Would you, or would you not? The man that was drowned 9 days ago off Maiden's Rock. They are waiting for him now. The truth, spit it out. I would want to, I would try. I am not a strong swimmer. Water cold, soft. When I put my face into it in the basin at Clongowes. Can't see. Who's behind me? Out, quickly, quickly. Do you see the tide flowing quickly in on all sides, sheeting the lows of sand quickly, shell cocoa coloured? If I had land under my feet, I wanted his life still to be his, mine to be mine. A drowning man. His eyes screamed to me out of horror of his death. I, with him together down. I could not save her. Waters, bitter death, lost. A man and a woman. I see her skirties, pinned up, I bet. Their dog ambled about a bank of dwindling sand, trotting, sniffing on all sides, looking for something lost in a past life. Suddenly he made off like a bounding hare, ears flung back, chasing the shadow of a low-skimming gull. The man's shrieked whistle struck his limp ears. He turned, bounded back, came nearer, trotted on twinkling shanks. On a field tenny, a buck, trippant, proper, unattired. At the lace fringe of the tide he halted with stiff forehoofs, seaward pointed ears, his snout lifted, barked at the wave noise, herds of sea morse. They serpented towards his feet, curling, unfurling many crests, every ninth, breaking, plashing from farther out, waves and waves. Cockle-pickers. They waded a little way in the water, and stooping, soused their bags, and lifting them again, waded out. The dog yelped, running to them, reared up and pawed them, dropping on all fours, again reared up at them with mute, bearish fawning. Unheeded, he kept by them as they came towards the drier sand, a rag of wolf's tongue, red panting from his jaws. His speckled body ambled ahead of them, and then loped off at a calf's gallop. The carcass lay on his path. He stopped, sniffed, stalked round it, brother, nosing closer, went round it, sniffing rapidly like a dog all over the dead dog's bedraggled fell. Dog skull, dog sniff, eyes on the ground, moves to one great goal. Ah, poor dog's body, here lies poor dog's body's body. Tatters, out of that, you mongrel! The cry brought him skulking back to his master, and a blunt, bootless kick sent him unscathed across a spit of sand, crouched in flight. He slunk back in a curve. Doesn't see me. Along by the edge of the mole he lolloped, dawdled, smelt a rock, and from under a cocked hind leg pissed against it. He trotted forward, and lifting again his hind leg, pissed quick short at an unsmelt rock. The simple pleasures of the poor. His hind paws then scattered the sand, then his forepaws dabbled and delved. Something he buried there, his grandmother. He rooted in the sand, dabbling, delving, and stopped to listen to the air, scraped up the sand again with a fury of his claws, soon ceasing, a pard, a panther, got in spouse breach, vulturing the dead. After he woke me last night, same dream, or was it? Open hallway, street of harlots, remember, Harun al-Rashid. I am almosting it. That man led me, spoke, I was not afraid. The melon he had held against my face, smiled, cream fruit smell. That was the rule said. In, come, red carpet spread, you will see who. Shouldering their bags, they trudged, the red Egyptians. His blued feet out of the turned-up trousers slapped the clammy sand, a dull brick muffler strangling his unshaven neck. With woman's steps she followed, the ruffian and his strolling mort. Spoils slung at her back, loose sand and shell grit crusted her bare feet. About her windrow face hair trailed. Behind her lord, his helpmate, bing a wast to Romeville. When night hides her body's flaws, calling under her brown shawl from an archway where dogs have mired, her fancy man is treating 2 royal Dublins in O'Loughlin's of black pits. Buss her, whop in rogue's rum lingo, for, oh my dimber whopping Dell, a she-fiend's whiteness under her rancid rags. Fum Ballyslein that night, the tan-yard smells. White thy fambles, red thy gan, and thy quarrons dainty is. Couch a hogshead with me then, in the dark man's clip and kiss. Morose delectation Aquinas Tunbelly calls this, frate porco spino, unfallen Adam road and not rutted. Call away, let him, thy quarrons dainty is, language no whit worse than his. Monk words, Mary beads, jabber on their girdles, rogue words, tough nuggets patter in their pockets. Passing now. A side eye at my Hamlet hat. If I were suddenly naked here as I sit, I am not. Across the sands of all the world, followed by the sun's flaming sword, to the west, trekking to evening lands, she trudges, schleps, trains, drags, trascines her load. A tide westering, moon-drawn in her wake. Tides, myriad-islanded, within her, blood not mine, oinopoponton, a wine-dark sea. Behold the handmaid of the moon. In sleep the wet sign calls her hour, bids her rise. bride bed, child bed, bed of death, ghost candled. Omnis caro ad te veniet. He comes, pale vampire, through storm his eyes, his bat sails bloodying the sea, mouth to her mouth's kiss. Here, put a pin in that chat, will you? My tablets, mouth to her kiss. No, must be two of 'em. Glue 'em well, mouth to her mouth's kiss. His lips, lipped and mouthed, fleshless lips of air, mouth to her moomb, all wombing tomb. His mouth moulded, issuing breath, unspeeched, ooh-ah, roar of cataractic planets, globed, blazing, roaring, way, away, away, away. Paper, the banknotes, blast them. Old Deasy's letter, here, thanking you for the hospitality, tear the blank end off. Turning his back to the sun, he bent over far to a table of rock and scribbled words. That's twice I forgot to take slips from the library counter. His shadow lay over the rocks as he bent, ending. Why not endless till the farthest star? Darkly they are there behind this light, darkness shining in the brightness, delta of Cassiopeia worlds. Me sits there with his augur's rod of ash, in borrowed sandals, by day beside a livid sea, unbeheld in violet night, walking beneath a rain of uncouth stars. I throw this ended shadow from me, man-shape ineluctable. Call it back, endless. Would it be mine, form of my form? Who watches me here? Who ever, anywhere, will read these written words? Signs on a white field, somewhere to someone in your flutiest voice. The good Bishop of Cloyne took the veil of the temple out of his shovel hat. Veil of space, with coloured emblems hatched on its field. Hold hard, coloured on a flat. Yes, that's right. Flat I see. Then think distance. Near, far, flat I see. East, back. Ah, see now. Falls back suddenly, frozen in stereoscope. Click does the trick. You'll find my words dark. Darkness is in our souls, do you not think? Flutia. Our souls, shame-wounded by our sins, cling to us yet more, a woman to her lover clinging, the more, the more. She trusts me, her hand gentle, the long-lashed eyes. Now where the blue hell am I bringing her beyond the veil? Into the ineluctable modality of the ineluctable visuality. She. What she? The Virgin at Hodges Figgis's window on Monday, looking in for one of the alphabet books you were going to write. Keen glance you gave her. Wrist through the braided jess of her sunshade. She lives in Leeson Park with a grief and kickshaws. A lady of letters. Talk that to someone else, Stevie. A pick-me-up. Bet she wears those curse of God stays, suspenders and yellow stockings, darned with lumpy wool. Talk about apple dumplings. Piuttosto. Where are your wits? Touch me, soft eyes. Soft, soft, soft hand. I'm lonely here. Oh, touch me soon, now. What is that word, known to all men? I'm quiet here alone. Sad, too. Touch me. He lay back at full stretch over the sharp rocks, cramming the scribbled note and pencil into a pocket, his hat down on his eyes. That is Kevin Egan's movement I made, nodding for his nap, Sabbath sleep. Et vidit Deus, et erant valde bona. Allo, bonjour. Welcome as the flowers in May. Under its leaf he watched through peacock twittering lashes the southing sun. I am caught in this burning scene, Pan's hour, the faunal noon, among gum-heavy serpent plants, milk-oozing fruits, where on the tawny waters leaves lie wide. Pain is far, and no more turn aside and brood. His gaze brooded on his broad-toed boots, a buck's cast-offs, nebeneinander. He counted the creases of rucked leather, wherein another's foot had nested warm. The foot that beat the ground in tripudium, foot I dislove. But you were delighted when Esther Oswald's shoe went on you, girl I knew in Paris. Tiens, quel petit pied, staunch friend, a brother soul, Wilde's love that dare not speak its name. His arm, Cranley's arm, he now will leave me. And the blame? as I am, all or not at all. In long lassos from the cock lake the water flowed full, covering green goldenly lagoons of sand, rising, flowing. My ash plant will float away, I shall wait. No, they will pass on, passing, chafing against the low rocks, swirling, passing. Better get this job over quick. Listen, a four-worded wave speech. Si-su, hrs, rsais, oosh. Vehement breath of waters amid sea snakes, rearing horses, rocks. In cups of rocks it slops, flop, slop, slap, bounded in barrels, and spent, its speech ceases. It flows purling, widely flowing, floating foam pool, flower unfurling. Under the upswelling tide he saw the writhing weeds lift languidly and sway reluctant arms, hissing up their petticoats, in whispering water swaying and upturning coy silver fronds, day by day, night by night, lifted, flooded, and let fall. Lord, they are weary, and, whispered to, they sigh. St. Ambrose heard it, sigh of leaves and waves, awaiting the fullness of their times. Deibus ac noctibus injurias patiens ingemiscit, to no end gathered, vainly then released, forth flowing, wending back, loom of the moon, weary too in sight of lovers, lascivious men, a naked woman shining in her courts, she draws a toil of waters. 5 fathoms out there, full fathom 5 thy father lies. At one, he said, found drowned, high water at Dublin bar, driving before it a loose drift of rubble, fan shells of fishes, silly shells, a corpse rising salt white from the undertow, bobbing apace, a porpoise landward. There he is, hook it quick, pull. Sunk though he be beneath the watery floor, we have him, easy now. Bag of corpse gas sopping in foul brine, a quiver of minnows, fat of a spongy titbit, flash through the slits of his buttoned trouser fly. God becomes man, becomes fish, becomes barnacle goose, becomes featherbed mountain. Dead breaths I living breathe, tread dead dust, devour a urinous offal from all dead. Hauled stark over the gunwale, he breathes upwards the stench of his green grave, his leprous nose-hole snoring to the sun. A sea change this, brown eyes salt blue, sea death, mildest of all deaths known to man. Old Father Ocean, Prix de Paris, beware of imitations. Just you give it a fair trial. We enjoyed ourselves immensely. Come, I thirst. Clouding over. No black clouds anywhere, are there? Thunderstorm. All brighty falls, proud lightning of the intellect. Lucifer dico, qui nescit occatum. No, my cockle hat and staff, and his my sandal shoon. Where? To evening lands. Evening will find itself. He took the hilt of his ash plant, lunging with it softly, dallying still. Yes, evening will find itself in me, without me. All days make their end. By the way, next, when is it? Tuesday will be the longest day. Of all the glad New Year, mother, the rum-tum-tiddly-tum. Lorne Tennyson, gentleman poet. Ja! For the old hag with the yellow teeth. And Monsieur Drumont, gentleman journalist. Ja! My teeth are very bad. Why, I wonder? Feel. That one is going too. Shells. Ought I go to a dentist, I wonder, with that money? That one. This. Toothless Kinch, the Superman. Why is that, I wonder? Or does it mean something, perhaps? My handkerchief. He threw it, I remember. Did I not take it up? His hand groped vainly in his pockets. No, I didn't. Better buy one. He laid the dry snot picked from his nostril on a ledge of rock carefully. For the rest, let look who will. Behind. Perhaps there is someone. He turned his face over a shoulder. Regardons. Moving through the air, high spars of a three-master, her sails braided up on the cross-trees, homing upstream, silently moving, a silent ship. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Ulysses. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce. Part 2, The Odyssey. Episode 4, Calypso. Mr. Leopold Bloom ate with relish the inner organs of beasts and fowls. He liked thick giblet soup, nutty gizzards, a stuffed roast heart, liver slices fried with crust crumbs, fried hencods roes. Most of all he liked grilled mutton kidneys, which gave to his palate a fine tang of faintly scented urine. Kidneys were in his mind as he moved about the kitchen softly, writing her breakfast things on the humpy tray. Jellied light and air were in the kitchen, but out of doors gentle summer morning everywhere made him feel a bit peckish. The coals were reddening. Another slice of bread and butter. 3, 4. Right. She didn't like her plate full. Right. He turned from the tray, lifted the kettle off the hob, and set it sideways on the fire. It sat there, dull and squat, its spout stuck out. Cup of tea soon. Good. Mouth dry. The cat walked stiffly round a leg of the table, with tail on high. Meow. Oh, there you are, Mr. Bloom said, turning from the fire. The cat mewed in answer, and stalked again stiffly round a leg of the table, mewing. Just how she stalks over my writing table. Prrr. Scratch my head. Prrr. Mr. Bloom watched curiously, kindly, the lithe black form. Clean to see, the gloss of her sleek hide, the white button under the butt of her tail, the green flashing eyes. He bent down to her, his hands on his knees. Milk for the pussons, he said. Meow, the cat cried. They call them stupid. They understand what we say better than we understand them. She understands all she wants to. Vindictive too. Wonder what I look like to her. Height of a tower? No, she can jump me. Afraid of the chickens she is, he said mockingly. Afraid of the juk-juks. I never saw such a stupid pussons as the pussons. Cruel, her nature. Curious mice never squeal. Seem to like it. Meow, the cat said loudly. She blinked up out of her avid, shame-closing eyes, mewing plaintively and long, showing him her milk-white teeth. He watched the dark eye-slits narrowing with greed till her eyes were green stones. Then he went to the dresser, took the jug Hanlon's milkman had just filled for him, poured warm bubbled milk on a saucer, and set it slowly on the floor. Rrrr, she cried, running to lap. He watched the bristles shining wirily in the weak light as she tipped 3 times and licked lightly. Wonder, is it true if you clip them they can't mouse after? Why? They shine in the dark, perhaps, the tips, or kind of feelers in the dark, perhaps. He listened to her licking lap. Ham and eggs? No good eggs with this drought. Want pure fresh water. Thursday, not a good day either for a mutton kidney at Buckley's. Fried with butter, a shake of pepper. Better a pork kidney at Lugaci's. While the kettle is boiling. She lapped slower, then licking the saucer clean. Why are their tongues so rough? To lap better, all porous holes. Nothing she can eat? He glanced round him. No. On quietly creaky boots, he went up the staircase to the hall, paused by the bedroom door. She might like something tasty. Thin bread and butter she likes in the morning. Still, perhaps, once in a way. He said softly in the bare hall, I'm going round the corner. Be back in a minute. And when he had heard his voice say it, he added, You don't want anything for breakfast? The sleepy, soft grunt answered, No, she did not want anything. He heard then a warm, heavy sigh, softer, as she turned over and the loose brass quoits of the bedstead jingled. Must get those settled, really. Pity. All the way from Gibraltar. Forgotten any little Spanish she knew. Wonder what her father gave for it. Old style. Ah, yes, of course. Bought it at the governor's auction. Got a short knock. Hard as nails at a bargain, old Tweedy. Yes, sir. At Plevna, that was. I rose from the ranks, sir, and I'm proud of it. Still, he had brains enough to make that corner in stamps. Now that was far-seeing. His hand took his hat from the peg over his initialed heavy overcoat, and his lost property office second-hand waterproof. Stamps, sticky-back pictures. Dare say lots of officers are in the swim too. Course they do. The sweated legend in the crown of his hat told him mutely, Plasto's high-grade hat. He peeped quickly inside the leather headband. White slip of paper. Quite safe. On the doorstep he felt in his hip pocket for the latchkey. Not there. In the trousers I left off. Must get it. Potato I have. Creaky wardrobe. No use disturbing her. She turned over sleepily that time. He pulled the hall door to after him very quietly, more, till the foot-leaf dropped gently over the threshold. A limp lid. Looked shut. All right till I come back, anyhow. He crossed to the bright side, avoiding the loose cellar flap of number 75. The sun was nearing the steeple of George's church. Be a warm day, I fancy, especially in these black clothes. Feel it more. Black conducts, reflects, refracts, is it? The heat. But I couldn't go in that light suit. Make a picnic of it. His eyelids sank quietly often as he walked in happy warmth. Boland's bread van delivering with trays our daily, but she prefers yesterday's loaves, turnovers, crisp crowns, hot. Makes you feel young. Somewhere in the east, early morning. Set off at dawn, travel round in front of the sun, steal a day's march on him. Keep it up for ever, never grow a day older, technically. Walk along a strand, strange land, come to a city gate. Sentry there, old ranker too, old Tweedy's big moustaches, leaning on a long kind of a spear. Wander through awned streets, turbaned faces going by. Dark caves of carpet shops. Big man, Turco the Terrible, seated cross-legged, smoking a coiled pipe. Cries of sellers in the streets. Drink water scented with fennel, sherbet. Wander along all day. Might meet a robber or two. Well, meet him. Getting on to sundown. The shadows of the mosques along the pillars. Priest with a scroll rolled up. A shiver of the trees. Signal. The evening wind. I pass on. Fading gold sky. A mother watches from her doorway. She calls her children home in their dark language. High wall. Beyond, strings twanged. Night sky moon. Violet. Colour of Molly's new garters. Strings. Listen. A girl playing one of these instruments. What do you call them? Dulcimers. I pass. Probably not a bit like it, really. Kind of stuff you read. In the track of the sun. Sunburst on the title page. He smiled, pleasing himself. What Arthur Griffith said about the headpiece over the Freeman leader. A home rule sun rising up in the northwest from the laneway behind the Bank of Ireland. He prolonged his pleased smile. Ikey touch that. Home rule sun rising up in the northwest. He approached Larry O'Rourke's. From the cellar grating floated up the flabby gush of porter. Through the open doorway the bar squirted out whiffs of ginger, tea dust, biscuit mush. Good house, however, just the end of the city traffic. For instance, Macaulay's down there, NG as position. Of course, if they ran a tram line along the North Circular from the cattle market to the quays, value would go up like a shot. Bald head over the blind. Cute old codger. No use canvassing him an ad. Still, he knows his own business best. There he is, sure enough, my bold Larry, leaning against the sugar bin in his shirt sleeves, watching the aproned curate swab up with mop and bucket. Simon Dedalus takes him off to a tea with his eyes screwed up. Do you know what I'm going to tell you? What's that, Mr. O'Rourke? Do you know what? The Russians, they'd be only an 8 o'clock breakfast for the Japanese. Stop and say a word. About the funeral, perhaps. Sad thing about poor Dignam, Mr. O'Rourke. Turning into Dorset Street, he said, freshly in greeting through the doorway, Good day, Mr. O'Rourke. Good day to you. Lovely weather, sir. 'Tis all that. Where do they get the money? Coming up, red-headed curates from the county Leitrim, rinsing empties, and old man in the cellar. Then, lo and behold, they blossom out as Adam Findlaters or Dan Tallons. Then think of the competition. General thirst. Good puzzle would be, cross Dublin without passing a pub. Save it they can't. Off the drunks, perhaps. Put down 3 and carry 5. What is that? A bob here and there, dribs and drabs. On the wholesale orders, perhaps. Doing a double shuffle with the town travellers. Square it with the boss, and we'll split the job, see? How much would that top to off the porter in the month? Say 10 barrels of stuff. Say he got 10%. Oh, more. 10, 15. He passed St. Joseph's, National School, brats clamour, windows open, fresh air helps memory, or a lilt. R, B, C, D, F, G, Kellerman, WQ, Rust, UV, W. Boys are they? Yes, Inish Turk, Inish Shark, Inish Boffin, at their jogger fry. Mine, Sleeve Bloom. He halted before Dlugacz's window, staring at the hanks of sausages, polonies, black and white. 50 multiplied by... The figures whitened in his mind, unsolved. Displeased, he let them fade. The shiny links, packed with force meat, fed his gaze, and he breathed in tranquilly the lukewarm breath of cooked, spicy pig's blood. A kidney oozed blood gouts on the willow-patterned dish. The last. He stood by the next-door girl at the counter. Would she buy it too, calling the items from a slip in her hand? Chapped, washing soda, and £1.50 pound of Denny's sausages. His eyes rested on her vigorous hips. Woods his name is. Wonder what he does. Wife is oldish. New blood. No followers allowed. Strong pair of arms. Whacking a carpet on the clothesline. She does whack it, by George. The way her crooked skirt swings at each whack. The ferret-eyed pork butcher folded the sausages he had snipped off with blotchy fingers, sausage pink. Sound meat there like a stall-fed heifer. He took up a page from the pile of cut sheets. The model farm at Kinnereth on the lake shore of Tiberias can become ideal winter sanatorium. Moses Montefiore. I thought he was. Farmhouse, wall round it, blurred cattle cropping. He held the page from him. Interesting. Read it nearer. The blurred cropping cattle, the page rustling, a young white heifer. Those mornings in the cattle market, the beasts lowing in their pens, branded sheep, flop and fall of dung, the breeders in hobnailed boots trudging through the litter, slapping a palm on a ripe meated hindquarter. There's a prime one. Unpeeled switches in their hands. He held the page aslant, patiently, bending his senses and his will, his soft subject gaze at rest. The crooked skirt swinging whack by whack by whack. The pork butcher snapped 2 sheets from the pile, wrapped up her prime sausages, and made a red grimace. Now, my miss, he said. She tendered a coin, smiling boldly, holding her thick wrist out. Thank you, my miss, and 1 shilling 3pence change. For you, please? Mr. Bloom pointed quickly, to catch up and walk behind her if she went slowly, behind her moving hams. Pleasant to see first thing in the morning. Hurry up, damn it. Make hay while the sun shines. She stood outside the shop in sunlight and sauntered lazily to the right. He sighed down his nose. They never understand. Soda-chapped hands, crusted toenails too. Brown scapulars in tatters, defending her both ways. The sting of disregard glowed to weak pleasure within his breast. For another, a constable off duty cuddled her in Eccles Lane. They like them sizable. Prime sausage. Oh, please, Mr. Policeman, I'm lost in the wood. 3pence, please. His hand accepted the moist, tender gland and slid it into a side pocket. Then it fetched up 3 coins from his trousers pocket and laid them on the rubber prickles. They lay, were read quickly, and quickly slid, disc by disc, into the till. Thank you, sir. Another time. A speck of eager fire from Fox Eyes thanked him. He withdrew his gaze after an instant. No, better not. Another time. Good morning, he said, moving away. Good morning, sir. No sign. Gone. What matter? He walked back along Dorset Street, reading gravely. Agendath Netaim, Planters' Company, to purchase vast sandy tracts from Turkish government and plant with eucalyptus trees. Excellent for shade, fuel and construction. Orange groves and immense melon fields north of Jaffa. You pay 8 marks and they plant a dunam of land for you with olives, oranges, almonds or citrons. Olives cheaper, oranges need artificial irrigation. Every year you get a sending of the crop. Your name entered for life as owner in the Book of the Union. Can pay 10 down and the balance in yearly instalments. Bleibtreustrasse, 34, Berlin, W15. Nothing doing. Still an idea behind it. He looked at the cattle, blurred in silver heat, silvered, powdered olive trees. Quiet long days, pruning, ripening. Olives are packed in jars, eh? I have a few left from Andrews. Molly spitting them out. Knows the taste of them now. Oranges in tissue paper, packed in crates. Citrons too. Wonder, is poor Citron still alive in St. Kevin's Parade? And Mastiansky with the old cither. Pleasant evenings we had then. Molly in Citron's basket chair. Nice to hold. Cool waxen fruit. Hold in the hand. Lift it to the nostrils and smell the perfume. Like that. Heavy, sweet, wild perfume. Always the same, year after year. They fetched high prices too, Moisel told me. Arbutus Place. Pleasant streets. Pleasant old times. Must be without a flaw, he said. Coming all that way. Spain, Gibraltar, Mediterranean, the Levant. Crates lined up on the quayside at Jaffa. Chap ticking them off in a book. Navvies handling them in soiled dungarees. There's what-do-you-call-him out of... How do you? Doesn't see. Chap, you know, just to salute. Bit of a bore. His back is like that Norwegian captain's. Wonder if I'll meet him today. Watering cart. To provoke the rain. On earth as it is in heaven. A cloud began to cover the sun. Wholly, slowly, wholly. Grey. Far. No, not like that. A barren land. Bare waste. Volcanic lake, the Dead Sea. No fish. Weedless. Sunk deep in the earth. No wind would lift those waves. Grey metal. Poisonous, foggy waters. Brimstone, they call it, raining down. The cities of the plain. Sodom, Gomorrah, Edom. All dead names. The Dead Sea and a dead land. Grey and old. Old now. It bore the oldest, the first race. A bent hag crossed from Cassidy's, clutching a noggin bottle by the neck. The oldest people. Wandered far away over all the earth. Captivity to captivity, multiplying, dying, being born everywhere. It lay there now. Now it could bear no more. Dead, an old woman's, the grey sunken cunt of the world. Desolation. Grey horror seared his flesh. Folding the page into his pocket, he turned into Eccles Street, hurrying homeward. Cold oil slid along his veins, chilling his blood, age crusting him with a salt cloak. Well, I'm here now. Morning mouth, bad images. Got up wrong side of the bed. Must begin again those Sandow's exercises. On the hands, down. Blotchy brown brick houses. Number 80 still unlet. Why is that? Valuation is only 28. Towers, Battersby, North, MacArthur. Parlour windows plastered with bills. Plasters on a sore eye. To smell the gentle smoke of tea, fume of the pan, sizzling butter, be near her ample bed-warmed flesh. Yes, yes. Quick warm sunlight came running from Berkeley Road, swiftly in slim sandals, along the brightening footpath. She runs to meet me, a girl with gold hair on the wind. 2 letters and a card lay on the hall floor. He stopped and gathered them. Mrs. Marion Bloom. His quick heart slowed at once. Bold hand, Mrs. Marion. Poldy! Entering the bedroom, he half closed his eyes and walked through warm yellow twilight towards her tousled head. Who are the letters for? He looked at them. Mullingar. Milly. A letter for me from Milly, he said carefully, and a card to you, and a letter for you. He laid her card and letter on the twill bedspread near the curve of her knees. Do you want the blind up? Letting the blind up by gentle tugs halfway, his backward eye saw her glance at the letter and tuck it under her pillow. That do? He asked, turning. She was reading the card, propped on her elbow. She got the things, she said. He waited till she had laid the card aside and curled herself back slowly with a snug sigh. Hurry up with that tea, she said. I'm parched. The kettle is boiling, he said, but he delayed to clear the chair, her striped petticoat, tossed soiled linen, and lifted all in an armful onto the foot of the bed. As he went down the kitchen stairs, she called, Baldy! What? Scald the teapot? On the boil, sure enough, a plume of steam from the spout. He scalded and rinsed out the teapot and put in 4 full spoons of tea, tilting the kettle then to let water flow in. Having set it to draw, he took off the kettle and crushed the pan flat on the live coals, and watched the lump of butter slide and melt. While he unwrapped the kidney, the cat mewed hungrily against him. Give her too much meat, she won't mouse. Say they won't eat pork. Kosher. Here, he let the blood-smeared paper fall to her, and dropped the kidney amid the sizzling butter sauce. Pepper. He sprinkled it through his fingers, ring-wise, from the chipped egg cup. Then he slit open his letter, glancing down the page and over. Thanks. New Tam. Mr. Coughlin. Loch Owl picnic. Young student. Blazes Boylan's Seaside Girls. The tea was drawn. He filled his own moustache cup. Sham Crown Derby. Smiling. Silly Milly's birthday gift. Only 5 she was then. No, wait, 4. I gave her the amberoid necklace she broke, putting pieces of folded brown paper in the letterbox for her. He smiled, pouring. Oh, Milly Bloom, you are my darling. You are my looking-glass from night to morning. I'd rather have you without a farthing than Katie Keogh with her ass and garden. Poor old Professor Goodwin. Dreadful old case. Still, he was a courteous old chap. Old-fashioned way he used to bow Molly off the platform, and the little mirror in his silk hat. The night Milly brought it into the parlour. Oh, look what I found in Professor Goodwin's hat. Oh, we laughed. Sex breaking out even then. Pert little piece she was. He prodded a fork into the kidney and slapped it over, then fitted the teapot on the tray. Its hump bumped as he took it up. Everything on it? Bread and butter, 4, sugar, spoon, her cream. Yes. He carried it upstairs, his thumb hooked in the teapot handle. Nudging the door open with his knee, he carried the tray in and set it on the chair by the bedhead. What a time you were, she said. She set the brasses jingling as she raised herself briskly, an elbow on the pillow. He looked calmly down on her bulk and between her large soft bubs, sloping within her nightdress like a she-goat's udder. The warmth of her couched body rose on the air, mingling with the fragrance of the tea she poured. A strip of torn envelope peeped from under the dimpled pillow. In the act of going, he stayed to straighten the bedspread. Who was the letter from? He asked. Bold hand. Marion. Oh, Boylan, she said. He's bringing the programme. What are you singing? Laci Darem with J.C. Doyle, she said, and Love's Old Sweet Song. Her full lips, drinking, smiled. Rather stale smell that incense leaves next day, like foul flower water. Would you like the window open a little? She doubled a slice of bread into her mouth, asking, What time is the funeral? 11, I think, he answered. I didn't see the paper. He took up a leg of her soiled drawers from the bed. No? Then a twisted grey garter looped round her stocking, rumpled, shiny sole. No, that book. Other stocking, her petticoat. It must have fell down, she said. He felt here and there. Voglio e non vorrei. Wonder if she pronounces that right, voglio. Not in the bed. Must have slid down. He stooped and lifted the valance. the book fallen, sprawled against the bulge of the orange-keyed chamber pot. "Show here," she said. "I put a mark in it. There's a word I wanted to ask you." She swallowed a draught of tea from her cup held by the knot handle, and, having wiped her fingertips smartly on the blanket, began to search the text with the hairpin till she reached the word. "Met him what?" he asked. "Here," she said. "What does that mean?" He leant downwards and read near her polished thumbnail. "Metempsychosis?" "Yes. Who's he when he's at home?" "Metempsychosis," he said, frowning. "It's Greek, from the Greek. That means the transmigration of souls." "Oh, rocks," she said. "Tell us in plain words." He smiled, glancing askance at her mocking eye. The same young eyes. The first night after the charades, Dolphin's Barn. He turned over the smudged pages. Ruby, the pride of the ring. Hello, illustration. Fierce Italian with carriage whip. Must be Ruby, pride of the on the floor naked. Sheet kindly lent. The monster Maffei desisted and flung his victim from him with an oath. Cruelty behind it all. Doped animals. Trapeze at Hengler's. Had to look the other way. Mob gaping. Break your neck and we'll break our sides. Families of them. Bone them young so they metempsychosis. That we live after death, our souls. That a man's soul after he dies, Dignam's soul. "Did you finish it?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "There's nothing smutty in it. Is she in love with the first fellow all the time?" "Never read it. Do you want another?" "Yes, get another of Paul de Kock's. Nice name he has." She poured more tea into her cup, watching its flow sideways. "Must get that Capel Street Library book renewed, or they'll write to Kearney, my guarantor. Reincarnation, that's the word. Some people believe," he said, "that we go on living in another body after death, that we lived before. They call it reincarnation. That we all lived before on the earth thousands of years ago, or some other planet. They say we've forgotten it. Some say they remember their past lives." The sluggish cream wound curdling spirals through her tea. Better remind her of the word, metempsychosis. An example would be better. An example. The bath of the nymph over the bed, given away with the Easter number of Photo Bits. Splendid masterpiece in art colours. Tea before you put milk in. Not unlike her with her hair down. Slimmer. 3 and 6 I gave for the frame. She said it would look nice over the bed. Naked nymphs. Greece. And for instance all the people that lived then. He turned the pages back. Metempsychosis, he said, is what the ancient Greeks called it. They used to believe you could be changed into an animal or a tree, for instance. What they called nymphs, for example. Her spoon ceased to stir up the sugar. She gazed straight before her, inhaling through her arched nostrils. "There's a smell of burn," she said. "Did you leave anything on the fire?" "The kidney!" he cried suddenly. He fitted the book roughly into his inner pocket and, stubbing his toes against the broken commode, hurried out towards the smell, stepping hastily down the stairs with a flurried stork's legs. Pungent smoke shot up in an angry jet from a side of the pan. By prodding a prong of the fork under the kidney, he detached it and turned it turtle on its back. Only a little burnt. He tossed it off the pan onto a plate and let the scanty brown gravy trickle over it. Cup of tea now. He sat down, cut and buttered a slice of the loaf. He shore away the burnt flesh and flung it to the cat. Then he put a forkful into his mouth, chewing with discernment the toothsome, pliant meat. Done to a turn. A mouthful of tea. Then he cut away dies of bread, sopped one in the gravy, and put it in his mouth. What was that about some young student and a picnic? He creased out the letter at his side, reading it slowly as he chewed, sopping another die of bread in the gravy, and raising it to his mouth. "Dearest Papley, thanks ever so much for the lovely birthday present. It suits me splendid. Everyone says I'm quite the belle in my new tam. I got Mummy's lovely box of creams and am writing. They are lovely. I'm getting on swimming in the photo business now. Mr. Cochran took one of me and Mrs. We'll send when developed. We did great biz yesterday. Fair day, and all the beef to the heels were in. We are going to Loch Owel on Monday, with a few friends, to make a scrap picnic. Give my love to Mummy, and to yourself a big kiss and thanks. I hear them at the piano downstairs. There is to be a concert in the Greville Arms on Saturday. There's a young student comes here some evenings, named Bannon. His cousins or something are big swells. He sings Boylan's. I was on the pop of writing Blazes Boylan's song about those seaside girls. Tell him Silly Milly sends my best respects. Must now close with fondest love. Your fond daughter, Milly. P.S. Excuse bad writing. Am in a hurry. Bye-bye, M. 15 yesterday. Curious, 15th of the month, too. Her first birthday away from home. Separation. Remember the summer morning she was born, running to knock up Mrs. Thornton in Denzille Street. Jolly old woman. Lots of babies she must have helped into the world. She knew from the first poor little Rudy wouldn't live. Well, God is good, sir. She knew at once. He would be 11 now if he had lived. His vacant face stared pitying at the postscript. Excuse bad writing. Hurry, piano downstairs. Coming out of her shell. Row with her in the XL Cafe about the bracelet. Wouldn't eat her cakes, or speak, or look. Sauce box. He sopped other dies of bread in the gravy, and ate piece after piece of kidney. 12 and 6 a week. Not much. Still she might do worse. Music hall stage. Young student. He drank a draught of cooler tea to wash down his meal. Then he read the letter again, twice. Oh well, she knows how to mind herself. But if not? No, nothing has happened. Of course it might. Wait in any case till it does. A wild piece of goods. Her slim legs running up the staircase. Destiny, ripening now. Vain, very. He smiled with troubled affection at the kitchen window. Day I caught her in the street, pinching her cheeks to make them red. Anaemic a little. Was given milk too long. On the Erin's King that day, round the Kish. Damned old tub, pitching him about. Not a bit funky. Her pale blue scarf loose in the wind with her hair. All dimpled cheeks and curls. Your head it simply swirls. Seaside girls. Torn envelope. Hands stuck in his trousers pockets. Jarvey off for the day, singing. Friend of the family. Swells, he says. Pier with lamps. Summer evening. Band. Those girls, those lovely seaside girls. Milly too. Young kisses. The first. Far away now, past. Mrs. Marion. Reading, lying back now. Counting the strands of her hair. Smiling, braiding. A soft, calm regret flowed down his backbone, increasing. Will happen, yes. Prevent, useless. Can't move. Girl's sweet light lips. Will happen too. He felt the flowing qualm spread over him. Useless to move now. Lips kissed, kissing, kissed. Full, gluey woman's lips. Better where she is down there. Away. Occupy her. Wanted a dog to pass the time. Might take a trip down there. August bank holiday. Only 2 and 6 return. 6 weeks off, however. Might work a press pass. Or through McCoy. The cat, having cleaned all her fur, returned to the meat-stained paper, nosed at it, and stalked to the door. She looked back at him, mewing. Wants to go out. Wait before a door. Sometime it will open. Let her wait. Has the fidgets. Electric. Thunder in the air. Was washing at her ear with her back to the fire too. He felt heavy, full, then a gentle loosening of his bowels. He stood up, undoing the waistband of his trousers. The cat mewed to him. Meow, he said in answer. Wait till I'm ready. Heaviness, hot day come. A fag up the stairs to the landing. A paper. He liked to read at stool. Hope no ape comes knocking just as I'm... In the table drawer he found an old number of Titbits. He folded it under his armpit, went to the door and opened it. The cat went up in soft bounds. Wanted to go upstairs, curl up in a ball on the bed. Listening, he heard her voice. Come, come, pussy, come. He went out through the back door into the garden, stood to listen towards the next garden. No sound. Perhaps hanging clothes out to dry. The maid was in the garden. Fine morning. He bent down to regard a lean file of spearmint growing by the wall. Make a summer house here. Scarlet runners, Virginia creepers. Want to manure the whole place over. Scabby soil. A coat of liver of sulphur. All soil like that, without dung. Household slops. Loam. What is this that is? The hens in the next garden. Their droppings are very good top dressing. Best of all, though, are the cattle, especially when they are fed on those oil cakes. Mulch of dung. Best thing to clean ladies' kid gloves. Dirty cleans. Ashes too. Reclaim the whole place. Grow peas in that corner there. Lettuce. Always have fresh greens then. Still, gardens have their drawbacks. That bee or blue bottle here, Whit Monday. He walked on. Where's my hat, by the way? Must have put it back on the peg, or hanging up on the floor. Funny, I don't remember that. All stand too full. 4 umbrellas, her rain cloak. Picking up the letters. Drago's shop bell ringing. Queer, I was just thinking that moment. Brown, brilliantined hair over his collar. Just had a wash and brush up. Wonder, have I time for a bath this morning? Tara Street. Chap in the pay box there, got away. James Stevens, they say. O'Brien. Deep voice that fellow Glugach has. Agenda, what is it? Now, my miss. Enthusiast. He kicked open the crazy door of the Jakes. Better be careful not to get these trousers dirty for the funeral. He went in, bowing his head under the low lintel. Leaving the door ajar amid the stench of mouldy lime wash and stale cobwebs, he undid his braces. Before sitting down, he peered next door window. The king was in his counting house. Nobody. A squat on the cuckstool, he folded out his paper, turning its pages over on his bared knees. Something new and easy. No great hurry. Keep it a bit. Our prized titbit, Matcham's masterstroke. Written by Mr. Philip Beaufoy, Playgoers Club, London. Payment at the rate of 1 guinea a column has been made to the writer. 3.5, £3 3, £3 13 and 6. Quietly he read, restraining himself, the first column, and, yielding but resisting, began the second. Midway, his last resistance yielding, he allowed his bowels to ease themselves quietly as he read, reading still patiently, that slight constipation of yesterday quite gone. Hope it's not too big. Bring on piles again. No, just right. So, Costive, 1 tabloid of Cascara Sagrada. Life might be so. It did not move or touch him, but it was something quick and neat. Print anything now. Silly season. He read on, seated calm above his own rising smell. Neat, certainly. Matcham often thinks of the masterstroke by which he won the laughing witch, who now begins and ends morally, hand in hand, smart. He glanced back through what he had read, and while feeling his water flow quietly, he envied kindly Mr. Beaufoy, who had written it, and received payment of £3 13 and 6. My Manager's Sketch, by Mr. and Mrs. L. M. Bloom. Invent a story for some proverb, which time I used to try jotting down on my cuff what she said dressing. Dislike dressing together. Nicked myself shaving. Biting her nether lip, hooking the placket of her skirt. Timing her. 9:15. Did Roberts pay you yet? 9:20. What had Greta Conroy on? 9:23. What possessed me to buy this comb? 9:24. I'm swelled after that cabbage. A speck of dust on the patent leather of her boot. Rubbing smartly in turn each welt against her stocking calf. Morning after the bazaar dance, when May's band played Ponchielli's Dance of the Hours. Explain that. Morning hours, noon, then evening coming on, then night hours. Washing her teeth. That was the first night. Her head dancing, her fan-sticks clicking. Is that Boylan well off? He has money. Why? I noticed he had a good smell off his breath dancing. No use humming then. Allude to it. Strange kind of music that last night. The mirror was in shadow. She rubbed her hand glass briskly on her woolen vest against her full wagging bub. Peering into it, lines in her eyes. It wouldn't pan out somehow. Evening hours, girls in grey gauze. Night hours, then black with daggers and eye masks. Poetical idea, pink, then golden, then grey, then black. Still true to life also. Day, then the night. He tore away half the prize story sharply and wiped himself with it. Then he girded up his trousers, braced and buttoned himself. He pulled back the jerky, shaky door of the jakes and came forth from the gloom into the air. In the bright light, lightened and cooled in limb, he eyed carefully his black trousers, the ends, the knees, the hocks of the knees. What time is the funeral? Better find out in the paper. A creak and a dark whir in the air high up. The bells of George's church. They tolled the hour, loud, dark, iron. Hey ho, hey ho, hey ho, hey ho, hey ho, hey ho. 2:45. There again, the overtone following through the air. 3rd. Poor Dignam. End of section 5. Section 6 of Ulysses. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce. Part 2, The Odyssey. Episode 5, Lotus Eaters. By lorries along Sir John Rogerson's quay, Mr. Bloom walked soberly past Windmill Lane, Leask's, the linseed crushers, the postal telegraph office. Could have given that address too. And past the sailors' home. He turned from the morning noises of the quayside and walked through Lime Street. By Brady's cottages a boy for the skins lolled, his bucket of offal linked, smoking a chewed fag butt. A smaller girl, with scars of eczema on her forehead, eyed him, listlessly holding her battered cask hoop. Tell him if he smokes he won't grow. Oh, let him. His life isn't such a bed of roses. Waiting outside pubs to bring Da home. Come home to Ma, Da. Slack hour. Won't be many there. He crossed Townsend Street, past the frowning face of Bethel. L, yes, house of. Aleph, Beth. And past Nichols, the undertaker's. At 11 it is. Time enough. Dare say Corny Kelleher bagged that job for O'Neill's. Singing with his eyes shut, Corny. Met her once in the park, in the dark. What a lark. Police tout. Her name and address she then told, with my tooralum tay. Oh, surely he bagged it. Bury him cheap in whatchamacall, with my tooralum. In Westland Row he halted before the window of the Belfast and Oriental Tea Company and read the legends of lead-papered packets. Choice blend, finest quality, family tea, rather warm tea. Must get some from Tom Kernan. Couldn't ask him at a funeral, though. While his eyes still read blandly, he took off his hat, quietly inhaling his hair oil, and sent his right hand with slow grace over his brow and hair. Very warm morning. Under their dropped lids his eyes found the tiny bow of the leather headband inside his high-grade hat. Just there. His right hand came down into the bowl of his hat. His fingers found quickly a card behind the headband and transferred it to his waistcoat pocket. So warm. His right hand once more slowly went over again. Choice blend, made of the finest Ceylon brands. The Far East. Lovely spot it must be. The garden of the world, big lazy leaves to float about on, cactuses, flowery meads, snaky lianas they call them. Wonder is it like that? those Singhalese lobbing around in the sun, in dolce far niente, not doing a hand's turn all day, sleep 6 months out of 12, too hot to quarrel, influence of the climate, lethargy, flowers of idleness, the air feeds most, azotes, hothouse in botanic gardens, sensitive plants, water lilies, petals too tired to, sleeping sickness in the air, walk on rose leaves. Imagine trying to eat tripe and cow heel. Where was the chap I saw in that picture somewhere? Ah, in the Dead Sea, floating on his back, reading a book with a parasol open. Couldn't sink if you tried, so thick with salt. 'Cause the weight of the water. No, the weight of the body in the water is equal to the weight of the... Or is it the volume is equal of the weight? It's a law or something like that. Vance in high school, cracking his finger joints, teaching. The college curriculum, cracking curriculum. What is weight really when you say the weight? 32 feet per second. Law of falling bodies. Per second. They all fall to the ground. The earth. It's the force of gravity of the earth is the weight. He turned away and sauntered across the road. How did she walk with her sausages? Like that something. As he walked he took the folded Freeman from his side pocket, unfolded it, rolled it lengthwise in a baton, and tapped it at each sauntering step against his trouser leg. Careless air, just drop in to see. Per second. Per second for every second, it means. From the curbstone he darted a keen glance through the door of the post office. Too late box. Post here. No one. In. He handed the card through the brass grill. "Are there any letters for me?" he asked. While the postmistress searched a pigeonhole, he gazed at the recruiting poster with soldiers of all arms on parade, and held the tip of his baton against his nostrils, smelling fresh printed rag paper. No answer probably. Went too far last time. The postmistress handed him back through the grill his card with a letter. He thanked and glanced rapidly at the typed envelope. Henry Flower, Esquire, care of Post Office, Western Row, City. Answered anyhow. He slipped card and letter into his side pocket, reviewing again the soldiers on parade. Where's old Tweedy's regiment? Cast-off soldier. There, bearskin cap and hackle plume. No, he's a grenadier, pointed cuffs. There he is, Royal Dublin Fusiliers, redcoats, too showy. That must be why the women go after them. Uniform, easier to enlist and drill. Maud Gonne's letter about taking them off O'Connell Street at night. Disgrace to our Irish capital. Griffith's paper is on the same tack now. An army rotten with venereal disease. Overseas or half seas over empire. Half-baked they look, hypnotised like. Eyes front, mark time. Table, able, bed, Ed. The King's Own. Never see him dressed up as a fireman or a bobby. A mason, yes. He strolled out of the post office and turned to the right. Talk, as if that would mend matters. His hand went into his pocket and a forefinger felt its way under the flap of the envelope, ripping it open in jerks. Women will pay a lot of heed, I don't think. His fingers drew forth the letter and crumpled the envelope in his pocket. Something pinned on it. Photo, perhaps? Hair? No. McCoy. Get rid of him quickly. Take me out of my way. Hate company when you... Hello, Bloom. Where are you off to? Hello, McCoy. Nowhere in particular. How's the body? Fine. How are you? Just keeping alive, McCoy said. His eyes on the black tie and clothes, he asked with low respect, Is there any... No trouble, I hope. I see you're... Oh, no, Mr. Bloom said. Poor Dignam, you know. The funeral is today. To be sure, poor fellow. So it is. What time? A photo it isn't. A badge, maybe. 11, Mr. Bloom answered. I must try to get out there, McCoy said. 11, is it? I only heard it last night. Who was telling me? Holohan. You know, Hoppy. I know. Mr. Bloom gazed across the road at the outsider drawn up before the door of the Grosvenor. The porter hoisted the valise up on the well. She stood still, waiting, while the man, husband, brother, like her, searched his pockets for change. Stylish kind of coat with that roll collar, warm for a day like this. Looks like blanket cloth. Careless stand of her with her hands in those patch pockets, like that haughty creature at the polo match. Women all for caste till you touch the spot. Handsome is, and handsome does. Reserved, about to yield. The honourable Mrs. and Brutus is an honourable man. Possess her once, take the starch out of her. I was with Bob Doran. He's on one of his periodical bends, and what do you call him, Bantam Lions. Just down there in Conway's we were. Doran, Lions in Conway's. She raised a gloved hand to her hair. In came Hoppy, having a wet. Drawing back his head and gazing far, from beneath his veiled eyelids, he saw the bright fawn skin shine in the glare, the braided drums. Clearly I can see today. Moisture about, gives long sight perhaps. Talking of one thing or another. Laid his hand. Which side will she get up? And he said, sad thing about our poor friend Paddy. What Paddy? I said. Poor little Paddy Dignam, he said. Off to the country, Broadstone probably, high brown boots with laces dangling, well-turned foot. What is he fostering over that change for? Sees me looking. I out for other fellow always. Good fall-back, 2 strings to her bow. Why? I said. What's wrong with him? I said. Proud, rich, silk stockings. Yes, Mr. Bloom said. He moved a little to the side of McCoy's talking head. Getting up in a minute. What's wrong with him? He said. He's dead, he said. And faith, he filled up. Is it Paddy Dignam? I said. I couldn't believe it when I heard it. I was with him no later than Friday last, or Thursday was it, in the Arch. Yes, he said. He's gone. He died on Monday, poor fellow. Watch, watch. Silk flash, rich stockings, white. Watch. A heavy tram-car honking its gong, slewed between. Lost it, curse your noisy pug-nose. Feels locked out of it. Paradise and the Perry. Always happening like that, the very moment. Girl in Eustace Street hallway, Monday was it, settling her garter. Her friend covering the display of esprit de corps. Well, what are you gaping at? Yes, yes, Mr. Bloom said after a dull sigh. Another gone. One of the best, McCoy said. The tram passed. They drove off towards the loop-line bridge, her rich gloved hand on the steel grip. Flicker, flicker, the lace flare of her hat in the sun. Flicker, flick. Wife well, I suppose? McCoy's changed voice said. Oh, yes, Mr. Bloom said. Tip-top, thanks. He unrolled the newspaper baton idly and read idly. What is home without plum-trees, potted meat? Incomplete. With it, an abode of bliss. My missus has just got an engagement. At least it's not settled yet. Valise tack again. By the way, no harm. I'm off that, thanks. Mr. Bloom turned his large-lidded eyes with unhasty friendliness. My wife too, he said. She's going to sing at a swagger affair in the Ulster Hall, Belfast, on the 25th. That's so, McCoy said. Glad to hear that, old man. Who's getting it up? Mrs. Marion Bloom. Not up yet. Queen was in her bedroom eating bread and... No book. Blackened court cards laid along her thigh by sevens. Dark lady and fair man. Cat, furry black ball. Torn strip of envelope. Love's old sweet song. Comes love's old... It's kind of a tour, don't you see? Mr. Bloom said thoughtfully. Sweet song. There's a committee formed. Part shares and part profits. McCoy nodded, picking at his moustache stubble. Oh, well, he said, that's good news. He moved to go. Well, glad to see you looking fit, he said. Meet you knocking around. Yes, Mr. Bloom said. Tell you what, McCoy said, you might put down my name at the funeral, will you? I'd like to go, but I mightn't be able, you see. There's a drowning case at Sandy Cove may turn up, and then the coroner and myself would have to go down if the body is found. You just shove in my name if I'm not there, will you? I'll do that, Mr. Bloom said, moving to get off. That'll be all right. Right, McCoy said brightly. Thanks, old man. I'd go if I possibly could. Well, dolol. Just C.P. McCoy will do. That will be done, Mr. Bloom answered firmly. Didn't catch me napping that wheeze, the quick touch. Soft mark. I'd like my job. Valise I have a particular fancy for. Leather, capped corners, riveted edges, double action lever lock. Bob Cowley lent him his for the Wicklow Regatta concert last year, and never heard tidings of it from that good day to this. Mr. Bloom, strolling towards Brunswick Street, smiled. My missus has just got an reedy freckled soprano, cheese-paring nose, nice enough in its way for a little ballad, no guts in it. You and me, don't you know, in the same boat, soft soaping, give you the needle, that would. Can't he hear the difference? Think he's that way inclined a bit, against my grain somehow. Thought that Belfast would fetch him. I hope that smallpox up there doesn't get worse. Suppose she wouldn't let herself be vaccinated again. Your wife and my wife. Wonder is he pimping after me? Mr. Bloom stood at the corner, his eyes wandering over the multicoloured hoardings. Cantrell's and Cochrane's ginger ale, aromatic. Cleary's summer sale. No, he's going on straight. Hello, Leah tonight. Mrs. Bandman Palmer. Like to see her in that again. Hamlet she played last night. Male impersonator. Perhaps he was a woman. Why Ophelia committed suicide. Poor papa, how he used to talk about Kate Bateman in that. Outside the Adelphi in London. Waited all the afternoon to get in. Year before I was born, that was. 65. And Ristori in Vienna. What is this the right name is? By Mosenthal it is. Rachel, is it? No. The scene he was always talking about, where the old blind Abraham recognises the voice and puts his fingers on his face. Nathan's voice, his son's voice. I hear the voice of Nathan, who left his father to die of grief and misery in my arms, who left the house of his father and left the God of his father. Every word is so deep, Leopold. Poor papa, poor man. I'm glad I didn't go into the room to look at his face. That day, oh dear, oh dear. Phew. Well, perhaps it was the best for him. Mr. Bloom went round the corner and past the drooping nags of the Hazard. No use thinking of it any more. Nosebag time. Wish I hadn't met that McCoy fellow. He came nearer and heard a crunching of gilded oats, the gently champing teeth. Their full buck eyes regarded him as he went by, amid the sweet oaten reek of horse-piss. Their Eldorado, poor Jugginses. Damn all they know or care about anything with their long noses stuck in nose-bags. Too full for words. Still they get their feed all right, and their doss. Gelded too. A stump of black gutta-percha wagging limp between their haunches. Might be happy all the same that way. Good poor brutes they look. Still their neigh can be very irritating. He drew the letter from his pocket and folded it into the newspaper he carried. Might just walk into her here. The lane is safer. He passed the cabman's shelter. Curious the life of drifting cabbies, all weathers, all places, time or set down, no will of their own. Voglio e non. Like to give them an odd cigarette. Sociable. Shout a few flying syllables as they pass. He hummed. La ci darem la mano, la 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 la. He turned into Cumberland Street, and going on some paces, halted in the lee of the station wall. No one. Meads timber yard. Piled balks. Ruins and tenements. With careful tread he passed over a hopscotch court with its forgotten picky stone. Not a sinner. Near the timber yard a squatted child at marbles, alone, shooting the taw with a cunny thumb. A wise tabby, a blinking sphinx, watched from her warm sill. Pity to disturb them. Mohammed cut a piece out of his mantle not to wake her. Open it, and once I played marbles when I went to that old dame's school. She liked mignonette, Mrs. Ellis's, and Mr. He opened the letter within the newspaper. A flower. I think it's a yellow flower with flattened petals. Not annoyed then. What does she say? Dear Henry, I got your last letter to me, and thank you very much for it. I'm sorry you did not like my last letter. Why did you enclose the stamps? I'm awfully angry with you. I do wish I could punish you for that. I called you naughty boy because I do not like that other word. Please tell me what is the real meaning of that word. Are you not happy in your home, you poor little naughty boy? I do wish I could do something for you. Please tell me what you think of poor me. I often think of the beautiful name you have. Dear Henry, when will we meet? I think of you so often, you have no idea. I have never felt myself so much drawn to a man as you. I feel so bad about. Please write me a long letter and tell me more. Remember, if you do not, I will punish you. So now you know what I will do to you, you naughty boy, if you do not write. Oh, how I long to meet you. Henry dear, do not deny my request before my patience are exhausted. Then I will tell you all. Goodbye now, naughty darling. I have such a bad headache today, and write by return to your longing Martha. P.S. Do tell me what kind of perfume does your wife use? I want to know. He tore the flower gravely from its pinhold, smelt its almost no smell, and placed it in his heart pocket. Language of flowers. They like it because no one can hear, or a poison bouquet to strike him down. Then, walking slowly forward, he read the letter again, murmuring here and there a word. Angry tulips with you, darling. Manflower, punish your cactus if you don't. Please, poor forget-me-not. How I long, violets, the dear roses, when we soon anemone meet all naughty night-stalk, wife Martha's perfume. Having read it all, he took it from the newspaper and put it back in his side pocket. Weak joy opened his lips, changed since the first letter. Wonder, did she write it herself, doing the indignant? A girl of good family like me, respectable character, could meet one Sunday after the rosary. Thank you, not having any. Usual love scrimmage. Then running round corners. Bad as a row with Molly. Cigar has a cooling effect. Narcotic. Go further next time. Naughty boy. Punish. Afraid of words, of course. Brutal. Why not? Try it anyhow. A bit at a time. Fingering still the letter in his pocket, he drew the pin out of it. Common pin, eh? He threw it on the road. Out of her clothes somewhere. Pinned together. Queer the number of pins they always have. No roses without thorns. Flat Dublin voices bawled in his head. Those two sluts that night in the combe, linked together in the rain. Oh, Mary lost the pin of her drawers. She didn't know what to do. To keep it up. To keep it up. Them. Such a bad headache. Has her roses, probably. Or sitting all day typing. Eye focus bad for stomach nerves. What perfume does your wife use? How could you make out a thing like that? To keep it up. Martha, Mary. I saw that picture somewhere. I forget now. Old Master, or Fate for Money. He is sitting in their house talking. Mysterious. Also the two sluts in the combe would listen. To keep it up. Nice kind of evening feeling. No more wandering about. Just loll there. Quiet. Dusk. Let everything rip. Forget. Tell about places you've been. Strange customs. The other one, jar on her head, was getting the supper. Fruit, olives, lovely cool water out of the well, stone cold like the hole in the wall at Ashtown. Must carry a paper goblet next time I go to the trotting matches. She listens with big, dark, soft eyes. Tell her. More and more. All. Then a sigh. Silence. Long, long, long rest. Going under the railway arch, he took out the envelope, tore it swiftly in shreds, and scattered them towards the road. The shreds fluttered away, sank in the dank air, a white flutter, then all sank. Henry Flower. You could tear up a cheque for £100 in the same way. Simple bit of paper. Lord Ivy once cashed a 7-figure cheque for £1 million in the Bank of Ireland. Shows you the money to be made out of porter. Still, the other brother, Lord Ardilaun, has to change his shirt 4 times a day, they say. Skin breeds lice or vermin. £1,000,000. Wait a moment. 2pence a pint, 4pence a quart, 8pence a gallon of porter. No, 1 and 4pence a gallon of porter. 1 and 4 into 20, 15 about. Yes, exactly. 15 millions of barrels of porter. What am I saying? Barrels. Gallons. About 1,000,000 barrels, all the same. An incoming train clanked heavily over his head, coach after coach. Barrels bumped in his head. Dull porter slopped and churned inside. The bungholes sprang open and a huge dull flood leaked out, flowing together, winding through mudflats all over the level land, a lazy, pooling swirl of liquor, bearing along wide-leaved flowers of its froth. He had reached the open back door of All Hallows. Stepping into the porch, he doffed his hat, took the card from his pocket, and tucked it again behind the leather headband. Damn it, I might have tried to work McCoy for a pass to Mullingar. Same notice on the door. Sermon by the Very Reverend John Conmee, Society of Jesus, on St. Peter Claver and the African Mission. Save China's millions. Wonder how they explain it to the heathen Chinese. Prefer an ounce of opium. Celestials. Rank heresy for them. Prayers for the conversion of Gladstone they had, too, when he was almost unconscious. The Protestants the same. Convert Dr. William J. Walsh, D.D., to the true religion. Buddha, their god, lying on his side in the museum, taking it easy, with his hand under his cheek. Joss sticks burning, not like Ecce Homo. Crown of thorns and cross. Clever idea, St. Patrick, the shamrock. Chopsticks? Conmee. Martin Cunningham knows him. Distinguished looking. Sorry I didn't work him about getting Molly into the choir, instead of that Father Farley, who looked a fool but wasn't. They're taught that. He's not going out in bluey specs with the sweat rolling off him to baptise blacks, is he? The glasses would take their fancy, flashing. Like to see them sitting around in a ring with blub lips, entranced, listening. Still life. Lap it up like milk, I suppose. The cold smell of sacred stone called him. He trod the worn steps, pushed the swing door, and entered softly by the rear. Something going on, some sodality. Pity so empty. Nice discreet place to be next some girl. Who is my neighbour? Jammed by the hour to slow music. That woman at midnight mass. Seventh heaven. Women knelt in the benches with crimson halters around their necks, heads bowed. A batch knelt at the altar rails. The priest went along by them, murmuring, holding the thing in his hands. He stopped at each, took out a communion, shook a drop or two, are they in water, off it, and put it neatly into her mouth. Her hat and head sank. Then the next one, a small old woman. The priest bent down to put it into her mouth, murmuring all the time, Latin. The next one, shut your eyes and open your mouth. What? Corpus, body, corpse. Good idea, the Latin. Stupefies them first. Hospice for the dying. They don't seem to chew it, only swallow it down. Rum idea. Eating bits of a corpse. Why the cannibals cotton to it? He stood aside, watching their blind masks pass down the aisle, one by one, and seek their places. He approached a bench and seated himself in its corner, nursing his hat and newspaper. These pots we have to wear. We ought to have hats modelled on our heads. They were about him here and there, with heads still bowed in their crimson halters, waiting for it to melt in their stomachs. Something like those matzoth. It's that sort of bread, unleavened show bread. Look at them. Now I bet it makes them feel happy. Lollipop. It does. Yes, bread of angels it's called. There's a big idea behind it. Kind of kingdom of God is within you feel. First communicants. Hokey pokey, penny a lump. Then feel all like one family party. Same in the theatre, all in the same swim. They do, I'm sure of that. Not so lonely. It's our confraternity. Then came out a big spreeish. Let off steam. Thing is, if you really believe in it. Lord's cure, waters of oblivion, and the knock apparition, statues bleeding. Old fellow asleep near that confession box. Hence those snores. Blind faith. safe in the arms of kingdom come, lulls all pain, wake this time next year. He saw the priest stow the communion cup away, well in, and kneel an instant before it, showing a large grey boot sole from under the lace affair he had on. Suppose he lost the pin of his... He wouldn't know what to do. Bald spot behind. Letters on his back. I-N-R-I. No, I-H-S. Molly told me one time, I asked her. I have sinned. Or no, I have suffered, it is. And the other one? Iron nails ran in. Meet one Sunday after the rosary. Do not deny my request. Turn up with a veil and black bag. Dusk and the light behind her. She might be here with a ribbon round her neck and do the other thing all the same on the sly. Their character. That fellow that turned Queen's evidence on the Invincibles, he used to receive the, Carey was his name, the communion every morning. This very church, Peter Carey. No, Peter Claver I'm thinking of. Dennis Carey. And just imagine that. Wife and 6 children at home, and plotting that murder all the time. Those craw thumpers. Now that's a good name for them. There's always something shifty looking about them. They're not straight men of business either. Oh no, she's not here. The flower. No, no. By the way, did I tear up that envelope? Yes, under the bridge. The priest was rinsing out the chalice. Then he tossed off the dregs smartly. Wine. Makes it more aristocratic than, for example, if he drank what they are used to, Guinness's porter, or some temperance beverage, Wheatley's Dublin hot bitters, or Cantrell and Cochrane's ginger ale, aromatic. Doesn't give them any of it. Show wine, only the other. Cold comfort. Pious fraud, but quite right. Otherwise they'd have one old boozer worse than another coming along, cadging for a drink. Queer, the whole atmosphere of the... Quite right. Perfectly right, that is. Mr. Bloom looked back towards the choir. Not going to be any music. Pity. Who has the organ here, I wonder? Old Glyn, he knew how to make that instrument talk. The vibrato. £50 a year, they say he had in Gardner Street. Molly was in fine voice that day. The Stabat Mater of Rossini. Father Bernard Vaughan's sermon first. Christ or Pilate? Christ. But don't keep us all night over it. Music they wanted. Foot drill stopped. Could hear a pin drop. I told her to pitch her voice against that corner. I could feel the thrill in the air, the full, the people looking up. Quis est homo? Some of that old sacred music is splendid. Mercadante. 7 last words. Mozart's 12th Mass. The Gloria in that. Those old popes were keen on music, on art and statues and pictures of all kinds. Palestrina, for example. They had a gay old time while it lasted. Healthy too, chanting, regular hours, then brew liqueurs, Benedictine, green chartreuse. Still, having eunuchs in their choir, that was coming it a bit thick. What kind of voice is it? Must be curious to hear after their own strong basses. Connoisseurs. Suppose they wouldn't feel anything after. Kind of placid. No worry. Fall into flesh, don't they? Gluttons. Tall. Long legs. Who knows? Eunuch. One way out of it. He saw the priest bend down and kiss the altar, and then face about and bless all the people. All crossed themselves and stood up. Mr. Bloom glanced about him and then stood up, looking over the risen hats. Stand up at the gospel, of course. Then all settled down on their knees again, and he sat back quietly in his bench. The priest came down from the altar, holding the thing out from him, and he and the mass boy answered each other in Latin. Then the priest knelt down and began to read off a card. O God, our refuge and our strength. Mr. Bloom put his face forward to catch the words. English. Throw them the bone. I remember slightly. How long since your last mass? Gloria and Immaculate Virgin. Joseph, her spouse. Peter and Paul. More interesting if you understood what it was all about. Wonderful organisation, certainly. Goes like clockwork. Confession. Everyone wants to. Then I will tell you all. Penance. Punish me, please. Great weapon in their hands. More than doctor or solicitor. Woman dying too. And I, shh, shh. And did you, ch-ch-ch-ch? And why did you? Look down at her ring to find an excuse. Whispering gallery, walls have ears. Husband learned to his surprise, God's little joke. Then out she comes, repentant, skin deep, lovely shame, pray at an altar. Hail Mary and Holy Mary, flowers, incense, candles melting, hide her blushes. Salvation Army, blatant imitation, reformed prostitute will address the meeting. How I found the Lord. Square-headed chaps those must be in Rome, they work the whole show. And don't they rake in the money too? Bequests also to the PP for the time being in his absolute discretion. Masses for the repose of my soul to be said publicly with open doors. Monasteries and convents. The priest in the Fermanagh will case in the witness box. No browbeating him. He had his answer pat for everything. Liberty and exaltation of our Holy Mother, the Church. The doctors of the Church, they mapped out the whole theology of it. The priest prayed, Blessed Michael, Archangel, defend us in the hour of conflict. Be our safeguard against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God restrain him, we humbly pray. And do thou, O Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, thrust Satan down to hell, and with him those other wicked spirits who wander through the world for the ruin of souls. The priest and the mass boy stood up and walked off. All over. The women remained behind. Thanksgiving. Better be shoving along. Brother Buzz. Come around with the plate, perhaps. Pay your Easter duty. He stood up. Hello. Were those 2 buttons of my waistcoat open all the time? Women enjoy it. Annoyed if you don't. Why didn't you tell me before? Never tell you. But we... Excuse miss, there's a woof, just a woof, fluff. Or their skirt behind, placket unhooked. Glimpses of the moon. Still like you, better untidy. Good job it wasn't further south. He passed, discreetly buttoning, down the aisle and out through the main door into the light. He stood a moment unseeing by the cold black marble bowl, while before him and behind 2 worshippers dipped furtive hands in the low tide of holy water. Trams, a car of Prescott's dye works, a widow in her weeds. Notice, because I'm in mourning myself. He covered himself. How goes the time? 1:15. Time enough yet. Better get that lotion made up. Where is this? Ah, yes, the last time. Sweeney's in Lincoln Place. Chemists rarely move. They're green and gold beacon jars, too heavy to stir. Hamilton Longs, founded in the year of the flood. Huguenot churchyard near there. Visit some day. He walked southward along Westland Row, but the recipe is in the other trousers. Oh, and I forgot that latchkey too. Bore, this funeral affair. Oh well, poor fellow, it's not his fault. When was it I got it made up last? Wait, I changed a sovereign, I remember. 1st of the month it must have been, or the 2nd. Oh, he can look it up in the prescriptions book. The chemist turned back, page after page. Sandy, shrivelled smell he seems to have, shrunken skull, and old. Quest for the philosopher's stone. The alchemists. Drugs age you after mental excitement. Lethargy then. Why? Reaction. A lifetime in a night. Gradually changes your character, living all the day among herbs, ointments, disinfectants, all his alabaster lily pots, mortar and pestle, ac, dist, fol, law, te, virid. Smell almost cure you, like the dentist's doorbell. Dr. Whack. He ought to physic himself a bit. Electuary or emulsion. The first fellow that picked a herb to cure himself had a bit of pluck. Simples. Want to be careful. Enough stuff here to chloroform you. Test. Turns blue litmus paper red. Chloroform. Overdose of laudanum. Sleeping draughts. Love philters. Paregoric poppy syrup. Bad for cough. Clogs the pore or the phlegm. Poisons the only cures. Remedy where you least expect it. Clever of nature. About a fortnight ago, sir? Yes, Mr. Bloom said. He waited by the counter, inhaling the keen reek of drugs, the dusty dry smell of sponges and loofahs. Lot of time taken up telling your aches and pains. Sweet almond oil and tincture of benzoin, Mr. Bloom said, and then orange flower water. It certainly did make her skin so delicate, white like wax. And white wax also, he said. Brings out the darkness of her eyes. Looking at me, the sheet up to her eyes, Spanish, smelling herself, when I was fixing the links in my cuffs. Those homely recipes are often the best. Strawberries for the teeth, nettles and rainwater, oatmeal, they say, steeped in buttermilk, skin food. One of the old Queen's sons, Duke of Albany was it, had only one skin. Leopold, yes. 3 we have. Warts, bunions and pimples to make it worse. But you want a perfume too. What perfume does your Peau d'Espagne? That orange flower. Pure curd soap. Water is so fresh. Nice smell these soaps have. Time to get a bath round the corner. Hammam, Turkish, massage. Dirt gets rolled up in your navel. Nicer if a nice girl did it. Also I think yes, I do it in the bath. Curious longing, water to water. Combine business with pleasure. Pity no time for massage. Feel fresh then, all day. Funeral be rather glum. Yes, sir, the chemist said. That was 2 and 9. Have you brought a bottle? No, Mr. Bloom said. Make it up, please. I'll call later in the day, and I'll take one of those soaps. How much are they? 4pence, sir. Mr. Bloom raised a cake to his nostrils. Sweet lemony wax. I'll take this one, he said. That makes 3 and a penny. Yes, sir, the chemist said. You can pay all together, sir, when you come back. Good, Mr. Bloom said. He strolled out of the shop, the newspaper baton under his armpit, the cool, rapid soap in his left hand. At his armpit, Bantam Lyon's voice and hand said, Hello, Bloom. What's the best news? Is that today's? Show us a minute. Shaved off his moustache again, by Jove. Long, cold upper lip. To look younger. He does look balmy. Younger than I am. Bantam Lyons' yellow, black-nailed fingers unrolled the baton. Wants a wash, too. Take off the rough dirt. Good morning. Have you used Pear's soap? Dandruff on his shoulders. Scalp wants oiling. I want to see about that French horse that's running today, Bantam Lyons said. Where the bugger is it? He rustled the pleated pages, jerking his chin on his high collar. Barber's itch. Tight collar, he'll lose his hair. Better leave him the paper and get shut of him. You can keep it, Mr. Bloom said. Ascot, Gold Cup. Wait, Bantam Lyons muttered. Half a mo, maximum the second. I was just going to throw it away, Mr. Bloom said. Bantam Lyons raised his eyes suddenly and leered weakly. What's that? His sharp voice said. I say you can keep it, Mr. Bloom answered. I was going to throw it away that moment. Bantam Lyons doubted an instant, leering, then thrust the outspread sheets back on Mr. Bloom's arms. I'll risk it, he said. Here, thanks. He sped off towards Conway's Corner. Godspeed, Scut. Mr. Bloom folded the sheets again to a neat square and lodged the soap in it, smiling. Silly lips of that chap. Betting. Regular hotbed of it lately. Messenger boys stealing to put on 6pence. Raffle for large tender turkey. Your Christmas dinner for 3pence. Jack Fleming embezzling to gamble, then smuggled off to America. Keeps a hotel now. They never come back. Fleshpots of Egypt. He walked cheerfully towards the Mosque of the Baths. Remind you of a mosque? Red-baked bricks. The minarets. College sports today, I see. He eyed the horseshoe poster over the gate of College Park. Cyclists doubled up like a cod in a pot. Damn bad ad. Now, if they had made it round like a wheel, then the spokes. Sports, sports, sports. And the hub, big, college. Something to catch the eye. There's Hornblower standing at the porter's lodge. Keep him on hands. Might take a turn in there on the nod. How d'ye do, Mr. Hornblower? How d'ye do, sir? Heavenly weather, really. If life was always like that. Cricket weather. Sit around under sunshades. Over after over. Out! They can't play it here. Duck for 6 wickets. Still, Captain Buller broke a window in the Kildare Street Club with a slog to square leg. Donnybrook Fair more in their line. And the skulls we were a-cracking when McCarthy took the floor. Heat wave won't last. Always passing, the stream of life, which in the stream of life we trace is dearer than them all. Enjoy a bath now. Clean trough of water, cool enamel, the gentle tepid stream. This is my body. He foresaw his pale body reclined in it at full, naked, in a womb of warmth, oiled by scented melting soap, softly laved. He saw his trunk and limbs rippled over and sustained, buoyed lightly upward, lemon yellow, his navel bud of flesh, and saw the dark tangled curls of his bush floating hair of the stream round the limp father of thousands, a languid floating flower. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Ulysses. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce. Part 2, The Odyssey. Episode 6, Hades. Part 1. Martin Cunningham first poked his silk-hatted head into the creaking carriage and, entering deftly, seated himself. Mr. Power stepped in after him, curving his height with care. "Come on, Simon." "After you," Mr. Bloom said. Mr. Daedalus covered himself quickly and got in, saying, "Yes, yes." "Are we all here now?" Martin Cunningham asked. "Come along, Bloom." Mr. Bloom entered and sat in the vacant place. He pulled the door to after him and slammed it tight till it shut tight. He passed an arm through the arm strap and looked seriously from the open carriage window at the lowered blinds of the avenue. One dragged aside, an old woman peeping, nose white flattened against the pane. Thanking her stars she was passed over. Extraordinary the interest they take in a corpse. Glad to see us go, we give them such trouble coming. Job seems to suit them. Hugger-mugger in corners, slop about in slipper-slappers for fear he'd wake. Then getting it ready, laying it out. Molly and Mrs. Fleming making the bed. Pull it more to your side. Our winding sheet. Never know who will touch you dead. Wash and shampoo. I believe they clip the nails and the hair. Keep a bit in an envelope. Grow all the same after. Unclean job. All waited. Nothing was said. Stowing in the wreaths, probably. I'm sitting on something hard. Ah, that soap in my hip pocket. Better shift it out of that. Wait for an opportunity. All waited. Then wheels were heard from in front turning, then nearer, then horses' hoofs. A jolt. Their carriage began to move, creaking and swaying. Other hoofs and creaking wheels started behind. The blinds of the avenue passed, and number 9 with its crepe knocker, door ajar, at walking pace. They waited still, their knees jogging, till they had turned and were passing along the tram tracks. Tritonville Road. Quicker. The wheels rattled, rolling over the cobbled causeway, and the crazy glasses shook, rattling in the door frames. "What way is he taking us?" Mr. Power asked, through both windows. "Irish Town," Martin Cunningham said. "Rings End, Brunswick Street." Mr. Daedalus nodded, looking out. "That's a fine old custom," he said. "I'm glad to see it has not died out." All watched a while through their windows, caps and hats lifted by passers. Respect. The carriage swerved from the tram track to the smoother road past Watery Lane. Mr. Bloom at gaze saw a lithe young man, clad in mourning, a wide hat. "There's a friend of yours gone by, Daedalus," he said. "Who is that?" Your son and heir. Where is he? Mr. Dedalus said, stretching over across. The carriage, passing the open drains and mounds of ripped-up roadway before the tenement houses, lurched round the corner and, swerving back to the tram-track, rolled on noisily with chattering wheels. Mr. Dedalus fell back, saying, "Was that Mulligan cad with him, his Fidus Arcates?" "No," Mr. Bloom said. "He was alone." "Down with his Aunt Sally, I suppose," Mr. Dedalus said. "The Golding faction, the drunken little cost-drawer, and Chrissy, papa's little lump of dung, the wise child that knows her own father." Mr. Bloom smiled joylessly on Ringsend Road. "Wallace Bross, the Bottle Works, Dodder Bridge. Richie Golding and the legal bag. Golding, Collis and Ward, he calls the firm. His jokes are getting a bit damp. Great card he was. Waltzing in Stamer Street with Ignatius Gallagher on a Sunday morning, the landlady's 2 hats pinned on his head. Out on the rampage all night. Beginning to tell on him now. That backache of his, I fear. Wife ironing his back. Thinks he'll cure it with pills. All breadcrumbs they are. About 600% profit. He's in with a low-down crowd." Mr. Dedalus snarled. "That Mulligan is a contaminated, bloody, double-dyed ruffian by all accounts. His name stinks all over Dublin. But with the help of God and his blessed mother, I'll make it my business to write a letter one of those days to his mother, or his aunt, or whatever she is, that will open her eye as wide as a gate. I'll tickle his catastrophe, believe you me." He cried above the clatter of the wheels, "I won't have a bastard of a nephew ruin my son, a counter-jumper's son, selling tapes in my cousin Peter Paul McSwiney's. Not likely." He ceased. Mr. Bloom glanced from his angry moustache to Mr. Power's mild face and Martin Cunningham's eyes and beard, gravely shaking. Noisy, self-willed man, full of his son. He is right. Something to hand on. If little Rudy had lived, see him grow up, hear his voice in the house, walking beside Molly in an Eton suit. My son. Me in his eyes. Strange feeling it would be. From me. Just a chance. Must have been that morning in Raymond Terrace. She was at the window, watching the 2 dogs at it by the wall of the Cease to Do Evil, and the sergeant grinning up. She had that cream gown on, with the rip she never stitched. Give us a touch, Poldy. God, I'm dying for it. How life begins. Got big then. Had to refuse the Greystones concert. My son inside her. I could have helped him on in life. I could. Make him independent. Learn German too. "Are we late?" Mr. Power asked. 10 minutes, Martin Cunningham said, looking at his watch. Molly, Millie, same thing, watered down, her tomboy oaths. "Oh, jumping Jupiter! Ye gods and little fishes!" Still, she's a dear girl. Soon be a woman. Mullingar, dearest Papley, young student. Yes, yes. A woman too. Life, life. The carriage heeled over and back, their 4 trunks swaying. "Corney might have given us a more commodious yoke," Mr. Power said. "He might," Mr. Dedalus said, "if he hadn't that squint troubling him. Do you follow me?" He closed his left eye. Martin Cunningham began to brush away crust crumbs from under his thighs. "What is this?" he said. "In the name of God. Crumbs?" "Someone seems to have been making a picnic party here lately," Mr. Power said. All raised their thighs, eyed with disfavour the mildewed buttonless leather of the seats. Mr. Dedalus, twisting his nose, frowned downward and said, "Unless I'm greatly mistaken. What do you think, Martin?" "It struck me too," Martin Cunningham said. Mr. Bloom set his thigh down. "Glad I took that bath. Feel my feet quite clean. But I wish Mrs. Fleming had darned these socks better." Mr. Dedalus sighed resignedly. "After all," he said, "it's the most natural thing in the world." "Did Tom Kernan turn up?" Martin Cunningham asked, twirling the peak of his beard gently. "Yes," Mr. Bloom answered. "He's behind with Ned Lambert and Hines." "And Corny Kelleher himself?" Mr. Power asked. "At the cemetery," Martin Cunningham said. "I met McCoy this morning," Mr. Bloom said. "He said he tried to come." The carriage halted short. What's wrong? We're stopped. Where are we? Mr. Bloom put his head out of the window. The Grand Canal, he said. Gasworks. Whooping cough, they say it cures. Good job Millie never got it. Poor children. Doubles them up, black and blue in convulsions. Shame, really. Got off lightly with illness compared. Only measles. Flaxseed tea, scarlatina, influenza epidemics. Canvassing for death. Don't miss this chance. Dog's home over there. Poor old Athos. Be good to Athos, Leopold, is my last wish. Thy will be done. We obey them in the grave. A dying scrawl. He took it to heart, pined away. Quiet brute. Old men's dogs usually are. A raindrop spat on his hat. He drew back and saw an instant of shower spray dots over the grey flags. Apart, curious, like through a calendar. I thought it would. My boots were creaking. I remember now. The weather is changing, he said quietly. A pity it did not keep up fine, Martin Cunningham said. Wanted for the country, Mr. Power said. There's the sun again coming out. Mr. Dedalus, peering through his glasses towards the veiled sun, hurled a mute curse at the sky. It's as uncertain as a child's bottom, he said. We're off again. The carriage turned again its stiff wheels, and their trunks swayed gently. Martin Cunningham twirled more quickly the peak of his beard. Tom Kernan was immense last night, he said, and Paddy Leonard taking him off to his face. Oh, draw him out, Martin, Mr. Power said eagerly. Wait till you hear him, Simon, on Ben Dollard singing of the Croppy Boy. Immense, Martin Cunningham said pompously. His singing of that simple ballad, Martin, is the most trenchant rendering I ever heard in the whole course of my experience. Trenchant, Mr. Power said, laughing. He's dead nuts on that. And the retrospective arrangement. Did you read Dan Dawson's speech? Martin Cunningham asked. I did not then, Mr. Dedalus said. Where is it? In the paper this morning. Mr. Bloom took the paper from his inside pocket. That book I must change for her. No, no, Mr. Dedalus said quickly. Later on, please. Mr. Bloom's glance travelled down the edge of the paper, scanning the deaths. Callan, Coleman, Dignam, Fawcett, Lowry, Naumann, Peake. What Peake is that? Is it the chap was in Crosby and Allane's? No. Sexton, Urbright. Inked characters fast fading on the frayed, breaking paper. Thanks to the little flower, sadly missed, to the inexpressible grief of his, aged 88 after a long and tedious illness. Months mind. Quinlan, on whose soul sweet Jesus have mercy. It is now a month since dear Henry fled to his home up above in the sky, while his family weeps and mourns his loss, hoping some day to meet him on high. I tore up the envelope. Yes. Where did I put her letter after I read it in the bath? He patted his waistcoat pocket. There, all right. Dear Henry fled before my patients are exhausted. National School, Meads Yard. The Hazard. Only 2 there now. Nodding. Full as a tick. Too much bone in their skulls. The other trotting round with a fare. An hour ago I was passing there. The Jarvies raised their hats. A pointsman's back straightened itself upright suddenly against a tramway standard by Mr. Bloom's window. Couldn't they invent something automatic so that the wheel itself much handier? Well, but that fellow would lose his job then. Well, but then another fellow would get a job making the new invention. Ancient concert rooms. Nothing on there. A man in a buff suit with a crepe armlet. Not much grief there. Quarter mourning. People in law, perhaps. They went past the bleak pulpit of St. Mark's, under the railway bridge, past the Queen's Theatre, in silence. Hoardings. Eugene Stratton. Mrs. Bandman Palmer. Could I go to see Lear tonight, I wonder? I said I. Or the Lily of Killarney. Elster Grimes Opera Company. Big, powerful change. Wet, bright bills for next week. Fun on the Bristol. Martin Cunningham could work a pass for the Gaiety. Have to stand a drink or two. as broad as it's long. He's coming in the afternoon. Her songs. Plasto's, Sir Philip Crampton's memorial fountain bust. Who was he? How do you do? Martin Cunningham said, raising his palm to his brow in salute. He doesn't see us, Mr. Power said. Yes, he does. How do you do? Who? Mr. Dedalus asked. Blazes Boylan, Mr. Power said. There he is, airing his quiff. Just that moment I was thinking. Mr. Dedalus bent across to salute. From the door of the red bank, the white disk of a straw hat flashed reply. Passed. Mr. Bloom reviewed the nails of his left hand, then those of his right hand. The nails, yes. Is there anything more in him that she sees? Fascination. Worst man in Dublin. That keeps him alive. They sometimes feel what a person is. Instinct. But a type like that. My nails. I'm just looking at them. Well paired. And after, thinking alone. Body getting a bit softy. I would notice that from remembering. What causes that? I suppose the skin can't contract quickly enough when the flesh falls off. But the shape is there. The shape is there still. Shoulders, hips, plump. Night of the dance, dressing. Shift stuck between the cheeks behind. He clasped his hands between his knees and, satisfied, sent his vacant glance over their faces. Mr. Power asked, How is the concert tour getting on, Bloom? Oh, very well, Mr. Bloom said. I hear great accounts of it. It's a good idea, you see. Are you going yourself? Well, no, Mr. Bloom said. In point of fact, I have to go down to the County Clare on some private business. You see, the idea is to tour the chief towns. What you lose on one, you can make up on the other. Quite so, Martin Cunningham said. Mary Anderson is up there now. Have you good artists? Lewis Werner is touring her, Mr. Bloom said. Oh, yes, we'll have all the top nobbers. J.C. Doyle and John McCormack, I hope, and the best, in fact. And Madame, Mr. Power said, smiling. Last but not least. Mr. Bloom unclasped his hands in a gesture of soft politeness and clasped them. Smith O'Brien. Someone has laid a bunch of flowers there. Woman. Must be his death day. For many happy returns. The carriage, wheeling by Farrell's statue, united noiselessly their unresisting knees. Oot! A dull-garbed old man from the curbstone tendered his wares, his mouth open. Oot! 4 bootlaces for a penny. Wonder why he was struck off the rolls. Had his office in Hume Street, same house as Molly's namesake, Tweedy, Crown Solicitor for Waterford. Has that silk hat ever since. Relics of old decency. Mourning too. Terrible come down, poor wretch. Kicked about like snuff at a wake. O'Callaghan on his last legs. And Madame? 11:20. Up. Mrs. Fleming is in to clean, doing her hair, humming, Voglio e non vorrei. No, vorrei e non, looking at the tips of her hairs to see if they are split. Mi trema un poco il... Beautiful on that tre, her voice is. Weeping tone. A thrust. A throstle. There is a word throstle that expressed that. His eyes passed lightly over Mr. Power's good-looking face. Greyish over the ears. Madame, smiling. I smiled back. Smile goes a long way. Only politeness, perhaps. Nice fellow. Who knows? Is that true about the woman he keeps? Not pleasant for the wife. Yet they say, who was it told me, there is no carnal. You would imagine that would get played out pretty quick. Yes, it was Crofton met him one evening, bringing her a pound of rump steak. What is this she was? Barmaid in juries. Or the Moira, was it? They passed under the huge-cloaked Liberator's form. Martin Cunningham nudged Mr. Power. Of the tribe of Reuben, he said. A tall, black-bearded figure, bent on a stick, stumping round the corner of Elvery's elephant house, showed them a curved hand open on his spine. In all his pristine beauty, Mr. Power said. Mr. Dedalus looked after the stumping figure and said mildly, The devil break the hasp of your back. Mr. Power, collapsing in laughter, shaded his face from the window as the carriage passed Gray's statue. "We've all been there," Martin Cunningham said broadly. His eyes met Mr. Bloom's eyes. He caressed his beard, adding, "Well, nearly all of us." Mr. Bloom began to speak with a sudden eagerness to his companions' faces. "That's an awfully good one that's going the rounds about Reuben J and the son." "About the boatman?" Mr. Power asked. "Yes, isn't it awfully good?" "What is that?" Mr. Dedalus asked. "I didn't hear it." "There was a girl in the case," Mr. Bloom began, "and he determined to send him to the Isle of Man out of harm's way. But when they were both—" "What?" Mr. Dedalus asked. "That confirmed bloody hobbledy-hoy, is it?" "Yes," Mr. Bloom said. "They were both on the way to the boat, and he tried to drown—" "Drown Barabbas!" Mr. Dedalus cried. "I wish to Christ he did." Mr. Power sent a long laugh down his shaded nostrils. "No," Mr. Bloom said, "the son himself." Martin Cunningham thwarted his speech rudely. Reuben J and the son were piking it down the quay next the river on their way to the Isle of Man boat, and the young chiseller suddenly got loose and over the wall with him into the Liffey. "For God's sake!" Mr. Dedalus exclaimed in fright. "Is he dead?" "Dead?" Martin Cunningham cried. "Not he. The boatman got a pole and fished him out by the slack of the breeches, and he was landed up to the father on the quay. More dead than alive. Half the town was there." "Yes," Mr. Bloom said, "but the funny part is, and Reuben J, Martin Cunningham said, gave the boatman a florin for saving his son's life." A stifled sigh came from under Mr. Power's hand. "Oh, he did," Martin Cunningham affirmed, "like a hero, a silver florin." "Isn't it awfully good?" Mr. Bloom said eagerly. "One and eightpence too much," Mr. Dedalus said dryly. Mr. Power's choked laugh burst quietly in the carriage. Nelson's pillar. "8 plums a penny! 8 for a penny!" "We had better look a little serious," Martin Cunningham said. Mr. Dedalus sighed. "And then indeed," he said, "poor little Paddy wouldn't grudge us a laugh. Many a good one he told himself." "The Lord forgive me," Mr. Power said, wiping his wet eyes with his fingers. "Poor Paddy. I little thought a week ago when I saw him last, and he was in his usual health, that I'd be driving after him like this. He's gone from us." "As decent a little man as ever wore a hat," Mr. Dedalus said. "He went very suddenly." "Breakdown," Martin Cunningham said. "Heart." He tapped his chest sadly. "Blazing face. Red hot. Too much John Barleycorn. Cure for a red nose. Drink like the devil till it turns Adolite. A lot of money he spent colouring it." Mr. Power gazed at the passing houses with rueful apprehension. "He had a sudden death, poor fellow," he said. "The best death," Mr. Bloom said. Their wide open eyes looked at him. "No suffering," he said. "A moment and all is over, like dying in sleep." No one spoke. Dead side of the street this. Dull business by day. Land agents, Temperance Hotel, Falconer's Railway Guide, Civil Service College, Gills, Catholic Club, the Industrious Blind. Why? Some reason. Sun or wind. At night too. Chummies and slavies. Under the patronage of the late Father Matthew. Foundation stone for Parnell. Breakdown. Heart. White horses with white frontlet plumes came round the rotunda corner, galloping. A tiny coffin flashed by. In a hurry to bury. A mourning coach. Unmarried. Black for the married. Piebald for bachelors. Dun for a nun. "Sad," Martin Cunningham said. "A child." A dwarf's face, mauve and wrinkled like little Rudy's was. Dwarf's body, weak as putty, in a white-lined deal box. Burial Friendly Society pays. Penny a week for a sod of turf. Hour. Little. Beggar. Baby. Meant nothing. Mistake of nature. If it's healthy, it's from the mother. If not, the man. Better luck next time. "Poor little thing," Mr. Dedalus said. "It's well out of it." The carriage climbed more slowly the hill of Rutland Square. Rattle his bones. Over the stones. Only a pauper nobody owns. "In the midst of life," Martin Cunningham said. "But the worst of all," Mr. Power said, "is the man who takes his own life." Martin Cunningham drew out his watch briskly, coughed, and put it back. The greatest disgrace to have in the family, Mr. Power added. Temporary insanity, of course, Martin Cunningham said decisively. We must take a charitable view of it. They say a man who does it is a coward, Mr. Dedalus said. It is not for us to judge, Martin Cunningham said. Mr. Bloom, about to speak, closed his lips again. Martin Cunningham's large eyes, looking away now. Sympathetic, human man he is. Intelligent, like Shakespeare's face. Always a good word to say. They have no mercy on that here, or infanticide. Refuse Christian burial. They used to drive a stake of wood through his heart in the grave, as if it wasn't broken already. Yet sometimes they repent too late, found in the riverbed, clutching rushes. He looked at me, and that awful drunkard of a wife of his, setting up house for her time after time, and then pawning the furniture on him every Saturday almost, leading him the life of the damned. Wear the heart out of a stone, that. Monday morning, start afresh, shoulder to the wheel. Lord, she must have looked a sight that night. Dedalus told me he was in there, drunk about the place and capering with Martin's umbrella. And they call me the Jewel of Asia, the geisha. He looked away from me. He knows. Rattle his bones. That afternoon of the inquest, the red-labelled bottle on the table, the room in the hotel with hunting pictures. Stuffy it was. Sunlight through the slats of the Venetian blinds. The coroner's ears, big and hairy. Boots giving evidence. Thought he was asleep first. Then saw like yellow streaks on his face. Had slipped down to the foot of the bed. Verdict, overdose. Death by misadventure. The letter. For my son, Leopold. No more pain. Wait no more. Nobody owns. The carriage rattled swiftly along Blessington Street, over the stones. We are going the pace, I think, Martin Cunningham said. God grant he doesn't upset us on the road, Mr. Power said. I hope not, Martin Cunningham said. That will be a great race tomorrow in Germany, the Gordon Bennett. Yes, by Jove, Mr. Dedalus said. That will be worth seeing, faith. As they turned into Berkeley Street, a street organ near the basin sent over and after them a rollicking, rattling song of the halls. Has anybody here seen Kelly? Kelly. Dead March from Saul. He's as bad as old Antonio. Left me on my ownio. Pirouette. The Mater Misericordiae. Eccles Street. My house down there. Big place. Ward for incurables there. Very encouraging. Our Lady's Hospice for the dying. Dead house handy underneath. Where old Mrs. Riordan died. They looked terrible, the women. Her feeding cup and rubbing her mouth with the spoon. Then the screen round her bed for her to die. Nice young student that was, dressed that bite the bee gave me. He's gone over to the lying-in hospital, they told me. From one extreme to the other. The carriage galloped round the corner. Stopped. What's wrong now? A divided drove of branded cattle passed the windows, lowing, slouching by on padded hoofs, whisking their tails slowly on their clotted, bony croups. Outside them and through them ran raddled sheep, bleating their fear. Emigrants, Mr. Power said. Ah! The drover's voice cried, his switch sounding on their flanks. Ha! Out of that! Thursday, of course. Tomorrow is killing day. Springers. Cuff sold them about 27 quid each. For Liverpool, probably. Roast beef for old England. They buy up all the juicy ones. And then the 5th quarter is lost. All that raw stuff. Hide, hair, horns. Comes to a big things in a year. Dead meat trade. Buy products of the slaughterhouse for tanneries, soap, margarine. Wonder if that dodge works now, getting dicky meat off the train at Clonsilla. The carriage moved on through the drove. I can't make out why the corporation doesn't run a tram line from the park gate to the quays, Mr. Bloom said. All those animals could be taken in trucks down to the boats. Instead of blocking up the thoroughfare, Martin Cunningham said. Quite right, they ought to. Yes, Mr. Bloom said, and another thing I often thought is to have municipal funeral trams like they have in Milan, you know. Run the line out to the cemetery gates and have special trams, hearse and carriage and all. Don't you see what I mean? Oh, that'd be damned for a story. Mr. Dedalus said. "Pullman car and saloon dining room." "A poor lookout for Corney," Mr. Power added. "Why?" Mr. Bloom asked, turning to Mr. Dedalus. "Wouldn't it be more decent than galloping two abreast?" "Well, there's something in that," Mr. Dedalus granted. "And," Martin Cunningham said, "we wouldn't have scenes like that when the hearse capsized round Dumfries and upset the coffin onto the road." "That was terrible," Mr. Power's shocked face said. "And the corpse fell about the road. Terrible." "First round Dumfries," Mr. Dedalus said, nodding. "Gordon Bennett Cup." "Praises be to God," Martin Cunningham said piously. Boom, upset. The coffin bumped out onto the road, burst open. Paddy Dignam shot out and rolling over, stiff in the dust, in a brown habit too large for him. Red face, grey now. Mouth fallen open. Asking, "What's up now?" Quite right to close it. Looks horrid open. Then the insides decomposed quickly. Much better to close up all the orifices. Yes, also, with wax. The sphincter loose. Seal up all. "Dumfries," Mr. Power announced as the carriage turned right. Dumfries Corner. Mourning coaches drawn up, drowning their grief. A pause by the wayside. Tip-top position for a pub. Expect we'll pull up here on the way back to drink his health. Pass round the consolation. Elixir of life. But suppose now it did happen. Would he bleed if a nail, say, cut him in the knocking about? He would, and he wouldn't, I suppose. Depends on where. The circulation stops. Still, some might ooze out of an artery. It would be better to bury them in red. A dark red. In silence they drove along Phibsborough Road. An empty hearse trotted by, coming from the cemetery. Looks relieved. Crossguns Bridge, the Royal Canal. Water rushed roaring through the sluices. A man stood on his dropping barge between clamps of turf. On the towpath by the lock a slag-tethered horse, aboard of the Bugaboo. Their eyes watched him. On the slow, weedy waterway he had floated on his raft coastward over Ireland, drawn by a haulage rope past beds of reeds, over slime, mud-choked bottles, carrion dogs. Athlone, Mullingar, Moy Valley. I could make a walking tour to see Millie by the canal, or cycle down. Hire some old crock. Safety. Wren had one the other day at the auction, but a lady's. Developing waterways. James McCann's hobby, to row me o'er the ferry. Cheaper transit. By easy stages. Houseboats. Camping out. Also hearses. To heaven by water. Perhaps I will without writing. Come as a surprise. Leakslip. Clonsilla. Dropping down, lot by lot, to Dublin. With turf from the Midland bogs. Salute! He lifted his brown straw hat, saluting Paddy Dignam. They drove on past Brian Borew's house. Near it now. "I wonder how is our friend Fogarty getting on," Mr. Power said. "Better ask Tom Kernan," Mr. Dedalus said. "How is that?" Martin Cunningham said. "Left him weeping, I suppose." "Though lost to sight," Mr. Dedalus said, "to memory dear." The carriage steered left for Finglass Road. The stonecutter's yard on the right. Last lap. Crowded on the spit of land, silent shapes appeared, white, sorrowful, holding out calm hands, knelt in grief, pointing, fragments of shapes, hewn, in white silence, appealing, the best obtainable. Thomas H. Dennerny, monumental builder and sculptor. Past. On the curbstone before Jimmy Geary, the sexton's, an old tramp sat, grumbling, emptying the dirt and stones out of his huge dust-brown yawning boot, after a life's journey. Gloomy gardens then went by one, gloomy houses. Mr. Power pointed. "That is where Charles was murdered," he said. "The last house." "So it is," Mr. Dedalus said. "A gruesome case. Seymour Bush got him off. Murdered his brother, or so they said." "The Crown had no evidence," Mr. Power said. "Only circumstantial," Martin Cunningham said. "That's the maxim of the law. Better for 99 guilty to escape than for one innocent person to be wrongfully condemned." They looked. Murderer's ground. It passed darkly. Shuttered, tenantless, unweeded garden. Whole place gone to hell. Wrongfully condemned. Murder. The murderer's image in the eye of the murdered. They love reading about it. Man's head found in a garden. Her clothing consisted of... How she met her death. Recent outrage. The weapon used. Murderer is still at large. Clues. A shoelace. The body to be exhumed. Murder will out. Cramped in this carriage. She mightn't like me to come that way without letting her know. Must be careful about women. Catch them once with their pants down. Never forgive you after. 15. The high railings of prospects rippled past their gaze. Dark poplars, rare white forms, forms more frequent, white shapes thronged amid the trees, white forms and fragments streaming by mutely, sustaining vain gestures on the air. The felly harshed against the curbstone, stopped. Martin Cunningham put out his arm and, wrenching back the handle, shoved the door open with his knee. He stepped out. Mr. Power and Mr. Dedalus followed. Change that soap now. Mr. Bloom's hand unbuttoned his hip pocket swiftly and transferred the paper-stuck soap to his inner handkerchief pocket. He stepped out of the carriage, replacing the newspaper his other hand still held. Paltry funeral, coach and 3 carriages. It's all the same. Pallbearers, gold reins, requiem mass, firing a volley, pomp of death. Behind the hind carriage a hawker stood by his barrow of cakes and fruit. Simnel cakes those are, stuck together, cakes for the dead. Dog biscuits. Who ate them? Mourners coming out. He followed his companions. Mr. Kernan and Ned Lambert followed, Hines walking after them. Corny Kelleher stood by the opened hearse and took out the 2 wreaths. He handed one to the boy. Where has that child's funeral disappeared to? The team of horses passed from Finglass with toiling, plodding tread, dragging through the funereal silence a creaking waggon on which lay a granite block. The waggoner marching at their head saluted. Coffin now, got here before us, dead as he is. Horse looking round at it with his plumes skew ways. Dull eye, collar tight on his neck, pressing on a blood vessel or something. Do they know what they cart out here every day? Must be 20 or 30 funerals every day. Then Mount Jerome for the Protestants. Funerals all over the world, everywhere, every minute. Shovelling them under by the cartload, double quick. Thousands every hour. Too many in the world. End of section 7. Section 8 of Ulysses. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce. Part 2, The Odyssey. Episode 6, Hades. Part 2. Mourners came out through the gates. Woman and a girl. Lean-jawed harpy, hard woman at a bargain, her bonnet awry. Girl's face stained with dirt and tears, holding the woman's arm, looking up at her for a sign to cry. Fish's face, bloodless and livid. The mutes shouldered the coffin and bore it in through the gates. So much dead weight. Felt heavier myself stepping out of that bath. First the stiff, then the friends of the stiff. Corny Kelleher and the boy followed with their wreaths. Who is that beside them? Ah, the brother-in-law. All walked after. Martin Cunningham whispered, I was in mortal agony with you talking of suicide before Bloom. What? Mr. Power whispered. How so? His father poisoned himself, Martin Cunningham whispered. Had the Queen's Hotel in Ennis. You heard him say he was going to Clare. Anniversary. Oh, God, Mr. Power whispered. First I heard of it. Poisoned himself? He glanced behind him to where a face with dark, thinking eyes followed towards the Cardinal's mausoleum, speaking. Was he insured? Mr. Bloom asked. I believe so, Mr. Kernan answered, but the policy was heavily mortgaged. Martin is trying to get the youngster into Artane. How many children did he leave? 5. Ned Lambert says he'll try to get one of the girls into Todd's. A sad case, Mr. Bloom said gently. 5 young children. A great blow to the poor wife, Mr. Kernan added. Indeed, yes, Mr. Bloom agreed. Has the laugh at him now. He looked down at the boots he had blacked and polished. She had outlived him, lost her husband. More dead for her than for me. One must outlive the other. Wise men say, there are more women than men in the world. Condole with her. Your terrible loss. I hope you'll soon follow him.
For Hindu widows only.
She would marry another. Him? No. Yet who knows after? Widowhood not the thing since the old Queen died. Drawn on a gun carriage. Victoria and Albert. Frogmore Memorial mourning. But in the end she put a few violets in her bonnet. Vain in her heart of hearts. All for a shadow. Consort not even a king. Her son was the substance. Something new to hope for. Not like the past she wanted back. Waiting. It never comes. One must go first. Alone under the ground. And lie no more in her warm bed. How are you, Simon? Ned Lambert said softly, clasping hands. Haven't seen you for a month of Sundays. Never better. How are all in Cork's own town? I was down there for the Cork Park races on Easter Monday, Ned Lambert said. Same old 6 and 8pence. Stopped with Dick Tivy. And how is Dick, the solid man? Nothing between himself and heaven, Ned Lambert answered. By the holy Paul, Mr. Dedalus said in subdued wonder. Dick Tivy bald? Martin is going to get a whip up for the youngsters, Ned Lambert said, pointing ahead. A few bob a scull, just to keep them going till the insurance is cleared up. Yes, Mr. Dedalus said dubiously. Is that the eldest boy in front? Yes, Ned Lambert said, with the wife's brother. John Henry Menton is behind. He put down his name for £1. I'll engage he did, Mr. Dedalus said. I often told poor Paddy he ought to mind that job. John Henry is not the worst in the world. How did he lose it? Ned Lambert asked. Liquor, what? Many a good man's fault, Mr. Dedalus said with a sigh. They halted about the door of the mortuary chapel. Mr. Bloom stood behind the boy with the wreath, looking down at his sleek combed hair and the slender furrowed neck inside its brand-new collar. Poor boy! Was he there when the father? Both unconscious. Lighten up at the last moment and recognise for the last time all he might have done. I owe 3 shillings to O'Grady. Would he understand? The mutes bore the coffin into the chapel. Which end is his head? After a moment he followed the others in, blinking in the screened light. The coffin lay on its bier before the chancel, 4 tall yellow candles at its corners, always in front of us. Corny Kelleher, laying a wreath at each 4 corner, beckoned to the boy to kneel. The mourners knelt here and there in praying desks. Mr. Bloom stood behind near the font, and, when all had knelt, dropped carefully his unfolded newspaper from his pocket and knelt his right knee upon it. He fitted his black hat gently on his left knee, and, holding its brim, bent over piously. A server, bearing a brass bucket with something in it, came out through a door. The white-smocked priest came after him, tidying his stole with one hand, balancing with the other a little book against his toad's belly. "Who'll read the book?" "I," said the rook. They halted by the bier, and the priest began to read out of his book with a fluent croak. Father Coffey. I knew his name was like coffin. Domine namine. Bully about the muzzle he looks. Bosses the show. Muscular Christian. Woe betide any one that looks crooked at him. Priest. Thou art Peter. Burst sideways like a sheep in clover, Dedalus says he will. With a belly on him like a poisoned pup. Most amusing expressions that man finds. Burst sideways. Non intres in judicium cum servo tuo, Domine. Makes them feel more important to be prayed over in Latin. Requiem Mass. Crepe weepers. Black-edged notepaper. Your name on the altar list. Chilly place this. Want to feed well, sitting in there all the morning in the gloom, kicking his heels, waiting for the next please. Eyes of a toad too. What swells him up that way? Molly gets swelled after cabbage. Air of the place, maybe. Looks full of bad gas. Must be an infernal lot of bad gas round the place. Butchers, for instance. They get like raw beefsteaks. Who was telling me? Mervyn Brown. Down in the vaults of St. Werburgh's, lovely old organ, 150, they have to bore a hole in the coffin sometimes to let out the bad gas and burn it. Out it rushes. Blue. One whiff of that and you're a goner. My kneecap is hurting me. Ow! That's better. The priest took a stick with a knob at the end of it out of the boy's bucket and shook it over the coffin. Then he walked to the other end and shook it again. Then he came back and put it in the bucket. As you were before you rested. It's all written down. He has to do it.
Et ne nos inducas in tentationem.
The server piped the answers in the treble. I often thought it would be better to have boy servants, up to 15 or so. After that, of course. Holy water that was, I expect, shaking the sleep out of it. He must be fed up with that job, shaking that thing over all the corpses they trot up. What harm if he could see what he was shaking it over? Every mortal day a fresh batch. Middle-aged men, old women, children, women dead in childbirth, men with beards, bald-headed businessmen, consumptive girls with little sparrows' breasts. All the year round he prayed the same thing over them all, and shook water on top of them. Sleep. On dignum now. In paradisum. Said he was going to paradise, or is in paradise. Says that over everybody. Tiresome kind of a job, but he has to say something. The priest closed his book and went off, followed by the server. Corny Kelleher opened the side doors, and the gravediggers came in, hoisted the coffin again, carried it out, and shoved it on their cart. Corny Kelleher gave one wreath to the boy and one to the brother-in-law. All followed them out of the side doors into the mild grey air. Mr. Bloom came last, folding his paper again into his pocket. He gazed gravely at the ground till the coffin cart wheeled off to the left. The metal wheels ground the gravel with a sharp grating cry, and the pack of blunt boots followed the barrow along a lane of sepulchres. The ree, the ra, the ree, the ra, the roo. Lord, I mustn't lilt here. The O'Connell circle, Mr. Dedalus said about him. Mr. Power's soft eyes went up to the apex of the lofty cone. He's at rest, he said, in the middle of his people, old Dano, but his heart is buried in Rome. How many broken hearts are buried here, Simon? Her grave is over there, Jack, Mr. Dedalus said. I'll soon be stretched beside her. Let him take me whenever he likes. Breaking down, he began to weep to himself quietly, stumbling a little in his walk. Mr. Power took his arm. She's better where she is, he said kindly. I suppose so, Mr. Dedalus said with a weak gasp. I suppose she is in heaven, if there is a heaven. Corny Kelleher stepped aside from his rank and allowed the mourners to plod by. Sad occasions, Mr. Kernan began politely. Mr. Bloom closed his eyes and sadly twice bowed his head. The others are putting on their hats, Mr. Kernan said. I suppose we can do so too. We are the last. This cemetery is a treacherous place. They covered their heads. The reverend gentleman read the service too quickly, don't you think? Mr. Kernan said with reproof. Mr. Bloom nodded bravely, looking in the quick bloodshot eyes, secret searching eyes. Mason, I think. Not sure. Beside him again. We are the last. In the same boat. Hope he'll say something else. Mr. Kernan added, the service of the Irish Church, used in Mount Jerome, is simpler, more impressive, I must say. Mr. Bloom gave prudent assent. The language, of course, was another thing. Mr. Kernan said with solemnity, I am the resurrection and the life. That touches a man's inmost heart. It does, Mr. Bloom said. Your heart, perhaps, but what price the fellow in the 6 feet by 2 with his toes to the daisies? No touching that. Seat of the affections. Broken heart. A pump, after all, pumping thousands of gallons of blood every day. One fine day it gets bunged up, and there you are. Lots of them lying around here. Lungs, hearts, livers. Old rusty pumps. Damn the thing else. The resurrection and the life. Once you were dead, you were dead. That last day idea. Knocking them all up out of their graves. Come forth, Lazarus! And he came fifth and lost the job. Get up, last day. Then every fellow mousing around for his liver and his lights and the rest of his traps. Fine damn all of himself that morning. Pennyweight of powder in a skull. 12 grams, 1 pennyweight. Troy measure. Corny Kelleher fell into step at their side. Everything went off A1, he said. What? He looked on them from his drawling eye. Policeman's shoulders. With your tooralum. As it should be, Mr. Kernan said. What, eh? Corny Kelleher said. Mr. Kernan assured him. Who is that chap behind with Tom Kernan? John Henry Menton asked. I know his face. Ned Lambert glanced back. Bloom, he said. Madam Marion Tweedy that is, the soprano. She's his wife. Oh, to be sure, John Henry Menton said. I haven't seen her for some time. She was a fine-looking woman. I danced with her, 15, 17 golden years ago at Matt Dillon's in Roundtown, and a good armful she was. He looked behind through the others. What is he? He asked. What does he do? Wasn't he in the stationery line? I fell foul of him one evening, I remember, at bowls. Ned Lambert smiled. Yes, he was, he said, in Wisdom Healy's, a traveller for blotting paper. In God's name, John Henry Menton said. What did she marry a coon like that for? She had plenty of game in her then. Has still, Ned Lambert said. He does some canvassing for ads. John Henry Menton's large eyes stared ahead. The barrow turned into a side lane. A portly man, ambushed among the grasses, raised his head in homage. The gravediggers touched their caps. John O'Connell, Mr. Power said, pleased. He never forgets a friend. Mr. O'Connell shook all their hands in silence. Mr. Dedalus said, I'm come to pay you another visit. My dear Simon, the caretaker answered in a low voice, I don't want your custom at all. Saluting Ned Lambert and John Henry Menton, he walked on at Martin Cunningham's side, puzzling 2 keys at his back. Did you hear that one, he asked them, about Mulcahy from Coombe? I did not, Martin Cunningham said. They bent their silk hats in concert, and Hines inclined his ear. The caretaker hung his thumbs in the loops of his gold watch-chain and spoke in a discreet tone to their vacant smiles. They tell the story, he said, that 2 drunks came out here one foggy evening to look for the grave of a friend of theirs. They asked for Mulcahy from the Coombe and were told where he was buried. After traipsing about in the fog, they found the grave, sure enough. One of the drunks spelt out the name, Terence Mulcahy. The other drunk was blinking up at a statue of our Saviour the widow had got put up. The caretaker blinked up at one of the sepulchres they passed. He resumed, and after blinking up at the sacred figure, not a bloody bit like the man, says he. That's not Mulcahy, says he. Whoever done it? Rewarded by smiles, he fell back and spoke with Corny Kelleher, accepting the dockets given him, turning them over and scanning them as he walked. That's all done with a purpose, Martin Cunningham explained to Hines. I know, Hines said. I know that. To cheer a fellow up, Martin Cunningham said. It's pure good-heartedness. Damn the thing else. Mr. Bloom admired the caretaker's prosperous bulk. All want to be on good terms with him. Decent fellow. John O'Connell. Real good sort. Keys. Like Keys ad. No fears of anyone getting out. No pass-out checks. Habeat corpus. I must see about that ad after the funeral. Did I write Ballsbridge on the envelope I took to cover when she disturbed me writing to Martha? Hope it's not chucked in the dead letter office. Be better of a shave. Grey, sprouting beard. That's the first sign when the hairs come out grey, and temper getting cross. Silver threads among the grey. Fancy being his wife. Wonder how he had the gumption to propose to any girl. Come out and live in the graveyard. Dangle that before her. It might thrill her first. Courting death. Shades of night hovering here with all the dead stretched about. The shadows of the tombs when churchyards yawn. And Daniel O'Connell must be a descendant, I suppose. Who is this used to say he was queer, breedy man, great Catholic all the same, like a big giant in the dark. Will-o'-the-wisp, gas of graves. Want to keep her mind off it, to conceive at all. Women especially are so touchy. Tell her a ghost story in bed to make her sleep. Have you ever seen a ghost? Well, I have. It was a pitch-dark night. The clock was on the stroke of 12. Still, they'd kiss all right if properly keyed up. Whores in Turkish graveyards. Learn anything if taken young. You might pick up a young widow here. Men like that. Love among the tombstones. Romeo. Spice of pleasure. In the midst of death we are in life. Both ends meet. Tantalising for the poor dead. Smell of grilled beefsteaks to the starving, gnawing their vitals. Desire to grig people. Molly wanting to do it at the window. 8 children he has anyway. He has seen a fair share go under in his time, lying around him field after field, holy fields. More room if they buried them standing up. Sitting or kneeling you couldn't. Standing? His head might come up some day above ground in a landslip, with his hand pointing. All honeycombed the ground must be, oblong cells, and very neat he keeps it too, trim grass and edgings. His garden, Major Gamble calls Mount Jerome. Well, so it is. Ought to be flowers of sleep. Chinese cemeteries with giant poppies growing produce the best opium, Mastiansky told me. The Botanic Gardens are just over there. It's the blood sinking in the earth gives new life. Same idea those Jews, they said, killed the Christian boy. Every man has his price. Well preserved, fat corpse. Gentleman, epicure, invaluable for a fruit garden. A bargain. By carcass of William Wilkinson, auditor and accountant, lately deceased, £3 13 6, with thanks. I dare say the soil would be quite fat with corpse manure, bones, flesh, nails, charnel houses. Dreadful. Turning green and pink, decomposing. Rot quick in damp earth. The lean old ones tougher. Then a kind of tallowy, kind of a cheesy. Then begin to get black, treacle oozing out of them. Then dried up. Death moths. Of course, the cells, or whatever they are, go on living. Changing about. Live forever, practically. Nothing to feed on themselves. But they must breed a devil of a lot of maggots. Soil must be simply swirling with them. Your head, it simply swirls. Those pretty little seaside girls. He looks cheerful enough over it. Give him a sense of power, seeing all the others go under first. Wonder how he looks at life. Cracking his jokes, too, warms the cockles of his heart. The one about the bulletin. Spurgeon went to heaven 4 a.m. this morning, 11 p.m, closing time. Not arrived yet, Peter. The dead themselves, the men anyhow, would like to hear an odd joke, or the women to know what's in fashion. A juicy pear or ladies' punch, hot, strong and sweet. Keep out the damp. You must laugh sometimes, so better do it that way. Gravediggers in Hamlet. Shows the profound knowledge of the human heart. Daren't joke about the dead for 2 years at least. De mortuis nil nisi prius. Go out of mourning first. Hard to imagine his funeral. Seems a sort of a joke. Read your own obituary notice. They say you live longer. Gives you second wind. New lease of life. How many have you for tomorrow? The caretaker asked. 2, Corny Kelleher said. 10:30 and 11. The caretaker put the papers in his pocket. The barrow had ceased to trundle. The mourners split and moved to each side of the hole, stepping with care round the graves. The gravediggers bore the coffin and set its nose on the brink, looping the bands round it. Burying him. We come to bury Caesar. His Ides of March or June. He doesn't know who is here, nor care. Now, who is that lanky-looking galoot over there in the mackintosh? Now, who is he, I'd like to know? Now, I'd give a trifle to know who he is. Always someone turns up you never dreamt of. A fellow could live on his lonesome all his life. Yes, he could. Still, he'd have to get someone to sod him after he died, though he could dig his own grave. We all do. Only man buries. No, ants too. First thing strikes anybody. Bury the dead. Say Robinson Crusoe was true to life. Well then, Friday buried him. Every Friday buries a Thursday, if you come to look at it. Oh, poor Robinson Crusoe. How could you possibly do so? Poor Dignam. His last lie on earth in his box. When you think of them all, it does seem a waste of wood, all gnawed through. They could invent a handsome bier with a kind of panel sliding, let it down that way. Ay, but they might object to be buried out of another fellow's. They're so particular. Lay me in my native earth, bit of clay from the Holy Land. Only a mother and a dead-born child ever buried in the one coffin. I see what it means, I see. To protect him as long as possible, even in the earth. The Irishman's house is his coffin. Embalming in catacombs, mummies, the same idea. Mr. Bloom stood far back, his hat in his hand, counting the bared heads. 12. I'm 13. No, the chap in the mackintosh is 13. Death's number. Where the deuce did he pop out of? He wasn't in the chapel, that I'll swear. Silly superstition, that, about 13. Nice soft tweed Ned Lambert has in that suit. Tinge of purple. I had one like that when we lived in Lombard Street West. Dressy fellow he was once. Used to change 3 suits in the day. Must get that grey suit of mine turned by Messias. Hullo, it's died. His wife, I forgot, he's not married, or his landlady ought to have picked out those threads for him. The coffin died out of sight, eased down by the men straddled on the grave trestles. They struggled up and out, and all uncovered. 20. Pause. If we were all suddenly somebody else. Far away a donkey brayed. Rain. No such ass. Never see a dead one, they say. Shame of death. They hide. Also poor papa went away. Gentle sweet air blew round the bared heads in a whisper. Whisper. The boy by the grave head held his wreath with both hands, staring quietly in the black open space. Mr. Bloom moved behind the portly, kindly caretaker. Well-cut frock coat, weighing them up perhaps to see which will go next. Well, it is a long rest. Feel no more. It's the moment you feel. Must be damned unpleasant. Can't believe it at first. Mistake must be. Someone else. Try the house opposite. Wait, I wanted to... I haven't yet... Then the darkened death chamber. Light they want. Whispering around you. Would you like to see a priest? Then rambling and wandering. Delirium all you hid all your life. The death struggle. His sleep is not natural. Press the lower eyelid. Watching, is his nose pointed? Is his jaw sinking? Are the soles of his feet yellow? Pull the pillow away and finish it off on the floor, since he's doomed. Devil in that picture of sinner's death, showing him a woman, dying to embrace her in his shirt. Last act of Lucia. Shall I never more behold thee? Bam! Expires. Gone at last. People talk about you a bit. Forget you. Don't forget to pray for him. Remember him in your prayers. Even Parnell. Ivy Day dying out. Then they follow, dropping into a hole one after the other. We are praying now for the repose of his soul. Hoping you're well and not in hell. Nice change of air. Out of the frying pan of life into the fire of purgatory. Does he ever think of the hole waiting for himself? They say you do when you shiver in the sun. Someone walking over it. Callboy's warning. Near you. Mine over there towards Finglas. The plot I bought. Mamma, poor mamma, and little Rudy. The gravediggers took up their spades and flung heavy clods of clay in on the coffin. Mr. Bloom turned his face. And if he was alive all the time? Phew, by jingo, that would be awful. No, no, he is dead, of course. Of course he is dead. Monday he died. They ought to have some law to pierce the heart and make sure, or an electric clock, or a telephone in the coffin, and some kind of canvas air hole. Flag of distress. 3 days. Rather long to keep them in summer. Just as well to get shut of them as soon as you are sure there's no... The clay fell softer. Begin to be forgotten. Out of sight, out of mind. The caretaker moved away a few paces and put on his hat. Had enough of it. The mourners took heart of grace, one by one, covering themselves without show. Mr. Bloom put on his hat and saw the portly figure make its way deftly through the maze of graves. Quietly, sure of his ground, he traversed the dismal fields. Hines jotting down something in his notebook. Ah, the names. But he knows them all. No, coming to me. I'm just taking the names, Hines said below his breath. What is your Christian name? I'm not sure. L, Mr. Bloom said. Leopold. And you might put down McCoy's name too. He asked me to. Charlie, Hines said, writing. I know. He was on the Freeman once. So he was, before he got his job in the morgue under Louis Byrne. Good idea, a post-mortem for doctors. Find out what they imagine they know. He died of a Tuesday, got the run, levanted with the cash of a few ads. Charlie, you're my darling. That was why he asked me to. Oh well, does no harm. I saw to that, McCoy. Thanks, old chap. Much obliged. Leave him under an obligation. Costs nothing. And tell us, Hines said, do you know that fellow was over there in the... He looked round. Mackintosh? Yes, I saw him, Mr. Bloom said. Where is he now? Mackintosh, Hines said, scribbling. I don't know who he is. Is that his name? He moved away, looking about him. No, Mr. Bloom began, turning round. I say, Hines. Didn't hear. What? Where has he disappeared to? Not a sign. Well, of all the... Has anybody here seen K-E-double-L become invisible? Good Lord, what became of him? A seventh gravedigger came beside Mr. Bloom to take up an idle spade. Oh, excuse me. He stepped aside nimbly. Clay, brown, damp, began to be seen in the hole. It rose. Nearly over. A mound of damp clods rose more, rose, and the gravediggers rested their spades. All uncovered again for a few instants. The boy propped his wreath against a corner, the brother-in-law his on a lump. The gravediggers put on their caps and carried their earthy spades towards the barrow. They knocked the blades lightly on the turf, clean. One bent to pluck from the haft a long tuft of grass. One, leaving his mates, walked slowly on with shouldered weapon, its blade blue-glancing. Silently at the grave-head another coiled the coffin-band, his navel cord. The brother-in-law, turning away, placed something in his free hand. Thanks in silence. Sorry, sir. Trouble. Head shake. I know that. For yourselves, just. The mourners moved away slowly, without aim, by devious paths, staying a while to read a name on a tomb. Let us go round by the chief's grave, Hines said. We have time. Let us, Mr. Power said. They turned to the right, following their slow thoughts. With awe, Mr. Power's blank voice spoke. Some say he's not in that grave at all, that the coffin was filled with stones, that one day he will come again. Hines shook his head. Parnell will never come again, he said. He's there, all that was mortal of him. Peace to his ashes. Mr. Bloom walked unheeded along his grove, by saddened angels, crosses, broken pillars, family vaults, stone hopes praying with upcast eyes, old Ireland's hearts and hands. More sensible to spend the money on some charity for the living. Pray for the repose of the soul of... Does anybody really? Plant him and have done with him. Light down a coal chute. Then lump them together to save time. All Souls' Day. 27th, I'll be at his grave. 10 shillings for the gardener. He keeps it free of weeds. Old man himself, bent down double with his shears, clipping, near death's door. Who passed away, who departed this life, as if they did it of their own accord. Got the shove, all of them. Who kicked the bucket. More interesting if they told you what they were. So-and-so, wheelwright. I travelled for Cork Lino. I paid 5 shillings in the pound. Or a woman's with her saucepan. I cooked good Irish stew. Eulogy in a country churchyard it ought to be. That poem of, whose is it, Wordsworth or Thomas Campbell? Entered into rest, the Protestants put it. Old Dr. Murren's. The great physician called him home. Well, it's God's acre for them. Nice country residence, newly plastered and painted. Ideal spot to have a quiet smoke and read the church Times. Marriage ads they never try to beautify. Rusty wreaths hung on knobs, garlands of bronze foil. Better value that for the money. Still, the flowers are more poetical. The other gets rather tiresome, never withering. Expresses nothing. Immortel. A bird sat tamely perched on a poplar branch, like stuffed, like the wedding present Alderman Hooper gave us. Not a budge out of him. Knows there are no catapults to let fly at him. Dead animal even sadder. Silly Milly burying the little dead bird in the kitchen matchbox, a daisy chain and bits of broken chainies on the grave. The Sacred Heart, that is, showing it, heart on his sleeve. Ought to be sideways and red it should be, painted like a real heart. Ireland was dedicated to it, or whatever that. Seems anything but pleased. Why this infliction? Would birds come then and peck, like the boy with the basket of fruit? But he said no, because they ought to have been afraid of the boy. Apollo that was. How many? All these here once walked round Dublin, faithful departed. As you are now, so once were we. Besides, how could you remember everybody? Eyes, walk, voice. Well, a voice, yes. Gramophone. Have a gramophone in every grave, or keep it in the house. After dinner on a Sunday, put on poor old great-grandfather. Hello, hello, hello. I'm awfully glad. Awfully glad, see her again. Hello, hello. I'm Remind you of the voice, like the photograph reminds you of the face. Otherwise you couldn't remember the face after 15 years, say. For instance, who? For instance, some fellow that died when I was in Wisdom Healy's. A rattle of pebbles. Wait, stop. He looked down intently into a stone crypt. Some animal. Wait, there he goes. An obese grey rat toddled along the side of the crypt, moving the pebbles. An old stager. Great-grandfather. He knows the ropes. The grey alive crushed itself in under the plinth, wriggled itself in under it. Good hiding place for treasure. Who lives there? I laid the remains of Robert Emery. Robert Emmet was buried here by torchlight, wasn't he? Making his rounds. Tail gone now. One of those chaps would make short work of a fellow. Pick the bones clean, no matter who it was. Ordinary meat for them. A corpse's meat gone bad. Well, and what's cheese? Corpse of milk. I read in that Voyages in China that the Chinese say a white man smells like a corpse. Cremation better. Priests dead against it. Devilling for the other firm. Wholesale burners and Dutch oven dealers. Time of the plague. Quicklime fever pits to eat them. Lethal chamber. Ashes to ashes. Or bury at sea. Where is that Parsi Tower of Silence? Eaten by birds. Earth, fire, water. Drowning, they say, is the pleasantest. See your whole life in a flash. But being brought back to life, no. Can't bury in the air, however, out of a flying machine. Wonder, does the news go about whenever a fresh one is let down? Underground communication. We learnt that from them. Wouldn't be surprised. Regular square feed for them. Flies come before he's well dead. Got wind of Dignam. They wouldn't care about the smell of it. Salt white crumbling mush of corpse. Smell, taste like raw white turnips. The gates glimmered in front. Still open. Back to the world again. Enough of this place. Brings you a bit nearer every time. Last time I was here was Mrs. Sinico's funeral. Poor papa too. The love that kills. And even scraping up the earth at night with a lantern like that case I read of to get at fresh buried females, or even putrefied with running grave sores. Give you the creeps after a bit. I will appear to you after death. You will see my ghost after death. My ghost will haunt you after death. There is another world after death named Hell. I do not like that other world, she wrote. No more do I. Plenty to see and hear and feel yet. Feel live warm beings near you. Let them sleep in their maggoty beds. They're not going to get me this innings. Warm beds, warm, full-blooded life. Martin Cunningham emerged from a side path, talking gravely. Solicitor, I think. I know his face. Menton, John Henry, solicitor, commissioner for oaths and affidavits. Dignam used to be in his office. Matt Dillon's long ago. Jolly Matt, convivial evenings. Cold fowl, cigars, the Tantalus glasses. Heart of gold, really. Yes, Menton. Got his rag out that evening on the bowling green because I sailed inside him. Pure fluke of mine, the bias. Why he took such a rooted dislike to me. Hate at first sight. Molly and Floey Dillon linked under the lilac tree, laughing. Fellow always like that. Mortified if women are by. Got a dinge in the side of his hat. Carriage, probably. Excuse me, sir, Mr. Bloom said beside them. They stopped. Your hat is a little crushed, Mr. Bloom said, pointing. John Henry Menton stared at him for an instant without moving. There. Martin Cunningham helped, pointing also. John Henry Menton took off his hat, bulged out the dinge, and smoothed the nap with care on his coat sleeve. He clapped the hat on his head again. It's all right now, Martin Cunningham said. John Henry Menton jerked his head down in acknowledgment. Thank you, he said shortly. They walked on towards the gates. Mr. Bloom, chapfallen, drew behind a few paces so as not to overhear. Martin laying down the law. Martin could wind a sappy head like that round his little finger without his seeing it. Oyster eyes. Never mind. Be sorry after, perhaps, when it dawns on him. Get the pull over him that way. Thank you. How grand we are this morning. End of section 8. Section 9 of Ulysses. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce. Part 2, The Odyssey. Episode 7. Aeolus, Part 1. In the heart of the Hibernian metropolis. Before Nelson's Pillar, trams slowed, shunted, changed trolley, started for Black Rock, Kingstown and Dalkey, Clonskeagh, Rathgar and Terranure, Palmerston Park and Upper Rathmines, Sandymount Green, Rathmines, Ringsend and Sandymount Tower, Harold's Cross. The Horse Dublin United Tramway Company's timekeeper bawled them off. Rathgar and Terranure! Come on, Sandymount Green! Right and left, parallel, clanging, ringing, a double-decker and a single-decker moved from their railheads, swerved to the down line, glided parallel. Start, Palmerston Park! The wearer of the crown. Under the porch of the General Post Office, shoeblacks cooled and polished. Parked in North Prince's Street His Majesty's vermilion mail cars, bearing on their sides the royal initials E.R., received loudly flung sacks of letters, postcards, letter cards, parcels, insured and paid, for local, provincial, British and overseas delivery. Gentlemen of the Press. Gross-booted draymen rolled barrels dull thudding out of Prince's stores, and bumped them up on the brewery float. On the brewery float, bumped dull-thudding barrels rolled by gross-booted draymen out of Prince's stores. There it is, Red Murray said. Alexander Keyes. Just cut it out, will you? Mr. Bloom said, and I'll take it round to the telegraph office. The door of Rutledge's office creaked again. Davy Stevens, minute in a large cape-coat, a small felt hat crowning his ringlets, passed out with a roll of papers under his cape, a king's courier. Red Murray's long shears sliced out the advertisement from the newspaper in 4 clean strokes. Scissors and paste. I'll go through the printing works, Mr. Bloom said, taking the cut square. Of course, if he wants a par, Red Murray said, earnestly, a pen behind his ear, we can do him one. Right, Mr. Bloom said, with a nod. I'll rub that in. William Braden, Esquire, of Oaklands, Sandymount. Red Murray touched Mr. Bloom's arm with the shears and whispered, Braden. Mr. Bloom turned and saw the liveried porter raise his lettered cap as a stately figure entered between the newsboards of the Weekly Freeman and National Press, and the Freeman's Journal and National Press. Dull thudding Guinness's barrels. It passed stately up the staircase, steered by an umbrella, a solemn beard-framed face. The broadcloth back ascended each step. Back. All his brains are in the nape of his neck, Simon Dedalus says. Welts of flesh behind on him. Fat folds of neck. Fat neck. Fat neck. Don't you think his face is like our Saviour? Red Murray whispered. The door of Rutledge's office whispered, eh. They always build one door opposite another for the wind to way in, way out. Our Saviour, beard-framed oval face, talking in the dusk, Mary, Martha, steered by an umbrella sword to the footlights, Mario the tenor. Or like Mario, Mr. Bloom said. Yes, Red Murray agreed, but Mario was said to be the picture of our Saviour. Jesus Mario with rougy cheeks, doublet and spindle legs, hand on his heart, in Martha, Come, thou lost one, come, thou dear one. The crozier and the pen. His Grace phoned down twice this morning, Red Murray said gravely. They watched the knees, legs, boots vanish. Neck. A telegram boy stepped in nimbly, threw an envelope on the counter, and stepped off post-haste with a word. Freeman! Mr. Bloom said slowly. Well, he is one of our saviours also. A meek smile accompanied him as he lifted the counter flap, as he passed in through the side door and along the warm dark stairs and passage, along the now reverberating boards. But will he save the circulation? Thumping, thumping. He pushed in the glass swing door and entered, stepping over strewn packing paper. Through a lane of clanking drums he made his way towards Nanetti's reading closet. With unfeigned regret it is we announce the dissolution of a most respected Dublin burgess. Hines here too. Account of the funeral probably. Thumping, thump. This morning the remains of the late Mr. Patrick Dignam. Machines. Smash a man to atoms if they got him caught. Rule the world today. His machineries are pegging away too. Like these, got out of hand. Fermenting. Working away, tearing away. And that old grey rat tearing to get in. How a great daily organ is turned out. Mr. Bloom halted behind the foreman's spare body, admiring a glossy crown. Strange he never saw his real country. Ireland, my country. Member for College Green. He boomed that workaday worker tack for all it was worth. It's the ads and side features sell a weekly, not the stale news in the official gazette. Queen Anne is dead. Published by authority in the year 1000 and... Demesne, situate in the townland of Rosenallis, barony of Tinachinch. To all whom it may concern, schedule pursuant to statute, showing return of number of mules and jennets exported from Ballina. Nature notes. Cartoons. Phil Blake's weekly pattern bull story. Uncle Toby's page for tiny tots. Country bumpkins queries. Dear Mr. Editor, what is a good cure for flatulence? I'd like that part. Learn a lot teaching others. The personal note. MAP. Mainly all pictures. Shapely bathers on Golden Strand. World's biggest balloon. Double marriage of sisters celebrated. Two bridegrooms laughing heartily at each other. Cuprani too, printer. More Irish than the Irish. The machines clanked in 3/4 time. Thump, thump, thump. Now, if he got paralysed there, and no one knew how to stop them, they'd clank on and on the same, printed over and over and up and back. Monkey doodle, the whole thing. Want a cool head. Well, get into the evening edition, Councillor, Hines said. Soon be calling him my Lord Mayor. Long John is backing him, they say. The foreman, without answering, scribbled press on a corner of the sheet and made a sign to a typesetter. He handed the sheet silently over the dirty glass screen. Right, thanks, Hines said, moving off. Mr. Bloom stood in his way. If you want to draw, the cashier is just going to lunch, he said, pointing backward with his thumb. Did you? Hines asked. Mr. Bloom said. Look sharp and you'll catch him. Thanks, old man, Hines said. I'll tap him too. He hurried on eagerly towards the Freeman's Journal. 3 bob I lent him in meagres. 3 weeks. 3rd hint. We see the canvasser at work. Mr. Bloom laid his cutting on Mr. Nanetti's desk. Excuse me, Councillor, he said. This ad, you see. Keys, you remember? Mr. Nanetti considered the cutting a while and nodded. He wants it in for July, Mr. Bloom said. He doesn't hear it. Nanan. Iron nerves. The foreman moved his pencil towards it. But wait, Mr. Bloom said. He wants it changed. Keys, you see. He wants 2 keys at the top. Hell of a racket they make. Maybe he understands what I... The foreman turned round to hear patiently, and lifting an elbow, began to scratch slowly in the armpit of his alpaca jacket. Like that, Mr. Bloom said, crossing his forefingers at the top. Let him take that in first. Mr. Bloom, glancing sideways up from the cross he had made, saw the foreman's sallow face, think he has a touch of jaundice, and beyond the obedient reels feeding in huge webs of paper. Clank it, miles of it unreeled. What becomes of it after? Oh, wrap up meat, parcels, various uses, 1001 things. Slipping his words deftly into the pauses of the clanking, he drew swiftly on the scarred woodwork. House of Keys. Like that, see? 2 crossed keys here, a circle, then here the name Alexander Keys, tea, wine and spirit merchant, so on. Better not teach him his own business. You know yourself, Councillor, just what he wants. Then round the top in leaded, the House of Keys. You see? Do you think that's a good idea? The foreman moved his scratching hand to his lower ribs and scratched there quietly. The idea, Mr. Bloom said, is the House of Keys. You know, Councillor, the Manx Parliament. Innuendo of Home Rule. Tourists, you know, from the Isle of Man. Catches the eye, you see. Can you do that? I could ask him perhaps about how to pronounce that voglio, but then if he didn't know, only make it awkward for him. Better not. We can do that, the foreman said. Have you the design? I can get it, Mr. Bloom said. It was in a Kilkenny paper. He has a house there too. I'll just run out and ask him. Well, you can do that, and just a little par calling attention. You know the usual. High-class licensed premises. Long-felt want. So on. The foreman thought for an instant. We can do that, he said. Let him give us a 3 months' renewal. A typesetter brought him a limp galley page. He began to check it silently. Mr. Bloom stood by, hearing the loud throbs of cranks, watching the silent typesetters at their cases. Want to be sure of his spelling? Proof fever. Martin Cunningham forgot to give us his spelling bee conundrum this morning. It is amusing to view the unpar, 1 R, allowed, embarra, 2 R's is it? Double S, ment, of a harassed pedlar, while gauging, AU, the symmetry of a peeled pear under a cemetery wall. Silly, isn't it? Cemetery put in, of course, on account of the symmetry. I could have said when he clapped on his topper, thank you. I ought to have said something about an old hat or something. No, I could have said, looks as good as new now. See his fizz then. St! The nethermost deck of the first machine jogged forwards in its flyboard with st! The first batch of quire-folded papers. St! Almost human the way it st! to call attention, doing its level best to speak. That door too, st, creaking, asking to be shut. Everything speaks in its own way. St. Noted churchman and occasional contributor. The foreman handed back the galley page suddenly, saying, "Wait, where's the Archbishop's letter? It's to be repeated in the Telegraph. Where's what's-his-name?" He looked about him round his loud, unanswering machines. "Monks, sir?" a voice asked from the casting box. "Aye, where's Monks?" "Monks!" Mr. Bloom took up his cutting. Time to get out. "Then I'll get the design, Mr. Nanetti," he said, "and you'll give it a good place, I know. Monks!" "Yes, sir." 3 months renewal. Want to get some wind off my chest first. Try it anyhow. Rub in August. Good idea. Horse show month. Ballsbridge. Tourists over for the show. A day farther. He walked on through the case room, passing an old man, bowed, spectacled, aproned. Old Monks, the day father. Queer lot of stuff he must have put through his hands in his time. Obituary notices, pubs ads, speeches, divorce suits, found drowned. Nearing the end of his tether now. Sober, serious man, with a bit in the savings bank, I'd say. Wife a good cook and washer. Daughter working the machine in the parlour. Plain Jane. No damn nonsense. And it was the feast of the Passover. He stayed in his walk to watch a typesetter neatly distributing type. Reads it backwards first. Quickly he does it. Must require some practice, that. Mangid, Ktsirtap. Poor papa with his Haggadah book. Reading backwards with his finger to me. Pesach. Next year in Jerusalem. Dear, oh dear. All that long business about that brought us out of the land of Egypt and into the house of bondage. Alleluia. Shema Israel, Idonai Eloheinu. No, that's the other. Then the 12 brothers, Jacob's sons. And then the lamb and the cat and the dog and the stick and the water and the butcher. And then the angel of death kills the butcher and he kills the ox and the dog kills the cat. Sounds a bit silly till you come to look into it well. Justice it means, but it's everybody eating everyone else. That's what life is after all. How quickly he does that job. Practice makes perfect. Seems to see with his fingers. Mr. Bloom passed on out of the clanking noises, through the gallery onto the landing. Now, am I going to tram it out all the way, and then catch him out perhaps? Better phone him up first. Number? Same as Citron's house, 2844. Only once more that soap. He went down the house staircase. Who the deuce scrawled all over these walls with matches? Looks as if they did it for a bet. Heavy, greasy smell there always is in those works. Lukewarm glue in Tom's next door when I was there. He took out his handkerchief to dab his nose. Citron lemon? Ah, the soap I put there. Lose it out of that pocket. Putting back his handkerchief, he took out the soap and stowed it away, buttoned into the hip pocket of his trousers. What perfume does your wife use? I could go home still. Tram. Something I forgot. Just to see before dressing. No. Here. No. A sudden screech of laughter came from the Evening Telegraph office. Know who that is? What's up? Pop in a minute to phone. Ned Lambert it is. He entered softly. Erin, green gem of the silver sea. The ghost walks, Professor McHugh murmured softly, biscuitfully, to the dusty window pane. Mr. Dedalus, staring from the empty fireplace at Ned Lambert's quizzing face, asked of it sourly, "Agonising Christ, wouldn't it give you a heartburn on your arse?" Ned Lambert, seated on the table, read on. Or again, note the meanderings of some purling rill as it babbles on its way, fanned by gentlest zephyrs, though quarrelling with the stony obstacles, to the tumbling waters of Neptune's blue domain, mid mossy banks, played on by the glorious sunlight, or neath the shadows cast o'er its pensive bosom by the overarching leafage of the giants of the forest. What about that, Simon? he asked over the fringe of his newspaper. How's that for high? Changing his drink, Mr. Dedalus said. Ned Lambert, laughing, struck the newspaper on his knees, repeating, "The pensive bosom and the over-arsing leafage. Oh, boys, oh, boys." And Xenophon looked upon Marathon, Mr. Dedalus said, looking again on the fireplace and to the window, and Marathon looked on the sea. "That will do," Professor McHugh cried from the window. "I don't want to hear any more of the stuff." He ate off the crescent of water biscuit he had been nibbling, and, hungered, made ready to nibble the biscuit in his other hand. "Highfalutin stuff, bladder bags. Ned Lambert is taking a day off, I see. Rather upsets a man's day, a funeral does. He has influence, they say. Old Chatterton, the Vice-Chancellor, is his grand-uncle, or his great-grand-uncle. Close on 90, they say. Sub-leader for his death, written this long time, perhaps. Living to spite them. Might go first himself. Johnny, make way for your uncle, the Right Honourable Hedges Eyre Chatterton. Dare say he writes him an odd shaky cheque or two on gale days. Windfall when he kicks out. Alleluia." "Just another spasm," Ned Lambert said. "What is it?" Mr. Bloom asked. "A recently discovered fragment of Cicero's," Professor McHugh answered with pomp of tone. "Our lovely land." Short, but to the point. "Whose land?" Mr. Bloom said simply. "Most pertinent question," the Professor said between his chews, with an accent on the whose. "Dan Dawson's land," Mr. Dedalus said. "Is it his speech last night?" Mr. Bloom asked. Ned Lambert nodded. "But listen to this," he said. The doorknob hit Mr. Bloom in the small of the back as the door was pushed in. "Excuse me," J. O'Molloy said, entering. Mr. Bloom moved nimbly aside. "I beg yours," he said. "Good day, Jack." Come in, come in." "Good day. How are you, Dedalus?" "Well, and yourself?" J. O'Molloy shook his head. "Sad." "Cleverest fellow at the junior bar he used to be. Decline, poor chap. That hectic flush spells finis for a man. Touch and go with him. What's in the wind, I wonder? Money worry. Or again, if we but climb the serried mountain peaks. You're looking extra... Is the editor to be seen?" J. O'Molloy asked, looking towards the inner door. "Very much so," Professor McHugh said. "To be seen and heard. He's in his sanctum with Lenehan." J. O'Molloy strolled to the sloping desk and began to turn back the pink pages of the file. Practice dwindling. A might have been. Losing heart. Gambling. Debts of honour. Reaping the whirlwind. Used to get good retainers from D and T Fitzgerald. Their wigs to show their grey matter. Brains on their sleeve like the statue in Glasnevin. Believe he does some literary work for the Express with Gabriel Conroy. Well read fellow. Miles Crawford began on the Independent. Funny the way those newspaper men veer about when they get wind of a new opening. Weathercocks. Hot and cold in the same breath. Wouldn't know which to believe. One story good till you hear the next. Go for one another bald-headed in the papers, and then all blows over. Hail fellow, well met, the next moment. "Ah, listen to this, for God's sake," Ned Lambert pleaded. "Or again, if we but climb the serried mountain peaks." "Bombast," the Professor broke in testily. "Enough of the inflated windbag." "Peaks," Ned Lambert went on, "towering high on high, to bathe our souls, as it were." "Bathe his lips," Mr. Dedalus said. "Blessed and eternal God! Yes? Is he taking anything for it?" "As 'twere in the peerless panorama of Ireland's portfolio, unmatched, despite their well-praised prototypes in other vaunted prize regions, for very beauty of bosky grove and undulating plain and luscious pastureland of vernal green, steeped in the transcendent, translucent glow of our mild, mysterious Irish twilight." His native Doric. "The moon," Professor McHugh said. He forgot Hamlet. "That mantles the vista far and wide, and wait till the glowing orb of the moon shines forth to irradiate her silver effulgence." "Oh!" Mr. Dedalus cried, giving vent to a hopeless groan. "Shite and onions! That'll do, Ned. Life is too short." He took off his silk hat, and blowing out impatiently his bushy moustache, Welsh-combed his hair with raking fingers. Ned Lambert tossed the newspaper aside, chuckling with delight. An instant after, a hoarse bark of laughter burst over Professor McHugh's unshaven, black-spectacled face. "Doughy door," he cried. What Weatherup said. All very fine to jeer at it now in cold print, but it goes down like hot cake, that stuff. He was in the bakery line too, wasn't he? Why they called him Doughy Door. Feathered his nest well anyhow. Daughter engaged to that chap in the Inland Revenue Office with the motor. Hooked that nicely. Entertainment's open house. Big blowout. Weatherup always said that. Get a grip of them by the stomach. The inner door was opened violently, and a scarlet-beaked face, crested by a comb of feathery hair, thrust itself in. The bold blue eyes stared about them, and the harsh voice asked, "What is it?" "And here comes the sham squire himself," Professor McHugh said grandly. "Get out of that, you bloody old pedagogue," the editor said in recognition. "Come, Ned," Mr. Dedalus said, putting on his hat. "I must get a drink after that." "Drink?" the editor cried. "No drinks served before Mass." "Quite right too," Mr. Dedalus said, going out. "Come on, Ned." Ned Lambert sidled down from the table. The editor's blue eyes roved towards Mr. Bloom's face, shadowed by a smile. "Will you join us, Miles?" Ned Lambert asked. Memorable battles recalled. "North Cork Militia," the editor cried, striding to the mantelpiece. "We won every time. North Cork and Spanish officers." "Where was that, Miles?" Ned Lambert asked, with a reflective glance at his toe-caps. "In Ohio," the editor shouted. "So it was, begad," Ned Lambert agreed. Passing out, he whispered to J. O'Molloy, "Incipient jigs. Sad case." "Ohio," the editor crowed in high treble from his uplifted scarlet face. "My Ohio." "A perfect cretic," the professor said. "Long, short and long." O Harp Aeolian. He took a reel of dental floss from his waistcoat pocket and, breaking off a piece, twanged it smartly between two and two of his resonant, unwashed teeth. Bing bang, bang bang. Mr. Bloom, seeing the coast clear, made for the inner door. "Just a moment, Mr. Crawford," he said. "I just want to phone about an ad." He went in. "What about that leader this evening?" Professor McHugh asked, coming to the editor and laying a firm hand on his shoulder. "That'll be all right," Miles Crawford said more calmly. "Never you fret. Hello, Jack. That's all right." "Good day, Miles," J. O'Molloy said, letting the pages he held slip limply back on the file. "Is that Canada swindle case on today?" The telephone whirred inside. 28. No, 2044. Yes. Spot the winner. Lenihan came out of the inner office with sports tissues. "Who wants a dead cert for the Gold Cup?" he asked. "Sceptre with O'Madden up." He tossed the tissues onto the table. Screams of newsboys barefoot in the hall rushed near, and the door was flung open. "Hush," Lenihan said. "I hear feet stoops." Professor McHugh strode across the room and seized the cringing urchin by the collar as the others scampered out of the hall and down the steps. The tissues rustled up in the draught, floated softly in the air blue scrawls, and under the table came to earth. "It wasn't me, sir. It was the big fellow shoved me, sir." "Throw him out and shut the door," the editor said. "There's a hurricane blowing." Lenihan began to pour the tissues up from the floor, grunting as he stooped twice. "Waiting for the racing special, sir," the newsboy said. "It was Pat Farrell shoved me, sir." He pointed to two faces peering in round the door frame. "Him, sir." "Out of this with you," Professor McHugh said gruffly. He hustled the boy out and banged the door to. J. O'Molloy turned the files crackingly over, murmuring, seeking. Continued on page 6, column 4. Yes, Evening Telegraph here, Mr. Bloom phoned from the inner office. Is the boss? Yes, telegraph. To where? Aha! Which auction rooms? Aha, I see. Right, I'll catch him. A collision ensues. The bell whirred again as he rang off. He came in quickly and bumped against Lenehan, who was struggling up with the second tissue. Pardon, monsieur, Lenehan said, clutching him for an instant and making a grimace. My fault, Mr. Bloom said, suffering his grip. Are you hurt? I'm in a hurry. Knee, Lenehan said. He made a comic face and whined, rubbing his knee. The accumulation of the Anno Domini. Sorry, Mr. Bloom said. He went to the door and, holding it ajar, paused. J.J. O'Molloy slapped the heavy pages over. The noise of two shrill voices, a mouth organ, echoed in the bare hallway from the newsboys squatted on the doorsteps. We are the boys of Wexford who fought with heart and hand. Exit Bloom. I'm just running round to Bachelor's Walk, Mr. Bloom said, about this ad of Keyes's. Want to fix it up. They tell me he's round there in Dillon's. He looked indecisively for a moment at their faces. The editor, who, leaning against the mantel-shelf, had propped his head on his hand, suddenly stretched forth an arm amply. "Begone," he said. "The world is before you." "Back in no time," Mr. Bloom said, hurrying out. J.J. O'Molloy took the tissues from Lenehan's hand and read them, blowing them apart gently, without comment. "He'll get that advertisement," the professor said, staring through his black-rimmed spectacles over the cross-blind. "Look at the young scamps after him." "Show where?" Lenehan cried, running to the window. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Ulysses. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce, Part 2, The Odyssey, Episode 7, Aeolus, Part 2. A street cortege. Both smiled over the cross-blind at the file of capering newsboys in Mr. Bloom's wake, the last zigzagging white on the breeze, a mocking kite, a tail of white bowknots. "Look at the young gutter snipe behind him hue and cry," Lenehan said, "and you'll kick. Oh, my rib risible!" Taking off his flat spogs and a walk, small nines, steal upon larks. He began to mazurka in swift caricature, across the floor on sliding feet, past the fireplace to J.J. O'Molloy, who placed the tissues in his receiving hands. "What's that?" Miles Crawford said with a start. "Where are the other two gone?" "Who?" the professor said, turning. "They're gone round the Oval for a drink. Paddy Hooper is there with Jack Hall. Came over last night." "Come on then," Miles Crawford said. "Where's my hat?" He walked jerkily into the office behind, parting the vent of his jacket, jingling his keys in his back pocket. They jingled then in the air and against the wood as he locked his desk drawer. "He's pretty well on," Professor McHugh said in a low voice. "Seems to be," J.J. O'Molloy said, taking out a cigarette case in murmuring meditation. "But it is not always as it seems. Who has the most matches?" "The calumet of peace." He offered a cigarette to the professor and took one himself. Lenehan promptly struck a match for them and lit their cigarettes in turn. J.J. O'Molloy opened his case again and offered it. "Thank you, Vu," Lenehan said, helping himself. The editor came from the inner office, a straw hat awry on his brow. He declaimed in song, pointing sternly at Professor McHugh. "'Twas rank and fame that tempted thee, 'twas empire charmed thy heart." The professor grinned, locking his long lips. "Eh, you bloody old Roman Empire," Miles Crawford said. He took a cigarette from the open case, Lenehan, lighting it for him with quick grace, said, "Silence for my brand new riddle." "Imperium Romanum," J.J. O'Malloy said gently. "It sounds nobler than British or Brixton. The word reminds one somehow of fat in the fire." Miles Crawford blew his first puff violently towards the ceiling. "That's it," he said. "We are the fat. You and I are the fat in the fire. We haven't got a chance of a snowball in hell." The grandeur that was Rome. "Wait a moment," Professor McHugh said, raising two quiet claws. "We mustn't be led away by words, by sounds of words. We think of Rome, imperial, imperious, imperative." He extended elocutionary arms from frayed, stained shirt cuffs, pausing. What was their civilization? Vast, I allow, but vile. Cloacae, sewers. The Jews in the wilderness and on the mountain top said, "It is meet to be here. Let us build an altar to Jehovah." The Roman, like the Englishman who follows in his footsteps, brought to every new shore on which he set his foot. On our shore he never set it. Only his cloacal obsession. He gazed about him in his toga and he said, "It is meet to be here. Let us construct a water closet." "Which they accordingly did do," Lenehan said. "Our old ancient ancestors, as we read in the first chapter of Guinness's, were partial to the running stream." "They were nature's gentlemen," J.J. O'Malloy murmured. "But we also have Roman law." "And Pontius Pilate is his prophet," Professor McHugh responded. "Do you know that story about Chief Baron Pales?" J.J. O'Malloy asked. "It was at the Royal University dinner. Everything was going swimmingly." "First my riddle," Lenehan said. "Are you ready?" Mr. O'Madden Burke, tall, in copious grey of Donegal tweed, came in from the hallway. Stephen Dedalus behind him, uncovered as he entered. "Entrez, mes enfants," Lenehan cried. "I escort a supplicant," Mr. O'Madden Burke said melodiously. "Youth led by experience visits notoriety." "How do you do?" the editor said, holding out a hand. "Come in. Your governor is just gone." Lenehan said to all, "Silence! What opera resembles a railway line? Reflect, ponder, excogitate, reply." Stephen handed over the typed sheets, pointing to the title and signature. "Who?" the editor asked. "Bit torn off." "Mr. Garrett Deasy," Stephen said. "That old pelters," the editor said. "Who tore it? Was he short taken?" On a swift sail flaming, from storm and south he comes, pale vampire, mouth to my mouth. "Good day, Stephen," the professor said, coming to peer over their shoulders. "Foot and mouth, are you turned?" Bullock befriending bard. "Shindy in well-known restaurant." "Good day, sir," Stephen answered. "The letter is not mine. Mr. Garrett Deasy asked me to—" "Oh, I know him," Miles Crawford said, "and I knew his wife too. The bloodiest old tartar God ever made. By Jesus, she had the foot and mouth disease and no mistake. The night she threw the soup in the waiter's face and the Star and Garter. Oh ho! A woman brought sin into the world. For Helen, the runaway wife of Menelaus, 10 years the Greeks. O'Rourke, Prince of Breffni. "Is he a widower?" Stephen asked. "Aye, a grass one," Miles Crawford said, his eyes running down the typescript. "Emperor's horses. Habsburg. An Irishman saved his life on the ramparts of Vienna. Don't you forget. Maximilian Carl O'Donnell, Graf von Tyrconnell in Ireland. Sent his heir over to make the king an Austrian field marshal now. Going to be trouble there one day. Wild geese. Oh yes, every time. Don't you forget that." "The moot point is, did he forget it?" J.J. O'Malloy said quietly, turning a horseshoe paperweight. "Saving princes is a thank you job." Professor McHugh turned on him. "And if not?" he said. "I'll tell you how it was," Miles Crawford began. "A Hungarian it was one day. Lost causes, noble Marquess mentioned." We were always loyal to lost causes, the professor said. Success for us is the death of the intellect and of the imagination. We were never loyal to the successful. We serve them. I teach the blatant Latin language. I speak the tongue of a race, the acme of whose mentality is the maxim, time is money. Material domination. Dominus. Lord. Where is the spirituality? Lord Jesus, Lord Salisbury, a sofa in a West End club. But the Greek. Kyrie eleison. A smile of light brightened his dark-rimmed eyes, lengthened his long lips. The Greek, he said again. Kyrios, shining word. The vowels the Semite and the Saxon know not. Kyrie, the radiance of the intellect. I ought to profess Greek, the language of the mind. Kyrie eleison. The closet maker and the cloak maker will never be lords of our spirit. We are liege subjects of the Catholic chivalry of Europe that founded at Trafalgar, and of the empire of the spirit, not an imperium that went under with the Athenian fleets at Aegospotami. Yes, they went under. Pyrrhus, misled by an oracle, made a last attempt to retrieve the fortunes of Greece, loyal to a lost cause. He strode away from them towards the window. They went forth to battle, Mr. O'Madden said greyly, but they always fell. Boo-hoo, Lenehan wept with little noise, owing to a brick received in the latter half of the matinee. Poor Pyrrhus. He whispered then near Stephen's ear. Lenehan's Limerick. There's a ponderous pundit McHugh, who wears goggles of ebony hue, and he mostly sees double to wear them why trouble. I can't see the Joe Miller, can you? In mourning for Sallust, Mulligan says, whose mother is beastly dead. Miles Crawford crammed the sheets into a side pocket. That'll be all right, he said. I'll read the rest later. That'll be all right. Lenehan extended his hands in protest. But my riddle, he said. What opera is like a railway line? Opera? Mr. O'Madden Burke's sphinx face re-riddled. Lenehan announced gladly. The Rose of Castile. See the wheeze. Rose of Cast. Steel. Gee. He poked Mr. O'Madden Burke mildly in the spleen. Mr. O'Madden Burke fell back with a grace on his umbrella, feigning a gasp. Help, he sighed. I feel a strong weakness. Lenehan, rising to tiptoe, fanned his face rapidly with the rustling tissues. The professor, returning by way of the files, swept his hand across Stephen's and Mr. O'Madden Burke's loose ties. Paris, past and present, he said. You look like communards. Like fellows who had blown up the Bastille, J.J. O'Malloy said in quiet mockery. Or was it you shot the Lord Lieutenant of Finland between you? You look as though you had done the deed. General Bobrikov? Omnium gatherum. We were only thinking about it, Stephen said. All the talents, Miles Crawford said. Law, the classics, the turf, Lenehan put in. Literature, the press. If Bloom were here, the professor said, the gentle art of advertisement. And Madame Bloom, Mr. O'Madden Burke added, the vocal muse, Dublin's prime favourite. Lenehan gave a loud cough. Ahem, he said very softly. Oh, for a fresh of breath air. I caught a cold in the park. The gate was open. You can do it. The editor laid a nervous hand on Stephen's shoulder. I want you to write something for me, he said. Something with a bite in it. You can do it. I see it in your face. In the lexicon of youth. See it in your face. See it in your eye, lazy idle little schemer. Foot and mouth disease, the editor cried in scornful invective. Great nationalist meeting in Boris and Ossory. All balls, bulldozing the public. Give them something with a bite in it. Put us all into it. Damn its soul. Father, Son and Holy Ghost and Jakes McCarthy. We can all supply mental pabulum, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. Stephen raised his eyes to the bold, unheeding stare. He wants you for the press gang, J.J. O'Mulloy said. The great Gallagher. You can do it, Miles Crawford repeated, clenching his hand in emphasis. Wait a minute. We'll paralyse Europe, as Ignatius Gallagher used to say when he was on the Shauron, doing billiard making in the Clarence. Gallagher, that was a pressman for you. That was a pen. You know how he made his mark? I'll tell you. That was the smartest piece of journalism ever known. That was in 81, 6th May, time of the Invincibles. Murder in the Phoenix Park. Before you were born, I suppose. I'll show you. He pushed past them to the files. Look at here, he said, turning. The New York World cabled for a special. Remember that time? Professor McHugh nodded. New York World, the editor said excitedly, pushing back his straw hat. Where it took place. Tim Kelly, or Kavanagh, I mean, Joe Brady and the rest of them. Where Skin the Goat drove the car. Whole route, see? Skin the Goat, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. Fitzharris. He has that cabman's shelter, they say, down there at Butt Bridge. Holohan told me. You know Holohan? Hop and carry one, is it? Miles Crawford said. And poor Gumley is down there too, so he told me, minding stones for the corporation. A night watchman. Stephen turned in surprise. Gumley, he said. You don't say so. A friend of my father's, is it? Never mind Gumley, Miles Crawford cried angrily. Let Gumley mind the stones. See they don't run away. Look at here. What did Ignatius Gallagher do? I'll tell you. Inspiration of genius. Cabled right away. Have you Weekly Freeman of 17th March? Right, have you got that? He flung back pages of the files and stuck his finger on a point. Take page 4. Advertisement for Bransom's coffee, let us say. Have you got that? Right. The telephone whirred. A distant voice. I'll answer it, the professor said, going. B is Parkgate. Good. His finger leaped and struck point after point, vibrating. T is Viceregal Lodge. C is where murder took place. K is Knockmaroon Gate. The loose flesh of his neck shook like a cock's wattles. An ill-starched dickey jutted up, and with a rude gesture he thrust it back into his waistcoat. Hello? Evening Telegraph here. Hello? Who's there? Yes? 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 F to P is the route Skin the Goat drove the car for an alibi. In Shakur, Round Town, Windy Arbour, Palmerston Park, Ranelagh. FABP, got that? X is Davy's public house in Upper Leeson Street. The professor came to the inner door. Bloom is at the telephone, he said. Tell him go to hell, the editor said promptly. X is Davy's public house. C. Clever. Very. Clever, Lenehan said. Very. Give it to them on hot plate, Miles Crawford said. The whole bloody history. Nightmare from which you will never awake. I saw it, the editor said proudly. I was present. Dick Adams, the best-hearted bloody Corkman the good Lord ever put the breath of life in, and myself. Lenehan bowed to a shape of air, announcing, Madam, I'm Adam, and Abel was ere I saw Elba. History, Miles Crawford cried. The old woman of Princess Street was there first. There was weeping and gnashing of teeth over that. Out of an advertisement. Gregor Gray made the design for it. That gave him the leg up. Then Paddy Hooper worked to Tay Pay, who took him on to the Star. Now he's got in with the Blumenfeld. That's press. That's talent. Pyatt. He was all their daddies. The father of scarce journalism, Lenehan confirmed, and the brother-in-law of Chris Callanan. Hello, are you there? Yes, he's here still. Come across yourself. Where do you find a pressman like that now, eh? The editor cried. He flung the pages down. The father of scare journalism, Lenehan confirmed, and the brother-in-law of Chris Callanan. Hello, are you there? Yes, he's still here. Come across yourself. Where do you find a pressman like that now, eh? The editor cried. He flung the pages down. Damn clever, Lenehan said to Mr. O'Madden Burke. Very smart, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. Professor McHugh came from the outer office. Talking about the Invincibles, he said. Did you see that some hawkers were up before the recorder? Oh, yes, J.J. O'Mulloy said eagerly. Lady Dudley was walking home through the park to see all the trees that were blown down by that cyclone last year, and thought she'd buy a view of Dublin. and it turned out to be a commemoration postcard of Joe Brady or Number One or Skin the Goat, right outside the Viceregal Lodge, imagine. They're only in the hook and eye department, Miles Crawford said. Pshaw, press and the bar? Where have you a man now at the bar like those fellows, like Whiteside, like Isaac Butt, like the silver-tongued O'Hagan, eh? Ah, bloody nonsense. Pshaw, only in the halfpenny place. His mouth continued to twitch, unspeaking in nervous curls of disdain. Would anyone wish that mouth for her kiss? How do you know? Why did you write it then? Rhymes and reasons. Mouth, south. Is the mouth south some way, or is the south a mouth? Must be the same. South, pout, out, shout, drought. Rhymes. Two men dressed the same, looking the same, 2 by 2. La tua pace, che parlar ti piace, mentrece il vento con fa sil tace. He saw them 3 by 3, approaching girls, in green, in rose, in russet, entwining. Parler perso, in mauve, in purple, quella pacifica oriflamma, gold of oriflamma, di remirar fe pieu ardenti. But I, old men, penitent, leaden-footed, under darkneath the night, mouth, south, tomb, womb. Speak up for yourself, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. Sufficient for the day. J.J. O'Malloy, smiling palely, took up the gauge. My dear Miles, he said, flinging his cigarette aside, you put a false construction on my words. I hold no brief, but at present advised, for the third profession, qua profession, but your cork legs are running away with you. Why not bring in Henry Grattan and Flood and Demosthenes and Edmund Burke? Ignatius Gallagher we all know, and his chapel is at boss, Hamsworth of the Farthing Press, and his American cousin of the Bowery gutter sheet, not to mention Paddy Kelly's budget. Pew's occurrences and our watchful friend, the Skibbereen Eagle. Why bring in a master of forensic eloquence like Whiteside? Sufficient for the day is the newspaper thereof. Links with bygone days of yore. Grattan and Flood wrote for this very paper, the editor cried in his face. Irish volunteers, where are you now? Established 1763. Dr. Lucas, who have you now like John Pillpot Corrin? Pshaw. Well, J.J. O'Malloy said. Bush, K.C., for example. Bush, the editor said. Well, yes, Bush, yes. He has a strain of it in his blood. Kendall Bush, Seymour Bush. He would have been on the bench long ago, the professor said, only for... but no matter. J.J. O'Malloy turned to Stephen and said quietly and slowly, one of the most polished periods I think I ever listened to in my life fell from the lips of Seymour Bush. It was in that case of fratricide, the child's murder case. Bush defended him, and in the porches of mine ear did pour... By the way, how did he find that out? He died in his sleep? Or the other story, Beast with Two Bags? What was that? The professor asked. Italia magistra artium. He spoke on the law of evidence, J.J. O'Malloy said, of Roman justice as contrasted with the earlier Mosaic code, the Lex Talionis, and he cited the Moses of Michelangelo in the Vatican. Ha! A few well-chosen words, Lenehan prefaced. Silence. Pause. J.J. O'Malloy took out his cigarette case. False lull. Something quite ordinary. Messenger took out his matchbox thoughtfully and lit his cigar. I have often thought, since, on looking back over that strange time, that it was that small act, trivial in itself, that striking of that match, that determined the whole after-course of both our lives. A polished period. J.J. O'Malloy resumed, moulding his words. He said of it, that stony effigy in frozen music, horned and terrible, of the human form divine, that eternal symbol of wisdom and of prophecy which, if aught that the imagination or the hand of sculptor has wrought in marble, of soul transfigured and of soul transfiguring, deserves to live, deserves to live. His slim hand, with a wave, graced echo and fall. Fine, Miles Crawford said at once. The divine afflatus, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. You like it? J.J. O'Malloy asked Stephen. Stephen, his blood wooed by grace of language and gesture, blushed. He took a cigarette from the case. J.J. O'Malloy offered his case to Miles Crawford. Lenehan lit their cigarettes as before and took his trophy, saying, Muchibus tankibus. A man of high morale. Professor McGuinness was speaking to me about you, J.J. O'Malloy said to Stephen. What do you think really of that hermetic crowd, the opal hush poets? A.E. the master mystic? That Blavatsky woman started it. She was a nice old bag of tricks. A.E. has been telling some Yankee interviewer that you came to him in the small hours of the morning to ask him about planes of consciousness. McGuinness thinks you must have been pulling A.E.'s leg. He's a man of the very highest morale, McGuinness. Speaking about me? What did he say? What did he say? What did he say about me? Don't ask. No, thanks, Professor McHugh said, waving the cigarette case aside. Wait a moment. Let me say one thing. The finest display of oratory I ever heard was a speech made by John F. Taylor at the College Historical Society. Mr. Justice Fitzgibbon, the present Lord Justice of Appeal, had spoken, and the paper under debate was an essay, new for those days, advocating the revival of the Irish tongue. He turned towards Miles Crawford and said, You know Gerald Fitzgibbon, then you can imagine the style of his discourse. He is sitting with Tim Healy, J.J. O'Malloy said, rumour has it, on the Trinity College Estates Commission. He is sitting with a sweet thing, Miles Crawford said, in a child's frock. Go on, well... It was the speech, mark you, the professor said, of a finished orator, full of courteous haughtiness and pouring in chaste diction, I will not say the vials of his wrath, but pouring the proud man's contumely upon the new movement. It was then a new movement. We were weak, therefore worthless. He closed his long, thin lips an instant, but eager to be on, raised an outspanned hand to his spectacles, and, with trembling thumb and ring finger touching lightly the black rims, steadied them to a new focus. Impromptu. In a ferial tone he addressed J.J. O'Malloy. Taylor had come there, you must know, from a sick bed. That he had prepared his speech I do not believe, for there was not even one shorthand writer in the hall. His dark, lean face had a growth of shaggy beard round it. He wore a loose, white silk neckcloth, and altogether he looked, though he was not, a dying man. His gaze turned at once, but slowly, from J.J. O'Malloy's towards Stephen's face, and then bent at once to the ground, seeking. His unglazed linen collar appeared behind his bent head, soiled by his withering hair. Still seeking, he said. When Fitzgibbon's speech had ended, John F. Taylor rose to reply. Briefly, as well as I can bring them to mind, his words were these. He raised his head firmly. His eyes bethought themselves once more. Witless shellfish swam in the gross lenses to and fro, seeking outlet. He began. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, great was my admiration in listening to the remarks addressed to the youth of Ireland a moment since by my learned friend. It seemed to me that I had been transported into a country far away from this country, into an age remote from this age, that I stood in ancient Egypt, and that I was listening to the speech of some high priest of that land addressed to the youthful Moses. His listeners held their cigarettes poised to hear, their smokes ascending in frail stalks that flowered with his speech. And let our crooked smokes, noble words coming. Look out. Could you try your hand at it yourself? and it seemed to me that I heard the voice of that Egyptian high priest raised in a tone of like haughtiness and like pride. I heard his words, and their meaning was revealed to me. From the fathers. It was revealed to me that those things are good which yet are corrupted, which neither if they were supremely good, nor unless they were good, could be corrupted. Ah, curse you, that's St. Augustine. Why will you Jews not accept our culture, our religion, and our language? You are a tribe of nomad herdsmen. We are a mighty people. You have no cities nor no wealth. Our cities are hives of humanity, and our galleys, trireme and quadrireme, laden with all manner merchandise, furrow the waters of the known globe. You have but emerged from primitive conditions. We have a literature, a priesthood, an age-long history, and a polity. Nile, child, man, effigy. By the Nile bank, the babe Marie's keel, cradle of bulrushes, a man supple in combat, stone-horned, stone-bearded, heart of stone. You pray to a local and obscure idol. Our temples, majestic and mysterious, are the abodes of Isis and Osiris, of Horus and Amun-Ra. Yours serfdom, awe and humbleness. Ours thunder and the seas. Israel is weak and few are her children. Egypt is an host and terrible are her arms. Vagrants and day labourers are you called. The world trembles at our name. A dumb belch of hunger cleft his speech. He lifted his voice above it boldly. But, ladies and gentlemen, had the youthful Moses listened to and accepted that view of life, had he bowed his head and bowed his will and bowed his spirit before that arrogant admonition, he would never have brought the chosen people out of their house of bondage, nor followed the pillar of the cloud by day. He would never have spoken with the Eternal amid lightnings on Sinai's mountain top, nor ever have come down with the light of inspiration shining in his countenance and bearing in his arms the table of the law, graven in the language of the outlaw. He ceased and looked at them, enjoying a silence. Omnibus for him, J.J. O'Molloy said, not without regret. And yet he died without having entered the land of promise. As sudden at the moment, though from lingering illness often previously expectorated demise, Lenehan added, and with a great future behind him. The troop of bare feet was heard rushing along the hallway and pattering up the staircase. That is oratory, the professor said, uncontradicted. Gone with the wind. Hosts at Mullaghmast and Tara of the Kings. Miles of ears of porches. The tribune's words, howled and scattered to the four winds. A people sheltered within his voice. Dead noise. Akashic records of all that ever, anywhere, wherever was. Love and laud him, me no more. I have money. Gentlemen, Stephen said, as the next motion on the agenda paper, may I suggest that the House do now adjourn? You take my breath away. Is it not perchance a French compliment? Mr. O'Maddenburg asked. 'Tis the hour, methinks, when the wine-jug, metaphorically speaking, is most grateful in ye ancient hostelry. That it be, and thereby is resolutely resolved. All that are in favour say aye, Lenehan announced. The contrary, no. I declare it carried. To which particular boozing shed? My casting vote is Mooney's. He led the way, admonishing. We will sternly refuse to partake of strong waters, will we not? Yes, we will not, by no manner of means. Mr. O'Maddenburg, following close, said with an ally's lunge of his umbrella, Lay on, Macduff. Chip off the old block, the editor cried, clapping Stephen on the shoulder. Let us go. Where are those blasted keys? He fumbled in his pocket, pulling out the crushed type sheets. Foot and mouth, I know, That'll be all right. That'll go in. Where are they? That's all right. He thrust the sheets back and went into the inner office. Let us hope. J.J. O'Malloy, about to follow him in, said quietly to Stephen, I hope you will live to see it published. Miles, one moment. He went into the inner office, closing the door behind him. Come along, Stephen, the professor said. That's fine, isn't it? It has the prophetic vision. Fuit Ilium, the sack of windy Troy, kingdoms of this world. The masters of the Mediterranean are fellaheen today. The first newsboy came pattering down the stairs at their heels and rushed out into the street, yelling, Racing special! Dublin, I have much to learn. They turned to the left along Abbey Street. I have a vision too, Stephen said. Yes, the professor said, skipping to get into step. Crawford will follow. Another newsboy shot past him, yelling as he ran, Racing special! Dear, dirty Dublin. Dubliners. 2 Dublin Vestals, Stephen said, elderly and pious, have lived 50 and 53 years in Fumbally's Lane. Where is that? The professor asked. Off Blackpits, Stephen said. Damp night reeking of hungry dough. Against the wall. Face glistering tallow under her fustained shawl. Frantic hearts. Akasic records. Quicker. Darlint. On now, dare it. Let there be life. They want to see the views of Dublin from the top of Nelson's Pillar. They save up 3 and 10pence in a red tin letterbox money box. They shake out the 3-penny bits and 6pences and coax out the pennies with the blade of a knife. 2 and 3 in silver and 1 and 7 in coppers. They put on their bonnets and best clothes and take their umbrellas for fear it may come to rain. Wise virgins, Professor McHugh said. Life on the raw. They buy 1 and 4pence worth of brawn and 4 slices of pan loaf at the North City dining rooms in Marlborough Street from Miss Kate Collins, proprietress. They purchase 4 and 20 ripe plums from a girl at the foot of Nelson's Pillar to take off the thirst of the brawn. They give 2 3-penny bits to the gentleman at the turnstile and begin to waddle slowly up the winding staircase, grunting, encouraging each other, afraid of the dark, panting, one asking the other, have you the brawn, praising God and the Blessed Virgin, threatening to come down, peeping at the air slits. Glory be to God, they had no idea it was that high. Their names are Anne Cairns and Florence McCabe. Anne Cairns has the lumbago for which she rubs on Lourdes water, given her by a lady who got a bottle full from a passionist father. Florence McCabe takes a crew bean and a bottle of double X for supper every Saturday. Antithesis, the professor said, nodding twice. Vestal virgins, I can see them. What's keeping our friend? He turned. A bevy of scampering newsboys rushed down the steps, scattering in all directions, yelling, their white papers fluttering. Hard after them, Miles Crawford appeared on the steps, his hat aureoling his scarlet face, talking with J.J. O'Malloy. Come along, the professor cried, waving his arm. He set off again to walk by Stephen's side. Return of Bloom. Yes, he said, I see them. Mr. Bloom, breathless, caught in a whirl of wild newsboys near the offices of the Irish Catholic and Dublin Penny Journal, called, Mr. Crawford, a moment. Telegraph, racing special. What is it? Miles Crawford said, falling back a pace. A newsboy cried in Mr. Bloom's face. Terrible tragedy in Rathmines. A child hit by a bellows. Interview with the editor. Just this ad, Mr. Bloom said, pushing through towards the steps, puffing and taking the cutting from his pocket. I spoke with Mr. Keyes just now. He'll give a renewal for 2 months, he says. After he'll see. But he wants a part to call attention in a Telegraph too, the Saturday Pink. And he wants it copied if it's not too late. I told Councillor Nannetti from the Kilkenny People. I can have access to it in the National Library. House of Keys, don't you see? His name is Keys. It's a play on the name. But he practically promised he'd give the renewal. But he wants just a little puff. What will I tell him, Mr. Crawford? KMA. Will you tell him he can kiss my arse? Miles Crawford said, throwing out his arm for emphasis. Tell him that straight from the stable. A bit nervy. Look out for squalls. All off for a drink, arm in arm. Lenehan's yachting cap on the cadge beyond. Usual blarney. Wonder is that young Daedalus the moving spirit? Has a good pair of boots on him today. Last time I saw him he had his heels on view. Been walking in muck somewhere. Careless chap. What was he doing in Irish Town? Well, Mr. Bloom said, his eyes returning. If I can get the design, I suppose it's worth a short par. He'll give the ad, I think. I'll tell him. KMRIA. He can kiss my royal Irish arse, Miles Crawford cried loudly over his shoulder. Any time he likes, tell him. While Mr. Bloom stood, weighing the point and about to smile, he strode on jerkily. Raising the wind. Nulla bona, Jack, he said, raising his hand to his chin. I'm up to here. I've been through the hoop myself. I was looking for a fellow to back a bill for me no later than last week. Sorry, Jack, you must take the will for the deed. With a heart and a half if I could raise the wind anyhow. J.J. O'Malloy pulled a long face and walked on silently. They caught up on the others and walked abreast. When they have eaten the brawn and the bread and wiped their 20 fingers in the paper the bread was wrapped in, they go nearer to the railings. Something for you, the professor explained to Miles Crawford. 2 old women on the top of Nelson's pillar. Some column, that's what Wadler 1 said. That's new, Miles Crawford said. That's copy. Out for the Waxies Dargle. 2 old trickies, what? But they are afraid the pillar will fall, Stephen went on. They see the roofs and argue about where the different churches are. Rathmines' Blue Dome, Adam and Eve's, St. Lawrence O'Toole's. But it makes them giddy to look, so they pull up their skirts. Those slightly rambunctious females. Easy all, Miles Crawford said. No poetic licence. We're in the archdiocese here. And settled down on their striped petticoats, peering up at the statue of the one-handled adulterer. One-handled adulterer? The professor cried. I like that. I see the idea. I see what you mean. Dames donate Dublin's sits, speed pills, velocitus, aerolets, belief. It gives them a crick in their necks, Stephen said, and they are too tired to look up or down or to speak. They put the bag of plums between them and eat the plums out of it, one after another, wiping off with their handkerchiefs the plum juice that dribbles out of their mouths and spitting the plum stones slowly out between the railings. He gave a sudden loud laugh as it closed. Lenehan and Mr. O'Maddenburg, hearing, turned, beckoned, and led on towards Mooney's. Finished? Miles Crawford said. As long as you do no worse. Sophist wallops haughty Helen square on proboscis. Spartans gnash molars. Ithacans vow pen is champ. You remind me of Antisthenes, the professor said, a disciple of Gorgias the Sophist. It is said of him that none could tell if he were bitterer against others or against himself. He was the son of a noble and a bondwoman, and he wrote a book in which he took away the palm of beauty from Argive Helen and gave it to poor Penelope. Poor Penelope. Penelope rich. They made ready to cross O'Connell Street. Hello there, Central. At various points along the 8 lines, tramcars with motionless trolleys stood in their tracks, bound for or from Rathmines, Rathfarnham, Blackrock, Kingstown and Dalkey, Sandymount Green, Ringsend and Sandymount Tower, Donnybrook, Palmerston Park and Upper Rathmines, all still, becalmed in short circuit. Hackney cars, cabs, delivery wagons, mail vans, private broughams, aerated mineral water floats with rattling crates of bottles, rattled, rolled, horse-drawn rapidly. What, and likewise, where? But what do you call it? Miles Crawford asked. Where did they get the plums? Virgilian, says pedagogue. Sophomore plumps for old man Moses. Call it... Wait, the professor said, opening his long lips wide to reflect. Call it... Let me see. Call it Deus nobis haec otia fecit. No, Stephen said. I call it a Pisgah site of Palestine, or the parable of the plums. I see, the professor said. He laughed richly. I see, he said again, with new pleasure. Moses and the Promised Land. We gave him that idea, he added to J.J. O'Malloy. Horatio is cynosure this fair June day. J.J. O'Malloy sent a weary, sidelong glance towards the statue and held his peace. I see, the professor said. He halted on Sir John Gray's pavement island and peered aloft at Nelson through the meshes of his wry smile. Diminished digits prove too titillating for frisky frumps. Anne Wimbles, Flo Wangles, yet can you blame them? When-handled adulterer, he said, smiling grimly. That tickles me, I must say. Tickled the old ones too, Miles Crawford said, if the God Almighty's truth was known. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Ulysses. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Nathan Jordan. Ulysses by James Joyce. Part 2, The Odyssey. Episode 8, Lestrygonians. Part 1. Pineapple Rock. Lemon Plat. Butterscotch. A sugar-sticky girl shoveling scoopfuls of creams for a Christian brother. Some school treat, bad for their tummies. Lozenge and comfit manufacturer to His Majesty the King, God save our. Sitting on his throne sucking red jujubes white. A sombre YMCA young man, watchful among the warm, sweet fumes of Graham lemons, placed a throwaway in a hand of Mr. Bloom. Heart-to-heart talks. Blue? Me? No. Blood of the Lamb. His slow feet walked him riverward, reading, Are you saved? All are washed in the blood of the Lamb. God wants blood victim, birth, hymen, martyr, war, foundation of a building, sacrifice, kidney burnt offering, druids' altars, Elijah is coming. Dr. John Alexander Dowie, restorer of the church in Zion, is coming. Is coming, is coming, is coming, all heartily welcome, paying game. Tory and Alexander last year. Polygamy. His wife will put the stopper on that. Where was that ad, some Birmingham firm? The luminous crucifix, our Saviour. Wake up in the dead of night and see him on the wall, hanging. Pepper's ghost idea. Iron nails ran in. Phosphorus, it must be done with. If you leave a bit of codfish, for instance, I could see the bluey silver over it. Night, I went down to the pantry in the kitchen. Don't like all the smells in it waiting to rush out. What was it she wanted? The Malaga raisins, thinking of Spain, before Rudy was born. The phosphorescence, that bluey, greeny, very good for the brain. From Butler's Monument House corner he glanced along Bachelor's Walk. Daedalus' daughter there still outside Dillon's auction rooms. Must be selling off some old furniture. Knew her eyes at once from the father. Lobbing about, waiting for him. Home always breaks up when the mother goes. 15 children he had. Birth every year almost. That's in their theology, or the priest won't give the poor woman the confession, the absolution. Increase and multiply. Did you ever hear such an idea? eat you out of house and home. No families themselves to feed, living on the fat of the land, their butteries and larders. I'd like to see them do the black fast Yom Kippur, cross buns, one meal and a collation for fear he'd collapse on the altar. A housekeeper of one of those fellows, if you could pick it out of her. Never pick it out of her, like getting LSD out of him. Does himself well, no guess, all for number one, watching his water. Bring your own bread and butter, his reverence mum's the word. Good Lord, that poor child's dress is in flitters. Underfed she looks too. Potatoes and marge and potatoes. It's after they feel it. Proof of the pudding undermines the Constitution. As he set foot on O'Connell Bridge, a puffball of smoke plumed up from the parapet. Brewery barge with export stout. England. Sea air sours it, I heard. Be interesting some day, get a pass through Hancock to see the brewery. Regular world in itself. Vats of porter wonderful. Rats get in too. Drink themselves bloated as big as a collie floating. Dead drunk on the porter. Drink till they puke again like Christians. Imagine drinking that. Rats, vats. Well, of course, if we knew all the things. Looking down, he saw flapping strongly, wheeling between the gaunt quay walls, gulls. Rough weather outside. If I threw myself down? Reuben J.'s son must have swallowed a good bellyful of that sewage. 1 and 8pence too much. It's the droll way he comes out with the things. Knows how to tell a story, too. They wheeled lower, looking for grub. Wait. He threw down among them a crumpled paper ball. Elijah, 32 feet per sec is calm. Not a bit. The ball bobbed unheeded on the wake of swells, floated under by the bridge piers. Not such damn fools. Also, the day I threw that stale cake out of the Aaron Kings, picked it up in the wake 50 yards astern. Live by their wits. They wheeled, flapping. The hungry famished gull flaps o'er the waters dull. That is how poets write, the similar sounds. But then Shakespeare has no rhymes, blank verse. The flow of the language it is, the thoughts, solemn. Hamlet, I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain time to walk the earth. 2 apples a penny, 2 for a penny. His gaze passed over the glazed apples serried on her stand. Australians they must be this time of year. Shiny peels, polished them up with a rag or a handkerchief. Wait, those poor birds. He halted again, and bought from the old apple-woman 2 Banbury cakes for a penny, and broke the brittle paste and threw its fragments down into the Liffey. See that? The gulls swooped silently, too, then all from their heights, pouncing on prey, gone, every morsel. Aware of their greed and cunning, he shook the powdery crumb from his hands. They never expected that. Manna. Live on fish, fishy flesh they have. All seabirds, gulls, sea-goose. Swans from Anna Liffey swim down here sometimes to preen themselves. No accounting for tastes. Wonder what kind is swan meat. Robinson Crusoe had to live on them. They wheeled, flapping weakly. I'm not going to throw any more. Penny quite enough. Lot of thanks I get. Not even a caw. They spread foot and mouth disease too. If you cram a turkey, say on chestnut meal, it tastes like that. Eat pig like pig. But then, why is it that saltwater fish are not salty? How is that? His eye sought answer from the river, and saw a rowboat rock at anchor on the treacly swells lazily its plastered board. Kino's 11, trousers, Good idea, that. Wonder if he pays rent to the corporation. How can you own water, really? It's always flowing in a stream, never the same, which in the stream of life we trace, because life is a stream. All kinds of places are good for ads. That quack doctor for the clap used to be stuck up in all the greenhouses. Never see it now. Strictly confidential. Dr. High Franks. Didn't cost him a red like Magini the Dancing Master self-advertisement. Got fellows to stick them up, or stick them up himself for that matter, on the QT, running in to loosen a button. Fly-by-night. Just the place, too. Post-snow bills, post-110 pills. Some chap with the dose burning him. If he... Oh. Eh? No. 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 No, I don't believe it. He wouldn't, surely. No. No. Mr. Bloom moved forward, raising his troubled eyes. Think no more about that. After 1. Time ball on the ballast office is down. Dunsink time. Fascinating little book that is of Sir Robert Ball's. Parallax. I never exactly understood. There's a priest. Could ask him. It's Greek. Parallel. Parallax. Met him pike hoses, she called it, till I told her about the transmigration. Oh, rocks! Mr. Bloom smiled, oh, rocks, at 2 windows of the ballast office. She's right, after all. Only big words for ordinary things on account of the sound. She's not exactly witty. Can be rude, too. Blurt out what I was thinking. Still, I don't know. She used to say Ben Dollard had a bass barrel-tone voice. He has legs like barrels, and you'd think he was singing into a barrel. Now isn't that wit? They used to call him Big Ben. Not half as witty as calling him bass barrel-tone. Appetite like an albatross. Get outside of a baron of beef. Powerful man he was at stowing away number 1 bass. Barrel of bass? See? It all works out. A procession of white-smocked sandwichmen marched slowly towards him along the gutter, scarlet sashes across their boards. Bargains, like that priest they are this morning. We have sinned, we have suffered. He read the scarlet letters on their 5 tall white hats. H-E-L-Y-S. Wisdom Heelys. Y, lagging behind, drew a chunk of bread from under his foreboard, crammed it into his mouth, and munched as he walked. Our staple food, 3 bob a day. Walking along the gutters, street after street, just keep skin and bone together. Bread and skilly. They are not boil. No Gladesman. Doesn't bring in any business either. I suggested to him about a transparent show-cart, with 2 smart girls sitting inside writing letters, copybooks, envelopes, blotting paper. I bet that would have caught on. Smart girls, writing something catch the eye at once. Everyone dying to know what she's writing. Get 20 of them round you if you stare at nothing. Have a finger in the pie. Women, too. Curiosity. Pillar of salt. Wouldn't have it, of course, because he didn't think of it himself first. Or the ink bottle I suggested with a false stain of black celluloid. His ideas for ads like plum trees potted under the obituaries. Cold meat department. You can't lick 'em. What? Our envelopes. Hello. Jones, where are you going? Can't stop, Robinson. I am hastening to purchase the only reliable ink eraser cancel, sold by Healy's Limited, 85 Dame Street. Well out of that ruck I am. Devil of a job it was collecting accounts of those convents. Tranquilla convent. That was a nice nun there. Really sweet face. Wimple suited her small head. Sister? Sister? I am sure she was crossed in love by her eyes. Very hard to bargain with that sort of a woman. I disturbed her at her devotions that morning. but glad to communicate with the outside world. "Our great day," she said. "Feast of Our Lady of Mount Carmel. Sweet name, too, Caramel. She knew I think she knew by the way if she had married she would have changed. I suppose they really were short of money, fried everything in the best butter all the same, no lard for them. My heart's broke eating dripping. They like buttering themselves in and out, Molly tasting it, her veil up. Sister? Pat Claffey, the pawnbroker's daughter. It was a nun, they say, invented barbed wire." He crossed Westmoreland Street when apostrophe S had plodded by. "Rover Cycle Shop. Those races are on today. How long ago is that? Year Phil Gilligan died. We were in Lombard Street West. Wait, was in Tom's. Got the job in Wisdom Healy's year we married. 6 years. 10 years ago. 94 he died, yes, that's right. The big fire at Arnott's. Val Dillon was Lord Mayor. The Glen Cree dinner. Alderman Robert O'Reilly emptying the port into his soup before the flag fell. Bob lapping it for the inner alderman. Couldn't hear what the band played. For what we have already received may the Lord make us. Milly was a kiddie then. Molly had that elephant grey dress with the braided frogs, man-tailored with self-covered buttons. She didn't like it because I sprained my ankle first day. She wore choir picnic at the Sugarloaf, as if that. Old Goodwin's tall hat done up with some sticky stuff. Fly's picnic, too. Never put a dress on her back like it. Fitted her like a glove, shoulders and hips, just beginning to plump it out well. Rabbit pie we had that day, people looking after her. Happier then. Snug little room that was, with the red wallpaper, dockerels, 1 and 9p a dozen. Milly's tubbing night, American soap I bought, elderflower, cozy smell of her bathwater. Funny she looked soaped all over. Shapely, too. Now photography. Poor Papa's daguerreotype atelier he told me of, hereditary taste. He walked along the curbstone. Stream of life. What was the name of that priestly-looking chap was always squinting in when he passed? Weak eyes. Woman. Stopped in Citron St. Kevin's parade. Penn something. Pendennis? My memory is getting... Penn? Of course, it's years ago. Noise of the trams, probably. Well, if he couldn't remember the Dayfather's name that he sees every day. Bartol d'Arcy was the tenor, just coming out then, seeing her home after practice. Conceited fellow with his waxed-up mustache. Gave her that song, Winds That Blow from the South. Windy night, that was I went to fetch her there, was that lodge meeting on about those lottery tickets after Goodwin's concert in the supper-room or oak-room of the mansion house. He and I behind. Sheet of her music blew out of my hand against the high school railings. Lucky it didn't. Thing like that spoils the effect of a night for her. Professor Goodwin linking her in front. Shaky on his pins, poor old sot. His farewell concerts. Positively last appearance on any stage. Maybe for months, and maybe for never. Remember her laughing at the wind. Her blizzard collar up. Corner of Harcourt Road, remember that gust. Brfoo! Blew up all her skirts, and her boa nearly smothered old Goodwin. She did get flushed in the wind. Remember when we got home, raking up the fire, and frying up those pieces of lap of mutton for her supper, with the chutney sauce she liked, and the mulled rum? Could see her in the bedroom from the hearth unclamping the busk of her stays, white. Swish and soft flop her stays made on the bed, always warm from her, always liked to let herself out, sitting there after till near 2, taking out her hairpins. Milly tucked up in Betty House, happy, happy. That was the night. "Oh, Mr. Bloom, how do you do?" "Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Breen?" "No use complaining. How is Molly those times? Haven't seen her for ages." "In the pink," Mr. Bloom said gaily. "Milly has a position down in Mullingar, you know. Go away. Isn't that grand for her?" "Yes, and a photographer's there, getting on like a house on fire. How are all your charges?" "All on the baker's list," Mrs. Breen said. "How many has she? No other in sight? You're in black, I see. You have no—" "No," Mr. Bloom said. "I have just come from a funeral. Going to crop up all day, I foresee. Who's dead? When and what did he die of? Turn up like a bad penny." "Oh, dear me," Mrs. Breen said. "I hope it wasn't any near relation." "May as well get her sympathy." "Dingham," Mr. Bloom said. "An old friend of mine. He died quite suddenly, poor fellow. Heart trouble, I believe. Funeral was this morning." "Your funeral's tomorrow while you're coming through the rye." Diddle, diddle, dum, dum, diddle, diddle. "Sad to lose the old friends," Mrs. Breen's woman eyes said melancholily. "Now that's quite enough about that. Just quietly, husband. And your lord and master?" Mrs. Breen turned up her 2 large eyes. "Hasn't lost them anyhow." "Oh, don't be talking," she said. "He's a caution to rattlesnakes. He's in there now with his law books finding out the law of libel. He has me heart scalded. Wait till I show you." Hot mock turtle vapour and steam of new-baked jam puffs roly-poly poured out from Harrison's. The heavy noon-reek tickled the top of Mr. Bloom's gullet. "Want to make good pastry? Butter, best flour, Demerara sugar, or they'd taste it with the hot tea. Or is it from her?" A barefoot Arab stood over the grating, breathing in the fumes. "Deaden the gnaw of hunger that way. Pleasure or pain, is it? Penny dinner, knife and fork chained to the table." Opening her handbag, chipped leather, hatpin, ought to have a guard on those things. Stick it in a chap's eye in the tram. Rummaging. Open. Money. Please take one. Devils if they lose 6 pence. Raise Cain. Husband barging. Where's the 10 shillings I gave you on Monday? Are you feeding your little brother's family? Soiled handkerchief. Medicine bottle. Pastille. That was fell. What is she? "There must be a new moon out," she said. "He's always bad then. Do you know what he did last night?" Her hand ceased to rummage. Her eyes fixed themselves on him, wide in alarm, yet smiling. "What?" Mr. Bloom asked. "Let her speak. Look straight in her eyes. I believe you. Trust me." "Woke me up in the night," she said. "Dream he had. A nightmare." "Indiges. Said the ace of spades was walking up the stairs." "The ace of spades," Mr. Bloom said. She took a folded postcard from her handbag. "Read that," she said. "He got it this morning." "What is it?" Mr. Bloom asked, taking the card. U.P.? U.P.? Up, she said. "Someone taking a rise out of him. It's a great shame for them, whoever he is." "Indeed it is," Mr. Bloom said. She took back the card, sighing. "And now he's going round to Mr. Minton's office. He's going to take an action for £10,000, he says." She folded the card into her untidy bag and snapped the catch. Same blue serge dress she had 2 years ago, the nap bleaching. Seen its best days. Wispish hair over her ears, and that dowdy toque. 3 old grapes to take the harm out of it. Shabby genteel. She used to be a tasty dresser. Lines round her mouth. Only a year or so older than Molly. See the eye that woman gave her, passing, cruel, the unfair sex. He looked still at her, holding back behind his look his discontent. Pungent mock turtle, oxtail, mulligatawny, I'm hungry too, flakes of pastry on the gusset of her dress, daub of sugary flour stuck to her cheek, rhubarb tart with liberal fillings, rich fruit interior. Josie Powell, that was, in Luke Doyle's Long Ago, Dolphin's Barn, the Charades, U.P. Up. Change the subject. "Do you ever see anything of Mrs. Beaufoy?" Mr. Bloom asked. "Mina Purefoy," she said. "Philip Beaufoy, I was thinking. Playgoers Club. Matcham often thinks of the master stroke. Did I pull the chain?" "Yes." "The last act?" "Yes. I just called to ask on the way in. Is she over it?" "She's in the lying-in hospital in Hollis Street. Dr. Horn got her in. She's 3 days bad now." "Oh," Mr. Bloom said. "I'm sorry to hear that." "Yes," Mrs. Breen said, "and a house full of kids at home. It's a very stiff berth, the nurse told me." "Oh," Mr. Bloom said. His heavy, pitying gaze absorbed her news. His tongue clacked in compassion. "I'm sorry to hear that," he said. "Poor thing! 3 days! That's terrible for her." Mrs. Breen nodded. "She was taken bad on the Tuesday." Mr. Bloom touched her funny bone gently, warning her, "Mind, let this man pass." A bony form strode along the curbside from the river, staring with a rapt gaze into the sunlight through a heavy-stringed glass. Tight as a skull-piece, a tiny hat gripped his head. From his arm a folded dust-coat, a stick, and an umbrella dangled to his stride. "Watch him," Mr. Bloom said. "He always walks outside the lamp-posts. Watch." "Who is he, if it's a fair question?" Mrs. Breen asked. "Is he dotty?" "His name is Cashel Boyle O'Connor Fitzmaurice Tisdall Farrell," Mr. Bloom said, smiling. "Watch." "He has enough of them," she said. "Dennis will be like that one of these days." She broke off suddenly. "There he is," she said. "I must go after him. Good-bye. Remember me to Molly, won't you?" "I will," Mr. Bloom said. He watched her dodge through passers towards the shop fronts. Dennis Breen in skimpy frock coat and blue canvas shoes shuffled out of Harrison's, hugging 2 heavy tombs to his ribs. Blown in from the bay, like old times, he suffered her to overtake him without surprise, and thrust his dull grey beard towards her, his loose jaw wagging as he spoke earnestly. "Meshuggah, off his chump." Mr. Bloom walked on again easily, seeing ahead of him in sunlight the tight skull-piece, the dangling stick umbrella and dust-coat. Going the 2 days. Watch him. Out he goes again. One way of getting on in the world, and that other old mosey lunatic in those duds. Hard time she must have with him. U.P. Up. I'll take my oath. That's Alf Bergen or Richie Golding. Wrote it for Lark in the Scotch House, I bet anything. Round to Minton's office, his oyster eyes staring at the postcard. Be a feast for the gods. He passed the Irish Times. There might be other answers lying there, like to answer them all. Good system for criminals. Code. At their lunch now. Clerk with the glasses there doesn't know me. Oh, leave them there to simmer. Enough bother wading through 44 of them. Wanted. Smart lady typist to aid gentlemen in literary work. I called you naughty darling because I do not like that other world. Please tell me what is the meaning. Please tell me what perfume does your wife. Tell me who made the world. The way they spring those questions on you. And the other one, Lizzie Twigg. My literary efforts have had the good fortune to meet with the approval of the eminent poet A.E. Mr. Geo. Russell. No time to do her hair drinking sloppy tea with a book of poetry. Best paper by long chalks for a small ad. Got the provinces now. Cook and General EXC Cuisine Housemaid kept. Wanted live man for spirit counter. RESP Girl RC wishes to hear of post in fruit or pork shop. James Carlyle made that. 6.5% dividend. Made a big deal on Coates's shares. Canny cunning old Scotch hunks. All the toady news. Our gracious and popular Viceroy bought the Irish field now. Lady Mountcashel has quite recovered after her confinement, and rode out with the Ward Union staghounds at the enlargement yesterday at Rathawith. Uneatable fox. Pot hunters, too. Fear injects juices make it tender enough for them. Riding astride, sit her horse like a man, weight-carrying huntress. No side saddle or pillion for her, not for Joe. First to the meet and in at the death. Strong as a brood mare, some of these horsey women. Swagger around livery stables. Toss off a glass of brandy neat while you'd say knife. That one at the Grosvenor this morning. Up with her on the car, whish swish. Stonewall or 5-barred gate put her mount to it. Think that pug-nosed driver did it out of spite. Who is this she was like? Oh yes, Mrs. Miriam Dandrade, that sold me her old wraps and black underclothes in the Shelbourne Hotel. Divorced Spanish-American. Didn't take a feather out of her my handling them. As if I was her clothes horse. Saw her in the Vice-Regal party when Stubbs, the park ranger, got me in with Whelan of the Express, scavenging what the quality left, high tea. Mayonnaise I poured on the plums, thinking it was custard. Her ears ought to have tingled for a few weeks after. Want to be a bull for her, born courtesan. No nursery work for her, thanks. Poor Mrs. Purefoy, Methodist husband, method in his madness. Saffron bun and milk and soda lunch in the educational dairy, YMCA, eating with a stopwatch, 32 chews to the minute, and still his mutton chop whiskers grew. Supposed to be well connected. Theodore's cousin in Dublin Castle, one Tony relative in every family. Hardy annuals he presents her with. Saw him out at the 3 jolly toppers marching along bareheaded, and his eldest boy carrying one in a market net. The squallers. Poor thing! Then having to give the breast year after year all hours of the night. Selfish those TTs are, dog in the manger. Only 1 lump of sugar in my tea, if you please. End of section 11. Recorded by Nathan Jordan. Section 12 of Ulysses. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Nathan Jordan. Ulysses by James Joyce. Part 2, The Odyssey. Episode 8, Lestrygonians, Part 2. He stood at Fleet Street Crossing, luncheon interval, a 6-penny at Rose. Must look up that ad in the National Library. An 8-penny in the Burton. Better. On my way. He walked on past Bolton's Westmoreland House. Tea. I forgot to tap Tom Kernan. Tth. 3 days imagine groaning on a bed with a vinegared handkerchief round her forehead. Her belly swollen out. Phew! Dreadful, simply. Child's head too big. Forceps. Doubled up inside her, trying to butt its way out blindly, groping for the way out. Kill me, that would. Lucky Molly got over hers lightly. They ought to invent something to stop that. Life with hard labor. Twilight sleep idea. Queen Victoria was given that. 9 she had, a good layer. Old woman that lived in a shoe, she had so many children. Suppose he was consumptive. Time someone thought about it instead of gassing about the what was it, the pensive bosom of the silver effulgence. Flapdoodle to feed fools on. They could easily have big establishments, whole thing quite painless out of all the taxes, give every child born 5 quid at compound interest, up to 21 5% is 100 shillings and 5 tiresome pounds multiplied by 20 decimal system. Encourage people to put by money, save 110 and a bit 21 years, want to work it out on paper, come to a tidy sum more than you think. Not stillborn, of course. They are not even registered. Trouble for nothing. Funny sight, 2 of them together, their bellies out, Molly and Mrs. Moisel. Mothers meeting. Pithesis retires for the time being, then returns. How flat they look all of a sudden after. Peaceful eyes, weight off their mind. Old Mrs. Thornton was a jolly old soul. All my babies, she said, the spoon of pap in her mouth before she fed them. Oh, that's yum-yum. Got her hand crushed by old Tom Wall's son. His first bow to the public, head like a prize pumpkin. Snuffy Dr. Murrin. People knocking them up at all hours. For God's sake, doctor, wife in her throes. Then keep them waiting months for their fee. To attendance on your wife. No gratitude in people. Humane doctors, most of them. Before the huge high door of the Irish House of Parliament a flock of pigeons flew, their little frolic after meals. Who will we do it on? I pick the fellow in black. Here goes. Here's good luck. Must be thrilling from the air. Apjohn, myself and Owen Goldberg up in the trees near Goose Green playing the monkeys. Mackerel they called me. A squad of constables debouched from College Street, marching in Indian file. Goose-step. Food-heated faces, sweating helmets, patting their truncheons, after their feed with a good load of fat soup under their belts. Policemen's lot is oft a happy one. They split up in groups and scattered, saluting, towards their beats. Let out to graze, best moment to attack one in pudding time. A punch in his dinner, a squad of others marching irregularly, rounded Trinity railings marking for the station, bound for their troughs. Prepare to receive cavalry, prepare to receive soup. He crossed under Tommy Moore's roguish finger. They did right to put him up over a urinal, meeting of the waters. Ought to be places for women, running into cake shops. Settle my hat straight. There is naught in this wide world of Ali. Great song of Julia Morkan's. Kept her voice up to the very last. Pupil of Michael Balfe's, wasn't she? He gazed after the last broad tunic. Nasty customers to tackle. Jack Power could a tale unfold. Father a G-man. If a fellow gave them trouble being lagged, they'd let him have it hot and heavy in the bridewell. Can't blame them after all with the job they have, especially the young hornies. That horse policeman, the day Joe Chamberlain was given his degree in Trinity, he got a run for his money. My word, he did. His horse's hoofs clattering after us down Abbey Street. Lucky I had the presence of mind to dive into Manning's, or I was souped. He did come a wallop, by George. Must have cracked his skull on the cobblestones. I oughtn't to have got myself swept along with those medicals, and the Trinity jibs and their mortarboards. Looking for trouble. Still I got to know that young Dixon, who dressed that sting for me in the Mater, and now he's in Hollis Street, or Mrs. Purefoy. Wheels within wheels, police whistle in my ears still, all skedaddled. Why, he fixed on me, give me in charge. Right here it began. Up the Boers! 3 cheers for Duet! We'll hang Joe Chamberlain on a sour apple tree. Silly billies. Mob of young cubs yelling their guts out. Vinegar Hill, the Butter Exchange Band. Few years' time, half of them magistrates and civil servants. War comes on. Into the army, helter-skelter. Same fellows used to, whether on the scaffold high. Never know who you're talking to. Corny Kelleher, he was Harvey Duff in his eye, like that Peter or Dennis or James Carey that blew the gaff on the Invincibles. Member of the corporation, too, egging raw youths on to get in the know, all the time drawing Secret Service pay from the castle. Drop him like a hot potato. Why, those plain-clothes men are always courting slaveys. Easily twig a man used to uniform. Square pushing up against the back door. Maul her a bit. Then the next thing on the menu. And who is the gentleman does be visiting there? Was the young master saying anything? Peeping Tom through the keyhole, decoy duck. Hot-blooded young student fooling round her fat arms, ironing. Are those yours, Mary? I don't wear such things. Stop, or I'll tell them this is on you, out half the night. There are great times coming, Mary. Wait till you see. Ah, go along with your great times coming. Barmaids, too, tobacco shop girls. James Stephen's idea was the best. He knew them. Circles of 10 so that a fellow couldn't round on more than his own ring. Sin fine. Back out you get the knife. Hidden hand. Stay in. The firing squad. Turnkey's daughter got him out of Richmond. Off from Lusk. Putting up in the Buckingham Palace Hotel under their very noses. Garibaldi. You must have a certain fascination, Parnell. Arthur Griffith is a square-headed fellow, but he has no go in him for the mob, or gas about our lovely land. Gammon and spinach. Dublin Bakery Company's tea-room, debating societies, that republicanism is the best form of government, that the language question should take precedence of the economic question. Have your daughters inveigling them to your house. Stuff them up with meat and drink. Michaelmas goose. Here's a good lump of thyme seasoning under the apron for you. Have another quart of goose grease before it gets too cold. Half enthusiasts. Penny roll and a walk with the band. No grace for the carver. The thought that the other chap pays best sauce in the world. Make themselves thoroughly at home. Show us over those apricots, meaning peaches. The not far distant day. Home rule sun rising up in the northwest. His smile faded as he walked, a heavy cloud hiding the sun slowly, shadowing Trinity's surly front. Trams passed one another, ingoing, outgoing, clanging. Useless words. Things go on same, day after day. Squads of police marching out, back, trams in, out. Those two loonies mooching about. Dingham carted off. Mina Purefoy swollen belly on a bed groaning to have a child tugged out of her. One born every second somewhere. Other dying every second. Since I fed the birds 5 minutes. 300 kicked the bucket. Other 300 born, washing the blood off. All are washed in the blood of the Lamb, bawling, Ma. Cityful passing away, other cityful coming, passing away too, other coming on, passing on, houses, lines of houses, streets, miles of pavements, piled up bricks, stones, changing hands, this owner, that. Landlord never dies, they say. Other steps into his shoes when he gets his notice to quit. They buy the place up with gold, and still they have all the gold. Swindle in it somewhere. Piled up in cities, worn away age after age. Pyramids in sand, built on bread and onions. Slaves, Chinese wall, Babylon. Big stones left, round towers, rest rubble, sprawling suburbs, jerry-built. Kirwan's mushroom houses built of breeze, shelter for the night. No one is anything. This is the very worst hour of the day. Vitality, dull, gloomy. Hate this hour. Feel as if I had been eaten and spewed. Provost's house. The Reverend Dr. Salmon. Tinned salmon. Well tinned in there, like a mortuary chapel. Wouldn't live in it if they paid me. Hope they have liver and bacon today. Nature abhors a vacuum. The sun freed itself slowly and lit glints of light among the silverware opposite in Walter Sexton's window, by which John Howard Parnell passed, unseeing. There he is, the brother, image of him, haunting face. Now that's a coincidence. Course hundreds of times you think of a person and don't meet him, like a man walking in his sleep. No one knows him. Must be a corporation meeting today. They say he never put on the city marshal's uniform since he got the job. Charlie Kavanagh used to come out on his high horse, cocked hat, puffed, powdered, and shaved. Look at the woebegone walk of him, eaten a bad egg, poached eyes on ghost. I have a pain, great man's brother, his brother's brother. He'd look nice on the city charger, drop into the DBC probably for his coffee, play chess there. His brother used men as pawns. Let them all go to pot. Afraid to pass a remark on him. Freeze them up with that eye of his. That's the fascination, the name, all a bit touched. Mad Fanny and his other sister, Mrs. Dickinson, driving about with scarlet harness. Bolt upright like Surgeon Mardell. Still David Sheehy beat him for South Mead. Apply for the Chiltern Hundreds and retire into public life. The Patriots' banquet, eating orange peels in the park. Simon de Dallas said, when they put him in Parliament, that Parnell would come back from the grave and lead him out of the House of Commons by the arm. Of the two-headed octopus, one of whose heads is the head upon which the ends of the world have forgotten to come, while the other speaks with a Scotch accent, the tentacles. They passed from behind Mr. Bloom along the curbstone, beard and bicycle, young woman. And there he is, too. Now, that's really a coincidence. Second time. Coming events cast their shadows before. With the approval of the eminent poet Mr. Geo. Russell. That might be Lizzie Twigg with him. A.E. What does that mean? Initials, perhaps? Albert Edward, Arthur Edmund, Alphonsus Eb Ed L. Esquire. What was he saying? The ends of the world with a Scotch accent? Tentacles, octopus, something occult, symbolism, holding forth. She's taking it all in, not saying a word, to aid gentlemen in literary work. His eyes followed the high figure in homespun, beard and bicycle, a listening woman at his side, coming from the vegetarian. Only vegetables and fruit. Don't eat a beefsteak. If you do, the eyes of that cow will pursue you through all eternity. They say it's healthier. Wind and watery, though. Tried it. Keep you on the run all day. Bad as a bloater. Dreams all night. Why do they call that thing they gave me nut steak? Nutarians. Fruitarians. To give you the idea, you are eating rump steak. Absurd. Salty, too. They cook in soda. Keep you sitting by the tap all night. Her stockings are loose over her ankles. I detest that. So tasteless. Those literary, ethereal people, they are all. Dreamy, cloudy, symbolistic. Aesthetes they are. I wouldn't be surprised if it was that kind of food you see produces the like waves of the brain, the poetical. For example, one of those policemen sweating Irish stew into their shirts, you couldn't squeeze a line of poetry out of him. Don't know what poetry is, even. Must be in a certain mood. The dreamy, cloudy gull waves o'er the waters dull. He crossed at Nassau Street corner and stood before the window of Yates and Son, pricing the field glasses. Or will I drop into old Harris's and have a chat with young Sinclair, well-mannered fellow, probably at his lunch? Must get those old glasses of mine set right. Gert's lenses 6 guineas. Germans making their way everywhere. Sell on easy terms to capture trade. Undercutting. Might chance on a pair in the Railway Lost Property Office. Astonishing the things people leave behind them in trains and cloak-rooms. What do they be thinking about? Women, too. Incredible. Last year, travelling to Ennis, had to pick up that farmer's daughter's ba and hand it to her at Limerick Junction. Unclaimed money, too. There's a little watch up there on the roof of the bank to test those glasses by. His lids came down on the lower rims of his irides. Can't see it. If you imagine it's there, you can almost see it. Can't see it. He faced about and, standing between the awnings, held out his right hand at arm's length towards the sun. Wanted to try that often. Yes, completely. The tip of his little finger blotted out the sun's disk. Must be the focus where the rays cross. If I had black glasses. Interesting. There was a lot of talk about those sunspots when we were in Lombard Street West. Looking up from the back garden. Terrific explosions they are. There will be a total eclipse this year. Autumn sometime. Now that I come to think of it, that ball falls at Greenwich time. It's the clock is worked by an electric wire from Dunsink. Must go out there some first Saturday of the month. If I could get an introduction to Professor Joly, or learn up something about his family, that would do too. Man always feels complimented. Flattery where least expected. Nobleman proud to be descended from some king's mistress. His foremother lay it on with a trowel. Cap in hand goes through the land. Not go in, and blurt out what you know you're not to. What's parallax? Shows this gentleman the door. Ah. His hand fell to his side again. Never know anything about it. Waste of time. Gas balls spinning about, crossing each other, passing. Same old ding-dong always. Gas, then solid, then whirled, then cold, then dead shell drifting around. Frozen rock, like that pineapple rock. The moon. Must be a new moon out, she said. I believe there is. He went on by La Maison Claire. Wait. The full moon was the night we were Sunday fortnight exactly. There is a new moon. Walking down by the Tolka. Not bad for a Fairview moon. She was humming. The young May moon. She's beaming. Love. He other side of her. Arm, he, glowworms, la amp is gleaming, love, touch, fingers, asking, answer, yes. Stop, stop. If it was, it was, must. Mr. Bloom, quick breathing, slowlier, walking past Atom Court. With a keep quiet relief his eyes took note, this is the street here, middle of the day, of Bob Doran's bottle shoulders. On his annual bend, M'Coy said, they drink in order to say or do something, or chercher la femme. Up in the coombe with chummies and street-walkers, and then the rest of the year sober as a judge. Yes, thought so. Sloping into the Empire, gone. Plain soda would do him good. Where Pat Kinsella had his harp theatre before Whitbread ran the Queen's. Broth of a boy. Dion Boucicault, business with his harvest moon face in a poky bonnet, 3 pretty maids from school. How time flies, eh? Showing long red pantaloons under his skirts, drinkers drinking, laughed spluttering, the drink against their breath. More power, pat, coarse red, fun for drunkards, guffaw and smoke. Take off that white hat, his parboiled eyes. Where is he now? Beggar somewhere, the harp that once did starve us all. I was happier then. Or was that I? Or am I now I? 28 I was. She 23. When we left Lombard Street West something changed. Could never like it again after Rudy. Can't bring back time, like holding water in your hand. Would you go back to then? Just beginning then, would you? Are you not happy in your home, you poor little naughty boy? Wants to sew on buttons for me. I must answer. Write it in the library. Grafton Street, gay with housed awnings, lured his senses. Muslin prints, silk dames, and dowagers, jingle of harnesses, hoof-thuds, low ringing in the baking causeway. Thick feet that woman has in the white stockings. Hope the rain mucks them up on her. Country bread, chaw-bacon. All the beef to the heels we're in. Always gives a woman clumsy feet. Molly looks out of plumb. He passed, dallying, the windows of Brown Thomas, silk mercers, cascades of ribbons, flimsy china silks. A tilted urn poured from its mouth a flood of blood-hued poplin, lustrous blood. The Huguenots brought that here. La Casa e Santa, Tara Tara, great chorus that, Tari Tara, must be washed in rainwater. Meyer beer, Tara, bum bum bum. Pincushions. I'm a long time threatening to buy one, sticking them all over the place, needles in window curtains. He bared slightly his left forearm, scrape nearly gone. Not today, anyhow. Must go back for that lotion. For her birthday, perhaps. June, July, August, September, 8th. Nearly 3 months off. Then she mightn't like it. Women won't pick up pins. Say it cut slow. Gleaming silks, petticoats on slim brass rails, rays of flat silk stockings. Unless to go back. Had to be. Tell me all. High voices, sun-warm silk, jingling harnesses, all for a woman. Home and houses, silk webs, silver, rich fruit spicy from Jaffa. Agendath Nitaim, wealth of the world. A warm human plumpness settled down on his brain. His brain yielded. Perfume of embraces all him assailed. With hungered flesh obscurely, he mutely craved to adore. Duke Street. Here we are. Must eat. The Burton. Feel better then. He turned Combridge's corner, still pursued, jingling, hoof-thuds, perfumed bodies, warm, full, all kissed, yielded, in deep summer fields, tangled pressed grass, in trickling hallways of tenements, along sofas, creaking beds. Jack. Love. Darling. Kiss me, Reggie. My boy. Love. His heart astir, he pushed in the door of the Burton restaurant. Stink gripped his trembling breath. Pungent meat-juice, slush of greens. See the animals feed. Men, men, men. Perched on high stools by the bar, hats shoved back, at the tables calling for more bread, no charge, swilling, wolfing gobfuls of sloppy food, their eyes bulging, wiping wetted mustaches. A pallid, soot-faced young man polished his tumbler, knife, fork, and spoon with his napkin. New set of microbes. A man with an infant sauce-stained napkin tucked around him shoveled gurgling soup down his gullet. A man spitting back on his plate, half-masticated gristle, gums, no teeth to chew it. Chump, chop from the grill, bolting to get it over, sad boozer's eyes, bitten off more than he can chew. Am I like that? See yourselves as others see us. Hungry man is an angry man, working tooth and jaw. Don't! Oh, a bone! That last pagan king of Ireland, Cormac, in the school poem, choked himself at Sletty southward of the Boyne. Wonder what he was eating. Something voluptuous. St. Patrick converted him to Christianity. Couldn't swallow it all, however. Roast beef and cabbage. One stew. Smells of men. His gorge rose. Spatten sawdust. Sweetish, warmish cigarette smoke. Reek of plug. Spilt beer. Men's beery piss. The stale of ferment. Couldn't eat a morsel here. Fellow sharpening knife and fork to eat all before him. Old chap picking his tootles. slight spasm, full, chewing the cud, before and after, grace after meals. Look on this picture, then on that, scoffing up stew gravy with sopping sippets of bread. Lick it off the plate, man. Get out of this. He gazed round the stooled and tabled eaters, tightening the wings of his nose. 2 stouts here, 1 corned and cabbage. That fellow ramming a knifeful of cabbage down, as if his life depended on it. Good stroke. Give me the fidgets to look, safer to eat from his 3 hands. Tear it limb from limb, second nature to him, born with a silver knife in his mouth. That's witty, I think, or no. Silver means born rich, born with a knife, but then the illusion is lost. An ill-girt server gathered sticky, clattering plates. Rock, the head bailiff, standing at the bar, blew the foamy crown from his tankard. Well up, it splashed yellow near his boot. A diner, knife and fork upright, elbows on table, ready for a second helping, stared towards the food lift across his stained square of newspaper. Other chap telling him something with his mouth full. Sympathetic listener. Table talk. I munched unto Unchester bonk munchday. Ha? Did you, faith? Mr. Bloom raised 2 fingers doubtfully to his lips. His eyes said, Not here. Don't see him. Out. I hate dirty eaters. He backed towards the door. Get a light snack in Davy Burns. Stopgag. Keep me going. Had a good breakfast. Roast and mashed here. Pint of stout. Every fellow for his own. Tooth and nail. Gulp. Grub. Gulp. Gobstuff. He came out into clearer air and turned back towards Grafton Street. Eat or be eaten. Kill! Kill! Suppose that communal kitchen, years to come, perhaps, all trotting down with porringers and tommycans to be filled. Devour contents in the street. John Howard Parnell example, the provost of Trinity, every mother's son. Don't talk of your provost and provost of Trinity women and children, cabmen, priests, parsons, field marshals, archbishops. From Aylesbury Road, Clyde Road, artisan dwellings, North Dublin Union, Lord Mayor in his gingerbread coach, old Queen in a bath chair, my plate's empty. After you with our incorporated drinking cup. Like Sir Philip Crampton's fountain, rub off the microbes with your handkerchief. Next chap rubs on a new batch with his. Father O'Flynn would make hares of them all. Have rows all the same, all for number 1. Children fighting for the scrappings of the pot. Want a soup pot as big as the Phoenix Park. Harpooning flitches and hindquarters out of it. Hate people all round you. City Arms Hotel, table d'hote she called it. Soup, joint and sweet. Never know whose thoughts you're chewing. Then who'd wash up all the plates and forks? Might be all feeding on tabloids that time, teeth getting worse and worse. After all, there's a lot in that vegetarian fine flavor of things from the earth. Garlic, of course, it stinks after Italian organ grinders, crisp of onions, mushrooms, truffles, pain to the animal too. Pluck and draw fowl, wretched brutes there at the cattle market waiting for the pole-axe to split their skulls open. Moo. Poor trembling calves. Meh. Staggering bob, bubble and squeak, butcher's buckets, wobbly lights. Give us that brisket off the hook. Plop. Raw head and bloody bones. Flayed, glass-eyed sheep hung from their haunches. Sheep snouts. Bloody papered, snivelling, nose jam on sawdust. Top and lashers going out. Don't maul them pieces, young one. Hot, fresh blood they prescribe for decline. Blood always needed. Insidious. Lick it up, smoking hot, thick sugary, famished ghosts. Ah, I'm hungry. He entered Davy Burns' Moral Pub. He doesn't chat. Stands a drink now and then, but in leap year once in 4. Cashed a cheque for me once. What will I take now? He drew his watch. Let me see now. Shandygaff? Hello, Bloom, Nosy Flynn said from his nook. Hello, Flynn. How's things? Tip-top. Let me see. I'll take a glass of Burgundy, and let me see. Sardines on the shelves. Almost taste them by looking. Sandwich? Ham and his descendants. Mustard and bread there. Potted meats. What is home without Plumtree's potted meat? Incomplete. What a stupid ad. Under the obituary notices they stuck it. All up a plum tree. Dingnam's potted meat. Cannibals would with lemon and rice. White missionary, too salty, like pickled pork. Expect the chief consumes the parts of honor. Ought to be tough from exercise. His wives in a row to watch the effect. There was a right royal 8 or something, the somethings of the Reverend Mr. MacTrigger. With it an abode of bliss, Lord knows what concoction. Calls, mouldy tripes, windpipes, faked and minced up. Puzzle find the meat. Kosher. No meat and milk together. Hygiene. That was what they call now. Yom Kippur, fast spring cleaning of inside. Peace and war depend on some fellow's digestion. Religions, Christmas turkeys and geese. Slaughter of innocents. Eat, drink, and be merry. Then casual wards full after. Heads bandaged. Cheese digests all but itself. Mitty cheese. Have you a cheese sandwich? Yes, sir. Like a few olives, too, if they had them. Italian, I prefer. Good glass of Burgundy, take away that. Lubricate. A nice salad, cool as a cucumber. Tom Kernan can dress. Puts gusto into it. Pure olive oil. Millie served me that cutlet with a sprig of parsley. Take 1 Spanish onion. God made food, the devil the cooks. Deviled crab? Wife well? Quite well, thanks. A cheese sandwich, then. Gargonzola, have you? Yes, sir. Nosy Flynn sipped his grog. Doing any singing those times? Look at his mouth. Could whistle in his own ear. Flap ears to match. Music? Knows as much about it as my coachman. Still, better tell him. Does no harm. Free ad. She's engaged for a big tour end of this month. You may have heard, perhaps? No. Oh, that's the style? Who's getting it up? The curate served. How much is that? 7d, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Bloom cut his sandwich into slender strips. Mr. MacTrigger. Easier than the dreamy, creamy stuff. His 500 wives had the time of their lives. Mustard, sir? Thank you. He studied under each lifted strip yellow blobs. Their lives. I have it. It grew bigger and bigger and bigger. Getting it up, he said. Well, it's like a company idea, you see. Part shares and part profits. Now I remember. Nosy Flynn said, putting his hand in his pocket to scratch his groin. Who is this was telling me? Isn't Blazes Boylan mixed up in it? A warm shock of air heat of mustard hunched on Mr. Bloom's heart. He raised his eyes and met the stare of a bilious clock. 2. Pub clock 5 minutes fast. Time going on. Hands moving. 2. Not yet. His midriff yearned, then upward, sank within him, yearned more longingly. Wine. He smell-sipped the cordial juice, and bidding his throat strongly to speed it, set his wine-glass delicately down. Yes, he said, he's the organizer in point of fact. No fear, no brains. Nosy Flynn snuffled and scratched, Flea having a good square meal. He had a good slice of luck. Jack Mooney was telling me, over that boxing match Myler Cogue won agin that soldier in the Portobello barracks. By God, he had that little kipper down in the County Carlo, he was telling me. Hope that dewdrop doesn't come down into his glass. No, snuffled it up. For near a month, man, before it came off, sucking duck eggs, by God, till further orders. Keep him off the booze, see? Oh, by God, Blazes is a hairy chap. Davy Byrne came forward from the hind bar in tuck-stitched shirt-sleeves, cleaning his lips with 2 wipes of his napkin. Herring's blush, whose smile upon each feature plays with such and such, replete. Too much fat on the parsnips. "And here's himself and pepper on him," Nosey Flynn said. "Can you give us a good one for the Gold Cup?" "I'm off that, Mr. Flynn," Davy Byrne answered. "I never put anything on a horse." "You're right there," Nosey Flynn said. End of section 12. Recorded by Nathan Jordan. Section 13 of Ulysses. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Nathan Jordan. Ulysses by James Joyce, Part 2, The Odyssey. Episode 8, Lestrygonians, Part 3. Mr. Bloom ate his strips of sandwich, fresh clean bread, with relish of disgust, pungent mustard, the feety savour of green cheese. Sips of his wine soothed his palate. Not logwood that, tastes fuller this weather with the chill off. Nice quiet bar, nice piece of wood in that counter. Nicely planed, like the way it curves there. "I wouldn't do anything at all in that line," Davy Byrne said. "It ruined many a man, the same horses." Vintner's sweepstake, licensed for the sale of beer, wine, and spirits for consumption on the premises. Heads I win, tails you lose. "True for you," Nosey Flynn said, "unless you're in the know. There's no straight sport going now. Lenehan gets some good ones. He's giving Sceptre today. Zinfandel's the favourite. Lord Howard de Walden's won at Epsom. Morny Cannon is riding him. I could have got 7-1 against St. Amant a fortnight before." "That's so," Davy Byrne said. He went towards the window and, taking up the petty cash book, scanned its pages. "I could, faith," Nosey Flynn said, snuffling. "That was a rare bit of horseflesh. St. Frusquin was her sire. She won in a thunderstorm. Rothschild's filly, with wadding in her ears. Blue jacket and yellow cap. Bad luck to Big Ben Dollard and his John O'Gaunt. He put me off it, eh?" He drank resignedly from his tumbler, running his fingers down the flutes. "Eh," he said, sighing. Mr. Bloom, champing, standing, looked upon his sigh. Nosey Numbskull, will I tell him that horse Lenehan? He knows already. Better let him forget. Go and lose more. Fool and his money. Dewdrop coming down again. Cold nose he'd have kissing a woman. Still, they might like. Prickly beards they like. Dogs, cold noses. Old Mrs. Riordan, with the rumbling stomach, Skye Terrier in the City Arms Hotel, Molly fondling him in her lap. Oh, the big doggy bow-wowsy-wowsy. Wine-soaked and softened rolled pith of bread mustard a moment mawkish cheese. Nice wine it is. Taste it better because I'm not thirsty. Bath, of course, does that. Just a bite or two. Then about 6 o'clock I can. 6. Time will be gone then. She... Mild fire of wine kindled his veins. I wanted that badly. Felt so off-colour. His eyes unhungrily saw shelves of tins, sardines, gaudy lobsters, claws, all the odd things people pick up for food. Out of shells, periwinkles with a pin, off trees, snails out of the ground, the French eat. Out of the sea with bait on a hook, silly fish learn nothing in 1,000 years. If you didn't know, risky putting anything into your mouth, poisonous berries, Johnny Magories, roundness you think good. Gaudy color warns you off. One fellow told another, and so on. Try it on the dog first. Led on by the smell or the look, tempting fruit, ice cones, cream, instinct. Orange groves, for instance, need artificial irrigation. Leibstrasse. Yes, but what about oysters? Unsightly like a clot of phlegm. Filthy shells. Devil to open them too. Who found them out? Garbage, sewage they feed on. Fizz and red bank oysters. Effect on the sexual. Aphrodis. He was in the red bank this morning. Was he oysters, old fish at table, perhaps? He young flesh in bed. No June are no oysters. But there are people like things high. Tainted game. Jugged hare. First catch your hare. Chinese eating eggs 50 years old. Blue and green again. Dinner of 30 courses. Each dish harmless might mix inside. Idea for a poison mystery. That Archduke Leopold, was it? No, yes. Or was it Otto, one of those Habsburgs? Or who was it used to eat the scruff off his own head? Cheapest lunch in town, of course, aristocrats. Then the others copy to be in the fashion. Millie to rock oil and flour, raw pastry I like myself, half the catch of oysters they throw back in the sea to keep up the price. Cheap, no one would buy. Caviar, do the grand, hock in green glasses, swell blowout. Lady this, powdered bosom pearls. The elite, creme de la creme. They want special dishes to pretend they're hermit. With a platter of pulse keep down the stings of the flesh. Know me, come eat with me. Royal sturgeon, high sheriff. Coffee, the butcher, right to venisons of the forest from his ex. Send him back the half of a cow. Spread I saw down in the master of the rolls kitchen area. White-hatted chef like a rabbi. Combustible duck. Curly cabbage a la Duchesse de Parma. Just as well to write it on the bill of fare, so you can know what you've eaten. Too many drugs spoil the broth. I know it myself. Dosing it with Edward's desiccated soup. Geese stuffed silly for them. Lobsters boiled alive. Do take some ptarmigan. Wouldn't mind being a waiter in a swell hotel. Tips, evening dress, half-naked ladies. May I tempt you to a little more filet lemon sole, Miss Dubedat? Yes, Dubedat. And she did, bedad. Huguenot name, I expect that. A Miss Dubedat lived in Killiney, I remember. Du de la French. Still, it's the same fish perhaps old Mickey Hanlon of Moore Street ripped the guts out of, making money, hand over fist, finger in fish's gills, can't write his name on a check, think he was painting the landscape with his mouth twisted. Muakil, acha-ha, ignorant as a quiche of Bruges, worth 50,000 pounds. Stuck on the pane, 2 flies buzzed, stuck. Glowing wine on his palate lingered swallowed, crushing in the winepress grapes of Burgundy. Sun's heat it is, seems to a secret touch telling me memory. Touched his sense, moistened, remembered, hidden under wild ferns on Howth. Below us bay sleeping, sky, no sound, the sky. The bay purple by the lion's head, green by Drumlick, yellow-green towards Sutton. Fields of undersea, the lines faint brown in grass, buried cities. Pillowed on my coat she had her hair, earwigs in the heather scrub, my hand under her nape. You'll toss me all, oh, wonder! Cool, soft, with ointments her hand touched me, caressed. Her eyes upon me did not turn away. Ravished over her I lay, full lips, full open, kissed her mouth. Yum! Softly she gave me in my mouth the seed-cake warm and chewed. Mawkish pulp her mouth had mumbled sweet sour of her spittle. Joy, I ate it, joy, young life, her lips that gave me pouting. Soft, warm, sticky gum-jelly lips, flowers her eyes were. Take me, willing eyes. Pebbles fell, she lay still. A goat, no one. High on Ben Howth rhododendrons, a nanny goat walking sure-footed, dropping currants. Screened under ferns she laughed warm-folded. Wildly I lay on her, kissed her eyes, her lips, her stretched neck beating, woman's breasts full in her blouse of nun's veiling, fat nipples upright. Hot I tongued her, she kissed me, I was kissed. All yielding she tossed my hair, kissed, she kissed me, and me now. Stuck, the flies buzzed. His downcast eyes followed the silent veining of the oaken slab. Beauty, it curves, curves are beauty. Shapely goddesses, Venus, Juno, curves the world admires. Can see them, library, museum, standing in the round hall. Naked goddesses, aids to digestion. They don't care what man looks, all to see, never speaking. I mean to say to fellows like Flynn, suppose she did Pygmalion and Galatea, what would she say first? Mortal, put you in your proper place, quaffing nectar at mess with the gods' golden dishes, all ambrosial, not like a tanner lunch we have, boiled mutton, carrots and turnips, bottle of Alsop. Nectar, imagine it drinking electricity, God's food, lovely forms of women sculpted Junonian, immortal, lovely, and we stuffing food in one hole and out behind, food, chyle, blood, dung, earth, food. Have to feed it like stoking an engine. They have never looked. I'll look today. Keeper won't see. Bend down, let something drop, see if she. Dribbling a quiet message from his bladder, came to go, to do, not to do, there to do. A man, and ready he drained his glass to the lees and walked. To men, too, they gave themselves, manly conscious. Lay with men-lovers, a youth enjoyed her, to the yard. When the sound of his boots had ceased, Davy Byrne said from his book, "What is this he is? Isn't he in the insurance line?" "He's out of that long ago," Nosey Flynn said. "He does canvassing for the freemen." "I know him well to see," Davy Byrne said. "Is he in trouble?" "Trouble?" Nosey Flynn said. "Not that I heard of. Why?" "I noticed he was in mourning." "Was he?" Nosey Flynn said. "So he was, faith. I asked him how he was all at home. You're right, by God. So he was." "I never broach the subject," Davy Byrne said humanely. "If I see a gentleman is in trouble that way, it only brings it up fresh in their minds." "It's not the wife, anyhow," Nosey Flynn said. "I met him the day before yesterday, and he coming out of that Irish farm dairy John Wyse Nolan's wife has in Henry Street with a jar of cream in his hand, taking it home to his better half. She's well nourished, I tell you. Plovers on toast." "And is he doing for the freemen?" Davy Byrne said. Nosey Flynn pursed his lips. "He doesn't buy cream on the ads he picks up. You can make bacon of that." "How so?" Davy Byrne asked, coming from his book. Nosey Flynn made swift passes in the air with juggling fingers. He winked. "He's in the craft," he said. "Do you tell me so?" Davy Byrne said. "Very much so," Nosey Flynn said. "Ancient, free, and accepted order. He's an excellent brother. Light, life, and love, by God. They give him a leg up. I was told that by well, I won't say who. Is that a fact? Oh, it's a fine order, Nosy Flynn said. They stick to you when you're down. I know a fellow was trying to get into it, but they're as close as damn it. By God, they did right to keep the women out of it. Davy Byrne smiled, yawned, and nodded, all in one. Aye, charge! There was one woman, Nosy Flynn said, hid herself in a clock to find out what they do be doing. But be damned, but they smelt her out and swore her in on the spot a master mason. That was one of the St. Ledgers of Doneraile. Davy Byrne, sated after his yawn, said with tear-washed eyes, And is that a fact? Decent, quiet man he is. I often saw him in here, and I never once saw him, you know, over the line. God Almighty couldn't make him drunk, Nosy Flynn said firmly. Slips off when the fun gets too hot. Didn't you see him look at his watch? Ah, you weren't there. If you ask him to have a drink, first thing he does, he outs with the watch to see what he ought to imbibe. Declare to God he does. There are some like that, Davy Byrne said. He's a safe man, I'd say. He's not too bad, Nosy Flynn said, snuffling it up. He's been known to put his hand down to help a fellow. Give the devil his due. Oh, Bloom has his good points, but there's one thing he'll never do. His hand scrawled a dry pen signature beside his grog. I know, Davy Byrne said. Nothing in black and white, Nosy Flynn said. Paddy Leonard and Bantam Lyons came in. Tom Rockford followed, frowning, a plaining hand on his claret waistcoat. Day, Mr. Byrne. Day, gentlemen. They paused at the counter. Who's standing? Paddy Leonard asked. I'm sitting anyhow, Nosy Flynn answered. Well, what'll it be? Paddy Leonard asked. I'll take a stone ginger, Bantam Lyons said. How much? Paddy Leonard cried. Since when, for God's sake? What's yours, Tom? How is the main drainage? Nosy Flynn asked, sipping. For answer, Tom Rockford pressed his hand to his breastbone and hiccuped. Would I trouble you for a glass of fresh water, Mr. Byrne? He said. Certainly, sir. Paddy Leonard eyed his ale-mates. Lord love a duck, he said. Look at what I'm standing drinks to. Cold water and ginger pop. 2 fellows that would suck whiskey off a sore leg. He has some bloody horse up his sleeve for the gold cup. A dead snip. Zinfandel, is it? Nosy Flynn asked. Tom Rockford spilt powder from a twisted paper into the water set before him. That cursed dyspepsia, he said before drinking. Bread soda is very good, Davy Byrne said. Tom Rockford nodded and drank. Is it Zinfandel? Say nothing, Bantam Lyons winked. I'm going to plunge 5 bob on my own. Tell us if you're worth your salt, and be damned to you, Paddy Leonard said. Who gave it to you? Mr. Bloom on his way out raised 3 fingers in greeting. So long, Nosy Flynn said. The others turned. That's the man now that gave it to me, Bantam Lyons whispered. Prut! Paddy Leonard said with scorn. Mr. Byrne, sir, we'll take 2 of your small Jamesons after that, and stone ginger, Davy Byrne added civilly. Eh, Paddy Leonard said, a sucking bottle for the baby. Mr. Bloom walked towards Dawson Street, his tongue brushing his teeth smooth. Something green it would have to be, spinach, say. Then with those Rontgen rays searchlight you could. At Duke Lane a ravenous terrier choked up a sick, knuckly cud on the cobblestones and lapped it up with new zest. Surfeit returned with thanks, having fully digested the contents, first sweet, then savoury. Mr. Bloom coasted warily. Ruminants, his second course. Their upper jaw they move. Wonder if Tom Rockford will do anything with that invention of his, wasting time explaining it to Flynn's mouth. Lean people, long mouths. Ought to be a hall or a place where inventors could go in and invent free. Course, then you'd have all the cranks pestering. He hummed, prolonging in solemn echo the closes of the bars Don Giovanni. E sinor teco invitasti. Feel better? Burgundy. Good pick-me-up. Who distilled first? Some chap in the blues. Dutch courage. That Killenny people in the National Library, now I must. Bare, clean, closed stools, waiting in the window of William Miller, plumber, turned back his thoughts. They could, and watch it all the way down. Swallow a pin, sometimes, come out of the ribs years after, to round the body, changing biliary, duct, spleen, squirting liver, gastric juice, coils of intestines like pipes. But the poor buffer would have to stand all the time with his insides, entrails on show. Science. E sinor teco. What does that teco mean? Tonight, perhaps? Don Giovanni, thou hast me invited to come to supper tonight, to rum the rum-dum. Doesn't go properly. Keys, 2 months if I get Nanetti too. That'll be £2.10, about £2.8. 3 Hines owes me. 2.11, Prescott's Dye Works van over there. If I get Billy Prescott's ad, 2.15. 5 guineas about, on the pig's back. Could buy one of those silk petticoats for Molly, colour of her new garters. Today, not think. To the south, then. What about English watering places? Brighton, Margate, Piers by moonlight, her voice floating out. Those lovely seaside girls. Against John Long's, a drowsing loafer lounged in heavy thought, gnawing a crusted knuckle. Handyman wants job, small wages, will eat anything. Mr. Bloom turned at Gray's confectioner's window of unbought tarts and passed the Reverend Thomas Conlon's bookstore. Why I left the Church of Rome. Bird's nest. Women run him. They say they used to give pauper children soup to change to Protestants in the time of the potato blight. Society over the way Papa went to for the conversion of poor Jews. Same bait. Why we left the Church of Rome. A blind stripling stood tapping the curbstone with his slender cane. No tram in sight. Wants to cross. Do you want to cross? Mr. Bloom asked. The blind stripling did not answer. His wall face frowned weakly. He moved his head uncertainly. "You're in Dawson Street," Mr. Bloom said. "Molesworth Street is opposite. Do you want to cross? There's nothing in the way." The cane moved out trembling to the left. Mr. Bloom's eyes followed its line, and saw again the dye-works van drawn up before Drago's, where I saw his brilliantined hair just when I was horse-drooping, driver in John Long's, slacking his drouth. "There's a van there," Mr. Bloom said, "but it's not moving. I'll see you across. Do you want to go to Molesworth Street?" "Yes," the stripling answered. "South Frederick Street." "Come," Mr. Bloom said. He touched the thin elbow gently, then took the limp-seeing hand to guide it forward. Say something to him. Better not do the condescending. They mistrust what you tell them. Pass a common remark. "The rain kept off?" No answer. Stains on his coat. Slobbers his food, I suppose. Tastes all different for him. Have to be spoon-fed first. Like a child's hand, his hand. Like Milly's was. Sensitive. Sizing me up, I dare say, from my hand. Wonder if he has a name. Van. Keep his cane clear of the horse's legs. Tired drudge get his doze. That's right. Clear. Behind a bull. In front of a horse. "Thanks, sir." Knows I'm a man. Voice. "Right now?" First turn to the left. The blind stripling tapped the curbstone and went on his way, drawing his cane back, feeling again. Mr. Bloom walked behind the eyeless feet, a flat-cut suit of herringbone tweed. Poor young fellow! How on earth did he know that Van was there? Must have felt it. See things in their forehead, perhaps. Kind of sense of volume, weight or size of it, something blacker than the dark. Wonder, would he feel it if something was removed, feel a gap? Queer idea of Dublin he must have, tapping his way round by the stones. Could he walk in a bee-line if he hadn't that cane? Bloodless, pious face, like a fellow going in to be a priest. Penrose, that was the chap's name. Look at all the things they can learn to do. Read with their fingers, tune pianos, or we are surprised they have any brains. Why we think a deformed person or a hunchback clever if he says something we might say. Of course the other senses are more. Embroider, plate baskets. People ought to help. Work basket I could buy for Molly's birthday. Hate sewing. Might take an objection. Dark men, they call them. Sense of smell must be stronger, too. Smells on all sides, bunched together. Each street's different smell, each person, too. Then the spring, the summer, smells, tastes. They say you can't taste wines with your eyes shut or a cold in the head. Also, smoke in the dark, they say, get no pleasure. And with a woman, for instance, more shameless not seeing, that girl passing the Stuart Institution, head in the air, look at me, I have them all on. Must be strange not to see her, kind of a form in his mind's eye. The voice, temperatures, when he touches her with his fingers, must almost see the lines, the curves. His hands on her hair, for instance, say it was black, for instance. Good. We call it black. Then, passing over her white skin, different feel, perhaps, feeling of white. Post-op. Fag today. Sent her a postal order, 2 shillings, half a crown. Accept my little present. Stationer's just here too. Wait, think over it. With a gentle finger he felt ever so slowly the hair combed back above his ears. Again, fibers of fine, fine straw. Then, gently his finger felt the skin of his right cheek. Downy hair there too, not smooth enough. The belly is the smoothest. No one about. There he goes into Frederick Street. Perhaps to Levinston's Dancing Academy piano. Might be settling my braces. Walking by Doran's public-house, he slid his hand between his waistcoat and trousers, and, pulling aside his shirt gently, felt the slack fold of his belly. But I know it's whitey yellow. Want to try in the dark to see. He withdrew his hand and pulled his dress to. Poor fellow! Quite a boy. Terrible, really terrible. What dreams would he have, not seeing? Life a dream for him. Where is the justice being born that way? All those women and children, excursion, bean feast, burned and drowned in New York. Holocaust. Karma, they call that transmigration for sins you did in a past life. The reincarnation met him pike hoses. Dear, dear, dear. Pity, of course, but somehow you can't cotton on to them some way. Sir Frederick Falconer going into the Freemasons' Hall, solemn as Troy, after his good lunch in Earlsfort Terrace, old legal cronies, cracking a magnum, tales of the bench and assizes and annals of the Bluecoat School. I sentence him to 10 years. I suppose he'd turn up his nose at that stuff I drank. Vintage wine for them. The year marked on a dusty bottle. Has his own ideas of justice in the recorder's court. Well-meaning old man. Police charge sheets crammed with cases. Get their percentage manufacturing crime. Sends them to the right-about. The devil on moneylenders. Gave Reuben J. a great straw-calling. Now he's really what they call a dirty Jew. Power those judges have, crusty old toppers and wigs. Bear with a sore paw. And may the Lord have mercy on your soul. Hello, placard. Merest Bazaar, His Excellency the Lord Lieutenant 16th, today it is, in aid of funds for Mercer's Hospital. The Messiah was first given for that. Yes, Handel. What about going out there, Ballsbridge, drop in on Keys? No use sticking to him like a leech. Wear out my welcome. Sure to know someone on the gate. Mr. Bloom came to Kildare Street. First I must library. Straw hat and sunlight, tan shoes. Turned-up trousers, it is. His heart quopped softly. To the right, museum. Goddesses. He swerved to the right. Is it? Almost certain. Won't look. Wine in my face. Why did I? Too heady. Yes, it is. The walk. Not see. Get on. Making for the museum gate with long, windy steps, he lifted his eyes. Handsome building, Sir Thomas Deane designed. Not following me? Didn't see me, perhaps. Light in his eyes. The flutter of his breath came forth in short sighs, quick, cold statues. Quiet there, safe in a minute. No, didn't see me. After 2, just at the gate. My heart! His eyes, beating, looked steadfastly at cream curves of stone. Sir Thomas Deane was the Greek architecture. Look for something, I. His hasty hand went quick into a pocket. Took out, read, unfolded, Agendath Nitem. Where did I? Busy looking. He thrust back, quick Agendath. Afternoon, she said. I am looking for that. Yes, that. Try all pockets. Hanker, Freeman, where did I? Ah, yes, trousers, potato, purse. Where? Hurry, walk quietly, moment more, my heart. His hand looking for the where did I put, found in his hip pocket, soap lotion, have to call, tepid paper stuck. Ah, soap, there, aye, yes, gate. Safe! End of section 13. Recorded by Nathan Jordan.
Section 14 of Ulysses. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recorded by Kirsty. Ulysses by James Joyce. Part 2. The Odyssey. Episode 9. Scylla and Charybdis. Part 1. Urbane, to comfort them, the Quaker librarian purred. And we have we not, those priceless pages of Wilhelm Meister, a great poet on a great brother poet, a hesitating soul taking arms against a sea of troubles, torn by conflicting doubts, as one sees in real life. He came a step, a syncopace forward, on Meat's leather creaking, and a step backward, a syncopace on the solemn floor. A noiseless attendant setting open the door but slightly made him a noiseless beck. Directly, said he, creaking to go, albeit lingering. The beautiful, ineffectual dreamer who comes to grief against hard facts. One always feels that Goethe's judgments are so true in the larger analysis. Twi-creakingly analysis he carantoed off. Bald, most zealous by the door, he gave his large ear all to the attendant's words, heard them, and was gone. 2 left. Monsieur de la Palisse, Stephen sneered, was alive 15 minutes before his death. Have you found those 6 brave medicals, John Eglinton asked with elder's gall, to write Paradise Lost at your dictation? The sorrows of Satan, he calls it. Smile. Smile, Cranley, smile. First he tickled her, then he patted her, then he passed the female catheter. For he was a medical, jolly old I feel you would need one more for Hamlet. 7 is dear to the mystic mind. The shining 7, W.B. calls them. Glitter-eyed, his rufous skull, close to his green-capped desk lamp, sought the face bearded amid dark greener shadow, and olive, holy-eyed. He laughed low, a sizar's laugh of Trinity, unanswered. Orchestral Satan, weeping many a rude tear such as angels weep, ed egli avia del cul fato trombetta. He holds my follies hostage. Cranley's 11 true Wicklow men to free their sireland. Gap-toothed Kathleen, her 4 beautiful green fields, the stranger in her house, and one more to hail him, Ave Rabbi, the Tinhally 12. In the shadow of the glen he cooees for them, my soul's youth I gave him, night by night, Godspeed, good hunting. Mulligan has my telegram. Folly, persist. Our young Irish bards, John Eglinton censured, have yet to create a figure which the world will set beside Saxon Shakespeare's Hamlet, though I admire him, as old Ben did, on this side idolatry. All these questions are purely academic, Russell oracled out of his shadow. I mean, whether Hamlet is Shakespeare or James I or Essex, clergymen's discussions of the historicity of Jesus. Art has to reveal to us ideas, formless spiritual essences. The supreme question about a work of art is out of how deep a life does it spring. The painting of Gustave Moreau is the painting of ideas. The deepest poetry of Shelley, the words of Hamlet bring our minds into contact with the eternal wisdom, Plato's world of ideas. All the rest is the speculation of schoolboys for schoolboys. A.E. has been telling some Yankee interviewer, "Wall tarnation strike me." The schoolmen were schoolboys first, Stephen said super politely. Aristotle was once Plato's schoolboy. And has remained so, one should hope, John Eglinton sedately said. One can see him, a model schoolboy with his diploma under his arm. He laughed again at the now smiling bearded face. Formless spiritual, Father, Word and Holy Breath, All-Father the Heavenly Man, Jesus Christos, Magician of the Beautiful, the Logos who suffers in us at every moment. This verily is that. I am the fire upon the altar, I am the sacrificial butter. Dunlop, Judge, the noblest Roman of them all, A.E., Arvel, the name ineffable, in heaven height, K.H., their master, whose identity is no secret to adepts. Brothers of the Great White Lodge, always watching to see if they can help. The Christ with the bride sister, moisture of light, born of an ensouled virgin, repentant Sophia, departed to the plain of Budai. The life esoteric is not for an ordinary person. OP must work off bad karma first. Mrs. Cooper Oakley once glimpsed our very illustrious sister H.P.B.'s elemental. Oh fie, out on't for fruitful. You oughtn't to look, missus, so you oughtn't when a lady's a-showing off her elemental. Mr. Best entered, tall, young, mild, light. He bore in his hand with grace a notebook, new, large, clean, bright. That model schoolboy, Stephen said, would find Hamlet's musings about the afterlife of his princely soul, the improbable, insignificant and undramatic monologue, as shallow as Plato's. John Eglinton, frowning, said, waxing wroth, "Upon my word, it makes my blood boil to hear anyone compare Aristotle with Plato." Which of the two, Stephen asked, would have banished me from his commonwealth? Unsheath your dagger definitions. Hoarseness is the whatness of all horse. Streams of tendency and aeons they worship. God, noise in the street, very peripatetic. Space, what you damn well have to see. Through spaces smaller than red globules of man's blood they creepy crawl after Blake's buttocks into eternity of which this vegetable world is but a shadow. Hold to the now, the here, through which all future plunges to the past. Mr. Best came forward, amiable, towards his colleague. "Haynes is gone," he said. "Is he?" "I was showing him Jubenville's book. He's quite enthusiastic, don't you know, about Hyde's love songs of Connacht. I couldn't bring him in to hear the discussion. He's gone to Gill's to buy it. Bound thee forth my booklet quick to greet the callous public. writ I ween 'twas not my wish in lean unlovely English. The peat smoke is going to his head, John Eglinton opined. We feel in England, penitent thief, gone. I smoked his baccy, green twinkling stone, and emeralds set in the ring of the sea. People do not know how dangerous love songs can be, the auric egg of Russell warned occultly. The movements which work revolutions in the world are born out of the dreams and visions in a peasant's heart on the hillside. For them, the earth is not an exploitable ground, but the living mother. The rarefied air of the academy and the arena produce the 6-shilling novel, the music hall song. Phrase produces the finest flower of corruption in Malame, but the desirable life is revealed only to the poor of heart, the life of Homer's Phaeacians. From these words Mr. Best turned an unoffending face to Stephen. Malame, don't you know, he said, has written those wonderful prose poems Stephen McKenna used to read to me in Paris, the one about Hamlet. He says, il se promène, lisant au livre de lui-même. Don't you know, reading the book of himself. He describes Hamlet given in a French town, don't you know, a provincial town. They advertised it. His free hand graciously wrote tiny signs in air. Hamlet, ou le distrait pièce de Shakespeare. He repeated to John Eglinton's new-gathered frown. Pièce de Shakespeare, don't you know? It's so French, the French point of view, Hamlet ou the absent-minded beggar, Stephen ended. John Eglinton laughed. Yes, I suppose it would be, he said. Excellent people, no doubt, but distressingly short-sighted in some matters. Sumptuous and stagnant exaggeration of murder. A deathsman of the soul, Robert Greene called him, Stephen said. Not for nothing was he a butcher's son, wielding the sledded poleaxe and spitting in his palms. 9 lives are taken off for his father's one. Our Father who art in purgatory. Khaki Hamlets don't hesitate to shoot. The blood-bolted shambles in Act 5 is a forecast of the concentration camp sung by Mr. Swinburne. Cranley, I his mute orderly, following battles from afar. Whelps and dams of murderous foes whom none but we had spared. Between the Saxon smile and the Yankee York, the devil in the deep sea. He will have it that Hamlet is a ghost story, John Eglinton said for Mr. Best's behoof. Like the fat boy in Pickwick, he wants to make our flesh creep. List, list, oh list. My flesh hears him, creeping, hears. If thou didst ever... What is a ghost? Stephen said with tingling energy. One who has faded into impalpability through death, through absence, through change of manners. Elizabethan London lay as far from Stratford as corrupt Paris lies from virgin Dublin. Who is the ghost from Limbo Patrum, returning to the world that has forgotten him? Who is King Hamlet? John Eglinton shifted his spare body, leaning back to judge. Lifted. It is this hour of a day in mid-June, Stephen said, begging with a swift glance their hearing. The flag is up on the playhouse by the bankside. The bear Saracen growls in the pit near it, Paris Garden. Canvas climbers who sailed the Drake chew their sausages among the groundlings. Local colour, work in all, you know, make them accomplices. Shakespeare has left the Huguenot's house in Silver Street and walks by the Swan Mews along the river bank. But he does not stay to feed the pen, chivying her game of signets towards the rushes. The Swan of Avon has other thoughts. Composition of place. Ignatius Loyola, make haste to help me. The play begins. A player comes on under the shadow, made up in the cast-off mail of a court buck, a well-set man with a bass voice. It is the ghost, the king, a king and no king, and the player is Shakespeare, who has studied Hamlet all the years of his life, which were not vanity, in order to play the part of the spectre. He speaks the words to Burbage, the young player who stands before him beyond the rack of cerecloth, calling him by a name. Hamlet, I am thy father's spirit, bidding him list. To a son he speaks, the son of his soul, the prince, young Hamlet, and to the son of his body, Hamlet Shakespeare, who has died in Stratford, that his namesake may live forever. Is it possible that that player Shakespeare, a ghost by absence, and in the vesture of buried Denmark, a ghost by death, speaking his own words to his own son's name. Had Hamlet Shakespeare lived, he would have been Prince Hamlet's twin. Is it possible, I want to know, or probable, that he did not draw or foresee the logical conclusion of those premises? You are the dispossessed son, I am the murdered father, your mother is the guilty queen, Anne Shakespeare, born Hathaway. But this prying into the family life of a great man, Russell began impatiently. Art thou there, Truepenny? Interesting only to the parish clerk. I mean, we have the plays. I mean, when we read the poetry of King Lear, what is it to us how the poet lived? As for living, our servants could do that for us, Villiers de L'Isle has said. Peeping and prying into green-room gossip of the day, the poet's drinking, the poet's debts. We have King Lear, and it is immortal. Mr. Best's face, appealed to, agreed. Flow over them with your waves and with your waters, Manan, Manan, Maclair. How now, sirrah, that pound he lent you when you were hungry? Marry, I wanted it. Take thou this noble. Go to. You spent most of it in Georgina Johnson's bed, clergyman's daughter, Agenbite of Inwit. Do you intend to pay it back? Oh yes. When? Now? Well, no. When then? I paid my way. Steady on. He's from Beyant, Bowenwater, the north-east corner. You owe it. Wait. 5 months. Molecules all change. I am other I now. Other I got pound. Buzz, buzz. But I, entelechy, form of forms, am I by memory because under ever-changing forms. I that sinned and prayed and fasted, a child commies saved from pandies. I, and I. A-E-I-O-U. Do you mean to fly in the face of the tradition of 3 centuries? John Eglinton's carping voice asked. Her ghost at least has been laid for ever. She died, for literature at least, before she was born. She died, Stephen retorted, 67 years after she was born. She saw him into and out of the world. She took his first embraces. She bore his children, and she laid pennies on his eyes to keep his eyelids closed when he lay on his deathbed. Mother's deathbed. Candle. The sheeted mirror. Who brought me into this world lies there, bronze-lidded, under few cheap flowers, Liliata rutilantium. I wept alone. John Eglinton looked at the tangled glowworm of his lamp. The world believes that Shakespeare made a mistake, he said, and got out of it as quickly and as best he could. Bosh, Stephen said rudely. A man of genius makes no mistakes. His errors are volitional and are the portals of discovery. Portals of discovery open to let in the Quaker librarian, soft, creak-footed, bald-eared, and assiduous. A shrew, John Eglinton said shrewdly, is not a useful portal of discovery, one should imagine. What useful discovery did Socrates learn from Xanthippe? Dialectic, Stephen answered, and from his mother how to bring thoughts into the world. What he learnt from his other wife, Myrto, absit nomen, Socratidian's Episcidian, no man, not a woman, will ever know. But neither the midwife's law nor the quarter lectures saved him from the archons of Sinn Fein and their naggin of hemlock. But Anne Hathaway, Mr. Best's quiet voice said forgetfully. Yes, we seem to be forgetting her as Shakespeare himself forgot her. His look went from Brutus' beard to Cowper's skull, to remind, to chide them, not unkindly, then to the bald pink Lollard costard, guiltless though maligned. He had a good groat's worth of wit, Stephen said, and no truant memory. He carried a memory in his wallet as he trudged to Romeville, whistling The Girl I Left Behind Me. If the earthquake did not time it, we should know where to place poor Wat, sitting in his form, the cry of hounds, the studded bridle and her blue windows. That memory, Venus and Adonis, lay in the bedchamber of every light of love in London. Is Catherine the shrew ill-favoured? Hortensio calls her young and beautiful. Do you think the writer of Antony and Cleopatra, a passionate pilgrim, had his eyes in the back of his head that he chose the ugliest doxy in all Warwickshire to lie withal? Good, he left her and gained the world of men. But his boy women are the women of a boy. Their life, thought, speech are lent them by males. He chose badly? He was chosen, it seems to me. If others have their will, Anne hath a way. By cock, she was to blame. She put the come-hither on him, sweet and 26. The grey-eyed goddess who bends over the boy Adonis, stooping to conquer, as prologue to the swelling act, is a bold-faced Stratford wench who tumbles in a cornfield, a lover younger than herself. And my turn? When? Come. Ryfield, Mr. Best said brightly, gladly, raising his new book, gladly, brightly. He murmured then, with blonde delight for all, between the acres of the rye these pretty country folk would lie. Paris, the well-pleased pleaser. A tall figure in bearded homespun rose from shadow and unveiled its cooperative watch. I am afraid I am due at the homestead. Whither away? Exploitable ground. Are you going? John Eglinton's active eyebrows asked. Shall we see what moors tonight? Piper is coming. Piper, Mr. Best piped. Is Piper back? Peter Piper pecked a peck of pickled pepper. I don't know if I can. Thursday, we have our meeting, if I can get away in time. Yogi Bogie box in Dawson Chambers. Isis unveiled. Their parley book we tried to pawn. Cross-legged under an umbral umbershoot, he thrones an Aztec logos, functioning on astral levels, their oversoul, Mahatma. The faithful hermetists await the light, ripe for fellowship, ring ground about him. Louis H. Victory T. Caulfield Irwin. Lotus ladies tend them in the eyes, their pineal glands aglow. Filled with his God, he thrones, Buddha under plantain. Golfer of souls, engulfer, he soul, she soul, shoal of souls. Engulfed with wailing cry-cries, world, whirling, they bewail. In quintessential triviality, for years in this flesh case, a she-soul dwelt. They say we are to have a literary surprise, the Quaker librarian said, friendly and earnest. Mr. Russell, rumour has it, is gathering together a sheaf of our younger poets' verses. We are all looking forward anxiously. Anxiously he glanced in the cone of lamplight where three faces, lighted, shone. See this, remember. Stephen looked down on a wide, headless corbine, hung on his ashplant handle over his knee. My cask and sword. Touch lightly with 2 index fingers. Aristotle's experiment. 1 or 2. Necessity is that in virtue of which it is impossible that one can be otherwise. Argle, 1 hat is 1 hat. Listen. Young Colman Starkey. George Roberts is doing the commercial part. Longworth will give it a good puff in the Express. Oh, will he? I liked Colum's Drover. Yes, I think he has that queer thing genius. Do you think he has genius really? Yeats admired his line, as in wild earth a Grecian vase. Did he? I hope he'll be able to come tonight. Malachi Mulligan is coming too. Moore asked him to bring Haynes. Did you hear Miss Mitchell's joke about Moore and Martin? The Moore is Martin's wild oats? Awfully clever, isn't it? They remind one of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza. Our national epic has yet to be written, Dr. Sigerson says. Moore is the man for it. A knight of the rueful countenance here in Dublin. With a saffron kilt? O'Neill? Russell? Oh yes, he must speak the grand old tongue. And his Dulcinea? James Stephens is doing some clever sketches. We are becoming important, it seems. Cordelia, Cordoglio, Lear's loneliest daughter. Nick Shotton, now your best French polish. Thank you very much, Mr. Russell, Stephen said, rising. If you will be so kind as to give the letter to Mr. Norman. Oh yes, if he considers it important, it will go in. We have so much correspondence. I understand, Stephen said. Thanks. God ild you. The Pig's paper, Bullock befriending. Singe has promised me an article for Dana too. Are we going to be read? I feel we are. The Gaelic League wants something in Irish. I hope you will come around tonight. Bring Starkey. Stephen sat down. The Quaker librarian came from the leave-takers. Blushing, his mask said, Mr. Dedalus, your views are most illuminating. He creaked to and fro, tiptoeing up near heaven by the altitude of Chopin, and covered by the noise of outgoing, said low, "Is it your view, then, that she was not faithful to the poet?" Alarmed face asks me, "Why did he come? Courtesy or an inward light?" "Where there is a reconciliation," Stephen said, "there must have been first a sundering." Yes. Christ fox in leather trews, hiding, a runaway in blighted tree forks, from hue and cry, knowing no vixen, walking lonely in the chase. Women who won to him, tender people, a whore of Babylon, ladies of justice, bully tapsters' wives, fox and geese, and in new place a slack dishonoured body that was once comely, once as sweet, as fresh as cinnamon, now her leaves falling, all bare, frightened of the narrow grave and unforgiven. Yes, so you think. The door closed behind the outgoer. Rest suddenly possessed the discreet vaulted cell, rest of warm and brooding air, a vestal's lamp. Here he pons things that were not, what Caesar would have lived to do had he believed the soothsayer, what might have been, possibilities of the possible as possible, things not known, what name Achilles bore when he lived among women. Coffined thoughts around me, in mummy cases, embalmed in spice of words. Thoth, god of libraries, a bird god, moony crowned. And I heard the voice of that Egyptian high priest, in painted chambers loaded with tile books. They are still, once quick in the brains of men, still, but an itch of death is in them, to tell me in my ear a maudlin tale, urge me to wreak their will. Certainly, John Eglinton mused, of all great men he is the most enigmatic. We know nothing but that he lived and suffered. Not even so much. Others abide our question. A shadow hangs over all the rest. "But Hamlet is so personal, isn't it?" Mr. Best pleaded. "I mean, a kind of private paper, don't you know, of his private life. I mean, I don't care a button, don't you know, who is killed or who is guilty." He rested an innocent look on the edge of the desk, smiling his defiance, his private papers in the original. "Tar and bad, and tear, tame in Moshe Gard. Put Bella on it, Little John." Quoth Little John Eglinton, "I was prepared for paradoxes from what Malachi Mulligan told us, but I may as well warn you that if you want to shake my belief that Shakespeare is Hamlet, you have a stern task before you. Bear with me." Stephen withstood the bane of miscreant eyes glinting stern under wrinkled brows. A basilisk. E quando vide l'uomo la tosca. "Messer Brunetto, I thank you for the word. As we, or Mother Dana, weave and unweave our bodies," Stephen said, "from day to day, their molecules shuttled to and fro, so does the artist weave and unweave his image. And as the mole on my right breast is where it was when I was born, though all my body has been woven of new stuff time after time, so through the ghost of the unquiet father the image of the unliving son looks forth. In the intense instant of imagination, when the mind, Shelley says, is a fading coal, that which I was is that which I am, and that which in possibility I may come to be. So in the future, the sister of the past, I may see myself as I sit here now, but by reflection from that which then I shall be." "Drummond of Hawthorne helped you at that style." "Yes," Mr. Best said youngly. "I feel Hamlet quite young. The bitterness might be from the father, but the passages with Ophelia are surely from the son. Has the wrong sour by the lug. He is in my father, I am in his son." "That mole is the last to go," Stephen said, laughing. John Eglinton made a nothing pleasing moan. "If that were the birthmark of genius," he said, "genius would be a drug in the market. The plays of Shakespeare's later years, which Renan admired so much, breathe another spirit." "The spirit of reconciliation," the Quaker librarian breathed. "There can be no reconciliation," Stephen said, "if there has not been a sundering." Said that. If you want to know what are the events which cast their shadow over the hell of time of King Lear, Othello, Hamlet, Troilus and Cressida, look to see when and how the shadow lifts. What softens the heart of a man shipwrecked in storms dire, tried, like another Ulysses, Pericles, Prince of Tyre? head, red cone-capped, buffeted, brine-blinded. A child, a girl placed in his arms, Marina. The leaning of sophists towards the bypaths of Apocrypha is a constant quantity, John Eglinton detected. The high roads are dreary, but they lead to the town. Good bacon, gone musty. Shakespeare, Bacon's wild oats. Cipher jugglers going the high roads, seekers on the great quest. What town, good masters? Mummed in names. A.E., Eon, Magee, John Eglinton. East of the sun, west of the moon. Tir na no og. Booted the twain and staved. How many miles to Dublin? 70, sir. Will we be there by candlelight? Mr. Brandes accepts it, Stephen said, as the first play of the closing period. Does he? What does Mr. Sidney Lee or Mr. Simon Lazarus, as some aver his name, say of it? Marina, Stephen said, a child of storm. Miranda, a wonder. Perdita, that which was lost. What was lost is given back to him, his daughter's child. My dearest wife, Pericles says, was like this maid. Will any man love the daughter if he has not loved the mother? The art of being a grandfather, Mr. Best can murmur. L'art d'être grand. Will he not see, reborn in her, with the memory of his own youth added, another image? Do you know what you are talking about? Love, yes, word known to all men. Amor viro aliquid bonum vult, unde et ea qui concupiscimus. His own image to a man with that queer thing genius is the standard of all experience, material and moral. Such an appeal will touch him. The images of other males of his blood will repel him. He will see in them grotesque attempts of nature to foretell or to repeat himself. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Ulysses. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce, Part 2, The Odyssey, Episode 9, Scylla and Charybdis, Part 2. The benign forehead of the Quaker librarian enkindled rosily with hope. I hope Mr. Daedalus will work out his theory for the enlightenment of the public. And we ought to mention another Irish commentator, Mr. George Bernard Shaw. Nor should we forget Mr. Frank Harris. His articles on Shakespeare in the Saturday Review were surely brilliant. Oddly enough, he too draws for us an unhappy relation with the dark lady of the sonnets. The favoured rival is William Herbert, Earl of Pembroke. I own that if the poet must be rejected, such a rejection would seem more in harmony with, what shall I say, our notions of what ought not to have been. Felicitously he ceased and held a meek head among them, ox egg, prize of their fray. He thous and these her with grave husband words. Dost love, Miriam? Dost love thy man? That may be too, Stephen said. There's a saying of Goethe's which Mr. McGee likes to quote. Beware of what you wish for in youth, because you will get it in middle life. Why does he send to one who is a buonaroba, a bay where all men ride, a maid of honor with a scandalous girlhood, a lordling to woo for him? He was himself a lord of language, and had made himself a coistrel gentleman, and he had written Romeo and Juliet. Why? Belief in himself has been untimely killed. He was overborn in a cornfield first, ryefield I should say, and he will never be a victor in his own eyes after, nor play victoriously the game of laugh and lie down. Assumed Don Giovannism will not save him. No later undoing will undo the first undoing. The tusk of the boar has wounded him there where love lies a-bleeding. If the shrew is worsted, yet there remains to her woman's invisible weapon. There is, I feel in the words, some goad of the flesh driving him into a new passion, a darker shadow of the first, darkening even his own understanding of himself. A like fate awaits him, and the two rages commingle in a whirlpool. They list, and in the porches of their ears I pour. The soul has been stricken mortally, a poison poured in the porch of a sleeping ear. But those who are done to death in sleep cannot know the manner of their quell unless their Creator endow their souls with that knowledge in the life to come. The poisoning and the beast with two backs that urged it, King Hamlet's ghost could not know of were he not endowed with knowledge by his Creator. That is why the speech, his lean, unlovely English, is always turned elsewhere, backward. Ravisher and ravished, what he would but would not, go with him from Lucrece's blue-circled ivory globes to Imogen's breast, bare, with its mole sink-spotted. He goes back, weary of the creation he has piled up to hide him from himself, an old dog licking an old sore. But because loss is his gain, he passes on towards eternity in undiminished personality, untaught by the wisdom he has written or by the laws he has revealed. His beaver is up. He is a ghost, a shadow now, the wind by Elsinore's rocks, or what you will, the sea's voice, a voice heard only in the heart of him who is the substance of his shadow, the Son consubstantial with the Father. Amen, was responded from the doorway. Hast thou found me, O mine enemy? Entr'acte. A ribald face, sullen as a dean's, Buck Mulligan came forward, then blithe in motley towards the greeting of their smiles. My telegram. You were speaking of the gaseous vertebrate, if I mistake not, he asked of Stephen. Primrose-vested, he greeted gaily with his doffed Panama as with a bauble. They make him welcome. Was du verlascht wirst du noch dienen? Brood of mockers, Photius, Pseudo-Malachi, Johann Most. He who himself begot Midler the Holy Ghost and himself sent himself, Agenbuyer, between himself and others, who, put upon by his friends, stripped and whipped, was nailed like bat to barn door, starved on cross-tree, who let him bury, stood up, harrowed hell, fared into heaven, and there these 1900 years sitteth on the right hand of his own self, but yet shall come in the latter day to doom the quick and dead when all the quick shall be dead already. Gloria in excelsis Deo. He lifts his hands. Veils fall. Oh, flowers, bells with bells acquiring. Yes, indeed, the Quaker librarian said. A most instructive discussion. Mr. Mulligan, I'll be bound, has his theory, too, of the play and of Shakespeare. All sides of life should be represented. He smiled on all sides equally. Buck Mulligan thought, puzzled. Shakespeare, he said. I seem to know the name. A flying, sunny smile rayed in his loose features. To be sure, he said, remembering brightly. The chap that writes like Synge. Mr. Best turned to him. Haynes missed you, he said. Did you meet him? He'll see you after at the DBC. He's gone to Gill's to buy Hyde's love songs of Connacht. I came through the museum, Buck Mulligan said. Was he here? The Bard's fellow countrymen, John Ingleton answered, are rather tired of our brilliancies of theorizing. I hear that an actress played Hamlet for the 408th time last night in Dublin. Vining held that the prince was a woman. Has no one made him out to be an Irishman? Judge Barton, I believe, is searching for some clues. He swears, His Highness, not his lordship, by St. Patrick. The most brilliant of all is that story of Wilde's, Mr. Best said, lifting his brilliant notebook. That portrait of Mr. W.H., where he proves that the sonnets were written by Willie Hughes, a man of all hues. For Willie Hughes, is it not? The Quaker librarian asked. Or Huey Wills? Mr. William himself. W.H. Who am I? I mean for Willie Hughes, Mr. Best said, amending his gloss easily. Of course it's all paradox, don't you know? Hughes and Hughes and Hughes, the color. But it's so typical the way he works it out. It's the very essence of Wilde, don't you know? The light touch. His glance touched their faces lightly as he smiled, a blonde ephebe, tame essence of Wilde. You're darned witty. 3 drams of usquebaugh you drank with Dan Deasy's ducats. How much did I spend? Oh, a few shillings. For a plump pressman, humor wet and dry. Wit. You would give your 5 wits for youth's proud livery he pranks in, lineaments of gratified desire. There be many mo. Take her for me. In pairing time. Jove, a cool rut time send them, yea, turtled of her. Eve, naked, wheat-bellied sin, a snake coils her, fang ends kiss. Do you think it is only a paradox? The Quaker librarian was asking. The mocker is never taken seriously when he is most serious. They talked seriously of Mocker's seriousness. Buck Mulligan's again heavy face eyed Stephen a while. Then, his head wagging, He came near, drew a folded telegram from his pocket. His mobile lips read, smiling with new delight. "Telegram," he said. "Wonderful inspiration. Telegram. A papal bull." He sat on a corner of the unlit desk, reading aloud joyfully. "The sentimentalist is he who would enjoy without incurring the immense debtorship for a thing done. Signed, Daedalus. Where did you launch it from? The Kips? No, College Green. Have you drunk the 4 quid? The aunt is going to call on your unsubstantial father. Telegram, Malachi Mulligan, the ship, Lower Abbey Street. Oh, you peerless mummer! Oh, you priestified kinchite!" Joyfully he thrust message and envelope into a pocket, but keened in a querulous brogue. "It's what I'm telling you, Mr. Honey. It's queer and sick we were, Haines and myself, the time himself brought it in. 'Twas murmur we did for Gallus potion would rouse a friar, I'm thinking, and he limp with leching, and we 1 hour and 2 hours and 3 hours in Connery, sitting civil waiting for pints apiece." He wailed. "And we to be there, Mavrone, and you to be unbeknownst sending us your conglomerations the way we to have our tongues out a yard long like the drouthy clerics do be fainting for a pussful." Stephen laughed. Quickly, warningfully, Buck Mulligan bent down. "The tramper Singe is looking for you," he said, "to murder you. He heard you pissed on his hall door in Glasthule. He's out in Pampooties to murder you." "Me?" Stephen exclaimed. "That was your contribution to literature." Buck Mulligan gleefully bent back, laughing to the dark, eavesdropping ceiling. "Murder you!" he laughed. Harsh gargoyle face that warred against me over our mess of hash of lights in Rue Saint Andre des Arts. In words of words for words, palabra, oison with Patrick. Fawn men he met in Clamart Woods, brandishing a wine bottle. C'est Vendredi Saint. Murthering Irish, his image wandering he met. I mine. I met a fool of the forest. "Mr. Leicester," an attendant said from the door ajar, in which everyone can find his own. So Mr. Justice Madden in his diary of Master William Silence has found the hunting terms. "Yes, what is it?" "There's a gentleman here, sir," the attendant said, coming forward and offering a card. "From the Freeman. He wants to see the files of the Kilkenny people for last year." "Certainly, certainly, certainly. Is the gentleman—" He took the eager card, glanced, not saw, laid down unglanced, looked, asked, creaked, asked. "Is he? Oh, there." Brisk in a galliard he was off, out. In the day-lit corridor he talked with voluble pains of zeal, in duty-bound, most fair, most kind, most honest, broad brim. "This gentleman? Freeman's Journal? Kilkenny people? To be sure. Good day, sir. Kilkenny, we have certainly—" A patient silhouette waited, listening. "All the leading provincial, Northern Whig, Cork Examiner, Enniscorthy Guardian, 1903. Will you please? Evans, conduct this gentleman. If you just follow the Oh, please allow me. This way, please, sir." Voluble, dutiful, he led the way to all the provincial papers, a bowing dark figure following his hasty heels. The door closed. "The Sheeny!" Buck Mulligan cried. He jumped up and snatched the card. "What's his name? Ikey Moses? Bloom." He rattled on. "Jehovah, collector of prepuces, is no more. I found him over in the museum where I went to hail the foam-born Aphrodite, the Greek mouth that has never been twisted in prayer. Every day we must do homage to her. Life of life, thy lips enkindle." Suddenly he turned to Stephen. "He knows you. He knows your old fellow. Oh, I fear me, he is Greeker than the Greeks. His pale Galilean eyes were upon her mesial groove. Venus Callipyge. Oh, the thunder of those loins! The god pursuing the maiden hid." "We want to hear more," John Ingleton decided with Mr. Best's approval. "We begin to be interested in Mrs. S. Till now we had thought of her, if at all, as a patient Griselda, a Penelope stay-at-home." "Antisthenes, pupil of Gorgias," Stephen said, "took the palm of beauty from Kyrios Menelaus Broaddam, Argive Helen, the wooden mare of Troy in whom a score of heroes slept, and handed it to poor Penelope. 20 years he lived in London, and, during part of that time, he drew a salary equal to that of the Lord Chancellor of Ireland. His life was rich. His art, more than the art of feudalism as Walt Whitman called it, is the art of surfeit. Hot herring pies, green mugs of sack, honey sauces, sugar of roses, marchpane, gooseberried pigeons, ringo candies. Sir Walter Raleigh, when they arrested him, had 500,000 francs on his back, including a pair of fancy stays. The Gombeen woman, Eliza Tudor, had underlinen enough to vie with her of Sheba. 20 years he dallied there between conjugal love and its chaste delights, and scortatory love and its foul pleasures. You know Manningham's story of the burgher's wife who bade Dick Burbage to her bed after she had seen him in Richard III, and how Shakespeare, overhearing, without more ado about nothing, took the cow by the horns, and, when Burbage came knocking at the gate, answered from the capon's blankets. William the Conqueror came before Richard III, and the gay Lakin, Mistress Phaeton, mount and cry, "Oh!" and his dainty bird's knees, Lady Penelope Rich, a clean quality woman, is suited for a player, and the punks of the Bankside a penny a time. Cour la reine, encore 20 sous. Nous ferons de petites cochonneries. Minette, tu veux? The height of fine society, and Sir William Davenant of Oxford's mother, with her cup of canary for any cock canary. Buck Mulligan, his pious eyes upturned, prayed, "Blessed Margaret, Mary Anycock." And Harry of Six Wives' daughter, and other lady friends from neighbor seats, as lawn Tennyson, gentleman poet, sings. But all those 20 years, what do you suppose poor Penelope in Stratford was doing behind the diamond panes? Do and do, thing done. In a rosary of Fetter Lane, of Gerard, herbalist, he walks, greyed auburn, an azured harebell like her veins, lids of Juno's eyes, violets. He walks. One life is all, one body. Do, but do. Afar, in a reek of lust and squalor, hands are laid on whiteness. Buck Mulligan rapped John Eglinton's desk sharply. "Whom do you suspect?" he challenged. "Say that he is the spurned lover in the sonnets. Once spurned, twice spurned, but the court wanton spurned him for a lord, his dear my love. Love that dare not speak its name." "As an Englishman, you mean," John sturdy Eglinton put in. "He loved a lord." Old wall where sudden lizards flash. At Charenton I watched them. "It seems so," Stephen said, "when he wants to do for him, and for all other and singular uneared wombs, the holy office an ostler does for the stallion. Maybe, like Socrates, he had a midwife to mother as he had a shrew to wife. But she, the giglet wanton, did not break a bed vow. 2 deeds are rank in that ghost's mind. A broken vow, and the dull-brained yokel on whom her favor has declined, deceased husband's brother. Sweet Anne, I take it, was hot in the blood. Once a wooer, twice a wooer." Stephen turned boldly in his chair. "The burden of proof is with you, not with me," he said, frowning. "If you deny that in the 5th scene of Hamlet he has branded her with infamy, tell me why there is no mention of her during the 34 years between the day she married him and the day she buried him. All those women saw their men down and under, Mary, her goodman John, Anne, her poor dear Willen, when he went and died on her, raging that he was the first to go, Joan, her 4 brothers, Judith, her husband and all her sons, Susan, her husband too, while Susan's daughter Elizabeth, to use granddaddy's words, wed her second, having killed her first. Oh yes, mention there is. In the years when he was living richly in royal London to pay a debt, she had to borrow 40 shillings from her father's shepherd. Explain you then. Explain the swan song too, wherein he has commanded her to posterity." He faced their silence. "To whom thus Eglinton, you mean the will, but that she has been explained, I believe, by jurists. She was entitled to her widow's dower. At common law, his legal knowledge was great, our judges tell us. Him Satan fleers, mocker, and therefore he left out her name from the first draft, but he did not leave out the presents for his granddaughter, for his daughters, for his sister, for his old cronies in Stratford and in London, and therefore when he was urged, as I believe, to name her, he left her his second best bed, punked, left her his second best, left her his best a bed, second best, left a bed. Whoa! End of section 15. Recorded by Richard Wallace, 26 May 2011. Section 16 of Ulysses. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce. Part 2, The Odyssey. Episode 9, Scylla and Charybdis. Part 3. Pretty country folk had few chattels then, John Eglinton observed, as they have still if our peasant plays are true to type. He was a rich country gentleman, Stephen said, with a coat of arms and landed estate at Stratford, and a house in Ireland Yard, a capitalist shareholder, a bill promoter, a tithe farmer. Why did he not leave her his best bed if he wished her to snore away the rest of her nights in peace? It is clear that there were two beds, a best and a second best, Mr. Second Best said finally. Separatio a mensa et a thalamo, bettered Buck Mulligan, and was smiled on. Antiquity mentions famous beds, Second Eglinton puckered, bed smiling. Let me think. Antiquity mentions that Stagirite school-urchin and bald heathen sage, Stephen said, who when dying in exile frees and endows his slaves, pays tribute to his elders, wills to be laid in earth near the bones of his dead wife, and bids his friends be kind to an old mistress. Don't forget Nell Gwyn her Pillis, and let her live in his villa. Do you mean he died so? Mr. Best asked with slight concern. I mean, he died dead drunk, Buck Mulligan capped. A quart of ale is a dish for a king. Oh, I must tell you what Dowden said. What? Asked Best Eglinton. William Shakespeare and Company, Limited, the People's William. For terms, apply E. Dowden, Highfield House. Lovely, Buck Mulligan suspired amorously. I asked him what he thought of the charge of pederasty brought against the bard. He lifted his hands and said, All we can say is that life ran very high in those days. Lovely! Catamite. The sense of beauty leads us astray, said beautiful sadness best to ugling Eglinton. Steadfast John replied severe. The doctor can tell us what those words mean. You cannot eat your cake and have it. Sayest thou so? Will they wrest from us, from me, the palm of beauty? And the sense of property, Stephen said. He drew Shylock out of his own long pocket. The son of a malt jobber and moneylender, he was himself a corn jobber and moneylender with 10 tods of corn hoarded in the famine riots. His borrowers are no doubt those diverse of worship mentioned by Chettle Falstaff, who reported his uprightness of dealing. He sued a fellow player for the price of a few bags of malt, and extracted his pound of flesh in interest for every money lent. How else could Aubrey's ostler and callboy get rich quick? All events brought grist to his mill. Shylock chimes with the Jew-baiting that followed the hanging and quartering of the Queen's leech Lopez, his Jew's heart being plucked forth while the Sheeny was yet alive. Hamlet and Macbeth with the coming to the throne of a Scotch philofaster with a turn for witch-roasting. The Lost Armada is his jeer in Love's Labour Lost. His pageants, the histories, sail full-bellied on a tide of Mafeking enthusiasm. Warwickshire Jesuits are tried, and we have a Porter's theory of equivocation. The Sea Venture comes home from Bermudas, and the play Renan admired is written with Patsy Caliban, our American cousin. The sugared sonnets follow Sidney's. As for Fay Elizabeth, otherwise Carroty Bess, the gross virgin who inspired the Merry Wives of Windsor, let some Mynheer from Albany grope his life long for deep-hid meanings in the depths of the buck-basket. I think you're getting on very nicely. Just mix up a mixture of theological, philological, mingo, minxi, mictum, mingere. Prove that he was a Jew, John Eglinton dared, expectantly. Your dean of studies holds he was a Holy Roman. Sufflaminadis sum. He was made in Germany, Stephen replied, as the champion of French polisher of Italian scandals. A myriad-minded man, Mr. Best reminded. Coleridge called him myriad-minded. Amplius, in societate humana hoc est maxime necessarium, ut sit amicitia inter multos. St. Thomas, Stephen began. Ora pro nobis, Monk Mulligan groaned, sinking to a chair. There he keened a wailing rune. Pog Mahone, Ashula Macri, it's destroyed we are from this day, it's destroyed we are surely. All smiled their smiles. St. Thomas, Stephen smiling said, whose gore-bellied works I enjoy reading in the original, writing of incest from a standpoint different from that of the new Viennese school Mr. McGee spoke of, likens it in his wise and curious way to an avarice of the emotions, He means that the love so given to one near in blood is covetously withheld from some stranger who, it may be, hungers for it. Jews, whom Christians tax with avarice, are of all races the most given to intermarriage. Accusations are made in anger. The Christian laws which built up the horde of the Jews, for whom, as for the Lollards, storm was shelter, bound their affections too with hoops of steel. Whether these be sins or virtues, old Nobodaddy will tell us at Doomsday Leet. But a man who holds so tightly to what he calls his rights over what he calls his debts will hold tightly also to what he calls his rights over her whom he calls his wife. No sir-smile neighbor shall covet his ox or his wife or his manservant or his maidservant or his jackass, or his jenny-ass, Buck Mulligan antiphoned. Gentle Will is being roughly handled, gentle Mr. Best said gently. Which will? Gagged sweetly Buck Mulligan. We are getting mixed. The will to live, John Eglinton philosophized. For poor Anne, Will's widow, is the will to die. Requiescat, Stephen prayed. What of all the will to do? It has vanished long ago. She lies laid out in stark stiffness in that second-best bed, the mobiled queen, even though you proved that a bed in those days was as rare as a motor car is now, and that its carvings were the wonder of 7 parishes. In old age she takes up with gospelers. One stayed with her at New Place and drank a quart of sack the town council paid for, but in which bed he slept it skills not to ask, and heard she had a soul. She read, or had read to her, his chapbooks, referring them to the merry wives, and, loosing her nightly waters on the Jordan, she thought over hooks and eyes for believers' breeches, and the most spiritual snuff-box to make the most devout souls sneeze. Venus has twisted her lips in prayer, agenbite of inwit, remorse of conscience. It is an age of exhausted whoredom groping for its god. History shows that to be true, inquit Eglintonus chronologus. The ages succeed one another, but we have it on high authority that a man's worst enemies shall be those of his own house and family. I feel that Russell is right. What do we care for his wife or father? I should say that only family poets have family lives. Falstaff was not a family man. I feel that the fat knight is his supreme creation. Lean, he lay back. Shy, deny thy kindred, the unco guid. Shy, supping with the godless, he sneaks the cup. A sire in Ultonian Antrim baited him. Visits him here on quarter days. Mr. McGee, sir, there's a gentleman to see you. Me? Says he's your father, sir. Give me my Wordsworth. Enter McGee Moore, Matthew, a rugged, rough, rug-headed kern, in Strossers with a buttoned codpiece, his nether stocks bemired with clobber of 10 forests, a wand of wilding in his hand. Your own? He knows your old fellow, the widower. Hurrying to her squalid death lair from gay Paris on the quayside, I touched his hand. The voice, new warmth, speaking. Dr. Bob Kenny is attending her. The eyes that wish me well, but do not know me. A father, Stephen said, battling against hopelessness, is a necessary evil. He wrote the play in the months that followed his father's death. If you hold that he, a graying man with 2 marriageable daughters, with 35 years of life, nel mezzo del cammin di nostra vita, with 50 of experience, is the beardless undergraduate from Wittenberg, then you must hold that his 70-year-old mother is the lustful queen. No, the corpse of John Shakespeare does not walk the night. From hour to hour it rots and rots. He rests, disarmed of fatherhood, having devised that mystical estate upon his son. Boccaccio's Calandrino was the first and last man who felt himself with child. Fatherhood, in the sense of conscious begetting, is unknown to man. It is a mythical estate, an apostolic succession, from only begetter to only begotten. On that mystery and not on the Madonna which the cunning Italian intellect flung to the mob of Europe, the Church is founded, and founded irremovably because founded, like the world, macro and microcosm, upon the void, upon incertitude, upon unlikelihood. Amor matrice, subjective and objective genitive, may be the only true thing in life. Paternity may be a legal fiction. Who is the father of any son, that any son should love him, or he any son? What the hell are you driving at? I know. Shut up. Blast you. I have reasons. Amplius, ad hoc. iterum postea. Are you condemned to do this? They are sundered by a bodily shame so steadfast that the criminal annals of the world, stained with all other incests and bestialities, hardly record its breach. Sons with mothers, sires with daughters, lesbic sisters, loves that dare not speak their name, nephews with grandmothers, jailbirds with keyholes, queens with prize bulls. The son unborn mars beauty. Born, he brings pain, divides affection, increases care. He is a new male. His growth is his father's decline, his youth his father's envy, his friend his father's enemy. In Rue Monsieur le Prince I thought it. What links them in nature? An instant of blind rut. Am I a father? If I were? Shrunken, uncertain hand. Sabellius, the African, subtlest heresiarch of all the beasts of the field, held that the father was himself his own son. The bulldog of Aquin, with whom no word shall be impossible, refutes him. Well, if the father who has not a son be not a father, can the son who has not a father be a son? When Rutland, Bacon, Southampton, Shakespeare, or another poet of the same name in the Comedy of Errors wrote Hamlet, he was not the father of his own son merely, but, being no more a son, he was and felt himself the father of all his race, the father of his own grandfather, the father of his unborn grandson, who, by the same token, never was born, for nature, as Mr. McGee understands her, abhors perfection. Eglinton's eyes, quick with pleasure, looked up shy-brightly, gladly glancing, a merry Puritan, through the twisted eglantine. Flatter. Rarely, but flatter. Himself his own father, son Mulligan told himself. Wait, I am big with child. I have an unborn child in my brain. Pallas Athena, a play. The play's the thing. Let me parturiate. He clasped his paunch brow with both birth-aiding hands. As for his family, Stephen said, his mother's name lives in the forest of Arden. Her death brought from him the scene with Volumnia in Coriolanus. His boy son's death is the death scene of young Arthur in King John. Hamlet, the Black Prince, is Hamnet Shakespeare. Who the girls in The Tempest, in Pericles, in Winter's Tale are, we know. Who Cleopatra, Flesh-Pot of Egypt, and Cressid and Venus are, we may guess, but there is another member of his family who is recorded. The plot thickens, John Eglinton said. The Quaker librarian, quaking, tiptoed in, quake, his mask, quake, with haste, quake, quack. Door closed, cell, day. They list. 3, they. I, you, he, they. Come, mess. Stephen. He had 3 brothers, Gilbert, Edmund, Richard. Gilbert, in his old age, told some cavaliers he got a pass for nowt, what from master-gatherer one time mass he did, and he seen his broodmaster wool the playwriter up in Lunnon in a wrestling play would a man's on's back. The playhouse sausage filled Gilbert's soul. He is nowhere, but an Edmund and a Richard are recorded in the works of Sweet William. Maggie Glenjohn. Names. What's in a name? Best. That is my name, Richard, don't you know? I hope you are going to say a good word for Richard, don't you know, for my sake. Laughter. Buck Mulligan, piano, diminuendo. Then out spoke Medical Dick to his comrade, Medical Davy. Stephen. In his trinity of black wills, the villain Shakebags, Iago, Richard Crookback, Edmund, and King Lear, 2 bear the wicked uncle's names. Nay, that last play was written or being written while his brother Edmund lay dying in Southwark. Best. I hope Edmund is going to catch it. I don't want Richard, my name. Laughter. Quaker Leicester, a tempo. But he that filches from me my good name. Stephen. Stringendo. He has hidden his own name, a fair name, William, in the plays, a super here, a clown there, as a painter of old Italy set his face in a dark corner of his canvas. He has revealed it in the sonnets where there is will in overplus. Like John O'Gaunt, his name is dear to him, as dear as the coat and crest he toadied for, on a bend sable, a spear, or steeled argent, honorific habilitudinatatibus, dearer than his glory of greatest shake scene in the country. What's in a name? That is what we ask ourselves in childhood when we write the name that we are told is ours. A star, a day star, a fire drake, rose at his birth. It shone by day in the heavens alone, brighter than Venus in the night, and by night it shone over Delta in Cassiopeia, the recumbent constellation which is the signature of his initial among the stars. His eyes watched it, low-lying on the horizon, eastward of the Bear, as he walked by the slumberous summer fields at midnight returning from Shottery and from her arms. Both satisfied. I too. Don't tell them he was 9 years old when it was quenched. And from her arms. Wait to be wooed and won. Ay, me cock, who will woo you? Read the skies. Autotimuruminus, Bos Stephanomunimus. Where's your configuration? Stephen, cut the bread even. S.D. Sua dona. Gia di lui. Gelindo risolve di non amare. S.D. What is that, Mr. Daedalus? The Quaker librarian asked. Was it a celestial phenomenon? A star by night, Stephen said. A pillar of the cloud by day. What more's to speak? Stephen looked on his hat, his stick, his boots. Stephanos, my crown, my sword. His boots are spoiling the shape of my feet. Buy a pair. Holes in my socks. Handkerchief, too. You make good use of the name, John Eglinton allowed. Your own name is strange enough. I suppose it explains your fantastical humor. Me, McGee and Mulligan. Fabulous artificer, the hawk-like man. You flew. Where to? New Haven, Dieppe. Steerage passenger. Paris and back. Lapwing. Icarus. Pater ait. Sea bedabbled, fallen, weltering. Lapwing you are. Lapwing be. Mr. Best eagerly, quietly lifted his book to say, That's very interesting because that brother motive, don't you know, we find also in the old Irish myths. Just what you say. The three brothers Shakespeare. In Grimm, too, don't you know, the fairy tales. The third brother that always marries the sleeping beauty and wins the best prize. Best of best brothers. Good, better, best. The Quaker librarian spring-halted near. I should like to know, he said, which brother you... Well, I understand you to suggest there was misconduct with one of the brothers, but perhaps I am anticipating. He caught himself in the act, looked at all, refrained. An attendant from the doorway called, Mr. Leicester, Father Deneen wants... Oh, Father Deneen, directly. Swiftly, rectly, creaking rectly, he was rectly gone. John Eglinton touched the foil. Come, he said, let us hear what you have to say of Richard and Edmund. You kept them for the last, didn't you? In asking you to remember those two noble kinsmen, Nuncle Richie and Nuncle Edmund, Stephen answered, I feel I am asking too much, perhaps. A brother is as easily forgotten as an umbrella. Lapwing. Where is your brother? Apothecary's Hall. My whetstone. Him, then Cranley, Mulligan, now these. Speech, but act speech. They mock to try you. Act. Be acted on. Lapwing. I am tired of my voice, the voice of Esau. My kingdom for a drink. On. You will say those names were already in the chronicles from which he took the stuff of his plays. Why did he take them rather than others? Richard, a whoreson crookback, misbegotten, makes love to a widowed Anne, what's in a name? Woos and wins her, a whoreson merry widow. Richard the Conqueror, third brother, came after William the Conquered. The other four acts of that play hang limply from that first. Of all his kings, Richard is the only king unshielded by Shakespeare's reverence, the angel of the world. Why is the underplot of King Lear, in which Edmund figures, lifted out of Sidney's Arcadia and spatchcocked onto a Celtic legend older than history? That was Will's way, John Eglinton defended. We should not now combine a Norse saga with an excerpt from a novel by George Meredith. Que voulez-vous? Moore would say. He puts Bohemia on the seacoast and makes Ulysses quote Aristotle. Why? Stephen answered himself. Because the theme of the false, or the usurping, or the adulterous brother, or all three in one, is to Shakespeare what the poor are not, always with him. The note of banishment, banishment from the heart, banishment from home, sounds uninterruptedly from the two gentlemen of Verona onward, till Prospero breaks his staff, buries it certain fathoms in the earth, and drowns his book. It doubles itself in the middle of his life, reflects itself in another, repeats itself. Protesis, epitasis, catastasis, catastrophe. It repeats itself again when he is near the grave, when his married daughter Susan, chip of the old block, is accused of adultery. but it was the original sin that darkened his understanding, weakened his will, and left in him a strong inclination to evil. The words are those of my lords bishops of Maynooth, an original sin, and, like original sin, committed by another in whose sin he too has sinned. It is between the lines of his last written words. It is petrified on his tombstone, under which her 4 bones are not to be laid. Age has not withered it, beauty and peace have not done it away. It is in infinite variety everywhere in the world he has created, in Much Ado About Nothing, twice in As You Like It, in The Tempest, in Hamlet, in Measure for Measure, and in all the other plays which I have not read. He laughed to free his mind from his mind's bondage. Judge Eglinton summed up. The truth is midway, he affirmed. He is the ghost and the prince. He is all in all. He is, Stephen said. The boy of Act 1 is the mature man of Act 5, all in all. In Cymbeline, in Othello, he is bawd and cuckold. He acts and is acted on. Lover of an ideal or a perversion. Like Jose, he kills the real Carmen. His unremitting intellect is the horn-mad Iago, ceaselessly willing that the Moor in him shall suffer. Cuckoo, cuckoo, Cuck Mulligan clucked lewdly. Oh, word of fear. Dark dome received, riverbed. And what a character is Iago, undaunted John Eglinton exclaimed. When all is said, Dumas fils, or is it Dumas père, is right. After God, Shakespeare has created most. Man delights him not, nor woman neither, Stephen said. He returns after a life of absence to that spot of earth where he was born, where he has always been, man and boy, a silent witness, and there, his journey of life ended, he plants his mulberry tree in the earth, then dies. The motion is ended. Gravediggers bury Hamlet, père, and Hamlet fils, a king and a prince at last in death, with incidental music, and, what though murdered and betrayed, be wept by all frail tender hearts, for, Dane or Dubliner, sorrow for the dead is the only husband from whom they refuse to be divorced. If you like the epilogue, look long on it. Prosperous Prospero, the good man rewarded, Lizzie, the grandpa's lump of love, and Nuncle Richie, the bad man taken off by poetic justice to the place where the bad strong curtain. He found in the world without as actual what was in his world within as possible. Maeterlinck says, if Socrates leave his house today, he will find the sage seated on his doorstep. If Judas go forth tonight, it is to Judas his steps will tend. Every life is many days, day after day. We walk through ourselves, meeting robbers, ghosts, giants, old men, young men, wives, widows, brothers in love, but always meeting ourselves. The playwright who wrote the folio of this world, and wrote it badly, he gave us light first and the sun 2 days later, the Lord of things as they are, whom the most Roman of Catholics call Dio Boia, hangman God, is doubtless all in all of us, ostler and butcher, and would be bawd and cuckold too, but that in the economy of heaven, foretold by Hamlet, there are no more marriages, glorified man, an androgynous angel, being a wife unto himself. Eureka! Buck Mulligan cried. Eureka! Suddenly happied, he jumped up and reached in a stride John Eglinton's desk. May I? He said. The Lord has spoken to Malachi. He began to scribble on a slip of paper. Take some slips from the counter before going out. Those who are married, Mr. Best, Douse Herald said, all save one, shall live. The rest shall keep as they are. He laughed, unmarried, at Eglinton Johannes, of arts a bachelor. Unwed, unfancied, wary of wiles, they finger-ponder nightly each his variorum edition of the Taming of the Shrew. You are a delusion, said roundly John Eglinton to Stephen. You have brought us all this way to show us a French triangle. Do you believe your own theory? No, Stephen said promptly. Are you going to write it? Mr. Best asked. You ought to make it a dialogue, don't you know, like the Platonic dialogues Wilde wrote. John Eclecticon doubly smiled. Well, in that case, he said, I don't see why you should expect payment for it, since you don't believe it yourself. Dowden believes there is some mystery in Hamlet, but will say no more. Bliebtreu, the man Piper met in Berlin, who is working up that Rutland theory, believes that the secret is hidden in the Stratford monument. He is going to visit the present Duke, Piper says, and prove to him that his ancestor wrote the plays. It will come as a surprise to his grace, but he believes his theory. I believe, O Lord, help my unbelief. That is, help me to believe or help me to unbelieve. Who helps to believe? Ego men. Who to unbelieve? Other chap. You are the only contributor to Dana who asks for pieces of silver. Then I don't know about the next number. Fred Ryan wants space for an article on economics. Fredrine. 2 pieces of silver he lent me. Tide you over. Economics. For a guinea, Stephen said, you can publish this interview. Buck Mulligan stood up from his scribbling, laughing, and then gravely said, honeying malice, I called upon the bard Kinch at his summer residence in Upper Mecklenburg Street and found him deep in the study of the Summa Contra Gentiles in the company of 2 gonorrheal ladies, Fresh Nelly and Rosalie the Colquay whore. He broke away. Come, Kinch, come, wandering Angus of the birds. Come, Kinch, you have eaten all we left. I will serve you your orts and offals. Stephen rose. Life is many days. This will end. We shall see you tonight, John Eglinton said. Notre ami Moore says Malachi Mulligan must be there. Buck Mulligan flaunted his slip in Panama. Monsieur Moore, he said, lecturer on French letters to the youth of Ireland. I'll be there. Come, Kinch, the bards must drink. Can you walk straight? Laughing, he, swill till 11, Irish night's entertainment. Lubber. Stephen followed a lubber. One day in the National Library we had a discussion. Shakes. After. His lub back. I followed. I gall his kibe. Stephen, greeting, then all amort, followed a lubber jester, a well-kempt head, new barbered, out of the vaulted cell into a shattering daylight of no thought. What have I learned? Of them. Of me. Walk like Haines now. The constant reader's room. In the reader's book, Cashel, Boyle, O'Connor, Fitzmaurice, Tisdall, Farrell, paraphes his polysyllables. Item. Was Hamlet mad? The Quakers pate gaudily with a priest-teen in book talk. Oh, please do, sir. I shall be most pleased. Amused Buck Mulligan mused in pleasant murmur with himself, self-nodding. A pleased bottom. The turnstile. Is that? Blue-ribboned hat, idly writing. What? Looked? The curving balustrade, smooth-sliding Mincius. Puck Mulligan, Panama helmeted, went step by step, iambing, trolling. John Eglinton, my Joe, John, why won't you wed a wife? He spluttered to the air. Oh, the chinless Chinaman, Chin Chong Eglinton. We went over to their playbox, Haines and I, the plumber's hall. Our players are creating a new art for Europe like the Greeks or M. Metterlink. Abbey Theatre, I smell the public sweat of monks. He spat blank. Forgot. Any more than he forgot the whipping lousy Lucy gave him. And left the femme de 30 ans. And why no other children born? And his first child a girl. Afterwit. Go back. The dour recluse still there. He has his cake. And the douse youngling, minion of pleasure, Fido's toyable fair hair. Wanted, I forgot, he... Longworth and McCurdy Atkinson were there. Puck Mulligan footed featly, trilling, I hardly hear the purlieu cry or a tommy talk as I pass one by, before my thoughts begin to run on F. McMurdy Atkinson, and the same that had the wooden leg, and that filibustering filibeg, that never dared to slake his drouth, McGee that had the chinless mouth. Being afraid to marry on earth, they masturbated for all they were worth. Jest on, know thyself. Halted, below me, a quizzer looks at me. I halt. Mournful mummer, Buck Mulligan moaned. Singe has left off wearing black to be like nature. Only crows, priests, and English coal are black. A laugh tripped over his lips. Longworth is awfully sick, he said, after what you wrote about that old hake Gregory. Oh, you inquisitional drunken Jew-Jesuit. She gets you a job on the paper, and then you go and slate her drivel to Jesus. Couldn't you do the Yeats touch? He went on and down, mopping, chanting, with waving graceful arms. The most beautiful book that has come out of our country in my time. One thinks of Homer. He stopped at the stairfoot. I have conceived a play for the mummers, he said solemnly. The pillared Moorish hall, shadows entwined. Gone the 9 men's Morris with caps of indices. In sweetly varying voices Buck Mulligan read his tablet. Every man his own wife, or a honeymoon in the hand, a national immorality in 3 orgasms, by Balaky Mulligan. He turned a happy Patch's smirk to Stephen, saying, "The disguise, I fear, is thin. But listen." He read, Marcato. Characters: Toady Tostoff, a ruined Pole; Crab, a bushranger; Medical Dick and Medical Davy, 2 birds with 1 stone; Mother Grogan, a water carrier; Fresh Nellie and Rosalie, the Colquay whore. He laughed, lolling a to and fro head, walking on, followed by Stephen, and mirthfully he told the shadows, souls of men. Oh, the night in Camden Hall when the daughters of Erin had to lift their skirts to step over you as you lay in your mulberry-colored, multicolored, multitudinous vomit. The most innocent son of Erin, Stephen said, for whom they ever lifted them. About to pass through the doorway, feeling one behind, he stood aside. Part. The moment is now. Where, then? If Socrates leave his house today, if Judas go forth tonight. Why? That lies in space, which I, in time, must come to, ineluctably. My will, his will that fronts me, seized between. A man passed out between them, bowing, greeting. Good day again, Buck Mulligan said. The portico. Here I watched the birds for augury, Aengus of the birds. They go, they come. Last night I flew, easily flew. Men wondered. Street of harlots after. A cream-fruit melon he held to me. In. You will see. The wandering Jew, Buck Mulligan whispered with clown's awe. Did you see his eye? He looked upon you to lust after you. I fear thee, ancient mariner. O Kinch, thou art in peril. Get thee a breech-pad. Manor of Oxenford. Day. Wheelbarrow, sun over arch of bridge. A dark back went before them, step of a pard, down, out by the gateway, under portcullis barbs. They followed. Offend me still. Speak on. Kind air defined the coins of houses in Kildare Street. No birds. Frail from the housetops, 2 plumes of smoke ascended, pluming, and in a flaw of softness softly were blown. Cease to strive. Peace of the druid priests of Cymbeline, hierophantic, from wide earth on altar. Laud we the gods, and let our crooked smokes climb to their nostrils from our blessed altars. End of section 16. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, June 16th, 2011. Section 17 of Ulysses. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce. Part 2, The Odyssey. Episode 10, Wandering Rocks, Part 1. The Superior, the Very Reverend John Conmee, S.J., reset his smooth watch in his interior pocket as he came down the presbytery steps. 5 to 3. Just nice time to walk to Artane. What was that boy's name again? Dignum, yes. Vere dignum et eustum est. Brother Swan was the person to see. Mr. Cunningham's letter, yes. Oblige him if possible. Good practical Catholic. Useful at mission time. A one-legged sailor, swinging himself onward by lazy jerks of his crutches, growled some notes. He jerked short before the convent of the Sisters of Charity, and held out a peaked cap for alms toward the Very Reverend John Conmee, S.J. Father Conmee blessed him in the sun, for his purse held, he knew, 1 silver crown. Father Conmee crossed to Mountjoy Square. He thought, but not for long, of soldiers and sailors whose legs had been shot off by cannonballs, ending their days in some pauper ward, and of Cardinal Wolsey's words, "If I had served my God as I have served my king, he would not have abandoned me in my old days." He walked by the tree-shade of sunny winking leaves, and towards him came the wife of Mr. David Sheehy, M.P. "Very well indeed, Father, and you, Father?" Father Conmee was wonderfully well indeed. He would go to Buxton probably for the waters. And her boys, were they getting on well at Belvedere? Was that so? Father Conmee was very glad indeed to hear that. And Mr. Sheehy himself? Still in London. The house was still sitting, to be sure it was. Beautiful weather it was, delightful indeed. Yes, it was very probable that Father Bernard Vaughan would come again to preach. Oh yes, a very great success. A wonderful man, really. Father Conmee was very glad to see the wife of Mr. David Sheehy, M.P., looking so well, and he begged to be remembered to Mr. David Sheehy, M.P. Yes, he would certainly call. Good afternoon, Mrs. Sheehy. Father Conmee doffed his silk hat and smiled as he took leave, at the jet beads of her mantilla ink shining in the sun, and smiled yet again in going. He had cleaned his teeth, he knew, with arcanut paste. Father Conmee walked, and, walking, smiled, for he thought on Father Bernard Vaughan's droll eyes and cockney voice. Pilot, why don't you hold back that howling mob? A zealous man, however, really he was, and really did great good in his way. Beyond a doubt, he loved Ireland, he said, and he loved the Irish. Of good family, too, one would think it. Welsh, were they not? Oh, lest he forget, that letter to Father Provincial. Father Conmee stopped 3 little schoolboys at the corner of Mountjoy Square. Yes, they were from Belvedere. The little house. Aha. And were they good boys at school? Oh, that was very good now. And what was his name? Jack Sohan. And his name? Gallagher. And the other little man? His name was Brunny Lyman. Oh, that was a very nice name to have. Father Conmee gave a letter from his breast to Master Brunny Lyman, and pointed to the red pillar box at the corner of Fitzgibbon Street. But mind you don't post yourself into the box, little man, he said. The boys six-eyed Father Conmee and laughed. Oh, sir. Well, let me see if you can post a letter, Father Conmee said. Master Brunny Lynam ran across the road and put Father Conmee's letter to Father Provincial into the mouth of the bright red letter box. Father Conmee smiled and nodded and smiled and walked along Mountjoy Square east. Mr. Dennis J. McGinney, professor of dancing, etc., in silk hat, slate frock coat with silk facings, white kerchief tie, tight lavender trousers, canary gloves, and pointed patent boots, walking with grave deportment, most respectfully took the curbstone as he passed Lady Maxwell at the corner of Dignam's Court. Was that not Mrs. McGinnis? Mrs. McGinnis, stately, silver-haired, bowed to Father Conmee from the farther footpath along which she sailed, and Father Conmee smiled and saluted. How did she do? A fine carriage she had, like Mary Queen of Scots, something. And to think that she was a pawnbroker. Well now, such a, what should he say? Such a queenly Mayan. Father Conmee walked down Great Charles Street and glanced at the shut-up Free Church on his left. The Reverend T.R. Green, B.A., will, D.V., speak. The incumbent, they called him. He felt it incumbent on him to say a few words, but one should be charitable. Invincible ignorance. They acted according to their lights. Father Conmee turned the corner and walked along the North Circular Road. It was a wonder that there was not a tram line in such an important thoroughfare. Surely there ought to be. A band of satcheled schoolboys crossed from Richmond Street. All raised untidy caps. Father Conmee greeted them more than once benignly. Christian brother boys. Father Conmee smelt incense on his right hand as he walked. St. Joseph's Church, Portland Row, for aged and virtuous females. Father Conmee raised his hat to the Blessed Sacrament. Virtuous, but occasionally they were also bad-tempered. Near Aldborough House, Father Conmee thought of that spendthrift nobleman, and now it was an office or something. Father Conmee began to walk along the North Strand Road and was saluted by Mr. William Gallagher, who stood in the doorway of his shop. Father Conmee saluted Mr. William Gallagher, and perceived the odors that came from bacon flitches and ample cools of butter. He passed Grogan's the tobacconist, against which newsboards leaned and told of a dreadful catastrophe in New York. In America those things were continually happening. Unfortunate people to die like that, unprepared. Still, an act of perfect contrition. Father Conmee went by Daniel Bergen's public house, against the window of which 2 unlaboring men lounged. They saluted him, and were saluted. Father Conmee passed H.J. O'Neill's funeral establishment, where Corny Kelleher totted figures in the daybook while he chewed a blade of hay. A constable on his beat saluted Father Conmee, and Father Conmee saluted the constable. In Yaukstedter's, the pork butcher's, Father Conmee observed pigs' puddings, white and black and red, lie neatly curled in tubes. Moored under the trees of Charleville Mall, Father Conmee saw a turf barge, a tow horse with pendant head, a bargeman with a hat of dirty straw seated amidships, smoking and staring at a branch of poplar above him. It was idyllic, and Father Conmee reflected on the providence of the Creator who had made turf to be in bogs, whence men might dig it out and bring it to town, and hamlet to make fires in the houses of poor people. On Newcomen Bridge, the Very Reverend John Conmee, S.J. of St. Francis Xavier's Church, Upper Gardiner Street, stepped onto an outward-bound tram. Off an inward-bound tram stepped the Reverend Nicholas Dudley, C.C. of St. Agatha's Church, North William Street, onto Newcomen Bridge. At Newcomen Bridge, Father Conmee stepped into an outward-bound tram, for he disliked to traverse on foot the dingy way past Mud Island. Father Conmee sat in a corner of the tramcar, a blue ticket tucked with care in the eye of one plump kid glove, while 4 shillings, a sixpence, and 5 pennies shooted from his other plump glove palm into his purse. Passing the Ivy Church, he reflected that the ticket inspector usually made his visit when one had carelessly thrown away the ticket. The solemnity of the occupants of the car seemed to Father Conmee excessive for a journey so short and cheap. Father Conmee liked cheerful decorum. It was a peaceful day. The gentleman with the glasses opposite Father Conmee had finished explaining and looked down. His wife, Father Conmee supposed. A tiny yawn opened the mouth of the wife of the gentleman with the glasses. She raised her small gloved fist, yawned ever so gently, tip-tapping her small gloved fist on her opening mouth, and smiled tinily, sweetly. Father Conmee perceived her perfume in the car. He perceived also that the awkward man at the other side of her was sitting on the edge of the seat. Father Conmee at the altar rails placed the host with difficulty in the mouth of the awkward old man who had the shaky head. At Annesley Bridge the tram halted, and, when it was about to go, an old woman rose suddenly from her place to alight. The conductor pulled the bell strap to stay the car for her. She passed out with her basket and a market net, and Father Conmee saw the conductor help her, and net and basket, down, and Father Conmee thought that, as she had nearly passed the end of the penny fare, she was one of those good souls who had always to be told twice, "Bless you, my child, that they have been absolved. Pray for me." But they had so many worries in life, so many cares, poor creatures. From the hoardings, Mr. Eugene Stratton grimaced with thick nigger lips at Father Conmee. Father Conmee thought of the souls of black and brown and yellow men, and of his sermon on St. Peter Claver, S.J., and the African mission, and of the propagation of the faith, and of the millions of black and brown and yellow souls that had not yet received the baptism of water when their last hour came like a thief in the night. That book by the Belgian Jesuit, Le Nombre des Élus, seemed to Father Conmee a reasonable plea. Those were millions of human souls created by God in his own likeness, to whom the faith had not, D.V., been brought. But they were God's souls, created by God. It seemed to Father Conmee a pity that they should all be lost, a waste, if one might say. At the Howth Road stop, Father Conmee alighted, and was saluted by the conductor, and saluted in his turn. The Malahide Road was quiet. It pleased Father Conmee, road and name. The joy bells were ringing in gay Malahide. Lord Talbot de Malahide, immediate hereditary Lord Admiral of Malahide and the seas adjoining. Then came the call to arms, and she was maid, wife, and widow in one day. Those were old worldish days, loyal times in joyous townlands, old times in the barony. Father Conmee, walking, thought of his little book, Old Times in the Barony, and of the book that might be written about Jesuit houses, and of Mary Rochfort, daughter of Lord Molesworth, 1st Countess of Belvedere. A listless lady, no more young, walked alone the shore of Lough Ennell, Mary, 1st Countess of Belvedere, listlessly walking in the evening, not startled when an otter plunged. Who could know the truth? Not the jealous Lord Belvedere, and not her confessor if she had not committed adultery fully, Iaculatio seminis inter vos natural mulieris, with her husband's brother? She would half confess if she had not all sinned as women did. Only God knew, and she and he, her husband's brother. Father Conmee thought of that tyrannous incontinence, needed, however, for man's race on earth, and of the ways of God, which were not our ways. Don John Conmee walked and moved in times of yore. He was humane and honored there. He bore in mind secrets confessed, and he smiled at smiling noble faces in a beeswaxed drawing-room, sealed with full fruit clusters. And the hands of a bride and of a bridegroom, noble to noble, were empalmed by Don John Conmee. It was a charming day. The lich gate of a field showed Father Conmee breadths of cabbages, curtsying to him with ample underleaves. The sky showed him a flock of small white clouds going slowly down the wind. Moutonner, the French said, a just and homely word. Father Conmee, reading his office, watched a flock of muttoning clouds over Rathcoffey. His thin-socked ankles were tickled by the stubble of Clongo's field. He walked there, reading in the evening, and heard the cries of the boys' lines at their play, young cries in the quiet evening. He was their rector. His reign was mild. Father Conmee drew off his gloves and took his rededged breviary out. An ivory bookmark told him the page. Nones. He should have read that before lunch, but Lady Maxwell had come. Father Conmee read in secret Pater and Ave and crossed his breast. Deus in adiutorium. He walked calmly and read mutely the nones, walking and reading till he came to res in beati immaculati principium verborum tuorum veritas in aeternum omnia indicia iustitiae tuae. A flushed young man came from a gap of a hedge, and after him came a young woman with wild nodding daisies in her hand. The young man raised his cap abruptly. The young woman abruptly bent, and with slow care detached from her light skirt a clinging twig. Father Conmee blessed both gravely and turned a thin page of his breviary. Sin, principes persecuti sunt migratis, et e verbis tuis formidavit cor meum. Corny Kelleher closed his long daybook and glanced with his drooping eye at a pine coffin lid sentried in a corner. He pulled himself erect, went to it, and, spinning it on its axle, viewed its shape and brass furnishings. Chewing his blade of hay, he laid the coffin lid by and came to the doorway. There he tilted his hat brim to give shade to his eyes and leaned against the doorcase, looking idly out. Father John Conmee stepped into the Dollymount tram on Newcomen Bridge. Corny Kelleher locked his large-footed boots and gazed, his hat down-tilted, chewing his blade of hay. Constable 57C, on his beat, stood to pass the time of day. "That's a fine day, Mr. Kelleher." "Aye," Corny Kelleher said. "It's very close," the constable said. Corny Kelleher sped a silent jet of hay juice arching from his mouth, while a generous white arm from a window in Eccles Street flung forth a coin. "What's the best news?" he asked. "I seen that particular party last evening," the constable said with bated breath. A one-legged sailor crutched himself round McConnell's corner, skirting Rabiotti's ice cream car, and jerked himself up Eccles Street. Towards Larry O'Rourke, in shirt-sleeves in his doorway, he growled unamiably, "For England!" He swung himself violently forward past Katy and Booty Daedalus, halted and growled, "Home and beauty!" J.J. O'Malloy's white, careworn face was told that Mr. Lambert was in the warehouse with a visitor. A stout lady stopped, took a copper coin from her purse, and dropped it into the cap held out to her. The sailor grumbled thanks, glanced sourly at the unheeding windows, sank his head, and swung himself forward 4 strides. He halted and growled angrily, "For England!" 2 barefoot urchins sucking long licorice laces halted near him, gaping at his stump with their yellow slobbered mouths. He swung himself forward in vigorous jerks, halted, lifted his head towards a window and bayed deeply, "Home and beauty!" The gay, sweet, chirping, whistling within went on a bar or two, ceased. The blind of the window was drawn aside. A card, "Unfurnished Apartments," slipped from the sash and fell. A plump, bare, generous arm was seen, held forth from a white petticoat bodice and taut shift straps. A woman's hand flung forth a coin over the area railings. It fell on the path. One of the urchins ran to it, picked it up, and dropped it into the minstrel's cap, saying, "There, sir." Katy and Booty Daedalus shoved in the door of the close, steaming kitchen. "Did you put in the books?" Booty asked. Maggie at the range jammed down a grayish mass beneath bubbling suds twice with her pot stick and wiped her brow. "They wouldn't give anything on them," she said. Father Conmee walked through Clongo's field, his thin-socked ankles tickled by stubble. "Where did you try?" Booty asked. "McGinnis's." Booty stamped her foot and threw her satchel on the table. "Bad cess to her big face," she cried. Katy went to the range and peered with squinting eyes. "What's in the pot?" she asked. "Shirts," Maggie said. Booty cried angrily, "Crikey, is there nothing for us to eat?" Katy, lifting the kettle lid in a pad of her stained skirt, asked, "And what's in this?" A heavy fume gushed in answer. "Pea soup," Maggie said. "Where did you get it?" Katy asked. "Sister Mary Patrick," Maggie said. The lackey rang his bell. Barang! Booty sat down at the table and said hungrily, "Give us it here." Maggie poured yellow, thick soup from the kettle into a bowl. Katy, sitting opposite Booty, said quietly, as her fingertip lifted to her mouth random crumbs, "A good job we have that much. Where's Dilly?" "Gone to meet father," Maggie said. Booty, breaking big chunks of bread into the yellow soup, added, "Our Father who art not in heaven." Maggie, pouring yellow soup in Katy's bowl, exclaimed, "Booty, for shame!" A skiff, a crumpled throwaway, "Elijah is coming," rode lightly down the Liffey, under Loop-Line Bridge, shooting the rapids where water chafed around the bridge piers, sailing eastward past hulls and anchor chains, between the Custom House Old Dock and George's Quay. The blonde girl in Thornton's bedded the wicker basket with rustling fiber. Blazes Boylan handed her the bottle swathed in pink tissue paper and a small jar. "Put these in first, will you?" he said. "Yes, sir," the blonde girl said, "and the fruit on top." "That'll do, game ball," Blazes Boylan said. She bestowed fat pears neatly, head by tail, and among them ripe, shame-faced peaches. Blazes Boylan walked here and there in new tan shoes about the fruit-smelling shop, lifting fruits, young juicy crinkled and plump red tomatoes, sniffing smells. Helys filed before him, tall white-hatted, past Tangier Lane, plodding toward their goal. He turned suddenly from a chip of strawberries, drew a gold watch from his fob, and held it at chain's length. "Can you send them by tram? Now?" A dark-backed figure under Merchant's Arch scanned books on the hawker's cart. "Certainly, sir. Is it in the city?" "Oh, yes," Blazes Boylan said. 10 minutes. The blonde girl handed him a docket and pencil. "Will you write the address, sir?" Blazes Boylan at the counter wrote and pushed the docket to her. "Send it at once, will you?" he said. "It's for an invalid." "Yes, sir. I will, sir." Blazes Boylan rattled merry money in his trousers pocket. "What's the damage?" he asked. The blonde girl's slim fingers reckoned the fruits. Blazes Boylan looked into the cut of her blouse. "A young pullet." He took a red carnation from the tall stem glass. "This for me?" he asked gallantly. The blonde girl glanced sideways at him, got up regardless, with his tie a bit crooked, blushing. "Yes, sir," she said. Bending archly, she reckoned again fat pears and blushing peaches. Blazes Boylan looked in her blouse with more favor, the stalk of the red flower between his smiling teeth. "May I say a word to your telephone, missy?" he asked roguishly. End of section 17. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, September 9th, 2010. Section 18 of Ulysses. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce. Part 2, The Odyssey, Episode 10, Wandering Rocks, Part 2. Ma, Almidano Artifoni said. He gazed over Stephen's shoulder at Goldsmith's knobby pole. 2 carfuls of tourists passed slowly, their women sitting 4, gripping the handrests. Pale faces, men's arms frankly round their stunted forms. They looked from Trinity to the blind columned porch of the Bank of Ireland, where pigeons roo-coo-cooed. Anch'io ho avuto di questi dei, Almidano Artifoni said. Quand'ero giovane come lei, e poi me sono convinto il mondo è una bestia, e peccato, perché la sua voce sarebbe un caspite de rendita, via. Invece lei si sacrifica. Sacrificio incruento, Stephen said, smiling, swaying his ash plant in slow swing-swong from its midpoint, lightly. Speriamo, the round mustachioed face said pleasantly. Ma, direte a me, ci rifletta. By the stern stone hand of Graton, bidding halt, an Inchicore tram unloaded straggling Highland soldiers of a band. Ci rifletterò, Stephen said, glancing down the solid trouser leg. Ma, sul serio, eh? Almidano Artifoni said. His heavy hand took Stephen's firmly. Human eyes. They gazed curiously an instant, and turned quickly towards a dalky tram. Eccolo, Almidano Artifoni said in a friendly haste. Venga e trovarmi e ci pensi. Addio, ciao. Arrivederla, maestro, Stephen said, raising his hat when his hand was freed. E grazie. Dice? Almidano Artifoni said. Scusi, tante bel cose. Almidano Artifoni, holding up a baton of rolled music as a signal, trotted on stout trousers after the dalky tram. In vain he trotted, signaling in vain among the rout of bare-kneed gillies smuggling implements of music through Trinity gates. Miss Dunn hid the Capel Street library copy of The Woman in White far back in her drawer, and rolled a sheet of gaudy note paper into her typewriter. Too much mystery business in it. Is he in love with that one, Marion? Change it and get another by Mary Cecil Hay. The disc shot down the groove, wobbled a while, ceased, and ogled them. 6. Miss Dunn clicked on the keyboard. 16 June, 1904. 5 tall white-hatted sandwich men between Moneypenny's corner and the slab where Wolfe's Tones statue was not, healed themselves, turning HELYS, and plodded back as they had come. Then she stared at the large poster of Marie Kendall, charming soubrette, and listlessly lolling, scribbled on the jotter 16s and capital S's. Mustard hair and dauby cheeks. She's not nice looking, is she? The way she's holding up her bit of a skirt. Wonder, will that fellow be at the band tonight? If I could get that dressmaker to make a concertina skirt like Susie Nagel's. They kick out grand. Shannon and all the boat club swells never took his eyes off her. Hope to goodness he won't keep me here till 7. The telephone rang rudely by her ear. Hello? Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. I'll ring them up after 5. Only those 2, sir, for Belfast and Liverpool. All right, sir. Then I can go after 6 if you're not back. A quarter after. Yes, sir. 27 and 6. I'll tell him. Yes, 176. She scribbled 3 figures on an envelope. Mr. Boylan, hello. That gentleman from Sport was in looking for you. Mr. Lenehan, yes. He said he'll be in the Ormond at 4. No, sir. Yes, sir. I'll ring them up after 5. 2 pink faces turned in the flare of the tiny torch. Who's that? Ned Lambert asked. Is that Crotty? Ringabella and Crosshaven, a voice replied, groping for foothold. Hello, Jack, is that yourself? Ned Lambert said, raising in salute his pliant lath among the flickering arches. Come in. Mind your steps there. The vesta in the clergyman's uplifted hand consumed itself in a long, soft flame and was let fall. At their feet its red speck died, and mouldy air closed round them. How interesting, a refined accent said in the gloom. Yes, sir, Ned Lambert said heartily. We are standing in the historic council chamber of St. Mary's Abbey, where Silken Thomas proclaimed himself a rebel in 1534. This is the most historic spot in all Dublin. O'Madden Burke is going to write something about it one of these days. The old Bank of Ireland was over the way till the time of the Union, and the original Jews' temple was here too before they built their synagogue over in Adelaide Road. You were never here before, Jack, were you? No, Ned. He rode down through Dame Walk, the refined accent said. If my memory serves me, the mansion of the Kildares was in Thomas's court. That's right, Ned Lambert said. That's quite right, sir. If you will be so kind, then, the clergyman said. Next time to allow me, perhaps? Certainly, Ned Lambert said. Bring the camera whenever you like. I'll get those bags cleared away from the windows. You can take it from here or from here. In the still faint light he moved about, tapping with his lath the piled seed bags and points of vantage on the floor. From a long face a beard and gaze hung on a chessboard. I'm deeply obliged, Mr. Lambert, the clergyman said. I won't trespass on your valuable time. You're welcome, sir, Ned Lambert said. Drop in whenever you like. Next week, say. Can you see? Yes, yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Lambert. Very pleased to have met you. Pleasure is mine, sir, Ned Lambert answered. He followed his guest to the outlet and then whirled his lath away among the pillars. With J.J. O'Malloy he came forth slowly into Mary's Abbey, where draymen were loading floats with sacks of carob and palm nut meal. O'Connor, Wexford. He stood to read the card in his hand. The Reverend Hugh C. Love, Rathcoffey. Present address, St. Michael's, Sallins. Nice young chap he is. He's writing a book about the Fitzgeralds, he told me. He's well up in history, faith. The young woman with slow care detached from her light skirt a clinging twig. I thought you were at a new gunpowder plot, J.J. O'Malloy said. Ned Lambert cracked his fingers in the air. God, he cried, I forgot to tell him that one about the Earl of Kildare after he set fire to Cashel Cathedral. You know that one? I'm bloody sorry I did it, says he, but I declare to God I thought the Archbishop was inside. He mightn't like it, though. What? God, I'll tell him anyhow. That was the great Earl, the Fitzgerald Moore. Hot members they were, all of them, the Geraldines. The horses he passed started nervously under their slack harness. He slapped a piebald haunch quivering near him and cried, Whoa, sonny! He turned to J.J. O'Malloy and asked, Well, Jack, what is it? What's the trouble? Wait a while. Hold hard. With gaping mouth and head far back he stood still, and after an instant sneezed loudly. Chow! He said. Blast you! The dust from those sacks, J.J. O'Malloy said politely. No, Ned Lambert gasped. I caught a cold night before. Blast your soul, night before last. And there was a hell of a lot of draft. He held his handkerchief ready for the coming. I was Glasnevin this morning. Poor little, what do you call him? Chow! Mother of Moses! Tom Rockford took the top disc from the pile he clasped against his claret waistcoat. See, he said. Say it's turn 6. In here, see? Turn now on. He slid it into the left slot for them. It shot down the groove, wobbled a while, ceased, ogling them. 6. Lawyers of the past, haughty, pleading, beheld pass from the Consolidated Taxing Office to the Nisi Prius Court, Richie Goulding carrying the cost bag of Goulding, Collis, and Ward, and heard rustling from the Admiralty Division of King's Bench to the Court of Appeal an elderly female with false teeth, smiling incredulously, and a black silk skirt of great amplitude. See, he said. See, now the last one I put in is over here. Turns over. The impact. Leverage, see? He showed them the rising column of discs on the right. Smart idea, Nosey Flynn said, snuffling. So a fellow coming in late can see what turn is on and what turns are over. See, Tom Rockford said. He slid in a disc for himself and watched it shoot, wobble, ogle, stop. 4. Turn now on. I'll see him now in the Ormond, Lenehan said, and sound him. One good turn deserves another. Do, Tom Rockford said. Tell him I'm boiling with impatience. Good night, McCoy said abruptly. When you two begin. Nosey Flynn stooped towards the lever, snuffing at it. But how does it work here, Tommy? He asked. Tooraloo, Lenehan said. See you later. He followed McCoy out across the tiny square of Crampton Court. He's a hero, he said simply. I know, McCoy said. The drain, you mean. Drain, Lenehan said. It was down a manhole. They passed Dan Lowry's music hall, where Marie Kendall, charming soubrette, smiled on them from a poster, a dauby smile. Going down the path of Sycamore Street beside the Empire Music Hall, Lenehan showed McCoy how the whole thing was. One of those manholes like a bloody gas pipe, and there was the poor devil stuck down in it, half choked with sewer gas. Down went Tom Rockford anyhow, bookie's vest and all, with the rope round him. And be damned but he got the rope round the poor devil, and the two were hauled up. The act of a hero, he said. At the Dolphin they halted to allow the ambulance car to gallop past them for Jervis Street. This way, he said, walking to the right. I want to pop into Lynam's to see Scepter's starting price. What's the time by your gold watch and chain? McCoy peered into Marcus Tertius Moses' somber office, then at O'Neill's clock. After 3, he said. Who's riding her? Oh, Madden, Lenehan said. And a game filly she is. While he waited in Temple Bar, McCoy dodged a banana peel with gentle pushes of his toe from the path to the gutter. Fellow might damn easy get a nasty fall there, coming along tight in the dark. The gates of the drive opened wide to give egress to the viceregal cavalcade. Even money, Lenehan said, returning. I knocked against Bantam Lions in there going to back a bloody horse someone gave him that hasn't an earthly. Through here. They went up the steps and under Merchant's Arch. A dark-backed figure scanned books on the hawker's cart. There he is, Lenehan said. Wonder what he's buying, McCoy said, glancing behind. Leopoldo or the Bloom is on the rye, Lenehan said. He's dead nuts on sales, McCoy said. I was with him one day, and he bought a book from an old one in Liffey Street for $2 bob. There were fine plates in it worth double the money, the stars and the moon and comets with long tails. Astronomy it was about. Lenehan laughed. I'll tell you a damn good one about comets' tails, he said. Come over in the sun. They crossed to the metal bridge and went along Wellington Quay by the river wall. Master Patrick Aloysius Dignam came out of Mangan's late Farron box, carrying 1.5 pounds of pork steaks. There was a long spread out at Glen Cree Reformatory, Lenehan said eagerly. The annual dinner, you know. Boiled shirt affair. The Lord Mayor was there. Val Dillon it was, and Sir Charles Cameron and Dan Dawson spoke, and there was music. Bartell D'Arcy sang, and Benjamin Dollard. I know, McCoy broke in. My missus sang there once. Did she? Lenehan said. A card, Unfurnished Apartments, reappeared in the window sash of number 7, Eccles Street. He checked his tail a moment, but broke out in a wheezy laugh. But wait till I tell you, he said. Delahunt of Camden Street had the catering, and yours truly was chief bottle washer. Bloom and the wife were there. Lashings of stuff we put up, port wine and sherry and curacao, to which we did ample justice. Fast and furious it was. After liquids came solids. Cold joints galore and mince pies. I know, McCoy said. The year the missus was there. Lenehan linked his arm warmly. But wait till I tell you, he said. We had a midnight lunch, too, after all the jollification, and when we sallied forth it was blue o'clock the morning after the night before. Coming home it was a gorgeous winter's night on the Featherbed Mountain. Bloom and Chris Callanan were on one side of the car, and I was with the wife on the other. We started singing glees and duets. Lo, the early beam of morning. She was well primed with a good load of Delahunt's port under her belly band. Every jolt the bloody car gave, I had her bumping up against me. Hell's delights! She has a fine pair, God bless her. Like that. He held his caved hands a cubit from him, frowning. I was tucking the rug under her and settling her boa all the time, know what I mean? His hands molded ample curves in the air. He shut his eyes tight in delight, his body shrinking, and blew a sweet chirp from his lips. The lad stood to attention anyhow, he said with a sigh. She's a gamey mare and no mistake. Bloom was pointing out all the stars and the comets in the heavens to Chris Callanan and the Jarvey, the Great Bear and Hercules and the Dragon, and the whole jing-bang lot. But by God, I was lost, so to speak, in the Milky Way. He knows them all, faith. At last she spotted a weeny-weeshy one miles away. And what star's that, Poldy? Says she. By God, she had Bloom cornered. That one, is it? Says Chris Callanan. Sure, that's only what you might call a pinprick. By God, he wasn't far wide of the mark. Lenehan stopped and leaned on the river wall, panting with soft laughter. I'm weak, he gasped. McCoy's white face smiled about it at instants and grew grave. Lenehan walked on. He lifted his yachting cap and scratched his hind head rapidly. He glanced sideways in the sunlight at McCoy. He's a cultured all-round man, Bloom is, he said seriously. He's not one of your common or garden, you know. There's a touch of the artist about old Bloom. Mr. Bloom turned over idly pages of the awful disclosures of Maria Monk, then of Aristotle's masterpiece. Crooked botched print, plates, infants cuddled in a ball in blood-red wombs like livers of slaughtered cows. Lots of them like that at this moment all over the world, all butting with their skulls to get out of it. Child born every minute somewhere. Mrs. Purefoy. He laid both books aside and glanced at the third. Tales of the Ghetto by Leopold von Sacher-Masoch. That I had, he said, pushing it by. The shopman let 2 volumes fall on the counter. Them are 2 good ones, he said. Onions of his breath came across the counter out of his ruined mouth. He bent to make a bundle of the other books, hugged them against his unbuttoned waistcoat, and bore them off behind the dingy curtain. On O'Connell Bridge many persons observed the grave deportment and gay apparel of Mrs. Dennis J. McGinney, professor of dancing, etc. Mr. Bloom, alone, looked at the titles. Fair Tyrants by James Love Birch. Know the kind that is. Had it? Yes. He opened it. Thought so. A woman's voice behind the dingy curtain. Listen, the man. No, she wouldn't like that much. Got her at once. He read the other title, Sweets of Sin. More in her line. Let us see. He read where his finger opened. All the dollar bills her husband gave her were spent in the stores on wondrous gowns and costliest frillies. For him. For Raoul. Yes, this. Here. Try. Her mouth glued on his in a luscious, voluptuous kiss, while his hands felt for the opulent curves inside her dishabille. Yes, take this. The end. You are late, he spoke hoarsely, eyeing her with a suspicious glare. The beautiful woman threw off her sable-trimmed wrap, displaying her queenly shoulders, and heaving embonpoint. An imperceptible smile played round her perfect lips as she turned to him calmly. Mr. Bloom read again, The beautiful woman. Warmth showered gently over him, cowing his flesh. Flesh yielded amply amid rumpled clothes, whites of eyes swooning up. His nostrils arched themselves for prey. Melting breast ointments, for him, for Raoul. Armpits oniony sweat, fish gluey slime, her heaving embonpoint. Feel, press, crushed, sulphur dung of lions. Young, young. An elderly female, no more young, left the building of the Courts of Chancery, King's Bench, Exchequer, and Common Pleas, having heard in the Lord Chancellor's Court the case in lunacy of Potterton, in the Admiralty Division the summons, ex parte motion, of the owners of the Lady Cairns versus the owners of the Bank Mona, in the Court of Appeal reservation of judgment, in the case of Harvey versus the Ocean Accident and Guarantee Corporation. Phlegmy coughs shook the air of the bookshop, bulging out the dingy curtains. The shopman's uncombed gray head came out, and his unshaven, reddened face, coughing. He raked his throat rudely, puked phlegm on the floor. He put his boot on what he had spat, wiping his sole along it, and bent, showing a raw-skinned crown, scantily haired. Mr. Bloom beheld it. Mastering his troubled breath, he said, I'll take this one. The shopman lifted eyes bleared with old rheum. Sweets of Sin, he said, tapping on it. That's a good one. The lackey by the door of Dillon's auction rooms shook his handbell twice again and viewed himself in the chalked mirror of the cabinet. Dilly Daedalus, loitering by the curbstone, heard the beats of the bell, the cries of the auctioneer within. 4 and 9, those lovely curtains, 5 shillings, cozy curtains, selling new at 2 guineas. Any advance on 5 shillings? Going for 5 shillings. The lackey lifted his handbell and shook it. Barang! Bang of the last lap bell spurred the half-mile wheelmen to their sprint. J. A. Jackson, W. E. Wiley, A. Monroe, and H. T. Gahan, their stretched necks wagging, negotiated the curve by the college library. Mr. Daedalus, tugging a long mustache, came round from Williams's row. He halted near his daughter. It's time for you, she said. Stand up straight for the love of the Lord Jesus, Mr. Daedalus said. Are you trying to imitate your Uncle John, the cornet player, head upon shoulder? Melancholy God. Dilly shrugged her shoulders. Mr. Daedalus placed his hands on them and held them back. Stand up straight, girl, he said. You'll get curvature of the spine. Do you know what you look like? He let his head sink suddenly down and forward, hunching his shoulders and dropping his underjaw. Give it up, father, Dilly said. All the people are looking at you. Mr. Daedalus drew himself upright and tugged again at his mustache. Did you get any money? Dilly asked. Where would I get money? Mr. Daedalus said. There is no one in Dublin would lend me fourpence. You got some, Dilly said, looking in his eyes. How do you know that? Mr. Daedalus asked, his tongue in his cheek. Mr. Kernan, pleased with the order he had booked, walked boldly along James's street. I know you did, Dilly answered. Were you in the Scotch house now? I was not then, Mr. Daedalus said, smiling. Was it the little nuns taught you to be so saucy? Here. He handed her a shilling. See if you can do anything with that, he said. I suppose you got 5, Dilly said. Give me more than that. Wait a while, Mr. Daedalus said threateningly. You're like the rest of them, are you? An insolent pack of little bitches since your poor mother died. But wait a while. You'll all get a short shrift and a long day from me. Low blackguardism. I'm going to get rid of you. Wouldn't care if I was stretched out stiff. He's dead. The man upstairs is dead. He left her and walked on. Dilly followed quickly and pulled his coat. Well, what is it? He said, stopping. The lackey rang his bell behind their backs. Barang! Curse your bloody, blatant soul, Mr. Daedalus cried, turning on him. The lackey, aware of comment, shook the lolling clapper of his bell, but feebly. Bang! Mr. Daedalus stared at him. Watch him, he said. It's instructive. I wonder will he allow us to talk. You got more than that, father, Dilly said. I'm going to show you a little trick, Mr. Daedalus said. I'll leave you all where Jesus left the Jews. Look, there's all I have. I got 2 shillings from Jack Power, and I spent 2pence for a shave for the funeral. He drew forth a handful of copper coins nervously. Can't you look for some money somewhere? Dilly said. Mr. Daedalus thought and nodded. I will, he said gravely. I looked all along the gutter in O'Connell Street. I'll try this one now. You're very funny, Dilly said, grinning. Here, Mr. Daedalus said, handing her 2 pennies. Get a glass of milk for yourself and a bun or something. I'll be home shortly. He put the other coins in his pocket and started to walk on. The vice-regal cavalcade passed, greeted by obsequious policemen out of Parkgate. I'm sure you have another shilling, Dilly said. The lackey banged loudly. Mr. Daedalus, amid the din, walked off, murmuring to himself with a pursing, mincing mouth, gently. The little nuns? Nice little things. Oh, sure they wouldn't do anything. Oh, sure they wouldn't really. Is it little Sister Monica? From the sundial toward James's gate walked Mr. Kernan, pleased with the order he had booked for Pulbrook Robertson, boldly along James Street, past Shackleton's office. Got round him all right. How do you do, Mr. Crimmins? First rate, sir. I was afraid you might be up in your other establishment in Pimlico. How are things going? Just keeping alive. Lovely weather we're having. Yes, indeed. Good for the country. Those farmers are always grumbling. I'll just take a thimbleful of your best gin, Mr. Crimmins. A small gin, sir. Yes, sir. Terrible affair, that General Slocum explosion. Terrible, terrible. 1,000 casualties. And heart-rending scenes. Men trampling down women and children. Most brutal thing. What do they say was the cause? Spontaneous combustion. Most scandalous revelation. Not a single lifeboat would float, and the fire hose all burst. What I can't understand is how the inspectors ever allowed a boat like that. Now you're talking straight, Mr. Crimmins. You know why? Palm oil. Is that a fact? Without a doubt. Well, now look at that. And America, they say, is the land of the free. I thought we were bad here. I smiled at him. America, I said quietly, just like that. What is it? The sweepings of every country, including our own. Isn't that true? That's a fact. Graft, my dear sir. Well, of course, where there's money going, there's always someone to pick it up. Saw him looking at my frock coat. Dress does it. Nothing like a dressy appearance. Bowls them over. Hello, Simon, Father Cowley said. How are things? Hello, Bob, old man, Mr. Daedalus answered, stopping. Mr. Kernan halted and preened himself before the sloping mirror of Peter Kennedy, hairdresser. Stylish coat, beyond a doubt. Scott of Dawson Street. Well worth the half-sovereign I gave Neary for it. Never built under 3 guineas. Fits me down to the ground. Some Kildare Street club toff had it probably. John Mulligan, the manager of the Hibernian Bank. Gave me a very sharp eye yesterday on Carlisle Bridge, as if he remembered me. Ahem! Must dress the character for those fellows. Knight of the road, gentlemen. And now, Mr. Crimmins, may we have the honor of your custom again, sir? The cup that cheers but not inebriates, as the old saying has it. North Wall and Sir John Rogerson's quay, with hulls and anchor chains, sailing westward, sailed by a skiff, a crumpled throwaway, rocked on the ferry wash. Elijah is coming. Mr. Kernan glanced in farewell at his image. High color, of course, grizzled mustache, returned Indian officer. Bravely he bore his stumpy body forward on spatted feet, squaring his shoulders. Is that Ned Lambert's brother over the way? Sam? What? Yes. He's as like it as damn it. No, the windscreen of that motor car in the sun there. Just a flash like that. Damn like him. Ahem! Hot spirit of juniper juice warmed his vitals and his breath. Good drop of gin that was. His frock-tails winked in bright sunshine to his fat strut. Down there Emmett was hanged, drawn, and quartered. Greasy black rope. Dogs licking the blood off the street when the Lord Lieutenant's wife drove by in her noddy. Bad times those were. Well, well. Over and done with. Great topers, too. 4 bottle men. Let me see. Is he buried in St. Michan's? Or no, there was a midnight burial in Glasnevin. Corpse brought in through a secret door in the wall. Dignam is there now. Went out in a puff. Well, well. Better turn down here and make a detour. Mr. Kernan turned and walked down the slope of Watling Street by the corner of Guinness's visitors' waiting room. Outside the Dublin Distillers Company's stores, an outside car without fare or jarvey stood. The reins nodded to the wheel. Damn dangerous thing. Some Tipperary bosthoon endangering the lives of the citizens. Runaway horse. Dennis Breen with his tomes, weary of having waited an hour in John Henry Menton's office, led his wife over O'Connell Bridge, bound for the office of Messrs. Collis and Ward. Mr. Kernan approached Island Street. Times of the troubles. Must ask Ned Lambert to lend me those reminiscences of Sir Jonah Barrington. When you look back on it all now, in a kind of retrospective arrangement. Gaming at Daly's. No card sharping then. One of those fellows got his hand nailed to the table by a dagger. Somewhere here Lord Edward Fitzgerald escaped from Major Sir Stables behind Moira House. Damn good gin that was. Fine, dashing young nobleman. Good stock, of course. That ruffian, that sham squire with his violet gloves gave him away. Of course they were on the wrong side. They rose in dark and evil days. Fine poem that is, Ingram. They were gentlemen. Ben Dollard does sing that ballad touchingly. Masterly rendition. At the siege of Ross did my father fall. A cavalcade in easy trot along Pembroke Quay passed, outriders leaping in their saddles, frock coats, cream sunshades. Mr. Kernan hurried forward, blowing pursily. His Excellency! Too bad. Just missed that by a hair. Damn it! What a pity. End of section 18. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, September 9th, 2010. Section 19 of Ulysses. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce. Part 2, The Odyssey. Episode 10, Wandering Rocks, Part 3. Stephen Dedalus watched through the webbed window the lapidary's fingers prove a time-dulled chain. Dust webbed the window and the show trays. Dust darkened the toiling fingers with their vulture nails. Dust slept on dull coils of bronze and silver, lozenges of cinnabar, on rubies, leprous and wine-dark stones. Born all in the dark wormy earth, cold specks of fire, evil, lights shining in the darkness, where fallen archangels flung the stars of their brows, muddy swine snouts, hands, root and root, gripe and rest them. She dances in a foul gloom where the gum bums with garlic. A sailor man, rust-bearded, sips from a beaker rum and eyes her, a long and sea-fed silent rut. She dances, capers, wagging her sowish haunches and her hips, on her gross belly flapping a ruby egg. Old Russell, with a smeared chamois rag, burnished again his gem, turned it and held it at the point of his Moses beard. Grandfather Ape gloating on a stolen hoard. And you who wrest old images from the burial earth, the brain-sick words of sophists. Antisthenes, a lore of drugs, orient and immortal wheat, standing from everlasting to everlasting. Two old women, fresh from their whiff of the briny, trudged through Irish town along London Bridge Road, one with a sanded, tired umbrella, one with a midwife's bag in which 11 cockles rolled. The whir of flapping leathern bands and hum of dynamos from the powerhouse urged Stephen to be on. Beingless beings. Stop! Throb always without you, and the throb always within. Your heart you sing of. I between them. Where? Between two roaring worlds where they swirl. I. Shatter them, one and both, but stun myself too in the blow. Shatter me, you who can. Bawd and butcher were the words. I say, not yet a while. A look around. Yes, quite true. Very large and wonderful, and keeps famous time. You say right, sir. A Monday morning, 'twas so, indeed. Stephen went down Bedford Row, the handle of the ash clacking against his shoulder blade. In Clohissey's window, a faded 1860 print of Heenan boxing Sayers held his eye. Staring backers with square hats stood round the roped prize ring. The heavyweights in tight loin-cloths proposed gently each to other his bulbous fists, and they are throbbing heroes' hearts. He turned and halted by the slanted book cart. "Tuppence each," the huckster said. "4 for 6pence. Tattered pages, the Irish beekeeper, Life and Miracles of the Curé of Ars, Pocket Guide to Killarney. I might find here one of my pawned school prizes. Stefano Dedalo, alumno optimo, palmem ferenti." Father Conmee, having read his little hours, walked through the hamlet of Donnycarney, murmuring vespers. Binding too good, probably. What is this? 8th and 9th book of Moses. Secret of all secrets. Seal of King David. Thumbed pages. Read and read. Who has passed here before me? How to soften chapped hands. Recipe for white wine vinegar. How to win a woman's love. For me this. Say the following talisman 3 times with hands folded. Se el hilo nebricada, femininum, amor, mi solo, sanctus, amen. Who wrote this? Charms and invocations of the most blessed abbot Peter Salanka to all true believers divulged. As good as any other abbot's charms, as mumbling Joachim's. Down, baldy noddle, or we'll wool your wool. What are you doing here, Stephen? Dilly's high shoulders and shabby dress. Shut the book quick, don't let see. What are you doing? Stephen said. A Stuart face of none such Charles, lank locks falling at its sides. It glowed as she crouched feeding the fire with broken boots. I told her of Paris. Late lie abed under a quilt of old overcoats, fingering a pinchbeck bracelet, Dan Kelly's tokens, Nebricada femininum. What have you there? Stephen asked. I bought it from the other cart for a penny, Dilly said, laughing nervously. Is it any good? My eyes, they say she has. Do others see me so? Quick, far, and daring, shadow of my mind. He took the coverless book from her hand, Chardonnel's French primer. What did you buy that for? He asked. To learn French? She nodded, reddening and closing tight her lips. Show no surprise. Quite natural. Here, Stephen said. It's all right. Mind Maggie doesn't pawn it on you. I suppose all my books are gone. Some, Dilly said. We had to. She is drowning. Agenbite. Save her. Agenbite. All against us. She will drown me with her eyes and hair. Lank coils of seaweed hair around me, my heart, my soul. Salt green death. We. Agenbite of Inwit. Inwit's Agenbite. Misery! Misery! Hello, Simon, Father Cally said. How are things? Hello, Bob, old man, Mr. Dedalus answered, stopping. They clasped hands loudly outside Reddy and daughters. Father Cowley brushed his mustache often downward with a scooping hand. "What's the best news?" Mr. Dedalus said. "Why then, not much," Father Cowley said. "I'm barricaded up, Simon, with 2 men prowling around the house trying to effect an entrance." "Jolly," Mr. Dedalus said. "Who is it?" "Oh," Father Cowley said, "a certain gombeen man of our acquaintance." "With a broken back, is it?" Mr. Dedalus asked. "The same, Simon," Father Cowley answered. "Reuben of that ilk. I'm just waiting for Ben Dollard. He's going to say a word to Long John to get him to take those 2 men off. All I want is a little time." He looked with vague hope up and down the quay, a big apple bulging in his neck. "I know," Mr. Dedalus said. "Poor old Buckety Ben. He's always doing a good turn for someone. Hold hard." He put on his glasses and gazed toward the metal bridge an instant. "There he is, by God," he said. "Arson pockets." Ben Dollard's loose blue cutaway and square hat above large slops crossed the quay in full gait from the metal bridge. He came towards them at an amble, scratching actively behind his coat-tails. As he came near, Mr. Dedalus greeted. "Hold that fellow with the bad trousers. Hold him now," Ben Dollard said. Mr. Dedalus eyed with cold wandering scorn various points of Ben Dollard's figure. Then, turning to Father Cowley with a nod, he muttered sneeringly, "That's a pretty garment, isn't it, for a summer's day?" "Why, God eternally curse your soul," Ben Dollard ground furiously. "I threw out more clothes in my time than you ever saw." He stood beside them, beaming, on them first and on his roomy clothes from points of which Mr. Dedalus flicked fluff, saying, "They were made for a man in his health, Ben, anyhow." "Bad luck to the Jewman that made them," Ben Dollard said. "Thanks be to God he's not paid yet." "And how is that basso profundo, Benjamin?" Father Cowley asked. Cashel Boyle O'Connor, Fitzmaurice Tisdall Farrell, murmuring, glass-eyed, strode past the Kildare Street Club. Ben Dollard frowned and, making suddenly a chanter's mouth, gave forth a deep note. "Aw," he said. "That's the style," Mr. Dedalus said, nodding to its drone. "What about that?" Ben Dollard said. "Not too dusty, what?" He turned to both. "That'll do," Father Cowley said, nodding also. The Reverend Hugh C. Love walked from the old chapter house of St. Mary's Abbey past James and Charles Kennedy's rectifiers, attended by Geraldines tall and personable, towards the Thosel beyond the ford of hurdles. Ben Dollard, with a heavy list towards the shop fronts, led them forward, his joyful fingers in the air. "Come along with me to the sub-sheriff's office," he said. "I want to show you the new beauty Rock has for a bailiff. He's a cross between Lobengula and Lynchishon. He's well worth seeing, mind you. Come along. I saw John Henry Menton casually on the bodega just now, and it will cost me a fall if I don't. Wait a while. We're on the right lay, Bob, believe you me." "For a few days, tell him," Father Cowley said anxiously. Ben Dollard halted and stared, his loud orifice open, a dangling button of his coat wagging bright-backed from its thread as he wiped away the heavy shawms that clogged his eyes to hear aright. "What few days?" he boomed. "Hasn't your landlord distrained for rent?" "He has," Father Cowley said. "Then our friend's writ is not worth the paper it's printed on," Ben Dollard said. "The landlord has the prior claim. I gave him all the particulars. 29 Windsor Avenue. Love is the name?" "That's right," Father Cowley said. "The Reverend Mr. Love. He's a minister in the country somewhere. But are you sure of that?" "You can tell Barabbas from me," Ben Dollard said, "that he can put that writ where Jacko put the nuts." He led Father Cowley boldly forward, linked to his bulk. "Filberts, I believe they were," Mr. Dedalus said, as he dropped his glasses on his coat front, following them. "The youngster will be all right," Martin Cunningham said, as they passed out of the castle yard gate. The policeman touched his forehead. "God bless you," Martin Cunningham said, cheerily. He signed to the waiting Jarvey, who chucked at the reins, and set on towards Lord Edward Street. Bronze by gold, Miss Kennedy's head by Miss Douce's head appeared above the cross-blinds of the Ormond Hotel. "Yes," Martin Cunningham said, fingering his beard. "I wrote to Father Conmee and laid the whole case before him." "You could try our friend," Mr. Power suggested backward. "Boyd?" Martin Cunningham said shortly. "Touch me not." John Wise Nolan, lagging behind, reading the list, came after them quickly down Cork Hill. On the steps of the City Hall, Councillor Nanetti, descending, hailed Alderman Cowley and Councillor Abraham Lyon, ascending. The castle car wheeled empty into Upper Exchange Street. "Look here, Martin," John Wise Nolan said, overtaking them at the mail office. "I see Bloom put his name down for 5 shillings. "Quite right," Martin Cunningham said, taking the list, "and put down the 5 shillings, too." "Without a second word, either," Mr. Power said. "Strange but true," Martin Cunningham added. John Wise Nolan opened wide eyes. "I'll say there is much kindness in the Jew," he quoted elegantly. They went down Parliament Street. "There's Jimmy Henry," Mr. Power said, "just heading for Kavanaugh's." "Right-o," Martin Cunningham said. "Here goes." Outside La Maison Claire, Blazes Boylan waylaid Jack Mooney's brother-in-law, Humpy, tight, making for the Liberties. John Wise Nolan fell back with Mr. Power, while Martin Cunningham took the elbow of a dapper little man in a shower of hail soot, who walked uncertainly, with hasty steps, past Mickey Anderson's watches. "The assistant town clerk's corns are giving him some trouble," John Wise Nolan told Mr. Power. They followed round the corner, towards James Kavanagh's wine rooms. The empty castle car fronted them at rest in Essex Gate. Martin Cunningham, speaking always, showed often the list at which Jimmy Henry did not glance. "And Long John Fanning is here too," John Wise Nolan said, "as large as life." The tall form of Long John Fanning filled the doorway where he stood. "Good day, Mr. Sub-Sheriff," Martin Cunningham said, as all halted and greeted. Long John Fanning made no way for them. He removed his large Henry Clay decisively, and his large, fierce eyes scowled intelligently over all their faces. "Are the conscript fathers pursuing their peaceful deliberations?" he said with rich, acrid utterance to the assistant town clerk. "Hell open to Christians they were having," Jimmy Henry said pettishly. "About their damned Irish language. Where was the marshal, he wanted to know, to keep order in the council chamber? And old Barlow the mace-bearer laid up with asthma, no mace on the table, nothing in order, no quorum even, and Hutchinson, the Lord Mayor, in Llandudno, and little Lorcan and Sherlock doing locum tenens for him. Damned Irish language, language of our forefathers." Long John Fanning blew a plume of smoke from his lips. Martin Cunningham spoke by turns, twirling the peak of his beard, to the assistant town clerk and the sub-sheriff, while John Wise Nolan held his peace. "What dignum was that?" Long John Fanning asked. Jimmy Henry made a grimace and lifted his left foot. "Oh, my corns," he said plaintively. "Come upstairs for goodness sake till I sit down somewhere. Oof! Ooh! Mind!" Testily he made room for himself beside Long John Fanning's flank and passed in and up the stairs. "Come on up," Martin Cunningham said to the sub-sheriff. "I don't think you knew him, or perhaps you did, though." With John Wise Nolan, Mr. Power followed them in. "Decent little soul he was," Mr. Power said to the stalwart back of Long John Fanning, ascending toward Long John Fanning in the mirror. "Rather low-sized. Dignum of Mentor's office, that was," Martin Cunningham said. Long John Fanning could not remember him. Clatter of horse hoofs sounded from the air. "What's that?" Martin Cunningham said. All turned where they stood. John Wise Nolan came down again. From the cool shadow of the doorway he saw the horses pass Parliament Street, harness and glossy pasterns in sunlight shimmering. Gaily they went past before his cool, unfriendly eyes, not quickly. In saddles of the leaders, leaping leaders, rode outriders. "What was it?" Martin Cunningham asked as they went up on the staircase. "The Lord Lieutenant General and General Governor of Ireland," John Wise Nolan answered from the stairfoot. As they trod across the thick carpet, Buck Mulligan whispered behind his Panama to Haines, Parnell's brother, there in the corner. They chose a small table near the window, opposite a long-faced man whose beard and gaze hung intently down on a chessboard. "Is that he?" Haines asked, twisting round in his seat. "Yes," Mulligan said. "That's John Howard, his brother, our city marshal." John Howard Parnell translated a white bishop quietly, and his gray claw went up again to his forehead, whereat it rested. An instant later, under its screen, his eyes looked quickly, ghost-bright, at his foe, and fell once more upon a working corner. "I'll take a mélange," Haines said to the waitress. 2 melanges, Buck Mulligan said, and bring us some scones and butter and some cakes as well. When she had gone, he said, laughing, we call it DBC because they have damn bad cakes. Oh, but you missed Daedalus on Hamlet. Haines opened his new-bought book. I'm sorry, he said. Shakespeare is the happy hunting ground of all minds that have lost their balance. The one-legged sailor growled at the area of 14 Nelson Street. England expects. Buck Mulligan's primrose waistcoat shook gaily to his laughter. You should see him, he said, when his body loses its balance. Wandering Angus, I call him. I am sure he has an idée fixe, Haines said, pinching his chin thoughtfully with thumb and forefinger. Now I am speculating what it would be likely to be. Such persons always have. Buck Mulligan bent across the table gravely. They drove his wits astray, he said, by visions of hell. He will never capture the Attic note, the note of Swinburne, of all poets, the White Death and the Ruddy Birth. That is his tragedy. He can never be a poet. The joy of creation. Eternal punishment, Haines said, nodding curtly. I see. I tackled him this morning on belief. There was something on his mind, I saw. It's rather interesting because Professor Pokorny of Vienna makes an interesting point out of that. Buck Mulligan's watchful eyes saw the waitress come. He helped her to unload her tray. He can find no trace of hell in ancient Irish myth, Haines said, amid the cheerful cups. The moral idea seems lacking, the sense of destiny, of retribution. Rather strange he should have just that fixed idea. Does he write anything for your movement? He sank 2 lumps of sugar deftly longways through the whipped cream. Buck Mulligan slit a steaming scone in 2 and plastered butter over its smoking pith. He bit off a soft piece hungrily. 10 years, he said, chewing and laughing. He is going to write something in 10 years. Seems a long way off, Haines said, thoughtfully lifting his spoon. Still, I shouldn't wonder if he did after all. He tasted a spoonful from the creamy cone of his cup. This is real Irish cream, I take it, he said with forbearance. I don't want to be imposed on. Elijah, skiff, light, crumpled throwaway, sailed eastward by flanks of ships and trawlers, amid an archipelago of corks, beyond New Wapping Street, past Benson's Ferry, and by the 3-masted schooner Rose Vian from Bridgewater with bricks. Almadano Artifoni walked past Hollis Street, past Sewell's Yard. Behind him, Cashel, Boyle, O'Connor, Fitzmaurice, Tisdall, Farrell, with stick umbrella dustcoat dangling, shunned the lamp before Mr. Law Smith's house, and, crossing, walked along Marion Square. Distantly behind him, a blind stripling tapped his way by the wall of College Park. Cashel, Boyle, O'Connor, Fitzmaurice, Tisdall, Farrell walked as far as Mr. Lewis Werner's cheerful windows, then turned and strode back along Marion Square, his stick umbrella dustcoat dangling. At the corner of Wilde's house he halted, frowned at Elijah's name announced on the Metropolitan Hall, frowned at the distant pleasance of Duke's Lawn. His eyeglass flashed frowning in the sun. With rat's teeth bared, he muttered, Coactus volui. He strode on for Clare Street, grinding his fierce word. As he strode past Mr. Bloom's dental windows, the sway of his dust coat brushed rudely from its angle a slender tapping cane, and swept onwards, having buffeted a thewless body. The blind stripling turned his sickly face after the striding form. God's curse on you, he said sourly, whoever you are. You're blonder nor I am, you bitch's bastard. Opposite Ruggy O'Donohoe's, Master Patrick Aloysius Dignam, pawing the £1.5 of Mangan's late Fehrenbach's pork steaks he had been sent for, went along warm Wicklow Street, dawdling. It was too blooming dull sitting in the parlor with Mrs. Storr and Mrs. Quigley and Mrs. McDowell and the blind down, and they all at their sniffles and sipping sups of the superior tawny sherry Uncle Barney brought from Tunney's, and they eating crumbs of the cottage fruit cake, jawing the whole blooming time and sighing. After Wicklow Lane, the window of Madame Doyle, court-dress milliner, stopped him. He stood looking in at the 2 puckers, stripped to their pelts and putting up their props. From the side mirrors, 2 mourning Masters Dignam gaped silently. Myler Keogh, Dublin's pet lamb, will meet Sergeant Major Bennett, the Portobello bruiser, for a purse of 50 sovereigns. Gob, that'd be a good pucking match to see, Myler, Keogh, that's the chap sparring out to him with the green sash. 2-bar entrance, soldiers half price. I could easy do a bunk on Ma. Master Dignam on his left turned as he turned. That's me in mourning. When is it? May the 22nd. Sure, the bloomin' thing is all over. He turned to the right, and on his right Master Dignam turned, his cap awry, his collar sticking up. Buttoning it down, his chin lifted, he saw the image of Marie Kendall, charming soubrette, beside the 2 puckers. One of them motes that do be in the packets that his old fellow welted hell out of him for one time he found out. Master Dignam got his collar down and dawdled on. The best pucker going for strength was Fitzsimon's. 1 puck in the wind from that fellow would knock you into the middle of next week, man. But the best pucker for science was Jem Corbett, before Fitzsimon's knocked the stuffings out of him, dodging and all. In Grafton Street, Master Dignam saw a red flower in a toff's mouth and a swell pair of kicks on him, and he listening to what the drunk was telling him and grinning all the time. No Sandymount tram. Master Dignam walked along Nassau Street, shifting the pork steaks to his other hand. His collar sprang up again, and he tugged it down. The bloomin' stud was too small for the buttonhole of the shirt, blooming into it. He met schoolboys with satchels. I'm not going tomorrow either. Stay away till Monday. He met other schoolboys. Do they notice I'm in mourning? Uncle Barney said he'd get it into the paper tonight. Then they'll all see it in the paper and read my name printed, and Pa's name. His face got all gray instead of being red like it was, and there was a fly walking over it up to his eye. The scrunch that was when they were screwing the screws into the coffin, and the bumps when they were bringing it downstairs. Pa was inside it, and Ma crying in the parlor, and Uncle Barney telling the men how to get it round the bend. A big coffin it was, and high and heavy-looking. How was that? The last night Pa was boozed, he was standing on the landing there, bawling out for his boots to go out to Tunney's for to booze more, and he looked buddy and short in his shirt. Never see him again. Death, that is. Pa is dead. My father is dead. He told me to be a good son to Ma. I couldn't hear the other things he said, but I saw his tongue and his teeth trying to say it better. Poor Pa. That was Mr. Dignam, my father. I hope he's in purgatory now because he went to confession to Father Conroy on Saturday night. William Humble, Earl of Dudley, and Lady Dudley, accompanied by Lieutenant Colonel Heseltine, drove out after luncheon from the Viceregal Lodge. In the following carriage were the Honorable Mrs. Paget, Miss de Courcy, and the Honorable Gerald Ward, A.D.C., in attendance. The cavalcade passed out by the lower gate of Phoenix Park, saluted by obsequious policemen, and proceeded past Kingsbridge along the northern quays. The Viceroy was most cordially greeted on his way through the metropolis. At Bloody Bridge, Mr. Thomas Kernan, beyond the river, greeted him vainly from afar. Between Queen's and Whitworth bridges, Lord Dudley's viceregal carriages passed and were unsaluted by Mr. Dudley White, B.L., M.A., who stood on Aaron Quay outside Mrs. M.E. White's, the pawnbroker's, at the corner of Aaron Street West, stroking his nose with his forefinger, undecided whether he should arrive at Phibbsborough more quickly by a triple change of tram, or by hailing a car, or on foot through Smithfield, Constitution Hill, and Broadstone Terminus. In the porch of Four Courts, Richie Goulding, with the cost-bag of Goulding, Collis, and Ward, saw him with surprise. Past Richmond Bridge, at the doorstep of the office of Reuben J. Dodd, solicitor, agent for the Patriotic Insurance Company, an elderly female, about to enter, changed her plan, and retracing her steps by King's windows, smiled credulously on the representative of His Majesty. From its sluice in Wood Quay wall under Tom Devon's office, Poodle River hung out in a fealty a tongue of liquid sewage. Above the cross-blind of the Ormond Hotel, gold by bronze, Miss Kennedy's head by Miss Douce's head, watched and admired. On Ormond Quay, Mr. Simon Dedalus, steering his way from the greenhouse for the sub-sheriff's office, stood still in mid-street and brought his hat low. His Excellency graciously returned Mr. Dedalus' greeting. From Cahill's corner, the Reverend Hugh C. Love, M.A., made obeisance unperceived, mindful of lords deputies whose hands benignant had held of yore rich advowsons. On Grattan Bridge, Lenehan and McCoy, taking leave of each other, watched the carriages go by. Passing by Roger Green's office and Dollard's big red printing house, Gertie McDowell, carrying the Catesby's cork lino letters for her father who was laid up, knew by the style it was the Lord and Lady Lieutenant, but she couldn't see what Her Excellency had on, because the tram and Spring's big yellow furniture van had to stop in front of her on account of its being the Lord Lieutenant. Beyond Lundy Foots, from the shaded door of Kavanagh's wine rooms, John Wise Nolan smiled with unseen coldness toward the Lord Lieutenant General and General Governor of Ireland. The Right Honourable William Humble, Earl of Dudley, GCVO, passed Mickey Anderson's all-times ticking watches and Henry and James's wax, smart-suited, fresh-cheeked models, the Gentleman Henry, Dernier Cree James. Over against Dame Gate, Tom Rockford and Nosey Flynn watched the approach of the cavalcade. Tom Rockford, seeing the eyes of Lady Dudley fixed on him, took his thumbs quickly out of the pockets of his claret waistcoat and doffed his cap to her. A charming soubrette, great Marie Kendall, with dauby cheeks and lifted skirt, smiled daubily from her poster upon William Humble, Earl of Dudley, and upon Lieutenant Colonel H.G. Heseltine, and also upon the Honorable Gerald Ward, A.D.C. From the window of the D.B.C., Buck Mulligan gaily and Hines gravely gazed down on the viceregal equipage over the shoulders of eager guests, whose mass of forms darkened the chessboard whereon John Howard Parnell looked intently. In Fownes Street, Dilly Dedalus, straining her sight upward from Chardinal's first French primer, saw sunshades spanned and wheel spokes spinning in the glare. John Henry Menton, filling the doorway of commercial buildings, stared from wine-big oyster eyes, holding a fat gold hunter watch not looked at in his fat left hand, not feeling it. Where the foreleg of King Billy's horse pawed the air, Mrs. Breen plucked her hastening husband back from under the hoofs of the outriders. She shouted in his ear the tidings. Understanding, he shifted his tomes to his left breast and saluted the second carriage. The Honorable Gerald Ward, A.D.C., agreeably surprised, made haste to reply. At Ponsonby's corner, a jaded white flagon H halted, and 4 tall hatted white flagons halted behind him, ELYS, while outriders pranced past, and carriages. Opposite Pigot's music warerooms, Mr. Dennis J. McGinney, professor of dancing, etc., gaily apparelled, gravely walked, outpassed by a viceroy and unobserved. By the provost's wall came jauntily Blazes Boylan, stepping in tan shoes and socks, with sky-blue clocks, to the refrain of My Girl's a Yorkshire Girl. Blazes Boylan presented to the leaders sky-blue frontlets and high-action a sky-blue tie, a wide-brimmed straw hat at a rakish angle, and a suit of indigo serge. His hands in his jacket pockets forgot to salute, but he offered to the 3 ladies the bold admiration of his eyes and the red flower between his lips. As they drove along Nassau Street, His Excellency drew the attention of his bowing consort to the program of music which was being discoursed in College Park. Unseen brazen Highland laddies blared and drum-thumped after the cortege. But though she's a factory lass, and wears no fancy clothes, barraboom, yet I've a sort of Yorkshire relish for my little Yorkshire rose, barraboom. Thither of the wall, the quarter-mile, flat handicappers, M.C. Green, H. Shrift, T.M. Patey, C. Scaife, J.B. Jeffs, G.N. Morphy, F. Stevenson, C. Adderley, and W.C. Huggard started in pursuit. Striding past Finn's Hotel, Cashel, Boyle, O'Connor, Fitzmaurice, Tisdall, Farrell, stared through a fierce eyeglass across the carriages at the head of Mr. M. E. Solomons in the window of the Austro-Hungarian vice-consulate. Deep in Leinster Street by Trinity's postern, a loyal kingsman, hornblower, touched his tally-ho cap. As the glossy horses pranced by Marion Square, Master Patrick Aloysius Dignam, waiting, saw salutes being given to the gent with the topper, and raised also his new black cap with fingers greased by pork-steak paper. His collar, too, sprang up. The Viceroy, on his way to inaugurate the Mirrors Bazaar in aid of funds for Mercer's Hospital, drove with his following towards Lower Mount Street. He passed a blind stripling opposite Broadbent's. In Lower Mount Street, a pedestrian in a brown mackintosh, eating dry bread, passed swiftly and unscathed across the Viceroy's path. At the Royal Canal Bridge, from his hoarding, Mr. Eugene Stratton, his blub lips a-grin, bade all comers welcome to Pembroke Township. At Haddington Road corner, 2 sanded women halted themselves, an umbrella and a bag in which 11 cockles rolled, to view with wonder the Lord Mayor and Lady Mayoress without his golden chain. On Northumberland and Lansdowne roads, His Excellency acknowledged punctually salutes from rare male walkers, the salute of 2 small schoolboys at the garden gate of the house said to have been admired by the late Queen when visiting the Irish capital with her husband, the Prince Consort, in 1849, and the salute of Almidano Artifoni's sturdy trousers swallowed by a closing door. End of section 19. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, September 9th, 2010.
Section 20 of Ulysses. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Ulysses by James Joyce, Part 2, The Odyssey, Episode 11, Sirens, Part 1. Bronze by gold, heard the hoof irons, steely ringing, impertinent, and chips, picking chips off rocky thumbnail chips. Horrid and gold-flushed more. A husky fife-note blue. Blue bloom is on the gold-pinnacled hair. A jumping rose on satiny breast of satin rose of Castile. Trilling, ay, Dolores. Peep, who's in the peep of gold? Tink cried to bronze in pity. And the call, pure, long and throbbing, long in dying call. Decoy, soft word, but look, the bright stars fade, note, chirping answer. Oh, Rose, Castile, the morn is breaking. Jingle, jingle, jaunted, jingling. Coin rang, clock clacked. Avowal, sonne, I would, rebound of garter, not leave thee, smack, la cloche, tie, smack, avowal, warm, sweetheart, goodbye. Jingle, blue, boomed, crashing chords, when love absorbs, war, the tympanum. A sail, a veil, a wave upon the waves. Lost, throttle fluted, all is lost now. Horn, haw horn, when first he saw, alas. Full tup, full throb, warbling, alluring. Martha, come. Clap, clap, clip, clap, clappy clap. Good God, he never heard in all. Deaf, bald Pat brought pad knife took up. A moonlit night call, far, far. I feel so sad. P.S. So lonely, blooming. Listen. The spiked and winding cold sea horn, have ye the each and for other plash and silent roar? Pearls when she list rhapsodies, hiss. You don't? Did not? No, believe, lid, with a cock and a cara. black, deep sounding. Do, Ben, do. Wait while you wait. He. Wait while you. He. But wait. Low in dark Middle Earth, embedded ore. Na mine de mine, preacher is he. All gone, all fallen. Tiny, her tremulous fern foils of maiden hair. Amen, he gnashed in fury. Fro, to, fro, a baton cool, protruding. Bronze Lydia by Mina gold, by bronze, by gold, in ocean green of shadow, bloom, old bloom. One wrapped, one tapped, with a cara, with a cock. Pray for him, pray, good people. His gouty fingers knackering. Big Ben-a-ben, big Ben-ben. Last rose, Castile of summer left bloom. I feel so sad alone. Pwee, little wind piped wee. True men, lid care cow, de and doll. I, like you men, will lift your chink with a chunk. Whew. Where bronze from an ear? Where gold from afar? Where hoofs? Crandle. Then, not till then, my epitaph be done. Begin. Bronze by gold, Miss Douce's head by Miss Kennedy's head, over the cross-blind of the Ormond bar, heard the vice-regal hoofs go by, ringing steel. Is that her? Asked Miss Kennedy. Miss Douce said yes, sitting with his ex. Pearl grey and eau de Nil. Exquisite contrast, Miss Kennedy said. When all agog, Miss Douce said eagerly, Look at the fellow in the tall silk. Who? Where? Gold asked more eagerly. In the second carriage, Miss Douce's wet lips said, laughing in the sun. He's looking. Mind till I see. She darted, bronze, to the backmost corner, flattening her face against the pane in a halo of hurried breath. Her wet lips tittered. He's killed looking back. She laughed. Oh, wept. Aren't men frightful idiots? With sadness. Miss Kennedy sauntered sadly from bright light, twining a loose hair behind an ear. Sauntering sadly, gold no more, she twisted, twined a hair. Sadly she twined in sauntering gold hair behind a curving ear. It's them has the fine times, sadly then she said. A man. Blue went by Moulang's pipes, bearing in his breast the sweets of sin, by wine's antiques, in memory bearing sweet sinful words, by Carol's dusky battered plate, for Raoul. The boots to them in the bar, them barmaids came. For them, unheeding him, he banged on the counter his tray of chattering china, and "There's your teas," he said. Miss Kennedy, with manners, transposed the tea tray down to an upturned lithia crate, safe from eyes, low. "What is it?" Loud Boots unmannerly asked. "Find out," Miss Douce retorted, leaving her spying point. "Your beau, is it?" A haughty Bronze replied, "I'll complain to Mrs. de Massey on you if I hear any more of your impertinent insolence." Impertinent. Boots' snout sniffed rudely as he retreated, as she threatened, as he had come. Bloom. On her flower frowning, Miss Douce said, "Most aggravating that young brat is. If he doesn't conduct himself, I'll wring his ear for him a yard long." Ladylike, in exquisite contrast. "Take no notice," Miss Kennedy rejoined. She poured in a teacup tea, then back in the teapot tea. They cowered under their reef of counter, waiting on footstools, crates upturned, waiting for their teas to draw. They pawed their blouses, both of black satin, 2 and 9 a yard, waiting for their teas to draw, and 2 and 7. Yes, bronze from a near, by gold from afar, heard steel from a near, hoofs ring from afar, and heard steel hoofs ring hoof ring steel. Am I awfully sunburnt? Miss Bronze unbloused her neck. No, said Miss Kennedy, it gets brown after. Did you try the borax with the cherry laurel water? Miss Douce half stood to see her skin askance in the bar mirror. Gild-lettered where hock and claret glasses shimmered, and in their midst a shell. And leave it to my hands, she said. Try it with the glycerine, Miss Kennedy advised. Bidding her neck and hands adieu, Miss Douce, those things only bring out a rash, replied, reseated. I asked that old fogey in Boyd's for something for my skin. Miss Kennedy, pouring now a full-drawn tea, grimaced and prayed. Oh, don't remind me of him, for mercy's sake. But wait till I tell you, Miss Douce entreated. Sweet tea, Miss Kennedy, having poured with milk, plugged both ears with little fingers. No, don't, she cried. I won't listen, she cried. But Bloom? Miss Douce grunted in a snuffy fogey's tone. For your what? Says he. Miss Kennedy unplugged her ears to hear, to speak, but prayed again. Don't let me think of him or I'll expire, the hideous old wretch. That night in the ante and concert rooms. She sipped distastefully her brew. Hot tea. A sip. Sipped. Sweet tea. Here he was, Miss Douce said, cocking her bronze head 3/4, ruffling her nose wings. Huffa! Huffa! Shrill shriek of laughter sprang from Miss Kennedy's throat. Miss Douce huffed and snorted down her nostrils that quivered impertinent like a snout in quest. Oh, shrieking, Miss Kennedy cried. Will you ever forget his goggle eye? Miss Douce chimed in deep bronze laughter, shouting, And your other eye? Blue Hoove's dark eye read Aaron Figaitner's name. Why do I always think Figather? Gathering figs, I think. And Prosper Lower's Huguenot name. By Bassie's blessed virgins, Bloom's dark eyes went by. Blue-robed, white under, come to me. God they believe she is. Or goddess. Those today I could not see. That fellow spoke, a student. After with Dedalus' son. He might be Mulligan. All comely virgins. That's what brings those rakes of fellow in, her white. By went his eyes. The sweets of sin. Sweet are the sweets of sin. In a giggling peal, young gold bronze voices blended. Douce with Kennedy, your other eye. They threw young heads back, bronze giggle gold, to let free fly their laughter, screaming, your other, signals to each other, high piercing notes. Ah, panting, sighing, ah, fordone, their mirth died down. Miss Kennedy lipped her cup again, raised, drank a sip and giggled. Miss Douce, bending over the tea tray, ruffled again her nose and rolled droll fattened eyes. Again Kenny giggles, stooping, her fair pinnacles of hair, stooping, her tortoise nape-cum showed, spluttered out of her mouth her tea, choking in tea and laughter, coughing with choking, crying, Oh, greasy eyes! Imagine being married to a man like that, she cried, with his bit of beard. Douce gave full vent to a splendid yell, a full yell of full woman, delight, joy, indignation. Married to the greasy nose, she yelled. Shrill, with deep laughter, after They urged each to peal after peal, ringing in changes, bronze gold, gold bronze, shrill deep, to laughter after laughter, and then laughed more. Greasy eye nose, exhausted, breathless, their shaken heads they laid, braided and pinnacled by glossy combed, against the counter ledge, all flushed, oh, panting, sweating, oh, all breathless. Married to Bloom, to Grease Bloom. Oh, saints above, Miss Douce said, sighed above her jumping rose. I wish I hadn't laughed so much. I feel all wet. Oh, Miss Douce, Miss Kennedy protested. You horrid thing, and flushed yet more. You horrid, more goldenly. By Cantwell's offices roved Grease Bloom, by Keppy's virgins, bright of their oils. Nanetti's father hawked those things about. Wheedling at doors is I. Religion pays. Must see him for that bar. Eat first. I want. Not yet. At 4, she said. Time ever passing. Clock hands turning. On. Where eat? The Clarence? Dolphin? On. For Raoul. Eat. If I net 5 guineas with those ads. The violet silk petticoats. Not yet. The sweets of sin. Flushed less, still less, goldenly paled. Into their bar strolled Mr. Dedalus. Chips, picking chips off one of his rocky thumbnails. Chips. He strolled. Oh, welcome back, Miss Douce. He held her hand. Enjoyed her holidays? Tip-top. He hoped she had nice weather in Rostrevor. Gorgeous, she said. Look at the holy show I am, lying out in the Strand all day. Bronze whiteness. That was exceedingly naughty of you, Mr. Dedalus told her, and pressed her hand indulgently. Tempting poor simple males. Miss Douce of Satin deuced her arm away. Oh, go away, she said. You're very simple, I don't think. He was. Well, now I am, he mused. I looked so simple in the cradle, they christened me Simple Simon. You must have been a doty, Miss Douce made answer. And what did the doctor order today? Well, now, he mused, whatever you say yourself. I think I'll trouble you for some fresh water and half a glass of whisky. Jingle. With the greatest alacrity, Miss Douce agreed. With grace of alacrity, towards the mirror, gilt Cantrell and Cochrane's, she turned herself. With grace, she tapped a measure of gold whisky from her crystal keg. Forth from the skirt of his coat, Mr. Dedalus brought pouch and pipe. Alacrity she served. He blew through the flue 2 husky fife notes. By Jove, he mused, I often wanted to see the Mourne Mountains. Must be a great tonic in the air down there. But a long threatening comes at last, they say. Yes. He fingered shreds of hair, her maidenhair, her mermaids, into the bowl. Chips, shreds, musing, mute. None, naught, said nothing. Yes. Gaily Miss Douce polished a tumbler, trilling, O I, Dolores, Queen of the Eastern Seas. Was Mr. Lidwell in today? In came Lenehan. Round him peered Lenehan. Mr. Bloom reached Essex Bridge. Yes, Mr. Bloom crossed Bridge of Essex. To Martha I must write. Buy paper, dailies, girl they're civil. Bloom, old Bloom, Blue Bloom is on the rye. He was in at lunchtime, Miss Douce said. Lenehan came forward. Was Mr. Boylan looking for me? He asked. She answered. Miss Kennedy, was Mr. Boylan in while I was upstairs? She asked. Miss Voice of Kennedy answered, a second teacup poised, her gaze upon a page. No, he was not. Miss Gaze of Kennedy, heard not seen, read on. Lenehan round the sandwich bell wound his round body round. Peep, who's in the corner? No glance of Kennedy rewarding him, he yet made overtures to mind her stops, to read only the black ones, round O and crooked S. Jingle, jaunty, jingle. Girl gold, she read, and did not glance. Take no notice. She took no notice while he read by rote a sofa table for her, plappering flatly. A fox met a stork. Said the fox to the stork, will you put your bill down in my throat and pull up a bone? He droned in vain. Miss Douce turned to her tea aside. He sighed aside. Ah me, oh my. He greeted Mr. Dedalus and got a nod. Greetings from the famous son of a famous father. Who may he be? Mr. Dedalus asked. Lenehan opened most genial arms. Who may he be? He asked. Can you ask Stephen the youthful bard? Dry. Mr. Dedalus, famous father, laid by his dry-filled pipe. I see, he said. I didn't recognize him for the moment. I hear he is keeping very select company. Have you seen him lately? He had. I quaffed the nectar bowl with him this very day, said Lenehan. In Mooney's on V and in Mooney's sur Mer. He had received the rhino for the labour of his muse. He smiled at Bronze's tea-bathed lips, at listening lips and eyes. The elite of Erin hung upon his lips. The ponderous pundit Hugh McHugh, Dublin's most brilliant scribe and editor, and that minstrel boy of the wild wet west who was known by the euphonious appellation of the O'Madden Burke. After an interval, Mr. Dedalus raised his grog and, "That must have been highly diverting," said he. "I see." He drank, with far-away morning mountain eye, set down his glass. He looked towards the saloon door. "I see you have moved the piano." "The tuner was in today," Miss Douce replied, "tuning it for the smoking concert, and I never heard such an exquisite player." "Is that a fact? Didn't he, Miss Kennedy? The real classical, you know. And blind too, poor fellow. Not 20, I'm sure he was." "Is that a fact?" Mr. Dedalus said. He drank and strayed away. "So sad to look at his face," Miss Douce condoled. "God's curse on bitch's bastard." Tink, to her pity, cried a diner's bell. To the door of the bar and dining room came bald Pat, came bothered Pat, came Pat, waiter of Ormond. Lager for diner. Lager, without alacrity, she served. With patience, Lenehan waited for Boylan with impatience, for Jingle Jaunty Blaze's boy. Upholding the lid, he who gazed in the coffin, at the oblique triple piano wires. He pressed, the same who pressed indulgently her hand, soft pedalling, a triple of keys, to see the thickness of felt advancing, to hear the muffled hammer fall in action. 2 sheets, cream vellum paper, 1 reserve, 2 envelopes. When I was in Wisdom Healy's, Wise Bloom in Daly's, Henry Flower bought. Are you not happy in your home? Flower to console me, and a pin cut slow. Means something, language of flow. Was it a daisy? Innocence, that is. Respectable girl, meets after mass. Thanks awfully muchly. Wise Bloom eyed on the door a poster. A swaying mermaid, smoking mid nice waves. Smoke mermaids, coolest whiff of all. Hair streaming, lovelorn, for some man, for Raoul. He eyed and saw afar on Essex Bridge a gay hat riding on a jaunting car. It is, again, 3rd time. Coincidence? Jingling on supple rubbers, it jaunted from the bridge to Ormond Quay. Follow, risk it, go quick. At 4, near now, out. 2 sir, the shop girl dared to say. Ah, I was forgetting, excuse. And 4. At 4, she. Winsomely she and blew him whom smiled. Blue smile, quick go, turnoon. Think you're the only pebble on the beach? Does that to all. For men. In drowsy silence gold bent on her page. From the saloon a call came, long in dying. That was a tuning fork the tuner had, that he forgot, that he now struck. A call again, that he now poised, that it now throbbed. You hear? It throbbed, pure, purer, softly and softlier, its buzzing prongs, longer in dying call. Pat paid for Diner's pop-corked bottle, and over tumbler, tray and pop-corked bottle, ere he went he whispered, bald and bothered with Miss Douce. The bright stars fade, a voiceless song sang from within, singing, the morn is breaking. A duodene of bird notes chirped bright treble answer under sensitive hands. Brightly the keys all twinkling, linked, called to a voice to sing the strain of dewy morn, of youth, of love's leave-taking, life's, love's morn. The dewdrops purr. Lenihan's lips over the counter lisped a low whistle of decoy. But look this way, he said, Rose of Castile. Jingo jaunted by the curb and stopped. She rose and closed her reading. Rose of Castile, fretted, forlorn, dreamily rose. Did she fall or was she pushed? He asked her. She answered, slighting, ask no questions and you'll hear no lies. Like ladylike. Blazes Boylan's smart tan shoes creaked on the bar floor where he strode. Yes, gold from anear by bronze from afar. Lenihan heard and knew and hailed him. See, the conquering hero comes. Between the car and window, warily walking, went Bloom, unconquered hero. See me he might. The seat he sat on, warm. Black, wary, he cat-walked towards Richie Golding's legal bag, lifted aloft, saluting. And I from thee. I heard you were around, said Blazes Boylan. He touched to fair Miss Kennedy a rim of his slanted straw. She smiled on him. But Sister Bronze outsmiled her, preening for him her richer hair, a bosom and a rose. Smart Boylan bespoke potions. What's your cry? Glass of bitter? Glass of bitter, please, and a slow gin for me. Wire in yet? Not yet. At 4, she... Who said 4? Cowley's red lugs and bulging apple in the door of the sheriff's office. Avoid. Golding a chance. What is he doing in the Ormond? Car waiting. Wait. Hello, where off to? Something to eat? I too was just... In here. What? Ormond? Best value in Dublin. Is that so? Dining room. Sit tight there. See, not be seen. I think I'll join you. Come on. Richie led on. Bloom followed bag. Dinner fit for a prince. Miss Douce reached high to take a flagon, stretching her satin arm, her bust that all but burst so high. Oh, oh, jerked Lenihan, gasping at each stretch. Oh! But easily she seized her prey and led it low in triumph. Why don't you grow? Asked Blazes Boylan. She bronze, dealing from her oblique jar thick syrupy liquor for his lips, looked as it flowed. Flower in his coat, who gave him, and syruped with her voice. Fine goods in small parcels. That is to say, she... Neatly she poured, slow, syrupy, slow. Here's fortune, Blazes said. He pitched a broad coin down. Coin rang. Hold on, said Lenihan, till I... Fortune, he wished, lifting his bubbled ale. Sceptre will win in a canter, he said. I plunged a bit, said Boylan, winking and drinking. Not on my own, you know. Fancy of a friend of mine. Lenihan still drank, and grinned at his tilted ale, and at Miss Douce's lips that all but hummed, not shut, the ocean song her lips had trilled. Idolores, the eastern seas. Clock whirred. Miss Kennedy passed their way. Flower, wonder who gave, bearing away tea tray. clacked. Miss Douce took Boylan's coin, struck boldly the cash register. It clanged. Clack, clacked. Fair one of Egypt teased and sorted in the till and hummed and handed coins in change. Look to the west. A clack for me. What time is that? Asked Blazes Boylan. 4 o'clock. Lenehan, small eyes a hunger on her humming, bust a humming, tugged Blazes Boylan's elbow sleeve. Let's hear the time, he said. The bag of Golding Collis Ward led Bloom by rye bloom flowered tables. Aimless he chose with agitated aim, bald Pat attending, a table near the door. Be near. At 4. Has he forgotten? Perhaps a trick. Not come. Whet appetite. I couldn't do. Wait. Pat, waiter, waited. Sparkling bronze azure, eyed blazers, sky blue bow and eyes. Go on, pressed Lenehan. There's no one. He never heard. Two Flora's lips did high. A high note pealed in the treble clear. Bronze Douce, communing with her rose that sank and rose, sought Blazes Boylan's flower and eyes. Please, please, he pleaded over returning phrases of avowal. I could not leave thee. Afterwards, Miss Douce promised coyly. No, now, urged Lenehan. Sonny la cloche. Oh, do, there's no one. She looked. Quick. Miss Ken out of earshot. Sudden bent, 2 kindling faces watched her bend. Quavering, the chords strayed from the air, found it again, lost chord, and lost and found it, faltering. Go on, do, Sonny. Bending, she nipped a peak of skirt above her knee. Delayed, taunted them still, bending, suspending, with wilful eyes. Sonny. Smack. She set free, sudden in rebound, her nipped elastic garter, smack warm against her smackable, a woman's warm-hosed thigh. La cloche, cried gleeful Lenehan. Trained by owner, no sawdust there. She smirked supercilious, wept, aren't men, but lightward gliding, mild she smiled on Boylan. You're the essence of vulgarity, she in gliding said. Boylan eyed, tossed to fat lips his chalice, drank off his chalice tiny, sucking the last fat violet syrupy drops. His spellbound eyes went after her gliding head as it went down the bar by mirrors, gilded arch for ginger ale, hock and claret glasses shimmering, a spiky shell where it concerted, mirrored, bronze with sunnier bronze. Yes, bronze from a nearby. Sweetheart, goodbye. I'm off, said Boylan with impatience. He slid his chalice brisk away, grasped his change. Wait a shake, begged Lenehan, drinking quickly. I wanted to tell you. Tom Rochford. Come on to Blazes, said Blazes Boylan, going. Lenehan gulped to go. Got the horn or what? He said. Wait, I'm coming. He followed the hasty creaking shoes, but stood by nimbly by the threshold, saluting forms, a bulky with a slender. How do you do, Mr. Dollard? Eh, how do? Ben Dollard's vague bass answered, turning an instant from Father Cowley's woe. He won't give you any trouble, Bob. Alf Bergen will speak to the Longfellow. We'll put a barley straw in that Judas Iscariot's ear this time. Sighing, Mr. Dedalus came through the saloon, a finger soothing an eyelid. Ho, ho, we will, Ben Dollard yodeled jollily. Come on, Simon, give us a ditty. We heard the piano. Bald Pat, bothered waiter, waited for drink orders. Power for Richie. And Bloom? Let me see. Not make him walk twice. His corns. 4 now. How warm this black is. Course nerves a bit. Refracts. Is it heat? Let me see. Cider. Yes, bottle of cider. What's that? Mr. Dedalus said. I was only vamping, man. Come on, Ben Dollard called. Begone, dull care. Come, Bob. He ambled Dollard. Bulky slops before them. Hold that fellow with the... Hold him now. Into the saloon. He plumped him, Dollard, on the stool. His gouty paws plumped chords. Plumped, stopped, abrupt. Bald Pat in the doorway met tealess gold returning. Bothered, he wanted power and cider. Bronze by the window watched. Bronze from afar. Jingle a tinkle jaunted. Bloom heard a jing, a little sound. He's off. Light sob of breath Bloom sighed on the silent blue-hued flowers. Jingling. He's gone. Jingle. Here. Love and war, Ben, Mr. Dedalus said. God be with old times. End of section 20.